In the early autumn of the 5th year of the Chongwu era, it was the 3rd year of the war. Suyan City was suffering even more. Drought had lasted from spring until early autumn. The land was cracked, rivers dried up, and everything looked dead. Along the Jianan Road, a long line of raggedly dressed common people slowly moved south, fleeing from famine. Not far from here, in a mountain hollow, Fong Qingqing, and hanging upside down from a tree, suddenly woke up in pain. A burning sensation filled her nose, and her head felt like it was about to explode, as if she had been crushed repeatedly. She desperately tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids were dry and glued shut. She couldn't move them. She could only quickly activate her special powers, using her wood-element abilities to slowly nourish her internal organs. This deal is a loss. That dead girl has become so thin, with blood all over her. Probably won't even attract a few wolves, someone said. If we catch one, that's good. We can use her fat to fill our stomachs, dry some meat for later, or trade for a big sword. If there's not enough wolf meat, we can find more people to use as bait, another replied. Big Tree Brother is right. Huzi, sharpen that pile of bamboo, a bit more.
It's so hot I could die. Ugh.
Later, the black scar will bleed her. Cut 4 times on her wrists and ankles to slow the blood flow. When the blood smell drifts out, the wolves will definitely come. Rough curses and chatter kept coming. They were going to cut her wrists to bleed her? They're asking for death. The sound of dull bamboo being cut echoed like a death sentence. Fong Qingqing was frantic. Using all her strength, she finally felt a cool surge inside her, and her eyes snapped open. She tilted her head and looked down. A group of 5 dark, skinny men, like refugees from the end of the world, with rough, cracked skin and only half-worn pants, were busy inserting bamboo sticks into a trap, not noticing that she had awakened. Fong Qingqing licked her cracked lips, took a deep breath, and suddenly drew a steel knife from her hands, cutting the ropes that bound her feet. The nearest big man heard the noise, turned his head, and saw her icy eyes. He shivered and shouted, "The dead girl's awake. She wants to run." In an instant, the big man jumped up and viciously approached Fong Qingqing. Her beautiful eyes sharpened. She infused her legs with her powers and kicked hard at the man.
Bang!
The man was knocked far away, crashing into a tree stump. Blood spurted out, but in a moment, he was like a dead dog, unmoving. The 4 strong men who had just stood up paused, their breath catching. Just moments ago, the lively beard of the man had been kicked to death by a weak, helpless girl. Girl, you're asking for trouble. The 4 men quickly surrounded Fong Qingqing, their fists bulging with veins, eyes fierce. They got closer and closer, their fists about 10 centimeters from her head. In a life-or-death moment, Fong Qingqing suddenly cut the ropes binding her hands, grabbed onto a tree branch, and quickly drew a pistol from her space.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Before they could react, the 4 men stared wide-eyed and collapsed, dust rising on the cracked ground. To hide the gunshot holes, Fong Qingqing took out a long steel knife and chopped at the bodies a few times. She then kicked the corpses into a trap. After a night, only bones would be left for the wolves to eat. Breathing heavily, she wiped the bloodstains from her large steel knife on the bark of a big tree. "What kind of weapon did you just use?" A cold, chilling voice came from behind. Alert, Fong Qingqing turned sideways and kicked a stone at the figure. With a thud, a black shadow fell down.
Well,
"Just cleaned the steel knife, and now it's useless," Fong Qingqing said disdainfully as she walked toward the black figure. She looked at the man lying on the ground, stunned. He was dressed in a black robe and had a face that looked both divine and infuriating, identical to Songjin, the leader of the Dawn base in the apocalypse. She had been able to live well in the apocalypse thanks to his protection. People only knew she was a useless wood-type mutant, but only he knew she was a dual-element mutant with a vast internal space. Because Songjin often took her out to gather supplies, they grew closer. Another base member, the arrogant and narrow-waisted Fu Yuyao, misunderstood her relationship with Song Jin and mistook her for having an affair with him. She was subjected to all kinds of hardships. One day, while Song Jin was out on a meeting, Fu Yuyao took her father, the head of the mutant team, and locked her in a zombie testing lab. And that was how she died. Could it be that he also traveled through time? Bright red blood kept oozing from his head, a result of the stone she had just kicked. She pulled aside his clothes and saw dozens of terrifying sword and knife wounds on his chest. The wounds were torn open, flesh exposed, blood seeping out, looking quite horrifying. Feeling conflicted, Fong Qingqing, after walking back and forth 6 times, decided to save him, mainly because he looked just like Song Jin. I took out the zombie crystal to replenish my energy. Using my wood-based healing ability, I stopped the man's bleeding. Then I retrieved a small cart from my space, tied Song Jin to it, and moved him to a cave. Fong Qingqing blocked the cave entrance. I took out a flashlight, a medical kit, and a fan from my space. After spending more than half an hour, I finally stitched up Song Jin's wound and wrapped it with bandages. Next, I set up a military tent nearby. I took out eggs, bread, and milk from my space and fed myself until I was half full. Only then did I have time to look at my body and organize my strange memories. My body, which is less than 2 ounces of flesh, belongs to Fu Qiqi. She is the granddaughter of old Fu from Wazi Village, Mian County, Yen City. Her great-grandmother sold her to a gang of bandits in exchange for 3 liters of rice. The bandits used her as bait to trap wild wolves. Fortunately, she arrived just in time and saved her life. From then on, she became Fu Qiqi. To repay the kindness of her flesh and blood body, the original self had a pair of younger brothers and sisters who were starving and waiting to be rescued. Looking at the darkening sky, she dragged her weak body into sleep. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the stones of the cave, casting dappled light inside, like a dream. The man lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. His black eyes were deep and calm, without any ripple, cold and sharp enough to make people shiver. He touched his forehead where he had a painful bump yesterday and suddenly remembered something. His gaze quickly swept around. When he saw the familiar military tent nearby, he finally smiled, feeling relieved and as if something lost had been found again. Fu Qiqi, well rested, stretched lazily and crawled out of the tent. Huh, that face of Song Jin is gone? Good, so I don't have to worry about him hitting me, especially since he knocked 2 blood holes in my head. She packed up the tent, threw it into her space, and pulled out a large steel knife. Just as she turned around, she froze. She saw a face of Song Jin at the cave entrance. Don't provoke me. Be careful, I'll beat you to death, Fu Qiqi threatened with her steel knife, looking dry and fierce. Song Jin hid a smile behind his eyes and pretended to look aggrieved. Don't you recognize me? I just walked out of this cave this morning.
Huh?
Fu Qiqi watched the tall, thoughtful man and offered an idea to help him escape his suffering. Song Jin smiled and said, All right, my name is Song Jin. His dark eyes held something more, an emotion that the confused Fu Qiqi hadn't understood. Regarding Fu Qiqi's ability to produce objects, Song Jin repeatedly made vows, and after Fu Qiqi tricked him into eating a poison candy bean, she finally agreed to travel together. They left the cave and looked far into the distance. It was a desolate scene. She didn't have time to sigh because her twin younger brothers and sisters, only 5 years old, were still waiting to be rescued from their suffering. Under the blazing sun, they hurried along. By 3 p.m., they caught up with a temporary alliance of several villages formed by the original person. From afar, they heard the familiar, heartbreaking screams. Fu Qiqi's face changed. She quickly took a wooden stick from her space and ran toward the scene. 2 little brats, I won't let you say no to going. Look at them. Their clothes are patched only twice, and their faces are so red you could lick oil and eat fried vegetables. I'm sending you to enjoy happiness. Who are you crying for? An emaciated old woman with hollow cheekbones was scolding 2 kneeling children, begging for mercy. A middle-aged man, also patched, seemed to dislike the rude words of the old woman and stepped back with his hand covering his mouth. Low-class people still dare to compare themselves with us. Fu Old Second, squatting on a wooden stake with big yellow teeth, looked disdainfully at the crying siblings. Mother, why bother talking to those two dead kids? We've already received the grain. Hurry up and let the officials take them away. 5-year-old Zhao Zhao knew it was her second uncle's idea. She turned around, grabbed his pant leg, and begged, "Second uncle, please don't sell me and my brother. We go digging wild vegetables, making ropes, pushing carts. We only eat 1 meal a day." "Shut up, you little brat. Who cares about those wild vegetables you picked?" Fu Old Second impatiently slapped her twice. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's small, dark face bore 5 bright red handprints. She froze in place. Seeing this, Rock hurriedly rolled and crawled to hug his sister. "Zhao Zhao? What's wrong? Are you okay, Zhao Zhao?" Zhao Zhao, in pain and dazed, took a long time to recover. Her small mouth, mixed with saliva, bled slightly. "Wow, brother, it hurts. Fu Old Second is too cruel. He hits so hard. Zhao Zhao is only 5 years old. How can she endure this? Fu's second son is a bully. Look, Chi Quan's mother tried to persuade him a few times, but he cursed her terribly." Nearby, Fu Old Man was squatting, sighing with a look of pity, but not intervening. 2 young rabbits huddled together, crying like mourners. The villagers looked at them with strange eyes. Granny Hua quickly pretended to speak. "Manager Hu, we've sold our 2 children to you. They're lucky to have good food and drink today.
Take them back."
Before she finished, a loud bang sounded as a stick struck her head. Suddenly, overwhelming pain hit her. People hadn't reacted yet when a flurry of sticks started hitting Granny Hua's back, head, and arms, wildly beating her.
"Ah!"
Young girl. In a flash, Fu Lao Er finally saw that the attacker was Fu Qiqi. He grabbed a shoehorn from his foot and swung it at her. Fu Qiqi sneered coldly and skillfully dodged, then kicked Fu Lao Er's leg.
"Ah!"
"Oh, mother." In an instant, Granny Hua and Fu Lao Er's mother and son fell together, rolling into a ball. The villagers watching the scene turned their heads left and right, but dared not step forward to interfere with this sudden killer. From their skills, it was clear she was trained in real martial arts. Only old Fu on the side shouted weakly, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" Fu Qiqi, feeling she wasn't angry enough, kicked again. The mother and son rolled down the hillside like a snowball. "Sister! Sister!" The 2 crying little ones finally saw it was their sister and called out desperately. Fu Qiqi's heart softened. She looked down at the 2 ragged, bruised children and instinctively hugged them tightly. "Zhao Zhao, Yen, don't cry. Sister is back. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I thought I'd never see my sister again. They wouldn't let us find her, wouldn't let us eat, and even wanted to break our legs.
"What?"
They said sister is dead, gone.
"What?"
They call me and my sister unwanted children. They say if we stay alive, it's a waste of food, and if sold, we can get some grain." The 2 little children looked terrified and helpless, their faces full of despair as they cried out, afraid that their sister would disappear again in a blink. This scene deeply hurt Fu Qiqi. A wave of guilt hit her like a heavy. She fought back tears and silently vowed, "My little brother and sister, I will raise you." Across from her, Song Jin tilted his head, watching the huddled group of 1 big and 2 small, his eyes misty.
"Are
you Qiqi?" Feng Lijing pushed through the crowd, looking at Fu Qiqi dressed in a brand new Taoist robe with her high ponytail, and asked uncertainly. Qiqi Fu turned around, wiped her tears, and obediently called out, "Hello, village chief. Hello, uncle. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt," taking turns to greet everyone in a line. Everyone was stunned. It really was Qiqi Fu. Old Mr. Fu pushed to the front, tried to speak but hesitated, then finally said, "Qiqi, you can't hit your grandma or your second uncle. That's unfilial and will make people talk." Qiqi Fu, with red eyes, looked at him sharply. "Oh, so we deserve to be beaten every day? I deserve to be sold to bandits and fed to wolves? After speaking, she picked up her brother and sister, their ragged clothes torn and stained with new and old wounds. Everyone sighed deeply. Old Mr. Fu, covering his head, muttered gloomily, "You're so young. No need to tell lies. Your grandma did it for your good. That man has food, and he just needs a wife. If you marry him, you'll have food and drink. Isn't that better?" Chi Fu sneered. "That man is a bandit. Don't the villagers know? Ask the uncles and aunts here. Does anyone not know?" Everyone looked sad. Everyone in the village knew that since Chi-Chi's mother passed away, old Fu was busy looking for food in the mountains. A few children were called and scolded by the Fu family. On their escape, they were often beaten and cursed, with loud voices making excuses to cover up the chaos. It's like trying to build a fancy house but still wanting to put up a signboard. They're fools. Seeing everyone pointing and whispering, old Mr. Fu couldn't bear it and raised his hand to hit Chi Fu. "You unfilial girl, stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, all the images from the past flashed in Chi Fu's mind, being bullied by Grandma Fu, second Uncle Fu, third Uncle Fu, and others. She wiped the blood from her trembling lips, tears uncontrollably streaming down, and shouted, "I'm not afraid to die, so why worry about being filial? To with filial piety. Anyone who dares to hit me and my siblings, I'll drag them too." Her eyes shone with evil, like a demon from demanding a soul. Old Mr. Fu's right arm froze in midair, trembling and almost falling. How had this stubborn girl changed so much in a day? She used to be silent and stubborn, never speaking out, but she wouldn't hit or scold anyone. Housekeeper Hu, standing nearby, frowned deeply. This girl was tough, but with 7 or 8 of them, they could easily control this village girl. "Miss, your grandparents sold your brother and sister to me. I've also added 3 liters of rice just for you, as a small gift to show my sincerity as an older brother." Some people just don't see the danger clearly. Chi-Chi's nose twitched as she smelled the rouge on Officer Hu and those around him. She lowered her head with a sly smile, then raised her head again with a cute, obedient look. She counted on her fingers. "Officer Hu? Well, there's the flower woman, 2 grandsons, 3 granddaughters, and 2 other grandsons, 7 children in total."
How many do you want to take?
Song Jin silently chuckled, knowing she was a clever little trickster who liked to pretend to be innocent. Every time she went out alone to grab supplies, she always managed to get ahead without anyone noticing. She looked innocent, saying, "I just arrived, and the supplies are already gone." Officer Hu glanced at the 2 children buried in Chi-Chi's belly and then looked her up and down. This fierce girl, if she were trained and raised well, she wouldn't be any less than the top girl in the building. Look at her 2 big, clear eyes like water pools, seemingly calm but incredibly bright. Her small, thin face was dry and slender, yet her clear, lively complexion was undeniable. If the flower woman's grandchildren all looked as good as this fierce girl and her siblings, that wouldn't be a problem. Officer Hu coldly asked the old man, "What about your other grandchildren?" The old man stammered, too scared to speak. Just then, a ragged group of men and women pushed through the crowd and entered. They were the rest of the Fu family. Earlier, Chui, old Fu-san, and others had kept their distance to avoid trouble. When they heard about the incident, they hurried back. As they approached the crowd, they heard that someone was trying to sell their own children. Anger flared in them. This little troublemaker. So bold. Without warning, Fu Shime slapped Chi-Chi as usual. "You brat. Who said we'd sell our tiger and Kai? I'll beat you to death, you little brat."
Thud.
The slap never reached her face. Chi-Chi kicked Fu Shime to the ground, her knees hitting a stone, making her scream in pain. Chi-Chi swung her stick and looked at Chui and the others with a sweet smile. "My stick hasn't drawn blood yet. If anyone wants to try, go ahead." With a thick, dry branch nearby broke apart. Chui and the others recoiled like they saw a ghost. "Oh, old man, my bones are broken. Come help me." Not far away, Flower Woman and Old Fu Air had just climbed the hill with neighbors' help. The adults from the Fu family heard and quickly went to help Flower Woman and her daughter. Maybe they were scared of Chi-Chi's evil side, or maybe they were really rushing to save their mother. Master, who took a few steps forward and carefully examined the remaining younger members of the Fu family from head to toe. They were all plain and unremarkable, not meeting his standards for buying people. He then turned to look at Chi-Chi and said sinisterly, "All right, girl. They're afraid of you, but I'm not easy to deal with. The rice I took is mine now. I'll take your younger brother and sister." Clatter, clatter, clatter. 7 or 8 rough men in short brown robes surrounded him from behind. Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan shrank in fear, their pupils dilating. They buried their faces into their sister's stomach, trembling and too scared to move. Master Hu, with a soft face and a high-pitched voice, was either a man with no beard. Chi-Chi twirled her lively eyes, observing her thin younger siblings who looked like skeletons, yet their features hinted at handsome and delicate looks, resembling their noble mother. Chi-Chi clenched her stick tightly, glaring like a wolf cub at the 7 or 8 rough men, secretly planning to use her special powers if necessary to fight back. The men sneered at the weak girl, who was not even as tall as them, and laughed loudly as they moved closer. Suddenly, a tall figure swept through the crowd and landed steadily in front of Chi-Chi. It was Song Jin. He held a long steel sword that shimmered with a cold, sharp light. First rate, with a good appearance. Good sword. Master, whose eyes brightened. In troubled times, good weapons are needed, but even more so, good looks. If he captured him, the Lord would reward him handsomely.
Attack.
Capture all of them. Master, who raised his delicate voice, shouting excitedly. The friendly neighbors, who knew the old master well, quickly discussed and decided to help Chi-Chi and her siblings. But suddenly, a stunningly handsome young man appeared, holding a long sword, not to attack, but as if he was strolling through the market, swinging his sword casually. In just a few moments, a pile of bodies lay on the ground, forming a wall of flesh. The neighbors watching from afar wiped their eyes. Yes, it was the incredibly handsome man who looked like a fairy. He finished the fight in just a few moves. "Oh, Master Hu, are you still planning to capture our brother and sister?" Chi-Chi smiled innocently. Her smile made Master Hu feel chills down his spine. He didn't dare make a sound and scrambled to run away. The pile of bodies on the ground, each clutching their chest or covering their heads, also ran away. Song Jin turned his head and looked at Chi-Chi with clear, bright eyes.
Chi-Chi, you forgot about me.
"I'm good at martial arts, but you didn't ask me to help." His straightforward words carried a hint of annoyance and charm. In the apocalypse, Song Jin was always cold and serious. "Ching Ching, stand behind me. Ching Ching, don't move." Is there really such a childish side? Fu Chi-Chi felt a moment of sadness, then smiled sweetly at him and pinched 2 small heads on his belly. Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan, with their dark, thin faces, showed a pair of big, wet eyes as they secretly looked at Song Jin. Song Jin smiled gently, took out 2 steamed buns from his military backpack behind him, and handed one to each of them. "You're such a handsome big brother," Zhao Zhao said in her innocent little voice. Yan Yan followed and said, "Hello, big brother." With their sister's approval, the 2 took the meat buns, bit into them, and tasted the meat inside. All 4 bright, clear eyes were full of curiosity. Everyone's gaze shifted from the godlike Song Jin to the buns in the children's hands. They kept swallowing saliva, hesitant to rush forward and take the buns after witnessing this handsome young man's impressive skills. "Mom, I want to eat the meat bun too," called Fu Xingzi, the 8-year-old second son of Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan shrank back instinctively. Perhaps encouraged by their sister, they quickly finished their buns, their cheeks puffed out. Seeing the buns were gone, Fu Xingzi cried loudly in anger. A giant baby. At 8 years old, still crying like a 3-year-old. Fu Chi-Chi looked down on him especially. Now, with war and famine, survival was uncertain. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Song Jin's backpack behind him. Fu Chi-Chi was too lazy to deal with others. Under everyone's watch, she led her younger siblings to rest under a tree about 20 meters to the east. She sat down with her brothers and sisters, took out a damp cloth to wipe Zhao Zhao's swollen face. Zhao Zhao grimaced in pain. Fu Qiqi's heart ached terribly. Her younger siblings were only 5 years old. Zhao Zhao had several fresh wounds on his face, neck, and behind his ears, 5 or 6 cuts, about 4 or 5 centimeters long, scratched with nails.
Who scratched you?
Fu Qiqi asked grimly, looking fierce. Zhao Zhao's small eyes filled with tears. Sister Kuan Yin took our key. My brother refused to give it, saying it was left by our mother. She rode on his back and hit him. Her tiny finger twisted helplessly, her young voice sounding fragile and full of grievance. 12-year-old Fu Kuan-yun, just like her mother, had a cruel heart. She couldn't beat her, so she often bullied her younger siblings. Fu Qiqi angrily pulled Yan Yan aside, lifted his shirt, revealing a dozen bloody scratches, all from being grabbed, and several bruises from kicks. The most noticeable injury is a large wound on the right shoulder, caused a few days ago by a sharp wooden stick wielded by the flower woman. The healing wound is bleeding slightly. Countless old scars and black marks cover the rest of the body. Suddenly, the hot air feels a little more sorrowful. Fu Qiqi quietly watches her 5-year-old brother and sister, tears streaming down her face, without realizing it. Song Jin's face looks dark. Zhao Zhao leans over and gently wipes her sister's tears, softly saying, "Big sister, don't cry. With me here, I'm not afraid." The stubborn Yan Yan's eyes turn red. He feels he failed to protect their mother and didn't keep his sister safe. Fu Qiqi forces a smile to comfort her brother and sister, knowing she must face the consequences. She takes out anti-inflammatory and swelling medicines from her space, applying them to her siblings' wounds, secretly adding her wood-based healing ability. Song Jin touches his wound on his head, which is already scabbing. Yesterday, Qiqi also used her ability on him, and his face naturally shows a gentle smile. Fu Qiqi catches a glimpse of his charming smile, feeling both melancholy and disappointed. Her mood is complicated. Over the years in the apocalypse, Song Jin hasn't often smiled, but she strangely misses him. "Big sister, this medicine smells so good and looks nice. What's it called?" Yan Yan asks, holding a small glass bottle with red liquid. "Big sister?" Distracted, Fu Qiqi snaps back to reality. She hears her brother ask again before answering. Her eyes drift into a distant memory. Confident, Song Jin believes she misses him. The plan he made this morning worked very well. This time, he can't miss Qiqi. Her emotional openness is slow, so he must be patient and gently break through her confusion little by little. Meanwhile, Qiqi responds to her brother half seriously, half joking. I stole this from the bandits. I heard it's called red flower oil, used to reduce swelling and bruises. At first, my body felt a bit hot and spicy, but don't worry. I applied some cooling ointment around, and it'll feel cool soon." After tending to her siblings' wounds, Fu Qiqi remembers the key. It's an iron-like key, a family heirloom left by their mother. The original body always kept it on her sister. Their mother also left a bracelet made of the same material, but after their father was taken by bandits, their second aunt stole it. Their mother wanted to find her family until her last breath. The heirloom is crucial. She must get it back. Fu Qiqi then takes out 2 simple short knives from her space and hands them to her brother and sister. "Yan Yan, Zhao Zhao, I'll teach you some moves. Next time someone dares to hit you, use these knives to fight back." Yan Yan's bright eyes light up as he eagerly holds the short knife, not wanting to let go. Zhao Zhao grins widely, confidently saying, "Next time, if Tiger and Kaizi try to hit me, I'll cut them with these knives." Cute and adorable, Fu Qiqi gently holds her sister's small face and gives her a kiss. Song Jin's eyes flicker briefly, then he chuckles softly. "Qiqi, I see your fighting skills are too weak. You can't beat a few skilled fighters." Qiqi instantly looks discouraged. In her space, she has guns, shells, and tanks, enough to defeat them all. But she dares not use them. Her mind flashes with Song Jin's confident way of fighting, and Chi-Chi bites her lip, saying then, "Teach us." Song Jin nods happily, with a hint of affection, and says, "Take good care of your health. I will teach you." Chi-Chi has always been lazy and relaxed in the apocalypse. With him protecting her, she only needs to grow high-level ingredients and store supplies. But now, in this chaotic world, she is alone and cannot handle everything. She needs to learn martial arts to protect herself. Suddenly, she hears a light laugh. Chi-Chi looks up at her big brother Song, seeing his satisfied smile, and feels like she might be walking into a trap. Seeing her doubtful eyes, Song Jin hides his smile. As he lowers his head, two obedient little kids' lips, bleeding a little. He takes out a green military flask from his backpack, opens it, and offers it to them. "Delicious water. Your sister calls it milk." "Yes, thank you, big brother Song." The two children hold the green flask, drinking the sweet white water, and lick their lips happily. Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkle, such fragrant water, so tasty. Yan Yan hiccups, feeling a bit shy and awkward with a small smile. Soon, Old Man Fu comes over with his hands behind his back, looking pleased. Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan finally got to eat meat buns. It's not easy to have meat to eat in these times. Seeing him, Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan clutched Song Jin's clothes tightly, hiding from Grandpa's gaze.
Oh.
The children behind, who are combing their hair, don't lift their eyelids and only say one word. "But what does that have to do with you?" Old Man Fu looks at the young man's back, frowning slightly, but says nothing. He turns to Fu Chi-Chi and asks, "I heard you still have food and water in your bag. Bring them out so I can share with your little brothers and sisters." Such shamelessness. Is Grandpa Fu getting addicted to bossing around? Chi-Chi blinks her eyes. "My grandpa. You found my dad, right? Maybe we aren't your real grandchildren."
Huh?
Old Man Fu looks confused, not understanding. Chi-Chi slightly curves her lips. "Otherwise, why do our three siblings do the most work, eat the worst food, and wear the dirtiest clothes? And you never ask us for anything good to eat or drink." Old Man Fu awkwardly smiles, wanting to say more. Chi-Chi directly interrupted him. "Come on, I'm not joking. Wherever you come from, go back there. Just because your old Fu family used to abuse our siblings, I have so much food I can't finish it. I'd rather feed it to wolves than give a single grain to the Fu family." After speaking, she smiled sweetly at the Old Man Fu. Old Man Fu was so angry his mouth trembled as he stood there staring. "Chi-Chi, how can you curse Grandpa? Every family shares food with elders. It's so hard to escape famine. Without family unity, how can we hope to reach Jiangnan Prefecture?" Fukinghong, the eldest son of the second branch, 14 years old, came over and asked seriously. Seeing his promising grandson, Old Man Fu straightened his back a little. He was the only scholar in the Fu family. Since his mother died, he never looked at the main house with respect. Evil people like him always pick on others to do bad things. He looks noble and upright, but is actually corrupt. Suddenly, a wave of frustration and anger surged in Chi-Chi's heart. Upside down, heartless, wolf-hearted. That's exactly what people like you are, right? Half of the things on the 3 carts were bought by my father. We use our family's belongings but are beaten and scolded every day. We push carts and find food along the way for you. What have we gained? What have we eaten? Get lost. You. Fukinghong's face darkened. He tried to push Chi-Chi away, but when he saw her icy gaze, he was scared and stepped back. He could only glare at Chi-Chi angrily. The girl had someone backing her, so she spoke recklessly. Seeing that he wouldn't get a good response for now, Fukinghong and Old Man Fu left, plodding as they went. Back at their resting place, they saw Wapozi and Fuer lying on the cart, crying loudly. Mother, my arm is broken. It hurts so much." "Child, when Luleng comes, he'll help set your bones. Your arm will stop hurting then." "It's my shoulder that's broken." "Oh, that little brat is as wicked as her mother." "Yes, it's that little brat. Even at such a young age, she's already flirting with men." They wanted to punish that wicked girl, fearing the strong and handsome young man. Mrs. Chui's face, back, and arms were swollen and red. She looked grim and thought for a while before scheming. "Mother, do you think Chi-Chi is possessed?" "She's very evil." Waposi's crying suddenly stopped dramatically, and her sunken cheekbones made her eyes bulge. "Wife, you say that, and it really does seem that way. That girl used to only glare at us like a hungry beast, daring not to fight back." Mrs. Chui's eyes flicked around, calculating. "Mother, ghosts can't stay in the house. Since you're her elder, and we can't sell her, why not marry her off? We might get some food in return." Fu Changhong glanced at his mother and suddenly said, "Chow the butcher's family is looking for a wife for their young son. Our village is considered quite wealthy. Their younger son, Chow Rongbao, had a damaged mind since childhood. A man of 8 chi, about 2.4 meters, but as if he were a 5 or 6-year-old. On the run. Marrying a wife was the cheapest way to save money. Just a few bushels of rice could do it. Those with extra food were willing to share some grain and bring in a person." Old Madame Hua grinned with sharp, shrewd eyes. Only their family. The hot air was suffocating. Fu Chichi looked at the neighbors in the distance, all leaning in shady spots to rest. With some time left, she took out scissors, needle and thread, a gray Taoist robe, and blue beach shorts. She measured her younger siblings' sizes, then cut the excess fabric with quick, sharp snips, and sewed the edges of the Taoist robe with thread. 3 villages were fleeing together. Originally, there were 600 people, now fewer than 400. On the way, nearly 200 had been taken by soldiers, bandits, or died on the road. Fu Chichi's father was among those who sacrificed himself to protect the villagers, breaking away with uncles and brothers, and was captured by bandits. They rested for a little over an hour. Usually, they should be ready to leave, but Zhao Lijing looked at Fu Chichi, still sewing and mending, and hesitated. The 3 villages discussed. The handsome young man was skilled in martial arts, and with him around, ordinary bandits wouldn't dare attack. Everyone patiently waited again. Not far away, a group was also eyeing Fu Chichi's family. That knife could exchange for a lot of grain. I heard the steward who say it's a top-quality knife. His strange backpack is almost as tall as a person bulging with food. Plan to rob tonight? Yes. The Fu family won't stand up for themselves. If someone finds out, they might just share some of the loot with the authorities. Meanwhile, Fu Chichi finally finished making Taoist robes for her brother and sister. The 2 little ones eagerly touched their new clothes and shorts. They had never worn new clothes before, even at age 5. "Thank you, Brother Tsong." The 2 little ones politely expressed their thanks. All these good things came from Song Junru's big bag. Feeling fond of the house, Song Junru softened his eyes. With Brother Tsong here, Yen Yen and Zhao Zhao won't have to go hungry or be afraid of bad people. In the future, Brother Tsong will teach you to read and practice martial arts. Fu Chichi glanced at the laughing children, and her motherly smile appeared, full of pride. Her embroidery skills were excellent, and her needlework was very fast. Using the remaining fabric, she made 2 small, sturdy, 3-layer bags for each of them. Big Sister sewed a small pocket outside the bag for knives. If someone bullies you, take out the knife, quickly stab their eyes or their pants. Be fierce. Be quick. Fu Chichi gently encouraged the idea of defending themselves. Song Jin didn't flinch, realizing that Chi-Chi had another side. She used to be quiet, just nibbling on chicken claws. The 3 village chiefs eagerly watched as Fu Chichi packed her things, though she had no luggage, just 3 siblings with matching bags slung over their shoulders. Despite the hot July weather, they marched forward together. There were 2 main goals for this trip, one to Jiangnan Prefecture and another to Wuhu County. They heard that those places were wealthy and that King Qi's army was stationed there. They saw that the others from the Fu family followed behind. Some of the villagers in front cast cold, sneering glances back. "That little brat, I'll deal with her tomorrow." Fu Chichi sensed the malice and ignored it. Earlier, during a fight, Fu Wanyun had gone with some close friends to pick wild vegetables. She heard that Fu Chichi was wearing new clothes. Before she finished listening, She ran to the back and saw that Fu Qiqi and her sister were both dressed in plain gray robes. She looked jealous. Qiqi, take off your clothes and give them to me. No, your hair tie, bag, shoes, everything. Take it all off. That stupid girl, take everything off too. Her jealousy grew, and Fu Wanyan arrogantly ordered. Fu Qiqi looked at her like she was stupid. She didn't bother arguing. She just handed herself over. Give back the iron key piece from my family, Fu Qiqi said impatiently. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. Fu Wanyan had only partially listened and didn't know that Fu Qiqi's father and grandmother were the ones she had beaten earlier. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to come so casually to ask for her things. She thought Fu Qiqi was still the usual target of bullying in the family, and she had already given the key piece to someone else. No one would return it to her. When the sisters refused to take off their clothes, Fu Wanyan reached out to grab them. The neighbors nearby had seen Fu Qiqi go crazy and fight fiercely just half an hour earlier, so they quickly moved aside. Before she could react, Fu Qiqi kicked her, causing her to fall flat on her face. How dare you hit me? She spat out mud and spoke unclearly. Fu Qiqi squatted down, disgusted, and slapped her dirty face. She checked her neck, no key piece, and her eyes flashed with violence. A chill ran down her neck, and Fu Quanyin stiffened and froze, terrified, as if her neck could be broken at any moment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she knew she shouldn't overreact. In the past, she had to plan carefully to hide her actions when she hurt Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan. Where is my key fragment? Fu Qiqi raised her voice, her expression turning colder. Fu Quanyin spat out a mouthful of dirt and fearfully said, I gave it to Huang Tongshi. Huang Tongshi is the second son of the village chief of Shigu village. Fu Qiqi sneered as she looked at Fu Quanyin, who was stumbling away, only 12 years old, and already rushing to find a husband. Back with the family, Fu Quanyin cried and complained, only to find out that her family was beaten by the wicked girl Qiqi. She also had a wild man with her, who was very skilled. Enraged, she felt helpless and had no plan. At 3 a.m, when the patrols were asleep, Fu Qiqi quietly crept to the old Fu house, holding her breath. She crawled onto the ground and took out a cloth soaked with sleeping potion from her space, covering Fu Qianyun's mouth. Fu Quanyun fainted silently in her sleep. Qiqi dragged Fu Qianyun's body toward the outskirts, careful not to wake anyone, moving slowly and half carrying her. Suddenly, a figure flew over and picked her up, easily taking Fu Quanyin away and flying to the reed. Under the moonlight, Qiqi's eyes shone brightly. Brother Tsong's light skills were really good, perfect for stealing and fighting. Seeing her look at him with admiration, Tsong Jin felt secretly pleased but also a little uncomfortable. Handle it and call me. Okay. Qiqi nodded eagerly, sharpening her resolve. You bullied my Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan, kicked people, pinched them, made them ride horses, spat on them, forced them to eat trash. The next morning, at dawn, women collecting dew found Fu Quanyin lying on the hillside. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and her whole body was purple and swollen. Unbelievable. Old Fu's Quanyin is cursed. Her face is covered with palm prints. She's been hit by a ghost. Old Fu's family hurried over and gasped when they saw Fu Qianyun's red, swollen, and bruised body. The sleeping potion was very strong. Fu Quanyin was carried back and only opened her eyes after half an hour, screaming and crying like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts so much. Mrs. Cui hugged her daughter, her face twisted with anger, convinced it was human violence. But the night patrolman insisted nothing had happened.
No.
It's not true. My Quanyin just fell into the pit when she went to the toilet last night, old Fu's family explained to everyone. Just make up stories. Falling into a pit can't cause bruises and finger marks. It must have been a ghost, others said. Unfortunately, no one believed them, and they even scolded their children. Fu Quanyin saw a ghost. Don't get too close. Sigh. Many people died on the way during the famine. All are evil spirits and wandering souls. At night, they might attack people. Originally, Chi-Chi wanted to use the same method to revenge on others, but after the mysterious incident where Fu Kuan-Yun was beaten, old Fu's family became smarter. Before sleeping, everyone tied each other with ropes. Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan heard that Fu Kuan-Yun was attacked by a ghost, and their shy little eyes showed excitement. Big sister secretly told you last night it was me who dealt with Fu Kuan-Yun. Really? Fu Chi-Chi nudged Song Jin and said, ask Brother Song. Luckily, he helped a lot. Little naive ghost. Song Jin smiled and nodded. Fu Chi-Chi looked around and said, see, the people in old Fu's family are not scary at all. Yesterday, when my sister had weapons, she fought the flower woman and Fu Lao Air fiercely. They didn't dare to make a sound. People are kind, but sometimes they get bullied. If old Fu's family bullies you again, fight back. If you can't beat them, there's always your sister. And if that's not enough, there's Brother Song, the top master who is unbeatable in the world. The two little ones looked at the wailing flower woman and others, who seemed like sick cats, completely harmless. Zhao Zhao, with a fierce tone, said, I want to be as strong as my sister. Next time they bully me, I will fight back. Little Yan Yan lowered his head silently, rubbing the edge of a knife repeatedly, then stared at Brother Song. He opened his mouth several times but finally shouted, Brother Song, can I learn your fighting skills? Song Jin had already noticed that the boy had been staring at him for a while. Sure.
Fu Chi-Chi was relieved.
She wanted to eliminate the deep-rooted fear and timidity in the hearts of the two little ones. During dinner, Aunt Chu, who was always friendly with her family, came over with 3 wild vegetable pancakes. As she left, she sighed, Flower Woman and Fu's family are all poison-hearted. Your grandpa doesn't care. I'm worried she might cause trouble again. If you can separate from them, they have no reason to sell you and your siblings. Fu Chi-Chi's eyes brightened. How could she forget about splitting the family? No, not splitting the family. Cutting ties completely. Song Jin, rarely praising, said, this auntie is kind-hearted. Splitting the family is a good idea. Yes, when I was sold, Uncle Chu and his men chased for a long way, and they were beaten by a group of bandits. Chi-Chi sighed. Soon, villagers discovered that the young master who saved Fu Chi-Chi not only brought a lot of food but also taught Fu's family Yan Yan martial arts and fighting moves along the way. The young master's skills were so strong that he could take down 7 or 8 big men by himself. Everyone looked at her with envy. As the moonlight cleared the clouds, the 3 village officials finally ordered the team to stop. They found a flat area where each family began cooking and having dinner. During the day, Fu Chi-Chi had noticed some withered dandelions growing in the empty furrows of the field. She pulled some with roots, stems, and dry leaves into a cloth bag. All the pots and utensils for cooking were on the Fu family's cart. Chi-Chi didn't want to fetch them, so she borrowed a clay jar from Aunt Chu. She washed the dandelions thoroughly, blanched them in water, and set them aside. Then she took a handful of rice from Brother Song's military backpack, which had extra space, put it into the clay jar to cook. Before turning off the heat, she added the dandelions and a little salt. A fragrant wild vegetable porridge was ready. At this moment, a woman approached. Under the moonlight, her face looked pale and yellow, almost buried in the clay jar. Chi-Chi thought she was dirty, frowned slightly, and pushed the porridge aside. The rice smelled wonderful, high-quality rice. The woman's eyes flickered with greed. Chi-Chi, my son is causing trouble at home. Can I borrow a bowl of porridge? I'll return it another day. Her surname was Zhou. Yes, the notorious Zhou the scavenger, who had no income but always asked for help. She was also Uncle Chu's younger sister-in-law. Throughout the journey, Uncle Chu and Aunt Chu had taken care of Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao many times. She often complained that Uncle Chu cared for outsiders but ignored his own family, sometimes snatching things or causing trouble. Chi-Chi calmly scooped some porridge and served her brothers and sisters first. Our brother Song might go crazy if he doesn't eat enough. Now he's controlling himself, and the little food he saves is what keeps us 3 siblings alive. Song Jin twitched his mouth, holding his pot, and even claimed he was going crazy. But then he smiled happily. Chi-Chi considered him one of her own. Zhou the scavenger silently spat. She knew the food probably belonged to the handsome young man, but she wondered if he was mentally unwell, following behind Chi-Chi, a young girl. Today, over a dozen families had invited him to join them, but he refused every time. Zhou the scavenger mumbled for a long time. The stubborn girl wouldn't give in. Following her usual rule of never leaving empty-handed, she changed her approach. You picked a lot of wild vegetables today. I see you still have half a bag in your cloth bag. Can you lend me some? Chi-Chi, considering Aunt Chu, handed her some wild vegetables. Zhou the scavenger smiled and said thank you, then immediately added, Stubborn girl, eat, eat. Your whole family is starving. You won't even lend a bowl of porridge, just toss me some unwanted wild vegetables. You're just sending a beggar away. Chi-Chi was speechless. Her conscience felt like it had been fed to the dogs. After dinner, she saw a few idle men from the neighboring village sneaking over, looking around openly, their eyes constantly on her family. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Song Jin smiled and said, just a few troublemakers. At night, over 300 people arranged themselves in different villages, creating a space to rest on a reed. The surrounding mosquitoes buzzed nonstop, making everyone annoyed. After some curses and complaints, tired and sleepy villagers finally fell asleep. At the back of the group, Fu Chi-Chi took out a bottle of essential balm to apply on her brother and sister, then tilted her head back. You sleep, I'll watch for a while. Song Jin had brought back 2 hand fans during the day, and he sat beside Yan Yan, fanning the children. The cool oil mixed with the evening breeze eased most of their restlessness. Fu Chi-Chi blinked her long eyelashes. This bodyguard was really helpful. Her previous fear of his tall figure was gone. Now she could even touch him casually. He was strong, brave, and caring, really worth it. The quiet night was only interrupted by occasional snoring. A few men approached the back of the group, near where Fu Chi-Chi's family was sleeping. Tonight, my older brother is on guard. I already told him. He won't patrol this side. Good. We'll just grab something and run. A large backpack was placed beside the man, and a cold steel sword with a faint smell of food glinted in the moonlight. The group exchanged glances, their eyes full of greed. They successfully took the backpack and sword, along with a ceramic jar borrowed from Aunt Chu, 2 fans above their heads, and 4 pairs of shoes in front. All stolen. They were so pleased with their success that they moved away from the camp, heading into a quiet place to divide the loot. Song Jin and Chi-Chi, still asleep, opened their eyes. Song Jin said, You stay here with Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao. I'll go deal with them. Chi-Chi nodded obediently. A tall figure swiftly moved behind the group, jumping a few times to reach them, and 7 men were quickly subdued with acupoint pressure. The next morning, just before dawn, a cool breeze blew. Women and children, half awake, gathered water from dew on tree bark and dry grass with bamboo tubes, collecting enough to drink for the journey. They also looked for wild vegetables to eat. Suddenly, someone called out, Has anyone seen my stone melon seed? My husband? My child's father? A loud cry and shouting filled the hillside. Soon, patrol villagers shouted, We found them. 7 men, shirtless and covered in bites, with torn clothes stuffed in their mouths, were hanging upside down from tree branches, looking like thin, dark pigs ready for slaughter. Everyone hurried to take them down, asking who had tied them up. The 7 men looked pale and silent. When passing by Fu Chi-Chi and her siblings, they stiffened and looked frightened. Hiding in the crowd, Fu Changhong secretly glanced at Song Jin, who stood tall like a bamboo. The group was there to steal his bag and sword. This man was stronger than he had imagined. Under the command of the village chief, the chaotic crowd started moving forward again. The 7 men who had been beaten last night, with swollen faces, avoided Fu Chi-Chi's family. Some clever villagers noticed this and looked at them with strange glints in their eyes. They unconsciously moved closer to Fu Chi-Chi's family. Gradually, the hot sun rose high, hurting people's eyes. Fu Chi-Chi took out 4 straw hats, decorated with dried leaves. to disguise themselves and block some of the sun. While digging for wild vegetables, luck was on their side. Zhao Zhao found 2 thin, dried rabbits. Not giving up, the flower woman sent someone over to demand her share. Fu Qiqi hurried over and said, "Give back my family's cart. My father bought it." Fu Qiqi argued passionately, tears streaming down her face. In the end, they couldn't steal chickens, so they borrowed rice instead. Fu Qiqi took back an iron pot, a clay jar, and 3 liters of coarse yellow corn. The flower woman was furious and immediately sent someone to find Mrs. Chow, the butcher's wife. Fu Qiqi didn't care much for the old, broken carts of the Fu family. Otherwise, she would have stolen them long ago. But singing plays every day helped villagers feel sympathetic and also served as a way to plan and cut ties. A few days later, the group turned onto the official road. Suddenly, the ground beneath them started shaking. The young men at the back climbed onto nearby tree trunks, their faces changing color and their voices becoming sharp. Bandits. All with big swords. A line of over 300 people was so frightened they suddenly ran away, causing chaos and noise in the entire group. Fu Qiqi and Song Jin each held a small radish and ran toward the less crowded far right side. The bandits, without household registration papers, were made up of bandits, robbers, criminals, and runaway prisoners, some of whom were desperate civilians. During wartime and famine, registered villagers were considered money and goods. Rebels were killed on the spot. Those who obeyed were sold into slavery. Very young children were thrown to the horses or even eaten, brutal and inhumane. Far on the yellow earth road, dozens of horses galloped toward them.
Go, go.
The urgent sound of hooves grew closer, several horses running side by side, covering the entire dusty, flying official road. Suddenly, they stopped, kicking up dust and dirt, making the fleeing villagers cough uncontrollably. As the dust settled, more than 20 horses approached, each rider armed with a big sword, their eyes fierce. The villagers, feeling like they faced a great enemy, huddled together, too scared to even breathe. The guard team, armed with tools like firewood knives and hoes, unconsciously dropped their weapons and moved closer to the crowd. Leading the group was a young man dressed in fine clothes, about 15 or 16 years old, sitting confidently on a horse, acting very arrogant and flirtatious. He sneered, "So, a bunch of lowly commoners. Go see if there are any pretty girls in the crowd. I've been burning with desire all this way and have nowhere to release it. These fools, they even dared to refuse my family's marriage proposal." Fu Qiqi and Song Jin exchanged a glance. These bandits didn't seem like ordinary robbers. Behind them, the variedly dressed men looked more like guards, moving with discipline and a strong aura of bloodlust. 2 rough-looking men with beards stepped out from behind the young man, jumped off their horses, and brazenly grabbed the heads of women in the crowd. One of them was even more outrageous, occasionally pinching and touching butts during the selection. The trembling girls cried as they looked at their families, who stared at the large swords covered in dried blood, too frightened to move. After finishing their torment, one bearded man spat and said with a crooked brow, "Young master, these women are all too ugly. Skinny, flat-chested, just bones. Not as pretty as the maidservants at the mansion."
Bah.
The young man in fine clothes spat out his frustration and grabbed the nearest village girl. Startled, the girl screamed and tears streamed down her face as she was lifted into the air. The young man was disgusted and drew his sword, slashing downward. Blood splattered into the air, and the girl lay motionless on the ground. They killed without hesitation, terrifying the villagers into stunned silence. The girl's mother cried out loudly, but a man nearby covered her mouth and pressed her to the ground, preventing her from rushing over. The young man in fine clothes spat on the man's back and stepped on him disdainfully. Suddenly, Chuisher spoke out bravely from the crowd, "Young master, are you looking for a pretty girl?" The young man jumped down from the man's back, holding a blood-stained sword, and approached her. He pointed at her, but said nothing, only giving a sinister smile. It was chilling. Chuisher steadied herself, trembling with fear, and said, The most beautiful one is Fuchichi. It was like a thunderclap in the clear sky. The villagers around stared in shock, unable to believe what they heard, looking at Cui Shi in disbelief. This was a ruthless group of bandits who killed without mercy, yet they were sending their own niece to her death. Following the direction of the finger, the young man in fine clothes walked toward Fuchichi. Among the commoners, she was the cleanest and most well-kept, with a thin body and eyes like a cat, full of spirit. Having spent years among flowers, he knew women's bone structure well. Her face was hollow now, but with some care, she could become a stunning beauty. In his cold eyes, a hint of bloodlust flickered.
Step back.
Fuchichi tasted the sharp pain on her tongue, with a hint of blood and a bitter taste. Just after biting, she took the doll handed by Songjin. When she stepped back 2 paces, she quietly pulled out a pistol. Next to her, Xiao Yanyan drew a short knife, glaring at the young man in fine clothes like a wolf cub. A group of commoners, with many tricks. The young man in fine clothes smiled playfully, turning his head to look, and he was stunned. He didn't expect the man beside him to have a face carved from stone, with sharp features. His handsome face was just as good as the 4 great princes of the great Xian dynasty. The woman was too young to play, but the man could, especially the cold, handsome one, who was more exciting to play with. He looked interested and loudly ordered, "Take them all back." 2 burly men with beards grinned lecherously, having only looked at the woman before, but now they saw such a stunning man. Songjin drew a long steel sword and walked over. After 2 screams, the 2 bearded men were killed with a single slash, dead completely. Swish! The strange guards on horseback jumped down, drew their long swords, and surrounded them. The young man in fine clothes narrowed his dangerous eyes and looked seriously at Songjin. "Bring everyone. Don't hurt their skin." The flashes of swords and blades, blood and killing filled the air. With their rising screams, 8 bandits had fallen, their blood staining the yellow, barren official road. The young man in fine clothes looked upset. 8 had died, but the man beside him showed no sign of fear. In a flash, 2 more people fell into the blood pool. More than half were lost. If they faced real bandits, he would be in danger of his life. "You're ruthless. We're leaving." The young man in fine clothes turned his horse around and looked back coldly. When he brought his men over, he planned to tie up this troublemaker and deal with him. With a shout of "Go!" they galloped away. Fuchichi worried, "It's a pity. My martial arts are not good enough to help. Now that the tiger is released back into the mountain, I guess he will come back to fight tomorrow." Her martial arts were not very good. She relied mainly on her supernatural powers. She couldn't show her true skills in front of her neighbors. Songjin gently rubbed her little head and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here for everything." He actually had a plan. It was already late afternoon, about 5 o'clock. This group had been walking for more than half an hour, so they would definitely need a rest place. They would sneak over at night to finish the job. After this group left, 5 horses were still untied. Fuchichi's eyes lit up, and she followed Songjin to bring the horses over. Shirgutsian Huangli's eyes darkened, and he stepped forward to stop her, clearing his throat. "Fu family girl, these horses belong to the public and must be handled uniformly." Ping Tan Village, Su village chief received a signal from Huang Lijing and also approached from the crowd. He casually stroked his short beard. "Brother Huang, your words are reasonable. With 5 horses, the patrolman can save some effort and better protect the villagers." He spoke with a serious face, but the greed in their eyes was obvious. They exchanged a look and reached an agreement. Each patrol team had someone's son, and soon, each would have a horse. Over time, it would become their private property. Fuchichi was unhappy and asked, "Did you kill these people?"
No.
"Did you help chase away the bad guys?"
No.
"Because they all had knives. 100 men against 20, and you still have the nerve to try to take my brother Tsong's loot?"
You.
"What are you? Do you want to compete with my brother Tsong? If he hadn't saved you today, would these bandits have stopped? After saving your lives, you still have to shamelessly give away the horses?" Silence fell. They were defeated. Seeing that Fu Chichi was not interested in the 10 corpses on the ground, she watched as everyone rushed into the blood to clothes and shoes. Her face darkened as she hurriedly grabbed items, just like refugees in the apocalypse, grabbing what they could from the dead. She kept 5 horses, after discussing with Brother Tsang. She kept 3 for herself, planning to find a cart later for travel. 1 horse was lent to Uncle Chu's family, thanks to their cart, which made it easier for Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao. Another horse was lent to Zhao Lijing's family, who was fair and had helped her family on the way to escape. She searched the dead bodies and found 4 water mushrooms and 3 packs of cooked cakes. Since 3 people had died, 2 guards and a girl, Fu Chichi went straight to their homes and distributed everything. Some villagers looked at Fu Chichi strangely, but she was known for her kind heart. After arranging the horses, Fu Chichi headed straight to her family's house. It was time to settle accounts. That day, she was sold to bandits to be fed to wolves, which was instigated by Cui Shi. She also suspected that her mother's death was caused by Cui Shi's schemes. Seeing Fu Chichi walking over with a grim expression, Cui Shi forced an awkward smile and tried to flatter her. "Chichi, I see that young nobleman is dressed richly, has horses and people. If you go with him, you'll surely enjoy a good life. Killing lives and then begging for mercy again." Fu Chichi didn't hesitate. She drew her steel knife, the cold gleam flashing in her eyes. Without saying a word, she swung the blade, ready to fight. Misses. Cui lost an arm, blood pouring out like water. Everyone was stunned and scared. "This is the last time. If you try to harm our family again, I will kill you," said Fu Chichi. She wanted to end her quickly, but she was afraid to kill someone herself, worried about the villagers' gossip. She needed to find a quiet way to get rid of her. Mrs. Cui fainted from the pain. Second son Cui helped his wife, his face grim as he stared at Chichi. "How can you be so cruel? We are your elders," he said. Fu Chichi touched her chin lazily and said, "I understand. Next time bandits come, I will follow Second Aunt's advice. I'll say your whole family likes being sold, beaten, played with, and even killed. Especially Second Aunt, who can offer herself as a pillow. Let's see if Big Brother Tsang can fight back." Second son Fu gasped, struggling to breathe. The other family members looked at her angrily, wishing they could tear her apart, but none dared to step forward. Chichi gave them a dismissive look. These weaklings were not worth fearing. When Chichi left, the family sighed in relief. "Mother, wake up. Hurry, call Dr. Ling. That wicked woman must be sold." "Who's the wicked woman?" Her sweet voice and innocent-looking face made everyone in the family fall silent, secretly watching the blood-stained long knife. "Where are my bracelet?" Chichi snorted coldly. The family members exchanged glances and looked at Fu Changhong. That bracelet was stolen by Fu Changhong, encouraged by his mother. When he was young, he overheard her learning to read with Chi-Chi's mother, and he knew the bracelet was valuable. He wanted to keep it for himself. Under the thread of the big knife, Fu Changhong reluctantly found the bracelet in a wooden box. It looked like iron, decorated with 6 gemstones. It was her mother's keepsake. Chi-Chi put the bracelet into her bag, which was actually a space, and turned to leave. Fu Changhong stared angrily at her back, his eyes full of hatred. At the horses. Everyone was afraid to approach the young Master Tsang and his horse. Instead, they wandered around the Chu family's area, curious but cautious. Big sister-in-law, the head of the family, isn't as strong as Big Brother. "We'll tie this horse to our cart," said Zhou Bapi, rushing into the crowd and grabbing the reins from Chu's wife. Chu's wife and her sister-in-law came over, feeling dizzy. She quickly took the reins back. "Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Why should I give you my good stuff? Are you used to stealing from us?" she said sharply. When Zhou Bapi snatched the reins, he threw himself on the cart and yelled loudly, "I don't care. I want this horse. Master Chu, you are so lazy. You should take the horses away." Master Chu looked coldly at his helpless younger brother. Fearing his older brother's authority, Master Chu too stepped forward to try to pull Zhou Bapi away. Zhou Bapi suddenly slapped him hard across the face, shouting, "Good for nothing." Seeing Master Chu Tu get slapped, everyone whispered among themselves. Zhou Bapi and her family are like vampires, lazy and always stealing. That's because Master Chu Tu spoiled her. A man who can't control his wife is just useless. Hearing the teasing, Zhou Bapi's face darkened. She spat at them and shouted, "Get lost. Do you all eat too many salted eggs? Mind your own business." "It's not their business, but it is mine. I won't lend you my horse," said Fu Chichi, with a blink.
You.
Zhou Bapi blushed with anger. Master Chu Tu quickly grabbed her and whispered that Chi-Chi had cut off her second aunt's arm. Zhou Bapi nervously shrank back and then awkwardly walked away. A little girl said that if she cut someone, she would do it, and there were rumors that she had been possessed by a ghost, which made her seem very evil. Originally, the villagers close to Fu Chichi's family kept their distance. Only a few friendly families like Zhao Lijing and the Chu family stayed nearby and traveled with Fu Chichi's family. These villages relied on Moon Lake for their livelihood. Compared to other wild folk, they had some background, more people, and small gangs of bandits dared not attack them. Fu Chichi sneered secretly, thinking that after encountering more wandering folk and wild people, they would realize how dangerous the world was. She knew that resisting enemies wasn't just about men. Women and children had to pick up weapons too. Night fell, dark and black. She handed Yen Yen and Zhao Zhao to Uncle Chu to watch. Song Jin mounted his horse, gripping the reins tightly, then pulled Chi-Chi into his arms and galloped away like lightning in the night. Song Jin initially didn't want Chi-Chi to go, but he couldn't resist her cute, cat-like eyes. Mainly, Chi-Chi wanted to go, knowing that if someone escaped, she would shoot to stop them. When the young man in fine clothes finally left, his gaze was too familiar, like a twisted monster from the end of the world, relentless and unyielding. Following the main road, they soon reached an abandoned village. From afar, they heard women's screams and men's loud, reckless laughter. They dismounted quietly and tiptoed toward the fire. Getting closer, the sounds of crying, screaming, and words mixed together.
Ah.
"Let me go. You deserve a beating. You've ruined my mood. I'll stab you with my knife." Clatter. The sound of clothes tearing. Fu Chi-Chi clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her palms, feeling no pain. Song Jin's eyes turned cold. He covered Chi-Chi's ears and said, "You go back to the horse riding area.
I will handle them."
Chi-Chi was momentarily distracted, as if she saw the Song Jin from the end of the world, also protecting her fiercely in his arms. She whispered, "I know what I am doing. The world is chaotic, and you can't always shield me." After a few moments, Song Jin nodded helplessly. The end of the world was because he protected Chi-Chi too well, giving others a chance to take advantage. Facing strong enemies, Chi-Chi was powerless to fight back. Through the broken bricks, they saw a scene of on Earth. Not far from the fire, bodies were scattered haphazardly, opened up and spilling blood everywhere. A man was stabbing a firelit stick into a woman's body, causing her muscles to twitch and convulse, her screams piercing the sky. The man laughed proudly. There was also a scene of abuse. A man slapped women who tried to resist, gradually silencing their cries until they only sobbed. Behind a torn piece of cloth, the young man in fine clothes was present. The young woman beneath him had her clothes torn off, her face numb as if dead, enduring his violence. He also insulted her with words. All of them were beasts, walking demons of the world. Barbaric, violent, bloodthirsty, trampling, and ravaging. Chi-Chi's body trembled, more terrifying than anything she had seen in the end times. Song Jin hugged his girl tightly, silently stroking her stiff back. "Kill them. Kill them all." Chi-Chi's eyes flashed red, tears streaming down her face. "Yes." Each with a long steel knife, they rushed towards the nearest man. "Enemy attack. It's you guys." All the bandits stopped their actions and picked up their long knives. Recognizing Chi-Chi and Song Jin, the young man in fine clothes was momentarily panicked. He put on his coat, grabbed a long sword, and charged straight at Chi-Chi, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on her. The man was too strong. Only by capturing her could he have a chance to survive. The young man in fine clothes smiled strangely. "Even if I die, I will drag you down with me.
Beast.
If I don't take your corpse today, heaven and earth won't forgive me." Chi-Chi gritted her teeth. After a few exchanges, Chi-Chi was overwhelmed, relying on her supernatural powers to fight fiercely. Soon, the young man in fine clothes knocked the steel knife from her hand, and they fought close up. The young man cursed filthy words, his sinister eyes teasing like a cat playing with a mouse, making Chi-Chi furious and activate her wood element powers desperately. "I didn't expect this village girl to be so quick." The young man in fine clothes saw an opportunity and lunged forward, trying to grab her chest. His move was very effective, but Chi-Chi was always a step behind. Seizing a chance, she flipped and jumped away, quickly grabbing his arm. "Come back with me, and you'll enjoy endless wealth and honor." The young man in fine clothes looked increasingly excited. He blew a breath toward her face, making Chi-Chi shiver and get goosebumps. It was very disgusting. 15 minutes later, Song Jin's fight was almost over. The 5 bandits had all been killed. Only one was still fighting hard. Song Jin kept watching Chi-Chi out of the corner of his eye. He wanted her to defeat this demon herself, or else she might become haunted by evil thoughts. Chi-Chi used all her strength, changing her moves, but she couldn't escape the demon's grip. It was tightening more and more. Her body pressed against his, and her stomach churned. She wished she could on him. Seeing Chi-Chi's disgusted and hateful expression, the young man in fine clothes smirked arrogantly. He deliberately reached out his big hand to grab her chest. If she cared so much, he would humiliate her. Chi-Chi twisted her body to dodge him, cursing loudly. Seeing her struggle weaken and her breathing grow rapid, the evil smile on his face deepened. "Little girl, you can't beat me. Just lie quietly in my arms.
I only need you."
With your skills, our future fun in the room will be very interesting." He finished speaking and licked his lips hungrily. Chi-Chi's mind flickered, and she dodged his licking. She took out a small pistol from her space and aimed at him. The young man in fine clothes was curious about the tiny hidden weapon and sneered. Chi-Chi used her last strength and pulled the trigger at his heart. He blocked it with his hand, and the shot missed.
Bang. Ah.
The young man in fine clothes screamed in shock, clutching his lower abdomen. But his egg was shattered. Without the restraint, Chi-Chi rolled away from him, quickly grabbing a long sword and stabbing him. The distorted face of the young man looked at the wound in his chest. Taking advantage of his weakness, Chi-Chi struck again. Thud. As blood spurted out, he fell to the ground dead. His eyes were wide open, and he looked as if he hadn't seen death coming. At this moment, neither of them knew that in the chaos to come, they would face many life and death trials. It was because they had killed this young man in fine clothes today. Chi-Chi panted heavily, her face pale as she sank to the ground. "Chi-Chi, I will heal your wounds," Song Jin said as he walked over, wiping the sweat from her forehead and channeling his inner strength. "I have a treasure." The energy of the body's supernatural power was exhausted. Chi-Chi no longer cared about hiding the zombie crystal stone. She took a deep breath, held a green crystal in her hand, closed her eyes, and focused her attention. Gradually, small green lights flowed into her body. The feeling of exhaustion slowly faded, and her face regained some color. Suddenly, a suppressed groan echoed across the silent wilderness, sounding very out of place. After a long moment, she let out a hoarse, grateful voice. "Thank you. Thank you all." It was the young girl beneath the young man in fine clothes. She had dressed neatly, though it was unclear when. Chi-Chi looked at her with hollow eyes, feeling hopeless. She was about to say hello. Suddenly, the girl looked at the ground full of bodies and ran wildly toward them. She checked each corpse, finally dragging out 3 bodies, a man, a woman, and a child. She then appeared calm and gentle again. From the middle-aged woman's sleeve, She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the dirt off their faces, whispering, "Dad, Mom, take your time."
Wait for Kingar.
Chinger is afraid to travel alone and worries about being bullied. Chinger will still be your treasure, protected and loved by you. Brotherwin, be good. Don't run around. There are bad people on the road to the underworld. Mom isn't healthy and can't run faster than you. When sister arrives, she'll help you fly kites and run with you. Fuchichi dropped the zombie crystal stone back into her space and moved to stop her. Song Jin shook his head and softly said, "She's desperate to die."
Fukiki understood.
Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, and her heart ached. She was determined to protect her younger siblings and must survive. After tidying up the bodies, the young woman let out a light laugh. She picked up a knife and cut her own neck. Fuchichi knelt down, looking at her beautiful face. Her pain eased, and she softly said, "Brother Song, let's help them bury their family of 4. "All right," Song Jin replied, feeling a bit sad. But he believed that his little girl was slowly growing toward the future he hoped for. Fuchichi took out a shovel from her space. The two worked together to dig a large grave, carefully placing each family member inside. They filled the grave with soil and set up a simple wooden monument with the name Hua Chu Shang. They found a household registration tag on the middle-aged man's body. His name was Hua Chu Shang. All the other villains were thrown into a fire. Fuchichi estimated it would take about 2 days for the flames to turn them into ashes. The woman, who had been assaulted and left half dead, also died when her mistress committed suicide. However, when they were dealing with the pile of servant bodies, they faced a problem. 2 female guards were still alive. After a brief discussion, they moved the 2 women to an open space nearby. Continuing to handle the remaining supplies, Huku had 2 carriages and 3 carts of goods. She only took 1 cart and 2 carriages into the space. The rest of the carts were left for the fleeing villagers behind. She took out a bag of silver, 3,000 silver notes, and a token from the demon's bundle. Songjin handed something to Chi-Chi, who wanted to tear it apart in anger, but finally silently put it into the space. She returned to the 2 female guards, checked their wounds, and Chi-Chi helped bandage and give them medicine. Soon, one of them woke up. "Why you? You all?" One guard looked at the 2 with fierce anger and killing intent in her eyes. Chi-Chi pointed nearby. "They all died. Where is my young lady?" The guard remembered the scene during the fight and panicked, looking around for her. After hearing Chi-Chi's story, the guard bowed heavily in front of the tombstone, full of sorrow, then turned to bow to Chi-Chi and her companion. "Thank you, heroes, for helping my family's young lady avenge herself and for your kindness. If we sisters can help in the future, we will never refuse." They exchanged names briefly. Chi-Chi still advised her to watch her wounds and suggested finding a quiet mountain cave to rest for a few days. It was almost dawn, and they had to hurry back. Songjin urged them on. They returned to the team in less than half an hour, and it was already morning. Aunt Chu wanted to ask where Chi-Chi had gone last night, but seeing her expression of boredom, she comforted the 2 children and took a pottery jar from Prince Song's hand, helping to prepare some wild vegetable porridge. Along the way, everyone looked at Chi-Chi and her siblings on their tall horses with envy as they saved effort. After the events of yesterday's encounter with the Tsong family, the young girls in the fleeing group cleaned up and subtly moved closer to Tsongjin, often seeking to talk to Chi-Chi and her siblings. Chi-Chi still hadn't fully recovered from the trauma of the Hu family servants being mocked, tortured, and women humiliated yesterday. Her face was cold and icy, with bloodshot eyes that hinted at danger. Adding to her mysterious encounter with ghosts and evil spirits, the rumors spread wildly. They successfully scared away wave after wave of young girls from Han-chun. Unbeknownst to them, in an abandoned small courtyard, 2 people arrived. They found the boy in tattered clothes, burned beyond recognition. After examining his hand bones and confirming he was the 5th young Master Zong, they were terrified and frantic. They fled quickly with the body, heading toward Duanzhou. 3 days later, Duanzhou's Iwang mansion announced that Zong Mi Jian was dead. The Yuang was furious and swore to find the murderer and have them executed 1,000 times over.
Who was the Yuang?
6 years ago, the emperor suddenly died. Corrupt officials seized power, and the weak Prince Qi was made king. The ruling party supporting Prince Qi was cruel and unjust, heavily taxing the people, causing widespread suffering, and leading to bandit uprisings. Heroes and righteous armies rose across the land, forming alliances and fighting for control. The king of Yi, named Zhang Yizhong, was the son of the military governor of Duanzhou. He had lived among bandits for several years. During the chaos 3 years ago, Zhang Yizhong led soldiers and former bandits to rebel and declared himself king of Yi. Zhang Mijian was the biological brother of King Yi, sharing the same mother. When Zhang Yizhong was 11, his mother died, saving him. Before she died, she entrusted her 3-year-old brother, Zhang Mijian, to him. Zhang Yizhong raised Zhang Mijian with great care, loving him more than his own son. Inside a coffin filled with ice, the foul smell was still hard to hide. Everyone in the room, afraid of the king's power, dared not show any surprise. Finally, the examination was complete. The coroner handed over a hidden weapon, saying, "My lord, this concealed weapon is what caused the death of Zhang Wushao." The guard took the weapon, cleaned it, and handed it to the king. King Yi wiped the weapon a bullet, a sharp, yellowish iron-like dagger about 7 or 8 centimeters long, crafted with precision. He asked around, but no one knew where the weapon came from, had never seen or heard of it. His expression was cold and cunning. "Shen Qian, take people to investigate. I want to uncover the truth, who is hiding in the shadows and plotting against me. First, go to Qi County." After the Wen family refused Lord Jian's marriage proposal, was there any unusual activity? Did the Wen family dare to act boldly? If they are involved, I want them to suffer no mercy. Kill every one of them. He looked like a fierce, bloodthirsty dog, full of violent energy. "Yes, my lord." Shun Kan obeyed, his face grim. Shun Kan organized his team to leave. At the gate, a young nobleman with a scholarly air approached and shouted, "Good day, young master." Shin Ken was a younger brother Zhang Yizhong had made among bandits long ago. He disliked Zhang Fengyu, who was always talking fancy words. Zhang Wushao, being more violent, suited him better. When Wushao was killed, Shin Ken felt even more upset than others. Zhang Fengyu, hiding his displeasure, smiled kindly and said, "I heard father sent General Shin to investigate. Bandits are causing chaos in Suoyan City. People are fleeing, there's no water or food. I've prepared several carts of supplies for General Shin." Shun Ken snorted coldly in response. After he left, Zhang Fengyu put away his fake smile. He wanted his father to make him heir, but he still needed support from loyal old allies. For now, he would endure this anger. King Yi appointed Song Mijian as King Jian. The funeral at the King Yi's residence was grand and unusual. They consulted the ceremonial officials and followed the customs of the Dai Xian dynasty's royal funeral. The young men of the Yi king's household carried the coffin, broke pots, and wept loudly. The funeral arrangements were strange and not quite proper, but they were very lavish. Under the pressure of the Yi king's house, the townspeople lined the streets with tears, mourning loudly. In a tea house, a host and 3 servants sat together. The host wore a flowing white robe. Turning his head, he saw a gentle and elegant young man, calm and kind like jade. He looked at the people on the street being tricked and sighed, "King Yi is cruel, unjust, and does not understand the people's feelings. He is not a wise ruler." "Young master, what should we do next?" asked a servant. "Yesterday, Shun Ken went to Qi County." "Let's go and see what's happening there," replied the young man, gentle and refined. His grandfather said that hope lies in Duanzhou, so we should follow this lead. At the Yi king's estate, a courtyard, Zhang Fengyu, the eldest son, pulled off his sash and stomped on the ground angrily. "Only animals that kill and tease women are fit to carry my coffin and break pots." "Eldest young master, great plans require patience," advised a nearby advisor. Zhang Fengyu took a deep breath, calmed himself a little and nodded. At that moment, a guard entered. "Young master, Bai Jian has left Song City. Our trackers lost him."
What?
Zhang Fengyu looked shocked. The advisor also looked worried. The chief family is clever and strategic, with many ancestors who served as grand tutors and ministers. Rumor has it that Bai Jian, the young man from the chief family, is seeking a wise ruler to support. Meanwhile, on Jianan Road, old Fu, bent and with cracked lips, coughed a few times. "Chi-Chi, share one horse with us for carrying supplies. I'm old now, and won't live many more years. I just want to see you all alive before I go," he said. He didn't remember pain from the recent days and came back shamelessly asking for things again. This time, he changed tactics and played the sympathy card. Chi-Chi, with sharp eyes, said, "3 carts, 5 strong young men, and 3 big boys. Can't they push the carts? Look around. Many families only have 1 or 2 men, and they've been pushing these carts for nearly 20 days. They're useless." Old Fu felt frustrated, but spoke kindly to his grandson. "If others don't have horses, Chi-Chi, you do. Let Grandpa rest a little." "Oh, I knew it. People are doing their best, and heaven is watching. It must be that heaven can't bear to see us, the 3 siblings, suffer and die. That's why Brother Tsang came to save us, giving us horses and wild vegetables to eat." Fei Chi-Chi blinked and said softly. Old Man Fu's forehead turned red, and he stood nearby with a calculating look in his eyes, glaring at Fu Changhan. He turned his head again, his old face like bark, and forced a smile, saying, "Yen Yen, your sister misunderstood Grandpa. You should help persuade her. Grandpa has been sorry for you before. When we arrive at Jiangnan Prefecture, I will send you to school." He even learned to draw big plans, which was not something a simple, foolish old man like Fu could think of. Fei Chi-Chi turned her small head, and behind her, among the weak and idle men cursing and bragging, sat Fu Changhan. Little Yan Yan shrank his nose, imitating Feng Lijing, and with his hands behind his back, said, "Oh, the cart can't be pushed. It must be because there are too many little children. They are all unfilial." Old Man Fu nodded with satisfaction. Yan Yan was a boy, and he had a conscience unlike the dead girl Chi-Chi. Maybe we should sell him. There are passing merchants buying slaves along the way. It's better than being under steward who buys people to send to brothels, and they don't have a good life, said little Yen Yen, his nose twitching and tears falling. Since that night when Fei Chi-Chi saw the Hu family being murdered and tortured, she had been telling her brothers and sisters about the dirty and filthy places and the pure and clean things, just to make sure they don't be blind or fooled. Old Man Fu on the opposite side choked, and the neighbors cast strange looks again. Fei Chi-Chi thought the matter was over, but unexpectedly, the next day, she caused trouble again. "Chi-Chi, it's Grandma who's sorry to you." "Grandma apologizes," cried Granny Hua, tears streaming down her face as she shouted from afar. The neighbors resting nearby perked up and moved a few steps closer to Fei Chi-Chi's house. Here she was again, causing trouble. Fei Chi-Chi chewed her milk candy until it was soft, swallowed it dryly, then took a sip of licorice water, which smelled sweet and milky. Below, 2 little children, one rushing into Fei Chi-Chi's arms and the other into Songjin's, trembled with fear. Facing Old Man Fu, the 2 children could still look at him normally, mainly because Fu never hit them easily. When others beat them, Fu just turned a blind eye. But Granny Hua's beatings and scoldings were common. She would pick up a stick or a broom to hit them, and the 2 children naturally feared her. Fei Chi-Chi was very angry. She was furious. She silently stroked Zhao Zhao's little head and softly said, "Zhao Zhao, don't be afraid. Your sister is here. I will deal with her." Zhao Zhao whispered softly. In a few moments, Granny Hua burst into tears and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Fu Chi-Chi quickly pulled Zhao Zhao aside to avoid trouble. "Oh dear, that old woman wants to ruin her reputation." Song Jin held Yan Yan tightly, standing firm and ignoring her. Hua Posi's expression froze, then she started crying dramatically, acting like she was performing a big scene. "Chi-Chi, I apologize to you. I was blinded by greed, and shouldn't have sold you. Rest assured, I will treat you well from now on and pay back the debt. Chi-Chi, please have mercy on us old folks. We're so old, still pushing heavy carts of wood on the ground. Your grandfather just sprained his ankle and is barely hanging on. Even if you don't pity me, please help your grandfather. She cried so miserably. It was heartbreaking. It really broke people's hearts. Fu Chi-Chi clenched her teeth, gathering her emotions, ready to act again. Her heart was cold. She knew the old Fu family dared to hurt her. They must have been influenced by Fu Changhong, who cut off her mother's arm as part of a scheme to retaliate against her. Some nosy villagers went to watch and saw that Fu old man had indeed sprained his ankle, lying on a cart and groaning. Some villagers, unable to hold back, advised her, while others spoke with jealousy and bitterness. Chi-Chi, your grandfather really hurt his foot. Why don't you get a horse to help him? I think Chi-Chi is unfilial. Her grandfather's leg is broken, and she doesn't help. Uneducated children who don't know anything. They only know how to trick Song Gongzi and fool him. Do you remember her mother? She's the one who caused all that trouble for Fu old Da. Among them, Zhou Papa and Xuan Kuanyang cheered the loudest. Every time Hua Pozi called out Chi-Chi in her dramatic, soul-crying voice, Chi-Chi's heart twitched painfully. It was too hard to bear, and she felt like laughing but couldn't. Then, overwhelmed by the sharp, bitter gossip, Chi-Chi finally couldn't hold back her tears. Big, heavy tears streamed down her face. Little Yan Yan and Xiao Zhao Zhao saw this and started crying too, sniffling and wailing. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Chu rushed over, rolled up her tattered sleeves, and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Chi-Chi isn't unfilial. Who is she disrespecting? The Fu family's cart and grain. Most of it belongs to Fu old Da. Did they give any to Chi-Chi and her siblings? Fu old Da only said he'd support Uncle Fu, not the whole family." Kwang Bo Nyang put down half a basket of wild vegetables and said angrily, "Exactly. Uncle Fu has 3 sons and a daughter. They ate most of Fu old Da's grain and now expect their grandchildren to heal their injuries? What are those 2 sons doing? Nearly 10 adults and no one pushing the cart?" The flower woman quickly got up, spat twice, and angrily cursed with her mouth wide open. "You woman, shameless and rude, this is none of your business. You old fool, 7 sisters' father isn't even your real son. He didn't drink your milk or eat your rice. If you have the guts, go find your real son." While crying, Fu Chi-Chi perked up her ears, listening intently. Her colorful curses and crude words were surprisingly impressive. However, Aunt Chu and Lady Kwang cursed more politely, speaking reason, and didn't stoop to vulgarity. Across, Song Jin was angry. His words were coarse and unpleasant, but he turned his gaze to the crying siblings, feeling his heart tighten even though he knew Chi-Chi was pretending. "Seems like you got the wrong target. The horse belongs to me. Did you ask if I was willing to lend it?" Song Jin asked coldly, stopping the quarrel of the shrew. The flower woman, face flushed and neck thick with anger, stared blankly. "Young Master Song is lending us the horse?" "No, not lending," Song Jin replied, a cold, indifferent voice, filled with innate sharp authority. The common people didn't understand what this power was called, but instinctively, they shrank back, scared. The flower woman, frustrated and angry, turned away with a sullen face. The crowd dispersed quickly, frightened. But Fu Chi-Chi was stunned, slowly releasing her small hand that covered her face. Could this be Song Jin from the end of the world? His cold, piercing tone just now was very similar. His aura was so strong that even Zombie King would retreat. Little Zhao Zhao hugged her sister's leg, tiptoed, and rushed to wipe her tears. "Big sister, don't cry. Zhao Zhao has grown up and will protect you." Fu Chi-Chi snapped back to herself, pinching her little face. "Big sister lied to them, so they won't use it against us." Zhao Zhao seemed to understand a little, her eyes bright. But those who had just spoken badly about her mother and her family, Fu Chi-Chi had written them all down in a small notebook. "Brother Song is really impressive." Fu Chi-Chi leaned close to Song Jin, studying his striking features that made everything else seem dull. just like hers. Did her little sister doubt his appearance? Song Jin's mind moved, and he smiled slightly. Fu Qiqi also smiled. Not that Song Jin would smile at her like an idiot. He only teased her, made her stand aside, hide, and only when in danger would he swoop in to save her. Earlier, Aunt Kwong and Aunt Chu defended them, but it took a lot of words. She secretly brought over 2 bamboo tubes of licorice water and 2 dried rabbit legs. Aunt Kwong and Aunt Chu were discussing what just happened, patting their thighs and saying they hadn't done well enough earlier.
Ah.
It seems that people who argue often reflect quickly and feel they didn't do well. When the two saw Chi-Chi walking over, they hurried to comfort her. "Child, don't be afraid. You're in the right. They sold you before, and now they're shamelessly begging you. Where else can you find such a reason? That old woman used tricks. I can see she's full of bad intentions, not a drop of goodness." Suddenly, the word sold you kept circling in Fu Chi-Chi's mind.
Sold.
Yes, the grain that her 3 siblings and she sold was all taken by that woman. The best plan now is to find an excuse to cut ties. Right now, she needs to continue pretending to be weak, to sway the opinions of the neighbors in favor of her and her siblings. Fu Chi-Chi put aside her thoughts, holding back tears. "Thank you, auntie and sister-in-law, for speaking up for us. Our 3 siblings were all sold. At that time, a pack of wolves with big mouths was about to attack us. It was Brother Song who appeared like a divine hero and saved my life. Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao, only 5 years old, were about to be sold to a bad place. They wouldn't have survived. Usually, when we followed them, Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao had to find wild vegetables to eat because we weren't allowed to eat our own grain. They didn't treat us like family." Bad place refers to a brothel. Fu Chi-Chi, a young girl, knows not to say such things aloud. Everyone knows that many children and young girls bought there are abused and killed. Next door, a man named Deshun, who loved gambling, lost money and sold his brother's children to a brothel. But within a month, they were found dead in a mass grave, badly beaten and unrecognizable. Suddenly, many people gathered around, and after hearing the story, everyone agreed that the Fu family was not at fault. In fact, the Fu family was known for bullying and mistreating others' children. Just then, some women from the Fu family came by, intending to persuade Chi-Chi. After hearing a few words, they felt embarrassed and left. Fu Chi-Chi noticed this and thought, this is a good opportunity. To cut ties completely, I'll need witnesses from the Fu family to sign a contract. Under the blazing sun, after resting, everyone moved on like walking corpses, heading south. Until the moon rose, the hot air was so still that not a bird could be seen. They found a dry well to rest. Crackling sounds filled the air as everyone prepared dinner. "Big sister, I and Zhao Zhao are going to gather firewood," little Yan Yan said softly but confidently, like a small adult. Little Zhao Zhao obediently nodded behind her. Fu Chi-Chi, who was peeling potatoes, looked up and said, "Don't go too far. Just gather enough." Like a gust of wind, the 2 little carrots ran away. 5 peeled potatoes were chopped into small pieces and put into a clay pot to cook. When no one was looking, she secretly took a handful of dried meat from her space and added it to the pot. Then she picked and washed the wild vegetables for the day. Fortunately, she had her space, so she used water freely and poured it back into her space afterward. No one knew or saw. Song Jin was also busy, sharpening a wooden knife. Since the 2 little carrots were beginners, using a wooden knife was safer. Soon, the 2 little carrots returned, seeming to carry something. "Big sister, a rabbit," Xiao Zhao Zhao said happily with her small voice. The gray rabbit was still warm, thin and bony, but with some fat and water.
Fukiki.
Could Xiao Zhao Zhao have a lucky star? 2 days ago, she found a mountain chicken, and 5 days ago, she found a nest of bird eggs. Nearby neighbors looked at the rabbit in Xiao Zhao Zhao's arms with envy. "Big sister, this rabbit is so silly. I just picked up a piece of firewood, and it ran away from my feet, then bumped into a stone." Xiao Zhao Zhao excitedly shared with her sister. Fu Qiqi smiled as she wiped the sweat from Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan's faces, nodding constantly. At this moment, Fu Shimei ran over with a big smile, but unfortunately, the little rabbit ran too fast for her to catch. Seeing Lord Song killing the rabbit, Fu Shimei changed her tone from asking for something to criticizing. Disobedient child, you have good horses but don't pull carts for the family. You have good food but don't share with the family. Only give outsiders. A bunch of useless things with arms reaching out everywhere. She was right. Fu Qiqi secretly distributed grain to refugees, but didn't want to give a single grain to the old Fu family. It was her sister and brother's lives at stake. Fu Shimei, ranked third in importance, also wanted to eat her grain. Dream on. Potatoes stewed with rabbit, added half a pot of wild vegetables. Fu Qiqi separately sent a bowl to Aunt Shu and Lady Kuang's family. They refused but still accepted. All because of one sentence from Fu Qiqi. That day, her siblings had nothing to eat, so she asked the uncles and elders to take care of them. Back at rest, the big and small were waiting for her to serve the meal. Xiao Zhao Xiao took a bite of the fragrant rabbit leg and flattered, "Sister's cooking is super delicious." Suddenly, she felt the rabbit leg in her hand was no longer tasty, and her small eyes turned unfriendly. This brother Song was good in every way, but he always liked to touch her sister's head. She held her bowl tightly and squeezed herself between the two. Fu Qiqi sensed the little girl's unhappiness and added a piece of meat to her bowl. Xiao Zhao Zhao smiled softly. At night, under the bright moonlight, Song Jin took Yan Yan to practice riding horses, training for half an hour every day. Fu Qiqi's family was sleeping on the ground at the end of the line. Xiao Xiao was a child who had drunk a large glass of milk and applied some herbal oil before quickly falling asleep. Suddenly, from behind, there were sounds of clothes being taken off and hurried munching noises. This was something inappropriate. She swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Fu Qiqi frowned, took out noise-canceling headphones, and covered her ears tightly. After a while, it seemed like she couldn't hear anything. She took off the headphones. Sure enough, the two stopped, and soon she heard their quiet voices talking. "Promise you'll keep your word. You said you'd give me 15 potatoes. Don't worry, I can eat enough myself, and my family won't go hungry. I have some food, and I'm part of the guard team, so I get daily rations." Maybe. You've been following me all this way. As long as I have a bite to eat, I'll take care of your kids. But my cousin, well, his fate is up to him. A long silence. Okay.
He
Thought about it again. Fu Qiqi picked up the headphones from the ground, covered her ears again, and looked up at the dark blue sky filled with stars, expressionless. Soon, the two of them left, one after the other. Fu Qiqi recognized the woman was Ge Qingyang, who had 3 children and was a good mother. She usually ate a few bites of food herself and gave the rest to her children. Her husband, Ge Zhu, was from the same clan. It was a voluntary trade. In this world, the clan rules said that a brother's wife shouldn't be mistreated. What a joke. This society had lost its morals. Song Jin came back. Seeing Qiqi looking gloomy, after Yan Yan finished her milk and fell asleep, he softly asked her, "Did someone come to bother you?" Qiqi recounted what had just happened. Song Jin sat up straight, eyes full of anger, glaring down the row of tents ahead. Qiqi blinked. Why was Song Jin so angry? Don't listen to dirty talk. Next time, throw stones to scare them away. I'll handle everything, don't be afraid, Song Jin said firmly. Qiqi responded softly, feeling that Song Jin was worried about her. It seemed she hadn't fed him any poisonous candy, sweet beans, in a long time. She wasn't heartless. Song Jin had always been overly good to her, just like the real Song Jin. Although the real Song Jin was fierce, he always protected her. Suddenly, she missed the real Song Jin. For the first time, Fu Qiqi had a strange thought. She hoped Song Jin wouldn't regain his memory. Would Song Jin still care about us if he remembered? She whispered to herself. Song Jin suddenly opened his eyes. Yes, you're my close family. Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao are my younger brother and sister, respectively, Song Jin said firmly. Fu Qiqi was startled, thinking that brother Song was asleep, then her heart filled with happiness. She was a little confused. She didn't realize that being a younger brother or sister didn't include her. Soon, she sweetly fell into a dream. Song Jin turned to look at the peacefully sleeping Qiqi, gently stroking her face with his large hand. The next day, Fu Qiqi was full of energy and even shared a bottle of happy soda with brother Song. Song Jin held a can of cola, smiling and worried at the same time. Silly girl, this is a plastic bottle. It doesn't exist in another world. Why did you take it out so casually? He still needed to watch over his little girl carefully and protect her, or she might be sold without knowing why. Fu Qiqi looked down, sipping her drink, and kept glancing at brother Song. She saw him secretly drinking and hiding the soda carefully, so she felt relieved. She made a note in her small notebook. Once she filled 30 entries, she would truly consider brother Song as her big brother. Little Zhao Zhao frowned and sighed with an old-sounding voice. Big sister, what's wrong? Little Yan Yan asked suspiciously. It seems brother Song wants to take our sister away, little Zhao Zhao worriedly said. Little Yan couldn't see the reason clearly. As Zhao Lijing's drumbeat sounded, everyone set out. After yesterday's events, Fu Qiqi deliberately searched among the team for Ge Qing's family. She saw Ge Zhu boldly helping Ge Qing's family push a cart, chatting casually with Ge Qing's father, occasionally laughing loudly. However, Ge Qing's father looked embarrassed, and Ge Qing's mother kept silent. People around didn't notice anything unusual, thinking Ge Zhu was just helping his brother. Seeing such a good thing, some shameless people tried to borrow grain from Ge Zhu, thinking he was naive. Ge Zhu simply refused, saying he was helping out of gratitude from childhood. Everyone believed him. Ge Zhu's parents had died early, and he grew up eating from many families. At 13 or 14, he started trading goods, and by 18, he was alone and came back. Fu Qiqi looked away, realizing society was simple, but people could be complicated. On the way, food supplies became tighter, and some families sold their children, crying desperately as they parted. The buying traders also targeted Fu Qiqi's family's horses, trying to exchange a few measures of rice for 3 horses. When she refused, they threatened her. Fu Qiqi sat on her horse holding Zhao Zhao, obediently watching brother Song, letting him decide. Song Jin was pleasantly surprised and happy. Song Jin rode his horse forward a few steps and said coldly, "This is a business you agree to willingly. I won't interfere. But if you cross the line, everyone in your caravan won't be able to stand against me." The villagers who had just sold their child didn't want to be refused the sale. They quietly told the caravan leader about Song Jin's heroic deeds. Having seen the strength of a master martial artist, the caravan instinctively retreated, like startled birds, and left with their carts. The villagers who sold their child were crying softly. Fu Qiqi felt sad. She had food in her space and could support these people, but taking it out suddenly. She was afraid her siblings wouldn't survive if they rushed out of Jianan Avenue. After resting for 15 minutes, they prepared to leave. At this moment, Fu's third daughter-in-law approached with a strange expression. As they passed by, he sure whispered nervously, "Qiqi, be careful. Your grandmother wants to marry you to the youngest son of the Chow Butcher family. She planned to trick the horses first, and then marry you off. But that didn't work, so now they want to marry you, then bring back Yin Yan, Zhao Zhao, and that young Master Song into the Fu family. No wonder there were constant schemes."
Fu Qiqi nodded.
Seeing no one was paying attention, he sure hurriedly borrowed a needle from a nearby woman. Third aunt was the only elder in the Fu family who was kind to them. Fu Qiqi had thought that once they reached Jiangnan Prefecture, she would take her siblings and leave, or even leave the clan, then live under a new name. Looking at history, wars usually lasted a few years, at most 10. One day, there would be a new emperor and a new ruling dynasty. Ancient people valued filial piety, justified military actions, seeking roots and ancestors, and maintaining a clean family reputation. Even for Yan Yan's future, to establish a firm foundation, she couldn't let others find out about past shame. So, she came up with an idea. Fu Chichi asked Aunt Chu for advice. Aunt Chu and Lady Kuang were the only elders in the Fu family who showed kindness. Fu Chichi considered it, then briefly explained her plan. It was feasible. In the afternoon, sweetheart, a tall fool, about 1.8 meters, with his finger in his mouth, awkwardly looked at Fu Chichi and followed her closely as they walked.
It was Chao Zaichong.
Suddenly, Song Jin's face darkened. His hands clenched the reins, making a slow, steady cracking sound, as if holding back anger. Fu Chichi looked at her big brother Song with confusion. Seeing the big fool come closer to touch her horse, Fu Chichi seemed unwilling to argue with him and said impatiently, Chao Zaichong, if you're looking for a wife, go call your mother. Chao Zaichong pulled out the finger he had in his mouth. His black hands, only the one finger that was in his mouth, had turned white from licking and was still wet with saliva. He was only 5 centimeters away from her horse. Chi-Chi felt disgusted and kept a distance of 2 meters from him, clutching her stomach tightly. Chao Zaichong was still not willing to give up, chasing after her and shouting, Wife. Chi-Chi, so this is your future husband's family? The Chao family is the richest. If you marry into them, you won't be losing out, one of the flowers who had been flirting with Song Jin happily said. Chao Zaichong, who told you to call Chi-Chi wife? A woman asked. Chao Zaichong grinned foolishly, his mind damaged from childhood, unable to focus, with intelligence similar to a 5 or 6-year-old. My mother said, Chi-Chi is my wife. Suddenly, Chi-Chi felt a cool breeze and saw Song Jin glaring angrily at Chao Zaichong. Chi-Chi was stunned, feeling her chest pounding wildly. Before she could think further, she rode her horse closer and softly said, Brother Song, I want to make this big and cut ties with the old Fu family. Song Jin's cold expression faded, his eyes half closed for a moment, then he nodded slowly. At this moment, Chao Zaichong's mother hurried over anxiously to find her foolish son. Zaichong, you little fool. Why are you running around? If someone sells you, how will I find you? She cursed harsh words but gently patted her rough, dusty hands. Hold on, Aunt Wu. Your Chao Zaichong is ruining my reputation, Chi-Chi said with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. Aunt Wu looked at Chi-Chi, feeling guilty, and turning her face away. Just then, Chao Zaichong saw his future wife crying. Wife, don't be afraid. If there's a bad person, I will protect you, he said.
Ding.
A string snapped. Chi-Chi burst into tears, crying loudly. Everyone bullies my family because we have no adults. Someone just said I am his wife, forcing my family to live in hardship. Recently, Chi-Chi had been gaining good things, visibly gaining weight, but her face was covered with strange patches of dark and yellow, making her look very pitiful. Her strong, crying voice pierced the sky, startling the entire group into silence. Seeing the strange looks from neighbors, Aunt Wu slapped her thigh and decided to speak up. Chi-Chi, my Zaichong was a little early, but this is the truth. Everyone was stunned. Chi-Chi paused for a moment, then burst into loud crying again. Aunt Wu grew anxious, watching Chi-Chi cry as if her family had just slaughtered a pig. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's her family, the Fu family, who promised her to him. They even took the betrothal gifts, Aunt Wu said hurriedly. Hearing the word wife repeated painfully often, it was very harsh. Song Jin's eyes beneath his brows flickered with a faint, rising anger. This was Chi-Chi's plan, but it also hurt him. Chi-Chi took out an onion from her space, secretly crushed it in her hand, then rubbed it on her eyes. Tears in her eyes, her face flushed red. She sniffled and cried, looking very pitiful. It was too spicy. Fu Chi-Chi jumped off her horse and went to the resting place of the Fu family members. Grandpa clan leader. Without tobacco, the clan leader was happily holding an empty pipe when he was startled by a loud shout, causing him to bite the pipe tightly, almost breaking his teeth. Grandpa clan leader, please help me. Fu Chi-Chi cried out breathlessly. The clan leader pulled out his pipe from his mouth. Chi-Chi, what's wrong, child? The elder Fu was quite kind, and the clan leader liked him more. On her way here, Fuchichi wiped her tears, then took the yellow hair tied in a high ponytail and pulled it apart, making it look like a messy nest, which made her appear even more pitiful. Grandpa clan leader, my younger brother and sister, and I were sold by the old Fu family. They also took food from others. Why should they decide my marriage? When they heard the news from Chow the butcher's wife, everyone from the old Fu family hurried over. Seeing the girl with no weapons in her hands and no Song family member around, looking timid and hesitant. Bah. You're all here peacefully now, and just because I am your grandmother, I can decide everything, said Granny Hua, with a prominent face and harsh eyebrows, making her look very fierce. Fuchichi shrank back in fear, leaning closer to the clan leader, looking sad and helpless. Our 3 siblings were saved by Brother Song. But when you sold the grain, you took it all. Otherwise, you should return it to us. When she mentioned grain, Fuer stepped out, secretly glancing around. The Song family's fierce enforcer was not present. Good job, little brat. People aren't you who chased them away. The buyer didn't have time to recover the grain. That's just our luck. He was even proud of himself. The Fu family members looked at the aggressive, unreasonable thief from the old Fu family with displeasure. Fuchichi's small notebook recorded this, and Fu Air insulted her. Fuchichi lowered her head and sobbed. My father was captured by bandits. He's still alive. My father is free, and he will decide for himself. Fu Air sneered, dream on.
He's already dead.
This remark not only angered the Fu family members, but also the dozens of relatives who had been taken away at the time. Everyone turned their blame toward Fu Air. Seeing the situation was bad, Fu Air slapped himself and apologized to everyone. Seeing Fuchichi persistently clinging to the old clan leader, Granny Hua arrogantly said, I am the senior woman of the family. I make the decisions. I am in charge. The man is the head of the household. If there are women, they have no say. The clan leader frowned tightly, and even the other clan members nearby looked at old Fu with disapproval. Fuchichi wiped away her tears and faced death bravely. Fine, I will marry. Clan leader, when my father once stepped in for the Fu family and risked his life, we had witnesses from the clan. I manage our food and clothes, and I want to take everything to the Wu family. Behind her, Chow the butcher saw that Fu's daughter was very brave. He felt his own son was not worthy of her. Seeing her willingness to bring a rich dowry, he immediately promised, Chi-Chi, Uncle Chow, won't cheat you. When you marry into my family, you will be a good match for my son. Fuchichi, I thank your ancestors for this. Using your most promising son to marry me. Everyone thought this marriage was a good idea. Uncle Chow seemed honest. In front of everyone, Fuchichi pretended to be shy, lowering her head. You wicked girl, dreaming. That's all our food. Not a grain of rice can be taken, shouted the flower woman and Fu's second son angrily. Tears came to Fuchichi's eyes suddenly, and she started crying again. She took out a yellowed piece of paper from her bag. Clan leader, Grandpa, third uncle, Uncle Chonghu. You all made promises and signed with your fingerprints back then. The Fu clan leader, called over by Chi-Chi, initially hesitated and didn't want trouble. But the paper was clear, with signatures and fingerprints, so how could he deny it? Some other clan members, not used to such forceful behavior, simply nodded and confirmed, yes, that's true. Fu's second son suddenly lunged at Chi-Chi like a madman. She quickly dodged backwards. He kicked a stone, twisting his ankle and falling forward onto the clan leader. Seeing the clan leader fall backward, about to hit his head on the stone. At that critical moment, everyone saw Chi-Chi, who had been backing away in fear, rush forward without hesitation. She threw herself onto the stone, and the clan leader fell onto her small body. Ah, it hurts. Chi-Chi clutched her head and screamed, sweat pouring down her face. Everyone hurriedly helped lift the clan leader away. Women helped carry Chi-Chi to the side. Everyone gasped in shock. The stone was sharp and protruding. Chi-Chi, just a little girl, had hit her chest. But she was about to leave home, so it was hard to lift her clothes and check. Dr. Ling was called over by the grandson of the clan leader, who was eager and anxious, checking her pulse. When Xiao Yan and Xiao Zhao arrived, they saw their sister's face was pale as paper, her body weak and fragile. The two little children cried helplessly, tears streaming down their faces. Song Jin came over with a stern face, threw aside the healer, and his cold aura made everyone feel cold and hesitant to speak. Everyone remained silent, afraid to discuss. Fu Qiqi half closed her eyes, trying to give Song Dego a subtle signal, but with dozens of eyes watching, it was difficult. She could only write 2 words, acting, in her palm while Song Dego was checking her pulse. Qiqi's special abilities followed her from day one. He knew right away. She was acting fully, so he had to show something. When Song Jin saw her right eye twitching like a fighting rooster's, he squeezed her hand to show he understood. Qiqi thought she understood. Song Dego didn't recognize her simple handwriting and needed to see her signals. Look at Qiqi. She's in pain. Her eyelids are twitching. Song Gongzi, maybe let the healer check her first, and she was worried. She was also injured. Worse than expected. Song Jin stood up at the right moment, bowed slightly, and said, I was reckless. Please, healer, help check her. The healer, who was originally angry, saw his polite bow and tone, and his expression softened a little. He cleared his throat. After a moment, he said, her pulse sometimes rolls like the sea, sometimes stops suddenly. It shows her blood vessels are injured.
Alas, there's no medicine right now.
The healer touched his dirty beard and sighed. Wow, I want my sister, Xiao Zhao Zhao cried loudly, choking on her words. Little Yan Yan's tears flowed wildly, soaking her collar, but her eyes gradually showed determination as she held her sister's small hand. Qiqi saw the 2 little kids crying without knowing the danger, and her heart ached painfully. Little Yan Yan's resolute expression made her feel like her heart was breaking. She had to end this quickly. She weakly said, my injury depends on fate. It's just my dowry, my food. This injury could only be seen as fate. The wild vegetables were running out, not to mention herbs. Head of the Fu family had already grown tired of the old Fu family's aggressive threats and insults when they came like bandits. Now, seeing that sharp stone, he was furious, snorting and glaring. If not for Qiqi's brave rescue today, he might have lost his life here. They were lawless. Their family rules were just for show.
Fu Oxing.
The food and supplies entrusted by old Fu. I have a list here, the family head said sternly, glaring at the old man who shrank back like a quail. He mumbled but didn't speak. Old Madame Hua blurted out, You still owe us, the family head snapped, tapping his pipe angrily. The things our family witnessed, our reputation, how can you let your branch ruin our rules? How will our Fu family's children survive and stand tall in the future? I agree with the family head's suggestion. Last time, you sold Qiqi and her siblings. The idea came from Hua Pozi and Fu Air. Old Fu had nothing to do with Hua Pozi. Why sell the people? I also agree with the clan leader's suggestion. Seeing the clan members agree, those who usually had good relations with old Fu's family didn't dare speak up now, afraid of provoking anger. Expulsion from the clan? Really serious. This scene frightened everyone from old Fu's family, and they looked at each other in shock. With no other options, Cui Shi was helped over by Fu Kuanyun and Fu Shimei. She weakly waved her empty arms and struggled to bow to the elders. She looked embarrassed and forced a shy smile. Clan uncle, you know, our big family, with more than 10 or 20 mouths to feed, doesn't have much food left.
Clan leader Fu frowned tightly.
Qiqi thought, old Fu's family is shameless, deliberately letting Cui Shi, who had a broken arm, appear. It was her who cut it. No way to avoid paying. I'm afraid they will sell us.
I'm afraid.
Afraid second aunt will hand me over to bandits. Qiqi's pale face showed her fear. Hand over? Cui Shi was furious and spat blood. Little Zhao Zhao sobbed softly. Daddy, I want Daddy. I want my sister. I don't want to die. I don't want my sister to die. My sister, and I don't want to become orphaned without anyone. We don't want to be sold, little Yan Yan said stubbornly and firmly. The two little children looked like leaves in the wind, all alone. The older elders couldn't help but shed tears when they heard this. Looking again, Hua Posey and others nearby looked like they wanted to eat Chi-Chi and her siblings. Comparing the two sides, everyone had their own plans and thoughts. At this moment, Song Jin calmly said, "Where are my grains? Those thieves I chased away, the spoils should belong to me." Everyone looked at Old Fu's family. Just now, Old Fu's second son had been shouting that it wasn't Chi-Chi who drove the thieves away, but their good luck. Hua Posey's eyes darted around greedily. She was thinking about whether to roll on the ground or not. When she saw Song Jin's deadly stare, she didn't dare. She pushed Old Fu. Old Fu grabbed his half-century-old hair and muttered, We currently have no grains to compensate. I will decide for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi will cut ties with Old Fu's family. Except for her mother's personal belongings, everything else will be considered as the household provisions for Old Fu's future retirement, Song Jin declared loudly. Fu Changhong was shocked. This was Chi-Chi's goal. She wanted to sever ties with Old Fu's family.
No.
That bracelet still hasn't been taken back. Previously, it was my grandma and my father who made mistakes and went astray. I promise that in the future, I will never sell the three sisters of Chi-Chi Tang. Fu Changhong apologized to everyone and explained. The Fu family is known for their good reputation and good relationships, especially Fu Changhong, who is well educated. The family members who had already made up their minds became more hesitant and thoughtful. Song Jin frowned and said coldly, "How can anyone believe that, just because your father was careless and abandoned people to die? If they were attacking as a son and grandson, how could you go against your elders? Today, either cut off all ties or return the food." He was forceful but powerless to argue further. The head of the Fu family looked at the pale girl Chi-Chi and decisively said, "All right, this is how it will be." Everyone thought that Hua Posey and Fu Lauer's mother and son were ruthless enough to do it. In the end, Song Jin wrote a contract, making 3 copies. To be safe, he invited nearly 20 villagers to witness. Fu family had felt guilty and took out a few potatoes and a small piece of dried meat to help Chi-Chi recover. Song Jin declined, saying he still had food. He carried the happy Chi-Chi in a princess-style hold and walked forward confidently. Song Gongzi is a good person. He recognizes Chi-Chi and her siblings as younger brother and sister. And he's capable, always able to find something to eat. Song Jin listened carefully, but didn't hear the romantic words he expected.
He.
A grown man, holding a girl who's not yet married, isn't that a bit unusual? He didn't know that with his extraordinary appearance, no one would guess he was interested in Chi-Chi, a simple village girl. Are you upset? Chi-Chi, small and delicate, curled up in Song Jin's arms and carefully peeked at him. A strange emotion flashed across Song Jin's face. Silly girl, how could she think about love and romance? Hurting the enemy while harming yourself is a poor strategy. Chi-Chi pouted. She wasn't really harming herself. Her wood-type powers could heal and help plants grow, protecting her vital organs. Song Jin's face darkened, clearly angry. It was troublesome. Back at the resting place, Aunt Shu and Mrs. Kwong stayed with the 2 little ones, tears falling. It's good that they finally left the old Fu family, but she's hurt in her vital organs. What will happen next? But, Chi-Chi, don't worry. Rest well and recover. Yen Yen and Zhao Zhao are here to take care of us. Fu Chi-Chi couldn't bear to see her kind mother-in-law and aunt worry. Weakly, she said, "Auntie, don't worry. I found a ginseng root earlier. I wanted to exchange it for a lot of money. Now I can only save lives." The 2 women's eyes lit up. They believed that fate was on their side and said that the 3 children were blessed. Aunt Shu was a straightforward person. Seeing that there was hope, she took a good friend to the old Fu family to retrieve Chi-Chi's mother's belongings. A bundle contained only Chi-Chi's spring and winter clothes. After old Fu carefully packed them, he ordered no one to touch them. Chi-Chi took out the clothes. Each piece was embroidered with iris flowers by her mother, who was a dignified, learned, and skilled woman. Among the returned items, the key was missing. Waiting for old Fu's third son to come over, he said sadly, "Chi-Chi, it's not that we don't want to return it, but the Huang family refuses. They say it was given to them, so it's theirs now." Chi-Chi's teeth ached. Huang Lijing was eyeing her family's horses, probably wanting to trade something for the key.
Dream on.
She wouldn't let him succeed. "No matter what, I want it back." "It's not hard. Just trade some grain," Chi-Chi said firmly. Old Fu's third son returned to their resting place and relayed Chi-Chi's firm stance. Hua Posi was so angry, she slapped Fu Quanyin hard. "You, a traitor, giving away good things. You don't even have a full beard yet, and you're already dreaming of men?" Hua Posi, furious and humiliated, lashed out. Soon, 5 clear finger marks appeared on Fu Chuanyin's face. Suaisha was upset for her daughter. Seeing her mother-in-law's harsh words, she had her helped to Huang Lijing's house to rest. It's unclear how they negotiated. The key was finally returned. Fu Changhong had never paid much attention to the key because it had always hung around Chi-Chi's neck. At first glance, it looked familiar. He took the key and examined it carefully, realizing that it was made of the same material and pattern as the bracelet. Perhaps it was also a treasure. Finally, the key was back. Chi-Chi secretly stored the key, bracelet, and her mother's clothes in her space, precious memories for her and her siblings. Aunt Shu moved quickly, brewing ginseng medicine. The aroma spread across the hillside. Everyone whispered, feeling envious. "Chi-Chi is so lucky. Song Gongzi must favor her. I saw it, such a big ginseng root. In Jiangnan Prefecture, it could sell for 300 to 500 taels of silver. I heard Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao are like Song Gongzi's younger siblings. That girl Chi-Chi is so lucky. Sigh. Why didn't my family have a pair of twins?" Fu Chi-Chi finished drinking the ginseng soup, closed her eyes to rest and relax. Everyone saw what a ginseng looked like and didn't bother her, quietly leaving. In fact, she was slowly nourishing her identity and practicing her wood element powers using zombie crystal stones. Within 3 days, Fu Chi-Chi was lively again, which made the young girls in the team very jealous. The young boy Mu Ai was about her age. Their flirtatious glances, full of green envy, seemed like they wanted to grow on to Song Jin himself. Fu Changhong looked at Fu Chi-Chi with complicated feelings. She had long noticed that Fu Changhong kept watching her. Now that she had successfully cut ties, she thought he was truly afraid of her old Fu family. She responded with a challenge. Fu Changhong was surprised, realizing she had been pretending all along. A scheming look flashed across his face. At this moment, at the southern end of the official road, a fierce-looking soldier with a big head arrived in Suyan City, holding a portrait and asking around. If things didn't go well, he would attack, loot, and commit crimes, frightening even bandits who dared not approach. Slowly, rumors spread that this big-headed soldier was carrying portraits of Zhang Mijian and others, asking everywhere.
Who had seen them?
When had they seen them? Danger was approaching, but Fu Chi-Chi and her group didn't know. They followed the official road, and within a few days, their 2 groups would meet. As they moved south, the population became sparser, and the villages they passed had long been abandoned. Chi-Chi took out a map and explained to the 2 little carrots, "We've been walking for a month. By late July, after passing Chong County, we will leave Suyan City. Then we'll go through Biu Mountain and reach the Jiangnan Prefecture area. Jiangnan Prefecture has rivers and lakes, so there must be food." Hearing this, the villagers around them suddenly felt motivated. If they could survive the next 12 or 13 days, they would be safe. Suddenly, smells so good. It's meat. Oh my God, I think I see big fat meat sizzling and smoking right in front of my eyes. The smell is just like the pig we slaughtered last New Year. The aroma of meat wafted from the nearby forest. A long line of people drooled and made noises of anticipation. I'm going to check it out. Some men couldn't resist, dropping their carts and rushing into the forest. A few more men wanted to follow, but they were guards with patrol duties. Huang Lijing swallowed his saliva and said authoritatively, "Go ahead, check it out." Maybe there are wild animals in the forest? Ask the locals how to catch them. If wild game is around, we'll rest for a couple of days and organize everyone to hunt wild animals. Everyone agreed. Some families had reduced their meals from one per day to one every 2 days. This saved their food, but now half of the villagers were running out of supplies. The wild vegetables they could find were fewer, and the edible tree leaves were also decreasing. After 15 minutes, a group of men ran back, their faces pale with fear. They collapsed to the ground, trembling, and muttered, "Ghosts. They are ghosts. Devils. All devils." Huang Lijing was worried. "Are they bandits?" Some men shook their heads, then nodded. Zhao Lijing rolled his eyes. "Look at you all, useless. What kind of meat are they eating? Is it from this land?" Gazhu also went with them. He had traveled far and wide, so he was brave. He spat and said, "It's people. They are eating people."
What? Yes.
Everyone was terrified and gasped in shock. When they met people from other counties, they heard about bandits eating humans, but they never thought it was happening so close. A cold wind blew, making everyone feel scared and uneasy. Fu Chichi trembled as if struck by lightning. Morality was falling apart. Human kindness was gone. The living, trapped in despair, were like zombies, without conscience or humanity, just wild animals opening their mouths to eat. There was also a young man in fine clothes, treating living people like chickens and ducks, wielding a sword, acting cruelly, killing at will. Why had human nature fallen so low? This world was an ancient civilization, not a zombie apocalypse where humans had nowhere to hide. Even in the end times, leaders of the bases, like Zhen Songjin, were desperately helping ordinary people without special powers, building safe zones, and researching food planting. Many places on this land had good weather, abundant resources, food, and workers. Yet, Shuyan City was becoming on Earth, abandoned and ignored.
Why?
Fu Chichi asked blankly. Songjin looked coldly at the wild forest, where joyful sounds echoed. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as tools. Saints are unkind, treating the people as tools. Those in power have lost their conscience. The people are ignorant and powerless to resist. Before natural disasters and calamities, no one teaches them. That's why they live like tools. The villagers who had gone to school were moved to tears when they heard this. Fu Chichi clenched the reins tightly. A silent anger grew inside her, along with seeds of rebellion and hope to change her fate. "Brother Song, I want to kill them," Fu Chichi said firmly. Songjin looked at her. His little girl seemed to be growing up. "Good. I will go with you." Before they could act, the scene was set. In the jungle, over 30 people burst out from the direction of the human meat roasting area. They were dark, thin but strong, with bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the small children. The refugees saw the word food in these beasts' eyes and all tightly hugged their little ones. Songjin was the first to draw his steel knife, followed by Fu Chichi. The men in the group bravely picked up hoes, sickles, and sticks. These beasts looked at the weak, helpless refugees with contempt, mocking them and laughing at their overconfidence. "Smart ones, hand over the children and you might live. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you," said a sinister man. He was extremely ugly, with a 3-centimeter-wide tumor on his left cheek that extended to his left ear. He was full of energy, likely having eaten meat, and looked strong. The remaining 30 or so people brandished their knives, sticks, and stones, shouting like hungry wolves, "Attack! Steal the children!" The sound shook the mountains and rivers. The crows in the forest were startled and flew into the sky. The frightened little children cried loudly. Women looked at their babies with despair in their eyes. No one dared to step forward now. They were too weak to fight the bandits. Even Huang Lijing, who usually showed authority, shrank back. It was so glaring. Their eyes, full of helplessness and despair, looked like fish ready to be slaughtered. Fu Chichi looked at Brother Song, who nodded, and he said sternly, "All the men, follow me to fight. 5 in a group. We are many. We will crush them." Songjin, tall and commanding like a general on the battlefield, radiated coldness. Everyone felt a strange surge of fiery courage inside. The men in the group followed Songjin, walking toward the beasts. The sinister man with the tumor sneered mockingly, especially at the handsome man with a dark yellow face, who was clearly disliked from the bottom of his heart.
He's mine.
The tumor man swung his broken long knife at Songjin. The two groups clashed and fought fiercely. The villagers, afraid of the ruthless bandits, quickly suffered injuries. Meanwhile, on this side, in 3 moves, the tumor man's long knife broke. He looked seriously at Songjin's sharp steel sword, a powerful weapon, full of greed. He swung his half-broken knife, aiming a fierce slash like a mountain-shattering wave. In the next moment, the tumor man was beheaded, his head rolling into a nearby pit. Songjin had killed the beast, giving the men invisible confidence. Everyone shivered.
Kill these beasts. Fight.
The pickaxe was broken, and there were no weapons left. The men fought fiercely with their bodies, refusing to let go, biting, stabbing eyes, and pulling hair. One man had his left hand cut off but still pressed tightly on the bandits. Fuchichi picked up her steel knife and stabbed, killing the bandit. Uncle Shiezi spat out blood, looked at Chi-Chi, but didn't say thank you, and fainted. Quick, someone help Uncle Shiezi down and stop the bleeding. Fuchichi shouted urgently to the women in the crowd. The women reacted quickly and carried Uncle Shiezi away. Xiaoyan picked up a bent long knife from the ground, saw the fight with the village uncles and brothers and mimicked their moves, stabbing a few more times. Seeing this, some women's eyes lit up. They picked up stones and sticks to help their husbands and sons fight the bandits. One person became 2, and they all swarmed to fight. More than 30 people against about 200 bandits. Even the most skilled bandits were knocked down one by one. Finally, we won. A woman cried loudly.
Wow.
There were bodies and pools of blood everywhere, and everyone cried. While everyone was busy cleaning the battlefield and burying the dead, Songjin and Fuchichi went to the barbecue site. Getting closer to the barbecue site, the smell of meat was tempting, but it made Fuchichi feel more and more sick and uncomfortable inside. Her steps felt heavy, like she was made of iron. Through the bushes, she saw a hillside below where about 10 rough men were laughing loudly. In front, there were 4 or 5 fires burning. Above the fires, there was a rack, and the smell of meat was coming from there. They weren't roasting sheep or wolves. They were
people.
Next to the rack, bodies were lying in disarray, mostly children under 10, torn open and blood everywhere. Near one fire, a tall man was turning a stick with baby meat on it, occasionally tearing off a piece to taste.
Ugh.
Fuchichi's body stiffened. Her heart felt like it was being bitten by thousands of ants. She couldn't hold back anymore. She leaned on a tree stump and vomited violently, even the bitter bile coming out. Beside her, Songjin's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly. Memories of the past attacked him, searching for supplies in a ruined city, hunting zombies. He had seen this before, but it was many years ago. The tall man with a thick beard, showing his upper body with visible muscles, looked sharply like a hunting dog. His eyes swept over them. Meeting his gaze, Songjin said coldly, "Chi-Chi, prepare to fight." During the thunderstorm, Fuchichi's mind raced with wild thoughts. She wanted to tear apart these beasts, turn them to dust, and make sure their bones were gone forever.
I
will destroy
them.
Fuchichi's crimson eyes clenched tightly. Okay. She took out a bunch of explosives from her space and briefly explained to Songjin. Songjin pressed a button, tore the wires, and looked at the remaining people, those still alive, who wished they were dead. The scoundrels saw Fuchichi and Songjin pick up objects like toys, licked the blood on their lips, and with sinister smiles, grabbed long knives to surround them. 1, 2, 3. The explosives were thrown away.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
In an instant, a mountain roared, trees fell, as if a wild beast had gone mad, swallowing all the evil spirits in this world. Then, fiery red fireworks erupted from the ground like long snakes. Everyone on the official road was so frightened they thought a dragon had turned over, and they all fell to the ground. After a long while, when the smoke cleared, the dozen or so scoundrels had vanished, leaving the scene in ruins like on earth. Fuchichi's cold chest gradually warmed, her breathing returned, and she gasped greedily. Her small hand clenched tightly around Song Jin's robe, trembling uncontrollably. They all went to the 18th level of. They will be reborn, and in their next life, they will be born into good families. Song Jin knew who she was talking about and hugged the small figure of Chi-Chi tightly. Yes, they are so young. The gods will protect them. When Feng Lijing arrived with his men, he saw Song Gongzi holding a pale Chi-Chi. Their faces looked strange, and they smelled a foul odor in the air. He asked Song Gongzi what happened here. A divine punishment. A sudden lightning strike turned the rest of the group to bones. Song Jin replied. Fuchichi's fierce expression softened in an instant, then changed to one of terror and tears.
It's so terrifying.
Such a huge thunder.
They understood now.
No wonder Song Gongzi didn't care about gender and held Chi-Chi tightly. Everyone looked ahead and suddenly saw two large pits, with the surrounding earth turned over like a dragon rolling. Fresh, loose soil was scattered everywhere. It was truly divine punishment. Everyone fell to their knees with a thud, thanking the gods, praying for safety, and asking for their safe journey to Jiangnan Prefecture. After giving thanks, they searched nearby caves and found several bags of coarse grain, some clothes and shoes and weapons. Everyone hurried to prepare. At some unknown time, 3 small black kids appeared, all covered in scars and with their upper bodies bare. They looked about 10 to 13 years old. They walked straight past Feng Lijing and others, then knelt before Fuchichi and Song Jin. Please, big brother and big sister, take us in. We can take care of ourselves, pick wild vegetables, and do chores. The oldest black kid looked at Fuchichi with hope. They had escaped from a group of bad people a few days earlier. Fuchichi had just seen the older brother and sister use powerful punishment to defeat the bad guys. Song Jin looked at Chi-Chi, waiting for her to decide. Why do you want to follow us?
Fukiki asked.
The black kid's eyes turned red suddenly. He paused, then slowly looked down at his scarred hands, his eyes filled with strong hatred. I was hiding behind a rock on the cliff, trying to save my sister. I didn't make it. My sister.
She's gone.
He wanted to say more, to tell how he saw Fuchichi and others use explosives. Song Jin's aura suddenly changed. A strong pressure and fierce energy swept toward the black kid. He couldn't breathe. I was the only one who saw, he managed to say, almost dying, hoping to plead for the 2 small black kids. Okay, Fuchichi replied softly, like mist. For him, it was salvation like a divine voice. Back with the group, the refugees saw food, weapons, and clothes. They ignored the 3 small black kids who suddenly appeared. Feng Lijing followed Chi-Chi's previous way, first giving supplies to the injured and dead. Even though Huang Lijing disagreed, Zhao Lijing was very firm this time. Young Master Tsong was right. Comforting the families of the injured made the men more willing to fight. After distributing supplies, they divided the rewards based on effort. Song Jin did the most work again. Fuchichi mainly handled 6 bows and arrows. Aunt Chu helped Chi-Chi ask for 3 old shirts for the 3 black kids who had no shirts on. Chi-Chi didn't like the dirty, smelly clothes but smiled sweetly and said, "Thanks, Annie. You're so thoughtful." When Aunt Chu left, she muttered, "Find a chance to send them away." Song Jin smiled, and Chi-Chi glared at him. In less than half an hour, Chi-Chi sewed 3 sets of simple linen clothes. The 3 black kids took the new clothes, put them on, and covered their sunburned skin. They cried softly. Chi-Chi gently patted their small heads. They were asked their names: Black River, Smelly Egg, and Fork. They hadn't chosen proper names, and all came from poor families. The Black Egg is clever and quick. When he saw Brother Song and Sister Chi-Chi, he felt they were like the noble young men he had met before. He asked for a name. After a few years, He understood that some people are naturally noble, like Qinggue, Itai, and Wei, while others can become noble through effort. Chi-Chi tilted her head and, for some reason, remembered the ancient poems her teacher, Song Jin, had once taught her. People hope for rain in times of drought, not knowing the dragon is curled within. Using scenery to express feelings, it is a prayer for rain and good governance. Looking around, everything is desolate. You should be called Hope Rain, Rainborn, and Pine Curl. Praying for heaven's blessing to help us through this hardship. The 3 black eggs were happy and knelt to thank Sister Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, acting confidently, seemed to shine with a light, and Song Jin felt comforted. When they were ready to leave, everyone faced a problem. There were too many injured, nearly 20, so they had to move everyone onto carts. Pushing the carts was very tiring. Compared to before, Chi-Chi's mood had changed. She wanted to help the injured villagers. They were brave, protecting the team from bandits. Her wood element supernatural power could heal wounds. If used carefully and secretly, she could ease their pain and help them recover faster. Song Jin saw Chi-Chi hooking her pinky finger and looking at the injured with a complicated expression. He guessed her plan, but was afraid to let her take risks. With many people and gossip, the villagers might notice her strange powers. You 3 go into the cave and drag 5 carts, Song Jin called a group of men. The bandits had left several carts in the cave. Song Jin considered taking them but hesitated, thinking it might attract attention. Now was a good time, so he used it as an excuse. The men immediately guessed Song Jin's plan and looked excited. They worked together to bring down 5 carts and packed them carefully. Each cart could hold 5 or 6 people, enough for the injured. Some men even fought to be the ones to drive the carts. In the end, they decided by a fair game of dice. After loading all the injured onto the carts, everyone looked at Chi-Chi and the others with gratitude. Only Huang Lijing and Zhao Lijing looked at them with unclear expressions, whispering in the corner. The happiest were the Chu and Kuang families. Their luggage was tied to the carts, making travel easier. They even lent out the carts to avoid slowing down with the carts. Old Fu's family and others looked complicated, unable to tell if they were regretful or something else. The persistent flower woman kept wandering near Fu Chi-Chi, staring intently. If her eyes were weapons, she would have wounded Fu Chi-Chi many times over. Fu Chi-Chi ignored her and calmly carried Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao into the carriage. The flower woman grew more aggressive, following alongside the carriage. Zhao Zhao's small head, just poking out, was frightened by the flower woman's fierce glare and quickly shrank back, clutching her sister's sleeve tightly. "Big sister, I'm scared." Fu Chi-Chi looked out and saw the flower woman glaring at her with a stern expression. She thought for a moment, then smiled gently and gently pulled Zhao Zhao's head away from her lap. "Zhao Zhao, have you ever seen a mouse in the sewer?" Zhao Zhao, with big eyes, nodded. Fu Chi-Chi raised her small voice. "Some people live like mice in the sewer, hiding from the light, always scheming to steal from others. Some are born like snakes, selfish and harmful, always thinking of hurting others. Good and evil will be rewarded eventually. It's not that they won't be punished, but the time hasn't come yet. These people are like characters in stories they'll go to and end up in a boiling oil pot after they die." The person nearby shivered and looked at the flower woman. The flower woman was annoyed and glared fiercely at them. Fu Chi-Chi asked, "But what if a mouse or a snake bites you?" Zhao Zhao said, "I'm scared." Chi-Chi reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Just like Brother Tsong fights bad guys, take your little knife and stab." Brother Tsong said he would make you a small bow and arrow. Next time someone dares to bully you, shoot an arrow from afar. Even a fierce snake isn't as dangerous as a knife or an arrow. While speaking, Fu Chi-Chi waved a long knife outside the carriage window, making sharp, cold flashes. Zhao Zhao giggled, showing her dimples. In her mind, she wasn't imagining Brother Tsong fighting enemies, but her sister killing bad people. She mimicked her sister's movements, holding her small knife up and down, swinging her little hands with a funny look. Everyone saw this and burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, They continued to look at the flower woman with contempt. It was a subtle criticism. Finally, the flower woman, overwhelmed by their mockery, turned pale and couldn't bear it anymore. She ran back in anger. They traveled for several days. Everyone noticed that the fleeing refugees they encountered, though all with tangled hair and emaciated bones, now seemed more defeated, with a sense of death lingering around them. On the official road, they also saw traces of blood and bones. The refugees' mood grew heavier and heavier. The most tragic thing is that more and more refugees are coming, leaving the roads barren after their passage. Even the villagers of San village haven't found a drop of water or a few wild vegetables in days. The desolate land makes people feel more hopeless. It's late July, usually a cool and clear season, but this year it's abnormal, so dry that the air could start fires. The men cast glances at the scorching sun overhead, too thirsty to walk properly. Let's rest, one man says, exhausted. A few village elders look at each other and nod silently, not wanting to speak, saving their saliva. Mom, I'm so thirsty.
Grandma, I'm hungry.
My stomach hurts so much. I feel like something big is biting me. Their voices are soft and foggy, like gentle whispers, making people feel heartbroken. Inside one of the wagons, Yen Yen takes a small sip of water and quietly says, Sister, they are so pitiful. Fu Chichi pats his little head, her eyes filled with confusion. Yazi, what's wrong? Grandma suddenly shouts. Her voice is full of tears and despair, overwhelming and drowning everything. It makes Chi-Chi's heart ache. She peeks out and sees an old woman and a small child on the ground, Grandma T and her only grandson, Yazi. Yazi's parents were taken away by bandits long ago. On the run, the grandmother and grandson rely on each other for life. 3-year-old Yazi lies in his grandmother's arms, eyes closed, looking very lifeless.
Grandma there, Yazi.
I don't think he will make it, Dr. Ling says, exhausted, feeling his pulse. He's severely dehydrated. His body can't hold on. Grandma T is stunned for a moment, biting her lip. She gently lays Yazi down and kneels on the ground, crying desperately. Please, neighbors, just a sip of water, just one sip, to save Yazi. Her voice is hoarse and broken, like a winded bellows, but full of love and a faint hope. Some villagers who still have water look on indifferently, as if watching a joke. Others feel pity, but turn away, unwilling to look at Grandma T. Chi-Chi's mood is complicated as she watches the exhausted, numb villagers lying around. She wonders, what would Jinjin do? He would organize a team, select the strongest, train them to be stronger, adapt to natural laws, then protect the weak and search for supplies. Great patriotism, saving lives, these ideas keep growing in Chi-Chi's mind. Grandma T, here is some water, Chi-Chi says, walking over and handing her a bamboo cup. Grandma T is overjoyed, holding the cup tightly. Meanwhile, old Second Fu rushes out and snatches the cup from Grandma T's hands. Chi-Chi, your grandpa is dying. Do you still have water? As his granddaughter, shouldn't you give him a few sips first? Speech is full of assumptions. Joy is only for a moment. The old face of Grandma T, gray and withered, is full of despair. Fu Chi-Chi lowers her eyes silently, looking at him coldly. In an instant, old Second Fu's body stiffens in place, unmoving. It feels like the blood has frozen inside his veins. He suddenly remembers the hot water in the bamboo tube he's holding and the frightening sight of the dead girl with the young master, learned from many lessons. Old Second Fu reflects that he spoke a bit too harshly just now. He licks his lips and says, Chi-Chi, second uncle won't drink. I definitely won't drink. I'll just let your grandfather drink. Put it down. Chi-Chi spits out 2 words, her voice cold. Old Second Fu, who has been holding back anger, glares at the bamboo tube in his hand, his eyes flashing with rage. That girl, always having good things to save others, yet always making people laugh at them. When they have power, they step on his family, without mercy. Some evil feeling seems to come over him, and he forcefully throws the bamboo tube onto the ground. The bamboo tube shatters on the ground. The clear water spills and turns into muddy balls. Grandma T rushes forward like she's gone mad, her dark, cracked hands scooping up the muddy water on the ground, shouting, "My Yazi, is there no hope?" Seeing this, everyone angrily stares at Old Second Fu, their eyes full of murderous intent. Old Second Fu is so scared he keeps retreating, hiding behind his eldest son. Fu Changhong shivers, his clothes so dark they're hard to see, and begins his act, pretending to be sincere and truly repentant. His main point: his father fainted from hunger and was possessed. Chi-Chi looks at this calmly. Yen, bring the last bamboo tube. Yen picks up the bamboo tube, jumps down from the cart, and hands it to Grandma T, softly saying, "Grandma T, Yazi is already sick. He can't drink dirty water. I'll give him my water." Grandma T takes the bamboo tube, tears streaming down her face. She pours the muddy water into her mouth, then wipes her dirty, torn clothes with her hands. Only then does she take the bamboo tube. Chewing the sand, she mumbles, "Good people, you are good people." As the clear water slowly drips onto Yazi's cracked lips, Yazi naturally opens his small mouth, and the water enters little by little. Soon, Yazi slowly opens his eyes, clear and pure like water. Yen smiles at him. Yen is very happy. Yazi has been saved. Chi-Chi sees her brother and Yazi holding pinky fingers silently, communicating without words. The world has pure hearts, but also evil people, like the old Fu family. Fu Chi-Chi turned her head and looked at second brother Fu, who was completely unaware of his mistake. Her expression grew dark and intense. She said in a low voice, "Some people are no different from animals, born cold and heartless. Such actions that cut off lives, I advise your family to stop. There is righteous energy in the world, and karma will come back. The time hasn't come yet. Secondly, my family has already severed ties with your Fu family, and we're strangers now. This is the last warning. If you try to take my family's belongings again, I will cut off one of your hands." It sounded like a decree from a judge from. This made the small Fu Chi-Chi seem to be bathed in a shining light. For a moment, Fu Changhong couldn't argue back. He lowered his head, his narrow eyes cold. He thought he needed to teach a girl who had no parents. But how did a girl like Fu Chi-Chi, just a young girl, suddenly have such a strong aura? His brows showed doubt and loosened, wondering if she was his aunt's daughter. Why isn't she his biological sister? No one knew, but this question had troubled him for 9 years. Since he was 6, he envied Fu Chi-Chi for having a learned, gentle, and elegant mother. No one knew that when Fu Chi-Chi was 8, she was pushed into a pond and nearly drowned. He was the one who pushed her. No one knew that selling her to bandits was his mother's cowardly idea. Mrs. Cui saw her eldest son's face darken and knew she had angered the little girl. She said fiercely, "Son, that girl is relying on Master Tsong's influence. When Master Tsong leaves, I will cut off her arms and sell her to the brothel." After saying a few words, her face turned pale. She leaned on her only remaining arm on the cart, gasping heavily. Fu Changhong looked at her coldly, but hid his disgust for his own mother well. Hua Pozi had suffered setbacks several times. She always wore a bitter face and was planning when to sell Fu Chi-Chi and her siblings again. Not far away, He Dan Shiyu, who was naturally good at reading people's expressions, keenly noticed Fu Changhong's malicious intent. Inside the carriage. "Brother Tsong, I just now, really wanted to kill second brother Fu," Fu Chi-Chi said confusedly. She was not someone who loved killing. Song Jin comforted her by gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. His thin lips curved into a gentle smile, and he softly said, "He deserves to die. You are fearless. You did very well, saving Xiao Yazi and Granny Cha." She thought of Xiao Yazi's clear, water-like eyes, full of vitality. Fu Chi-Chi's eyebrows and eyes curved happily. The carriage door was knocked. He Danshu climbed in and handed Fu Chi-Chi a bamboo tube. They had never dared to drink it all. Just now, Chi-Chi said there was only one last bamboo tube left. He filled the remaining water in the three of them into a bamboo tube and brought it over. 7 Sister Chi, we still have water in the bamboo tube to give to Yen Yen and Zhao Zhao. The 3 rescued black little boys are very capable. They find more food than the villagers along the way, and she doesn't need to worry about them. The only problem is the lack of water. They didn't take much, just half a bamboo tube every 2 days. Seeing the full, clear water in the bamboo tube shows how frugal they are. They are good children. Fu Chi gestures with her finger, hushes softly, and smiles gently. We still have water, just worried the villagers might misunderstand. Rest assured, we only look after ourselves. Only by staying alive can we have the strength to help others. Shiyu nods heavily. It's not just because there's still water, but because he trusts Sister Chi and knows the secret. It's sweeter than eating honey cake. He looks around and whispers, Fu Changhong is strange. He hates Sister Chi and always secretly watches her. Fu Chi dismisses this. Everyone in the Fu family hates me. They wish we lived worse than animals like ghosts. They're happy about that. They're just a bunch of crazy people, sick and mad. Shiyu always feels that Fu Changhong's madness is different. He can't quite explain it now, so he lets it go for the moment. Another day passes. Most villagers have no water left. The morning dew collected in the bamboo cup is only half full because the hot air evaporates it all. The angry villagers decide to wake up half an hour earlier tomorrow. Fu Changhong frowns, staring at the 5 skinny horses chewing dry grass on the. He adjusts his clothes and walks casually behind Huang Lijing, just as a former classmate approaches. Brother Kongli. Brother Changhong. Thinking back to our school days, we studied hard, dreaming big. But who would have thought? The country is broken, mountains and rivers are in ruins, and the city is overgrown with weeds. This world makes it hard to live. If I leave Xian City, I want to join the army. Good. Brother Kongli is skilled in riding and shooting. Surely he'll do great things. But today, we are in deep trouble. Even our rations are a luxury. This reminds me of General Su Yan from the previous dynasty, who held the border at all costs. When supplies ran out and he was starving, he had to kill his war horses to eat. Luckily, the horses' deaths brought relief, and help finally arrived. General Su Yan is a role model for us. Eating horses doesn't scare me. As long as the mountains are there, we won't worry about firewood.
Yes.
Saving our lives is the most important. Now, we are in a similar situation to General Su Yan. Huang Lijing, who is knocking on a smoking pipe, pauses, looking at the 5 emaciated horses with bright eyes, planning something. He acts immediately. He quickly stood up straight and walked toward Zhao Lijing. This matter needed to be discussed with the Zhao family. With Old Feng's stubborn attitude, it wouldn't be resolved easily. Soon, Zhao Lijing and Huang Lijing, along with the villagers, knelt on the ground, begging Prince Song to save them and offering to share some horse meat. Fu Chi disagreed, wanting to save the grain. Song Jin whispered, let's think it over carefully. In the end, they only agreed to slaughter 1 horse. He looked sad as he said a final farewell to the horse. Fu Chi saw in Brother Song's eyes a sense of camaraderie and friendship. She also remembered Guzhu's words. Prince Song taught them sister and brother the military boxing style. Could it be that Brother Song came from a military camp somewhere? The group had nearly 300 people but only 1 horse, with each person getting just a small piece. Despite that, everyone was overjoyed. Women gathered pine needles and firewood, starting fires early. They prepared for the worst, dangerous work with knives, careful not to waste a drop of blood, collecting it all in pots. They cut the horse meat into pieces and roasted them over the fire. The smell of char and blood filled the air. Everyone chewed slowly, reluctant to swallow. The one who arranged the slaughter, Fu Changhong, after eating 2 pieces of horse meat stuck with dry leaves, hurriedly ran into the woods. Half an hour earlier, He Danshu approached cautiously and said, Chi sister, I've been watching Fu Changhong's watch. I saw him go after that. Huang Lijing was urging neighbors to force the killing of the horse. Fu Chi gritted her teeth and spotted Fu Changhong's figure. No wonder he was laughing so loudly today. The little man was proud, making you so happy you cried. That's why Fu Changhong spent the whole night squatting on the toilet until he was exhausted and couldn't speak. He could barely walk, stumbling several times, with a swollen nose and face. The next day, Granny Hua saw her grandson looking weak and leaning on a cart, so she hurried to call Dr. Ling. Dr. Ling, what's wrong with my grandson? Dr. Ling checked his pulse for a long time but couldn't find anything wrong, so he said, some people are born unable to eat horse meat. Changhong probably falls into that category. Nearby villagers sneered. Oh, so it's a rich person's illness. Can't eat good meat. Granny Hua looked pale. From a distance, Fu Chichi smiled slightly, thinking about how to set a trap for them, but she knew she would have to pay a price. Last night, she gave the horse meat to Granny Cha. Hey Dan and the others, being sensible, didn't lack this meat either and shared it with Granny Cha. In the morning, villagers were licking the leftover horse meat. Fu Chichi called Shiyu over and secretly handed her a piece of beef jerky. Shiyu was so surprised he forgot to reach out and catch it.
Where
did this come from? Fu Chichi softly said, quick, take it and eat. The smallest black egg, Song Panshin, was so happy he eagerly reached out to take it. Shiyu blushed and shyly said, no, let Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao eat it. They're young and need to grow. Hearing Shiyu's words, Song Panshin awkwardly retracted his hand. Zhao Zhao covered her mouth and giggled. This is specially left for the brothers. Look, we have some too. She then took out a small snack from her little bag and waved it around. Shiyu happily took the small dried meat from Chi-Chi's hand and hid under a tree, dividing it into 3 pieces. The 3 of them quickly chewed and gobbled it up. Fu Chi-Chi sighed. Such good children. Song Jin let out a soft laugh. You're only 14, just a year older than Shiyu. Fu Chi-Chi twitched her nose, feeling embarrassed. She's already 22, but no one would believe it if she said so. Under the tree, Huang Lijing's son, Huang Tongshi, stared greedily at the 3 children. What are you eating? The 3 black eggs, in front of him, threw the half-chewed dried meat into their mouths. Bird meat. Huang Tongshi, hearing this, made a move to grab it. Chi-Chi's small bag had water and 2 pieces of dried meat. Shiyu, like a little wolf cub, bared his teeth and asked, what are you doing? This place is under my dad's control. If you want protection, you have to pay a fee, Huang Tongshi said, recalling that Chi-Chi, that little girl, was hiding food and water. He saw Zhao Zhao secretly eating. His father had said that once Lord Song left, they would kick out Chi-Chi, and then the carriage would belong to their family. Lin Sin and Song Panshin, hearing this, shrank back behind Shiyu in fear. But Shiyu wasn't afraid. Brother Song and Chi-Chi were very strong, and his father was also afraid of Brother Song. He glared and said, we follow Chi-Chi. If you have the ability, go find Brother Song. His loud voice attracted Fu Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi looked at Huang Lijing with a cold, mocking gaze. Huang Lijing, your son Huang Tongshi says we still need to pay protection fees. Who's protecting whom? The villagers burst into laughter. Huang Lijing was choked and slapped his wife across the face. How did you teach the kid? Bring him back now. Mrs. Qian, embarrassed, covered her face and glared at Chi-Chi with a gloomy expression. She pulled her son to walk away. Afraid her son would be beaten by his father, Mrs. Qian pulled him aside. She was furious at Huang Tongshi, who had hidden a large piece of horse meat. What was a few small pieces? Don't listen to that little troublemaker from the circle cloud. She's just stirring trouble before even entering the door. She keeps giving orders all day long. And besides, haven't you seen how fierce that girl Chi-Chi is when she fights? Do you think you can beat her? She's full and still has time to learn martial arts. When she fights, her arms can break easily. Huang Tongshi is not convinced. We have many people. We're not afraid of just one girl, Chi-Chi. Mrs. Qian pats his head. You're not very smart. Your father has his plans. Don't ruin them. Really? After we chase them away, I want a horse. I want to ride a horse. Huang Tongshi dreams. Circle Cloud is sure she would love to see him riding proudly on a horse. Just then, Qi Qianyan walks over shyly, glances at Tongshi, then turns and smiles, saying, "Auntie, hello." Mrs. Qian scolds her with a bad tone, "Just call me Auntie. Some things are still uncertain. You're just a girl. Don't keep bothering our Tongshi. He's already 13, and next year, he should be talking about marriage." Hurt by Mrs. Qian's words, Qi Qianyun is stunned. Her eyes turn red. How can Tongshi be talking about marriage? What should she do? Tears fall easily.
Wang Dongski feels sad.
He pushes his mother's hand away and runs over to Qi Qianyun. "Don't cry. My mother is just talking nonsense." Mrs. Qian, angry, pulls her son over to the head of the family. Qi Qianyun hates it, thinking, it must be that bad girl Chi-Chi who made Annie angry. When she gets a chance, she will teach her a lesson. "Why are you here?" comes the voice of Fu Changhong. Qi Qianyun trembles slightly. She instinctively fears her older brother. Nothing. Nothing. She quickly runs away. Fu Changhong looks in the direction where Qi Qianyun just stood and sees a young man named Songjin inside the carriage helping Chi-Chi with her hair. His eyes suddenly turn fierce. Why does such a talented young man like Chi-Chi from the start? And from his observations, he seems very familiar with Chi-Chi, so familiar that even Chi-Chi herself hasn't noticed. There's something strange here. He has been secretly watching for over 10 days but hasn't figured it out yet. As Fu Changhong turns around, he sees Shiyu grinning mischievously. Just 3 beggars. He silently snorts and walks away. Shiyu retracts his silly smile, and his sharp eyes return. Sure enough, he suspects Chi-Chi is not innocent. After eating horse meat, the refugees regain some energy. Even Feng Lijing, who is beating drums today, sounds much louder than yesterday. They are setting out again in a grand procession. Thanks to the horse meat, the journey is a third faster than yesterday. The team has traveled most of the day and reaches around 3 p.m. Suddenly, a strong southwest wind blew in. The bright blue sky turned dark in an instant, as if covered by black clouds. From afar, the mountain was whipped by fierce winds and flying stones. All the refugees knelt down, overjoyed, hands clasped in prayer. Is it going to rain? Finally, heavy rain is coming. We are saved. We are really saved. Father of the children, I protected the kids.
They're safe now.
You can rest in peace in heaven. The dark clouds grew closer, and the sky and earth became chaotic. Dust, dry branches, cloves, and even severed hands and arms seemed to fly everywhere. The choking dust made it hard to see, but the refugees endured the discomfort, staring intently at the dark clouds approaching. The crowd was silent. Even their breathing was cautious, as they prayed earnestly. But suddenly, the roar of the storm tore through the air, knocking the crowd about. There was no sign of rain. Instead, a heavy, oppressive feeling made it hard to breathe. Songjin and Fu Chi-Chi exchanged a quick look. Their expressions changed. They tensed up and shouted, "Sandstorm." In unison. The refugees around the carts were still hopeful for rain, ignoring the warning. The horses, however, panicked and neighed loudly, kneeling and crawling instinctively. Songjin quickly found A, and Fu Chi-Chi understood immediately. They hurried the cart towards acting as if facing a great enemy, shouting loudly, "Quick!
Run!
Danger is coming!" They naturally trusted Fu Chi-Chi and ran after her. Songjin jumped into the crowd and shouted, "Quick! Sandstorm is coming! Hide! Everyone lie down on the..." Strong men protect the elderly and children. The people looked confused. Suddenly, a gust of wind, carrying stones, slapped the refugees on the edge. "Oh my! It's really a sandstorm. It can lift things and even kill people." Someone cried out in despair. People felt hopeless, as if hope had vanished in an instant.
Run!
Quick, run!
People will die.
Only then did everyone realize the danger. Like rockets, they shot forward desperately. Women and children were pushed down in chaos. If they weren't swept away by the sandstorm, they might be trampled to death. Song Jin grabbed a man who was rushing ahead heedlessly and threw him aside. The man let out a painful cry and fell, bleeding. This shocked the refugees, as Song Jin's strength was well known. "Are you trying to trample people to death?" Song Jin said coldly. Looking back, I realized there were already many elderly people and children lying on the ground. Young Lord Song picked up 2 children from the ground and quickly carried them down giving orders, "Hold hands and march forward in a line. Do not leave anyone behind." Everyone hurriedly helped the elderly and children up, linking arms and rushing towards the like flying. "Oh no, my quilt, my pot, and the potatoes." Some women and men, unable to leave their belongings, tried to drag carts up the. Life and death depend on fate. If we delay, we will surely die, Song Jin said with a blank face. Some let go of their grip with gritted teeth, while others stubbornly held onto their luggage. In the blink of an eye, a sandstorm swept across everything in the darkness, approaching rapidly. People and carts near the distant carts were swallowed by the blackness. The wind howled fiercely, blowing dust, stones, and debris violently against everything. Screams of terror were drowned in the darkness. Song Jin, barely hanging on, prepared to land precisely on Fu Chichi, using his strong body to protect the 2 children beneath him. "Don't be afraid. I am here," Song Jin said. Chichi responded in the darkness. Thump, thump. Fu Chichi couldn't tell if it was Song Ji's heartbeat or her own. It was full and pounding, as if something was filling her up, giving her a sense of safety, just like Song Jin. Soon, the dark clouds swallowed the hillside. Clang, clang. Sounds of hitting objects in the air. The sound of tree trunks breaking. Refugees hiding under the terrifying, earth-shattering sounds approaching, growing louder, pounding on them. "Ah! Oh no!" Cries of panic echoed among the crowd. But everyone could only lie on the ground, anxious and helpless. Before the storm ended, they had to endure the pain. 15 minutes later, finally, the storm subsided and dawn broke. Everyone got up, only to see chaos everywhere. The carts and luggage had disappeared. A single sandstorm had destroyed their last hope. Their future was uncertain, and they couldn't see the way home. Someone started crying first. Suddenly, the crying spread everywhere. Huang Lijing, a proud man, tore at the broomstick by his side and cried loudly. A sense of despair filled the air. Chi-Chi's heart tightened, feeling a sharp pain inside. "Big brother Song, we need to help our fellow villagers." Song Jin gently patted Chi-Chi's small head. The 2 went to find the village elders, only to see Huang Lijing crying like a woman, hopeless. 2 men, along with Feng Lijing, Zhao Lijing, and several capable men, quickly counted the people. After checking everyone, only the 20 or so villagers clinging to their luggage and refusing to let go were missing. They searched the surrounding area. No one was lost. Everyone was accounted for. But all of them had died. More than 30 people in total, and nearly 10 others were killed when unknown flying objects struck them while hiding on the hillside. After reporting the numbers, Fu Chi-Chi was thinking about how to transfer the supplies out when she suddenly heard familiar curses from Hua Pozi. She snapped back to her senses and checked how many from the Fu family had died. She walked like Feng Lijing, with her hands behind her back, seriously patrolling. Zhao Zhao also kept a serious face, with her hands behind her back. This disappointed Fu Chi-Chi. Sadly, disasters leave lasting scars. Not only Hua Pozi was unharmed, but Cui Shi, who had lost an arm and was still badly injured, had only superficial scratches and no serious injuries. A 100-legged insect, dead but not stiff. Song Jin saw the big and small figures, both with similar expressions and steps, frowning deeply. He couldn't help but smile and asked, "What's wrong?"
"Ah,
Old Fu's family."
Fukiki."
"Not a single one died," Xiao Zhao replied. Just then, Fu Changhong looked over with a suspicious, hostile gaze. Song Jin's face turned cold, clearly warning him. After a moment of stunned silence, Fu Changhong hurriedly fled in panic. He couldn't afford to offend the noble Song Gongzi. Song Jin softly said, "Don't worry, there will be chances later." Fu Qiqi was not in a hurry and nodded, but she was disappointed that even such a natural disaster hadn't taken Cui Shi's life. She always knew her priorities. She would revenge herself on Hua Pozi and Cui Shi without hesitation. Looking at the disheartened refugees, all of whom seemed to have lost the will to live, she felt a pang of compassion. "Brother Song, everyone has lost the will to travel," Fu Qiqi said anxiously.
My food.
Everyone's faces were filled with despair. Song Jin saw this clearly. After brushing the dust off Qiqi's clothes, he stepped toward the crowd. He loudly said, "Everyone stay strong." It's said that after great hardship comes good fortune. The living must look forward, especially the elders and children in your families. Gu Tao, take 20 men and search within a 2,000-meter radius around this point. When you see the dead being taken to the western pit, complete your task. Then, in groups of 5, expand the search by another 2,000 meters for supplies. Others, families as units, lonely men and women, form groups of 3 and search within 2 kilometers around. They collect anything edible or useful they find. No fighting.
No arguing.
Whoever finds something first gets to take it. The command is organized and calm. He is a natural leader. Fu Qiqi once again becomes distracted. He truly resembles Zhen Songjin. Deep down, she knows that if he were the real Tsonga, he would have recognized her space and modern items long ago. She was just dreaming too much. Foam Li wipes away tears from his eyes. The team of 600 people, villagers one by one, have left. Now only 200 remain. Young Master Tsong is right. The living must look forward. He takes his wife and daughter-in-law, chooses a direction, and searches for supplies. As everyone gradually searches together, the injured left behind are voluntarily clearing the open space. If nothing unexpected happens, they will stay here overnight. But dozens of people work mechanically, with no hope. During the end times, Qiqi listened to Zhen Songjin talk about how to bring peace. Unusual weather is a warning from heaven. Historically, emperors issued decrees to punish corrupt officials or investigate greed. It was mainly to soothe the people and stabilize morale. Psychologically, this is a way to shift hatred and find a scapegoat. Heaven must be punishing treacherous officials. "Just watch, those bad people won't have a good ending," Fu Qiqi said angrily, her eyes wide. "We are just caught in the middle. They killed so many villagers. After death, they will go to the 18th level of, or be reborn as animals. Yes, those people. They wave flags every day, conscripting grain and men everywhere, leaving us no way to survive. My grandfather said that in the 19th year of Xianwen, there was a severe drought. Our family had some extra grain, and the court also sent disaster relief. Though some people died, it was only about 2,000. This time, 9 out of 10 villages in Suyan City are empty. Many who fled have probably died outside. If those get separated, I will kill them with a shovel." Everyone found a way to vent their anger, cursing the names of the uprising soldiers, lords, and princes they had heard of. Songjin smiled slightly. His young girl had grown up a bit and learned to use schemes to stir up hatred, helping everyone regain their energy. By sunset, after several trips searching for supplies, they had gathered quite a bit. Some of the supplies were brought by villagers, but blown away by sandstorms and scattered nearby. Most importantly, they had food, which Qiqi secretly spread around in different places. But to everyone's surprise, Qiqi found other clothes, dry food, and some broken silver coins. The Black Egg Trio was good at gathering things. They found a deformed iron pot, a set of clean clothes, a few scattered potatoes, and a small money pouch containing a jade pendant. She wanted to give it to Sister Qiqi. Fu Qiqi shook her head and said, "Keep it. You'll need it when you get married someday." Her words made Shiyu blush deeply. At that moment, "Big sister." Zhao Zhao's bright little eyes lit up as she nervously ran back holding a wooden box, with Yan Yan following closely to protect her. Fu Qiqi turned her head and said, After responding, She saw Zhao Zhao presenting her with a delicate wooden box carved with a lifelike peacock entwined with branches. She was about to open it. Little Yan Yan looked serious and said, "Hide from people." Fu Chi saw the two little ones acting secretively and moved down the. This time, everyone who found something would hide it aside, so their actions didn't attract attention. When she opened the box, she saw it filled with jewelry made of gold, jade, and silver, dazzling Fu Chi's sharp eyes. Fu Kuanyun rushed over, eyes shining brightly.
That
jewelry box, I'll trade you a potato for it." At that moment, Fu Kuanyun had seen Zhao Zhao pick up a beautiful wooden box from afar. It was perfect as a dowry. She ran over to try to it, but tripped on a branch and couldn't catch up. Fu Chi calmly closed the box and stuffed it into her large bag.
no trade.
2 potatoes?
No.
3 potatoes? Not even 10 potatoes. Fu Kuanyun was frustrated and helpless. She only managed to gather 3 potatoes. Brother Tongshur said that his father was planning to chase away that annoying girl, Fu Chi, but he would definitely keep the jewelry box. Seeing Fu Kuanyun walk away, little Zhao Zhao leaned close to her sister's ear and softly said, "Sister, I'll leave everything for you as your dowry." Fu Chi pinched her little nose and said, "Little one, you still care about your sister's marriage." Aunt Chu had already said that once they arrived at Jiangnan Prefecture, she would help her find a suitable young man. She had heard everything. Zhao Zhao snorted and said proudly, "My sister's future husband has to pass my test to count." Seeing Zhao Zhao stubbornly refuse to give up, Fu Chi said twice, "Be good." The 2 sisters whispered about the dowry, and Song Jin's ears twitched as he secretly listened. He needed to prepare the betrothal gifts. At dusk, everyone finished checking and searching for supplies. There was quite a bit of grain, which somewhat eased their sadness. The women prepared a simple dinner, some nibbling on dry bread with great care. The men dug graves to bury the dead and set up stone markers. Ancient villagers believed in strange powers and reincarnation. They thought only the most wicked people were left to die in the wilderness, and after death, they wished to rest in peace underground. If possible, they hoped for a grand funeral. The daytime sandstorms brought a cool breeze at night.
It was rare not to see stars in the sky.
Feng Lijing looked at the little Yazi, who was over 3 years old, and felt troubled. The tea lady had died. Her family didn't want to take in the little Yazi. No one blamed them. Now, fleeing for survival, with nothing to eat or drink, no one wanted to care for an extra person, especially a helpless 3-year-old. Chi heard the villagers talking and went to the forest grave. The dirty little Yazi knelt in front of the new grave, like a small ball, not daring to cry out loud. Only tears kept flowing from her eyes, and her small hands clenched the torn edges of her clothes. She was like a floating duckweed, abandoned by the world, with no place to go.
Tick-tock.
Tears slid down Chi-Chi's cheeks. In this end of the world, her mother had water-based powers, and her father had earth powers. Both died on a mission when she was 6. She remembered that day vividly. Without her parents, she felt like she lost everything. Their house and supplies were stolen. With the help of a kind uncle, she set up a stone marker for her parents. She dug a hole nearby, feeling lost and overwhelmed, crying silently for 5 days and nights. She dared not sleep and had nothing to eat. When she was close to death, the Song family heard the news and saved her, bringing her back to raise her. Song Jin held Chi-Chi's small hand tightly from behind. Smelling his older brother's scent, she broke into tears and said, "Brother Song, I want to raise little Yazi." Song Jin softened his voice. "Okay, I'll raise her with you." His little girl must be thinking of her childhood. He remembered when she was brought back to the Song family, she was barely breathing. 2 little followers came along. Xiao Zhao pouted and was unhappy. "Brother Song is holding Jija's hand again." "Humph." Xiao Yan patted the back of his head. "Is there something wrong with that?" The next day was a rest day. Many villagers were injured, and their wooden carts were damaged by the sandstorm and needed repairs. Out of 5 wagons, only Chi-Chi's family's wagon was intact, though it lacked curtains. Fortunately, they had escaped early. Two pieces of news. Only this carriage is made of fragrant black wood and is very sturdy. 4 horses once, now only 2 remain. The other 2 were frightened away by a sandstorm. Everyone is busy. Women and children continue searching for supplies and digging wild vegetable roots in the nearby woods. Fu Chi also carries a string of 4 radishes and goes to dig for wild vegetables. Using her sense of moisture, she truly finds a cold pond. The water is clear to the bottom, and faint green can be seen around the edges. While the radish seedlings are still bending down to search for treasures, she touches the ground. Her wood element ability slowly flows into the underground roots of the vegetables. Like bamboo shoots after rain, visible to the eye, patches of wild vegetables are growing wildly and fiercely. Wow, so many little wild plants. Xiao Xiao Xiao, not far from Chi, quickly follows and drools in surprise. Brother Xiu, come quickly. 3 little black eggs rush over, and are also stunned. When the 4 of them return with plenty of finds, the villagers are amazed. Chi doesn't hide her generosity and invites Xiu to take everyone to the cold pond. It's been a long time since everyone saw green. They crazily dug up all the wild vegetables and plants. For lunch, each family happily ate fresh wild vegetables, working with renewed energy. They found some broken tree branches, cut them into sections, and began diligently carving wooden flowers and making cart frames. With many people working together, by the end of the day, each household's wooden carts were almost finished. On the 3rd day, after preparing to leave, Huang Lijing usually speaks a few words first, then Feng Lijing beats the drum. Seeing Huang Lijing walking over with his hands behind his back, Feng Lijing turns his head and walks away. He hurriedly runs to the young Master Tsang and asks, "Young Master Tsang, when do you think we should set out?" After the sandstorm the previous day, or even earlier, he and many men had long since trusted Songjin. But originally, Songjin was aloof and powerful, so no one dared to get too close. Songjin frowns slightly. "You can proceed as usual. Don't ask me about every little thing. This is not the world he wants. In this second life, he only cares about Chi. Feng Lijing didn't catch the impatience in Songjin's words. As if he had received a divine decree, he happily beats the drum and says, "Young Master Tsang said we will leave immediately." Huang Lijing's raised arm instinctively shrinks back. He glances at the carriage with his old eyes, but doesn't see Songjin. Only Fu Chi, that stubborn girl, stands in front of the carriage. Humph. He secretly thinks with a sinister expression, a yellow-haired girl also wants to take control. Their journey slowed down a lot, with frequent stops and starts. Instead of just rushing forward, they seemed to be searching for food. Anything edible was gathered into their cloth bags. They arrived at a place called Wuxian Territory. Not far from them, less than 100 meters away, a group of gaunt, hunched-over refugees approached from a fork in the road. "Give us some food," they begged. "Please, just a bite of food. Just one. Do you have water? Please, just a sip." The elderly bent figures begged for help. They looked weak, as if a gust of wind could knock them over, and they would never wake up again. The villagers from San Village felt sad and helpless. They only had a little food left, which they had gathered yesterday, and there was no extra to share. The guards stood in a line, holding hoes, sticks, and knives, silently blocking the way. Chiu Chi peeked out and looked at them more closely. She frowned. On the run, they were even pregnant. How could they possibly survive? Thinking this, she told Aunt Chu directly. "They're not pregnant. We're just so hungry we eat dirt," a middle-aged man, hunched over and gasping, explained. Everyone looked shocked and horrified. It turned out that their limbs were as thin as bamboo sticks, and their bellies were swollen like women 5 or 6 months pregnant. Some children had big heads and small bodies, swaying as if they might fall over at any moment. All of them had eaten something called guanine earth. Guanine earth can't be digested by the human body. If not expelled with medicine, it builds up inside until it causes death by swelling. Those with especially large bellies had accumulated a lot of guanine earth and were already doomed. The group of refugees looked at the allied team from Sand Village with pity, their heads hanging low. They sobbed quietly, but their eyes were already empty of tears. Their sobs sounded sad and pitiful. Chio Chi-Chi leaned on the window frame of her horse, her brows tightly furrowed. A strong feeling of discomfort surged in her chest, along with a hint of agitation. Ordinary people were like ants, so fragile. Feng Lijing stepped forward. "Brother, listen. We're not unwilling to help you. Yesterday, a sandstorm swept away all our food. We really have nothing left." The group of people stared greedily at the two horses with bright, hungry eyes. Jin Song had a special attachment to horses. This was innate in his body. Besides, one horse couldn't save all these people. He didn't want to cause trouble or kill innocent people. In an instant, his expression turned cold and indifferent. His eyes became icy, and his aura changed. He struck the rock with internal force, and it exploded into pieces with a loud bang. This group of people was stunned. This is a warning. They no longer dare to have any extra thoughts, and despair once again shows on their faces. Fu Chi-Chi suppresses her impatience, unable to resist jumping off the carriage, and throws out a bag. Under the bare land, you can dig out the roots of wild vegetables. The bag contains edible things. Recognize and search for them. There are some leaves too. Eating them won't kill you. When you find fresh leaves, crush them with an object to extract juice. Seal it tightly and keep it for emergencies. Additionally, along the way, I overheard some refugees say that in some cracks in the rocks, there are stored grains. There are also some under cliffs, in riverbeds, and among bushes. I found food there earlier. Please look carefully. Not only the refugees who ate the concept of Earth soil are now excited, but even the three-village escape team is surprised. Could Fu Chi-Chi have also found grain besides yesterday's wild vegetables and potatoes? The hunched man's dull eyes brighten as he takes the cloth bag, which contains a jumble of dry grass, roots, and leaves. He trusts this young girl. She must be able to eat. Even if it's bad, it's no worse than eating the earth of Guanyin, which would only lead to death. He bows deeply to thank the group, repeatedly saying thank you. Song Jin's eyes darken. Giving people fish is good, but teaching them how to fish is better. This is a good thing. But where does the story about grains in the rock cracks come from? This thought suddenly arose in Fu Chi-Chi's mind. She wants to do her best to save people, to save these innocent civilians on the brink of life and death. She sees the refugees taking a different path to find food. The villagers of Sand Village also start to think about finding food, their faces showing eager anticipation. Don't listen to her nonsense. If there was grain, she would have taken it long ago. Waiting for you, Zhou Bapi sneers. Zhou Bapi has been trying to flatter Fu Chi-Chi, but keeps hitting a wall. Even her older brother and sister-in-law follow behind her carriage, but now they can't get even a little bit of anything. They have long resented Fu Chi-Chi. Huang Lijing thinks it's time to step forward. He clears his throat and gives orders. It's getting late. We need to keep moving and not waste time. When we reach the next rest stop, as usual, we'll set aside time for everyone to find wild vegetables. Only a few villagers respond to him. He has already lost his authority. Huang Lijing suspects Fu Chi-Chi is behind this. Young Master Song is not interested at all, and Feng Lijing is cowardly. Feng Lijing looks at Fu Chi-Chi with questioning eyes. Seeing her nod, he realizes that Fu Chi-Chi really found some grain. He ignored Huang Li, who was chattering nearby, and said, "Brother Huang, you're in a hurry to leave. Take your villagers slowly forward. We'll search for half an hour and catch up before dark." Huang Li snorted coldly and turned away with a flick of his sleeve. Perhaps out of stubbornness, he conferred briefly with Zhao Lijing and a few lazy villagers, then led the villagers to leave. Among the crowd, some idle men looked at the carts and luggage of the villagers from Wazi Village with unclear expressions. Some villagers from Wazi Village also wanted to follow, like the scheming types, but since they saw their own people not moving, they had to stay behind. Inside the carriage, Fu Chi-Chi looked around at the scattered villagers, digging and poking at the dry, cracked embankments east and west. They were on a broken, rugged official road, with farmland on both sides. This year's drought had left the fields barren. Even the distant forest was just dry branches, likely trampled over by refugees multiple times. Anything edible had long been taken. However, on the west side, there were several cliffs and piles of rocks, which most people wouldn't think contained food. A sudden thought flashed across Fu Qiqi's brow. Xiu, you three come and keep an eye on Zhao Zhao, Yan Yan, and Yazi. I'll go with Brother Song to look for food. A few young children wanted to go but were persuaded to stay. Song Jin saw that Qiqi's expression relaxed and seemed happy, as if he guessed her plan. The two headed toward the fields. The thorny bushes by the roadside were withered, but still had thorns. As they entered the weeds, Song Jin frowned. I'll scout ahead. You follow behind. Qiqi obediently agreed, and slowly walked along the narrow. Humph! A cold snort came from behind. Zhou Bapi and a few friendly women searched nearby but found nothing and mocked. Some people are shameless, relying on their looks, flirting with young Master Song every day. Humph! Once we leave Yuyan City, young Master Song will be gone, and some people will be left behind, crying with nowhere to go. The women looked surprised, but only Qiqi, the ugliest girl in the group, was the most beautiful. Could it be that young Master Song was used to find food, and only interested in village girls? They had heard that Song recognized Yan Yan and Zhao Zhao as siblings, so was that just a cover? Qiqi slowly approached Zhou Bapi and looked down at him from above, saying, I'm just pretty. Are you jealous? Envious? Too bad you're so ugly. No one will want you even if you send yourself to a man. There was a loud pop sound again as a few women came over, and everyone burst into laughter, teasing. Oh, looks like Zhou Papi is missing a man. I knew it. Zhou Papi always rides on old Chu's back, but it turns out he has a wild man supporting him outside. Hearing this, Zhou Papi was so angry she felt her heart pounding. She glared fiercely at Qiqi, the culprit, and swung her arm to hit her. Before she could strike, Qiqi activated her wood element magic to steady her legs, subtly pressing her feet to the ground to stay still. She quietly applied force, causing a large stone to loosen. Suddenly, as Zhou Papi stepped onto the stone, it naturally tilted under her weight, and she slipped. Ah! She fell backward, flailing. Thud! She landed on all fours. She hurried to get up, but at that moment, there was a crisp cracking sound. Her clothes at the waist were torn by a broken tree branch, exposing her side and part of her pink undergarment. It was open. A large patch of skin and her pink undergarment were visible. Ha ha ha. Her undergarment is still red, and Zhou Papi is such a flirt. Zhou Papi looks so pale inside, just like a girl in a temple, white as paper. Ha ha ha. Everyone around burst into laughter, attracting nearby villagers who were out gathering wild vegetables. Some idle men looked at her with mischievous eyes. Familiar women quickly helped Zhou Papi up and hurried her away. So embarrassing. A crowd gathered. Even though Zhou Papi was thick-skinned, she blushed and looked angry as she cursed all the way back. She suspected Qiqi was behind this. She turned to look, but Qiqi was already gone. Could it be? Back at the resting place, her story spread throughout the village. Everyone looked at her with teasing eyes, especially a few idle men who lingered nearby, sitting on the ground and leering at her with mischievous grins. Zhou Papi's face turned pale and red with anger. Not far away, in the abandoned fields, Brother Song, Qiqi happily ran after Song Jin. From a distance, Song Jin saw her bouncing along, just like years ago when she was the same age, walking home from school every day, looking just as lively now. Her face was full of youth and vitality. When Qiqi reached a dry creek, it was just a deep ditch now, about 2 meters deep. Wait! Qiqi stood there obediently, not moving. Song Jin jumped down the hillside and stood above the ditch, stretching out his big hand, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked at her. Are you happy? Qiqi naturally placed her hand in his and smiled softly. Yes, Zhou Papi scolded me, so I teased her back. Her girl's eyes were sharp and clever, proud and carefree, as if she had stolen something. Song Jin's heart trembled. He tightly held her small hand and pulled her into a warm embrace. No one was around. Song Jin didn't want to let go of his little girl. He gently rubbed her head, smelling of fresh grass, scent full of vibrant life. This is a wood-type special ability, the scent of vitality. Fu Qiqi, held in his arms, felt a bit confused. Her little heart was racing inside her chest, pounding like a small deer bouncing wildly. Big brother Song, I'm fine, she said, feeling uncomfortable after being held for so long, but she couldn't quite explain why. Song Jin sighed inwardly. His actions were obvious, yet his little girl still seemed emotionally slow. After a moment, his voice was a little hoarse. He loosened his embrace, but didn't let go of her hand. Fu Qiqi tried to pull away several times, but gave up. Still, she seemed to like Big Brother Song holding her small hand. The two followed a dried-up stream deeper into the forest. They passed through a sparse, leafless woods and reached the end. Sure enough, a cliff wall. Fu Qiqi found some wild vegetables poking out from the ground. She looked up, blinking her long eyelashes. Big brother Song, I can do magic. Hee, Song Jin chuckled softly. He already knew. Fu Qiqi placed her palm next to the wild vegetables and activated her wood-type ability. A miracle happened. With the eye, fresh green seedlings sprouted from the cracked earth, growing little by little until they became a lush, tender wild vegetable. It was a type of shepherd's purse, standing out starkly in the barren land. But Fu Qiqi's cat-like eyes stared fixedly at Song Jin, feeling anxious and uneasy inside. She was risking everything, betting that Song Jin's kindness toward her was real, and that he was a true gentleman. Song Jin secretly felt pleased. He had hidden his identity to win Qiqi's heart, and this tactic was working very well. He even planned to tell her about his wood-type ability. But he kept a serious expression and said coldly, I always knew Qiqi was a fairy descended from heaven. But this magic, you shouldn't show it to me. It's too dangerous.
Huh?
She was a fairy? Fu Qiqi's cat-like eyes widened in confusion. What a silly girl. Song Jin gently rubbed her small head, suppressing the joy at the corner of his mouth, but his words remained cold and serious. Since I know, from now on, no one else must find out except me. If anything leaks, your life could be in danger. People's hearts are hard to read. If someone maliciously labels you as a demon or evil spirit, even Yen Yen and Zhao Zhao could be targeted and attacked. Fu Qiqi was still confused. The story wasn't going the way she expected, but she nodded repeatedly. Song Jin declared firmly, don't be afraid. From now on, I will protect you. Like a promise, a heavy vow. Fu Qiqi turned her eyes and looked carefully for a moment, then relaxed and said, okay. With that, Fu Qiqi opened her heart and spoke softly. Since the day the Hor family slaughtered everyone and bandits roamed everywhere eating human flesh, and a few days ago, refugees committed mass suicide by eating Guanyin soil. I feel very uncomfortable. My heart hurts. I'm afraid that if we don't find water or food on this journey, the refugees will become evil ghosts from hunger, and this land will turn into on Earth, where everyone eats each other. I want to keep moving and find a damp, secret place. I secretly grow vegetables and hide food. Brother Song, what do you think? Is that okay? A 14-year-old girl in plain rough cloth stood gracefully on a rock. Half her beautiful face was in shadow, and half was under the blazing sun, shining brightly. Song Jinwoo's eyes sparkled with surprise. His little girl understood righteousness and the importance of protecting the people. This was the behavior of a true hero. He slowly smiled. Okay, you do it boldly. I will protect you. Feeling the intense gaze of Brother Song, as if he had discovered a treasure, she felt a bit awkward. She wasn't that great. She decided to act immediately. Fu Qiqi smiled like a blooming flower and, like performing magic, threw out a few pumpkin seeds. In just 15 minutes, the barren land blossomed with pumpkin seedlings, changing through the seasons, vines climbing, flowering, and small fruits forming. Soon, among the lush pumpkin leaves, Large golden pumpkins grew, looking very tempting. The two stood on the cliff, exchanging a silent, perfect understanding that no one could break. Song Jinwoo gathered for pumpkins, picked some tender pumpkin vines and leaves. Fu Qiqi had just finished absorbing 3 zombie crystal stones and happily stored the pumpkins in her space. With a light tap of Song Jinwoo's light skills, they flew past the refugees who had eaten Guanyin soil, found some bushes, and grew more pumpkins, potatoes, and wild vegetables. Finally, they returned hand in hand. The villagers of Wazy Village had only a few stray wild vegetables, lying dejectedly, waiting for their missing neighbors to return.
Quick!
Down by the cliff, there's a pumpkin patch. There are many pumpkins hidden in the bushes. Song Jinwoo and Fu Qiqi each carried a large pumpkin, and Fu Qiqi, far away, dropped her pumpkin and, leaning on her knees, gasped for breath, saying, "Pumpkin? Where? Really a pumpkin?" Everyone hurriedly grabbed the pumpkin that Fu Qiqi had just dropped. With a nail and a mouth, they quickly ate the pumpkin completely. Fu Qiqi's eyes widened like a cat. She had eaten it all raw. The villagers finally realized that the pumpkin belonged to Qiqi. Someone politely apologized. "Qiqi, I'm sorry. We all shared it. I followed everyone." Qiqi stopped her hand. Under peer pressure and extreme hunger, no one could resist the juicy, fresh pumpkin. Feng Lijing looked sadly at the pumpkin juice spilled on the ground. Now, even a drop was precious. "Qiqi, is there any more pumpkin?" Dozens of eyes looked at Fu Qiqi. She blinked her cat-like eyes, teasing everyone's patience, then nodded. She was like a fairy. At this moment, Qiqi was the most beautiful fairy in everyone's eyes. "Quick, let's go." Hands reached out to grab Qiqi. Song Jin stepped forward, his eyes dark, staring at the black hands. Under the gaze of the death god's eyes, everyone's legs went weak, and they let go. Song Jin put down the pumpkin and led the way toward the barren fields. As a breeze blew, he declared, "Anyone who dares to touch my Qiqi will be cut down." Everyone was startled, but obediently followed behind. Though anxious, no one dared to say a word of urging. Shiyu and a few others were eager to follow and secretly watch Sister Qiqi. Fu Qiqi said, "Go, all of you." Little Zhao Zhao's excited face jumped even faster than Shiyu's. After a long walk, the villagers finally felt like they had been waiting forever. They crossed over rocks and climbed through bushes, arriving at a steep cliff where a large pumpkin patch grew, at least 60 pumpkins. "We're saved! We're saved!" Everyone cheered happily, saliva swallowing sounds mixed with dry gulps. They swallowed air and hiccuped. This life-or-death joy also happened 3 miles away in the dense forest. When everyone returned heavily loaded, they used Song Jin's method to divide the food by person. Shiyu, with a dark face, said, "Qiqi, you don't know. People dug 3 feet deep into the ground, pulling out pumpkin roots and fresh shrub roots. Even the roots of the shrubs were taken. That's too much. Roots usually go at least 1 meter deep in the ground." Fu Qiqi shivered with disgust. The pumpkins each family received, no one dared to eat much. They sliced them into pieces, drained the juice into bamboo tubes for drinking, and roasted them by the fire. Fresh, large pumpkins are a burden on the way to escape hunger. Dry roasted pumpkins are easy to store and hide. When hungry, biting into a few days' worth can save lives and fill the stomach. Pumpkin leaves and roots, learned from Qiqi's method, are all crushed into bamboo tubes and kept to chew for a day or 2. Fu Changhong sees his neighbors grateful and thankful to Qiqi. He chews on a half-cooked pumpkin slice, but it doesn't taste good to him. The others in Fu's family are rough and tough, and they don't care who finds food for them. When they have a chance, they sell those worthless kids, but if they have food, they still eat it. At night, Huang Lijing and Zhao Lijing, who are resting in an abandoned village ahead, hide behind a broken door to discuss secretly. Zhao Lijing, the people of Wazy Village, won't they be killed by bandits? Huang Lijing, I think they must be in trouble. They should have been chased before dark. Zhao Lijing, it's a pity about the good stuff. But everyone else is dead. The kids at Qiqi's house definitely won't be in trouble. Young Master Song is skilled in martial arts and escaped easily. Huang Lijing feels even more upset. He has been planning that once young Master Song leaves, he will take over Chi-Chi's carriage.
Alas.
The next day, villagers from Shirgu village and Lu village, who stayed overnight in the abandoned village, are filled with sadness. Everyone knows that all the villagers of Wazi village have perished. They fled together with the villagers of Wazi village, some with good relationships and even secret feelings. There's no tomorrow in days like these. When will it end? A woman mutters, looking at the blazing sun. Everyone sigh. Just as they prepare to leave, clatter, clatter, clatter. A group of fierce-looking soldiers on fast horses rush from afar, dust rising like smoke, a dull gray haze, making it hard to see clearly. But one thing is certain, these are not good people. Quick, protect the villagers with the guard team. Hide. Zhao Lijing sees Huang Lijing trembling with fear for the first time and begins to doubt his choice to stay with Huang Lijing. Quick, hide, everyone get inside the houses.
Run.
Throw the cart to the corner of the wall. Hide inside the house. Several men with large knives drive people into the houses. Having learned from experience, they are obedient this time. Everyone rushes into the broken houses, adults holding children tightly, sweat pouring down like rivers, dripping onto the dirt. At this moment, everyone's mind is filled with young Master Song, that divine-like man. Leader, everyone hide in the broken house, a soldier reports. Shen Kan's mouth twists into a fierce smile. Everyone come out. The steady footsteps grew closer and more urgent. Zhao Lijing looked out through the broken window, feeling his legs go weak with fear. Over 50 soldiers, strong horses, sharp weapons, each one showing their muscular tendons trembling, well-fed and skilled in combat. Despair was overwhelming. Fighting back seemed hopeless. Sir, they are soldiers. We beg them to spare us, a man with red eyes said. Zhao Lijing looked at Huang Lijing, who was hiding behind. He made a decision. Everyone put away your knives. Let's go out and kneel to beg the officer for our lives. The others hurriedly sheathed their knives, either tying them to their waists or hiding them in their bundles. Soon, about 100 thin, hungry refugees came out, kneeling stiffly in front of Shen Kan. They hesitated and looked uneasy, kneeling in silence. Sir, we are villagers from Shirgu village and Huanglu village. Here is the list, Zhao Lijing said tremblingly as he handed over a roster. He was somewhat sensible. Shen Kan took the roster from the soldier and looked around at the struggling group of refugees. His gaze was cold and sinister. Have you seen this person during your escape? Shen Kan asked darkly, his tone strange and bloodthirsty. 2 soldiers beside him held open a scroll. On it was a picture of a wild young man named Lang, recognized by the refugees as the man who, without hesitation, would kill anyone. Seeing the refugees hesitate, Shen Kan's violent nature suddenly surged. He whipped a whip around the neck of the man at the front, lifting him up like a chicken. Tell me, where have you seen him?
Why?
He looked like a demon risen from. The man in midair was so frightened he dared not move. He gasped out, about 10 days ago, on the official road I saw this noble young man looking for a woman. He didn't like the women in our village, so he took his men and left. Shen Kan licked his lips. He didn't care for these dirty women either. According to the young master's taste, he wouldn't like them. Now it made sense. Young master was looking for someone to satisfy his desires, didn't like the refugees, and then encountered the Hua family, leading to the Hua girl. Have you seen anyone from the Hua family? The refugees looked confused. It seems these refugees have never seen the Hua family. The killers are highly skilled and good at using hidden weapons. They must have been helped by the Hua family. As long as they are still hiding nearby, I will dig 3 feet underground to find them. Shen Kan threw the big man onto the wall, as if discarding trash.
Ah, spit.
The big man leaned against the wall, coughing up blood, then fell to the ground like a leaf. The refugees were so frightened that they lowered their heads even more. Only the relatives of the big man eagerly wanted to check his injuries, but they dared not move because the soldiers had not left. Shen Kan, to be cautious, looked over the refugees one by one. None of them had internal strength. They were all ordinary people. He then mounted his horse and gave a stern warning. If anyone hides anything, they will be punished without mercy. Giddy up. Is that the head of the household? A woman quickly helped a man to his feet and said sadly. Chunbu slowly opened his eyes. Mainyang. From now on, it will be hard for you to take care of the two children. If you find someone suitable,
You can marry again.
the children must keep their original surname. The woman nodded tearfully, then shook her head, then nodded again. Chunbu looked at the two children. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he closed his eyes forever. Father, don't die.
Ugh. Wah.
Father, I want my dad. A living person died just like that. They couldn't even dare to hate, let alone seek revenge, as it would be like trying to break a stone with an egg. Behind them, the refugee team from Wazi village was just setting out. Last night, Song Jin took Chi-Chi along the official road, planting over 20 seeds, and used wood element magic to grow pumpkin, potato, and other crops. Chi-Chi wanted to grow sweet potatoes, but in this world, there were none, and she was worried others wouldn't know how to eat them, so she gave up. While resting with her eyes closed, Chi-Chi suddenly opened her eyes. There are horse hooves. Song Jin and she spoke at the same time, then exchanged smiles. Call Feng Lijing over. Song Jin instructed Xiu outside the window. Xiu handed the reins to Lin Sheng, jumped out of the cart, and ran quickly to Feng Lijing. Feng Lijing was very happy that Song Jin called him and ran over eagerly. Young Master Song, you called me? Song Jin said calmly, tell everyone to stop and hide in that pine forest. A group of people is coming, and they're very hostile. Feng Lijing immediately put away his slightly flattering smile, nodded seriously, then turned with his son Feng Xingfa to the front of the group. Hurry. Bandits are coming. Everyone hide in the pine forest. The elderly and children go first. The men will hold them off. Everyone heard this, and hurriedly pushed their carts toward the pine forest. At this time, the drought had its benefits. The land was all bare and dry. They pushed the carts forward smoothly through the open land. Song Jin let Xiu and others get on the wagon, while he personally drove the cart toward the pine forest. Everyone hid behind patches of bushes. After checking, Song Jin found many signs of recent activity, exposed ground, footprints, and cart tracks. He called a few men to gather branches and dry leaves to cover the trail. After inspecting, he saw more cart marks on the road. He used his inner strength to cover the tracks with dry leaves. The sound of hooves grew closer, and the villagers heard it too. Everyone stay quiet. Feng Lijing whispered urgently. Seeing Tsong Gongzi smile and nod in approval, everyone felt relieved. Actually, it was Chu Chi-Chi waving and calling Brother Tsong over. When Tsong Jin approached, he saw Xiao Zhao Zhao tightly holding Chi-Chi's neck. Worried she might get tired, he reached out to pick her up. Xiao Zhao Zhao glared and said, I want a hug from sister. Feeling ignored, Song Jin rubbed his nose. In just a short while, a group of soldiers on horseback, dozens of them, rushed along the official road. They looked fierce, covered in blood, and carried large curved swords. The villagers couldn't help but hold their breath and cover their mouths in fear. Fortunately, these soldiers didn't notice anything unusual and rode away quickly. Song Jin taught Xiu to listen carefully, leaning his ear to the ground. When he couldn't hear any more sounds, he signaled Feng Lijing's son. Feng Xingfa stepped forward and shouted, The soldiers are gone. Everyone, get on your horses and hurry up. The villagers, still scared, quickly pulled out their carts and increased their pace. These soldiers are so fierce. It's been a long time since I saw soldiers like these. They look like bandits. Do you think they might hurt people? Why are the soldiers heading to Suyan City? They have no food or water. When Chi-Chi heard the whispers outside, she also frowned tightly. She used her special ability to look and saw that these soldiers had come out of blood-stained waters. Each of them had taken many lives, over 100 each. They didn't have any food with them, but their spirits were strong. indicating they had a supply base nearby. Seeing Chi-Chi's worried little brow, Song Jin gently touched her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Chi-Chi looked up and smiled sweetly, and Xiao Zhao Zhao was angry again. Brother Song was touching her sister, and she had endured this for a long time. She puffed up her cheeks and said loudly, "Boys and girls are different. Brother Song shouldn't touch my sister like that." Her voice was soft and cute. Little Yen Yen and Xiao Yazi didn't understand. Chi-Chi. Song Jin. It turned out that the little girl had always been hostile toward him because of this. He couldn't help but chuckle silently. Fu Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat for a moment. Seeing Brother Song smile so naturally, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. She gently pinched Xiao Zhao Zhao's soft little face, rubbing and teasing him, and said, "Wow, our little housekeeper is starting to take charge." This is a familiar gesture among family members. Brother Song is our big brother, just like I am your sister. Song Jin. Xiao Zhao Zhao showed a doubtful expression, half believing, half doubting. Fu Chi-Chi took out a small milk candy from her bag, giving one to each of them to eat. The new little sprout was shy by nature. After tasting something sweet, he learned from Brother Yen Yen to keep his mouth closed and stay silent. Brother Yen Yen had told him, when there's something delicious, no one is allowed to say anything, or it might be taken away. Taken away.
He knew this well.
In the past, Grandma often cried, saying that someone had stolen their food. If it was stolen, they would go hungry. Grandma often felt so hungry, she couldn't straighten her back. Seeing how young and thoughtful the little sprout was, Fu Chi-Chi smiled warmly and hugged him. Inside the carriage, everyone was happily chatting. The three little black eggs driving the carriage knew someone was gently pulling them from behind. They knew it was Sister Zhao Zhao giving them treats. Each had a soft, white candy in their paws. Just like Sister Zhao Zhao, soft and adorable. They put the candies in their mouths, feeling sweet and delicious. By noon, they caught up with a group from Shirgu village and Huanglu village, who were resting. Huang Lijing opened his bloodshot eyes and asked in surprise, "Are you all alive?" Annoyed. "You're the one who's dead," Feng Lijing replied bluntly. Zhao Lijing stepped past him and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Feng, have you seen the big-headed soldier?" Feng Lijing looked worried. "Yes, we encountered him. We saw him early and avoided him. That group is fierce. They're investigating the death of his young master. By the way, that young master was the nobleman who killed someone the other day. Just like his master, after questioning, they didn't say a word and killed Chunbu immediately," Zhao Lijing said with lingering fear. They were all regular soldiers who had been soaked in blood. It turned out that the cruel demon was someone important. Fu Chi-Chi's heart skipped a beat. Song Jin squeezed her palm gently and shook his head, signaling her to stay calm. Caring Fu Changhong listened and squinted his eyes. His first thought was that Song Gongzi was responsible. But it didn't seem right. How could he kill someone when he was with them day and night? Fu Chi-Chi saw the ghost-like Fu Changhong appear behind her unexpectedly and looked at him with a complicated gaze. Fu Changhong smiled faintly. "Chi-Chi, little sister." His face was really thick, truly a hypocrite. Fu Chi-Chi gave him a lazy look, ignoring him, and walked to the shady side to rest with a bunch of carrots.
Ahead. What?
"You found the pumpkin field." Huangli was full of jealousy and envy, showing it clearly. The refugees, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sat up straight, looking at the villagers of Huazi village munching on dried pumpkins, with admiration on their faces. The children's hoarse, swallowing sounds made people feel sorry for them. Feng Li, who was kind-hearted, told them, "With the blessing of the gods, we can always find fresh crops along this road. Look in the bushes, ponds, ditches, and hidden places." At noon, the sun was blazing. No matter how hot it was, villagers from both sides dropped what they were holding and hurriedly ran in different directions. Not far away, occasional screams could be heard. Potatoes! Pumpkins! Such tender wild herbs. Hearing this, the villagers of Huazi village lost interest in their dried pumpkins. Each family left their bundles and rushed to the sides of the road. Gaju, who had been paying close attention, was already eating with his cousin. Seeing the neighbors leave, Gaju smiled and said to Getsong, "Cousin, you can't work with your hands, so stay and watch the bundles. I'll take my wife and children to look for food." Getsong nodded silently, as usual. Mrs. Ma hesitated to speak but saw that her husband didn't look at her, and the 3 older children could work, while the 2 younger ones could only help a little. She followed behind, taking small steps, looking at Gaju, who was strong and capable. Fuchichi saw a flash of madness in Getsong's eyes and couldn't help but worry about Mrs. Ma. At first, she was ashamed of Mrs. Ma and Gaju's secret relationship. But she had personally heard that Mrs. Ma didn't want to continue being with Gaju as husband and wife. Getsong slapped her a few times and kicked her hard in the stomach, threatening, "If you dare not go, I'll tell the clan you're a shameless woman and drown you. The 3 children will never recognize you as their mother." He had hit her where it hurt. Seeing Mrs. Ma obediently walk into the woods, Getsong cursed, "When we get to Jiangnan Prefecture, I'll make sure you and that adulterer have nowhere to hide." Getsong was being foolish, using and eating from others' efforts, like a laborer, and still planning more crazy schemes. "What are you thinking?" Song Jin sat down and leaned closer to Chi-Chi. Fuchichi rested her chin on her hand and said, "I think Getsong is up to something," making Gaju confused. Song Jin looked over and saw Getsong's face dark with anger. Aside from his personal life, he thought well of Gaju, brave, clever, and loyal. Gaju should be aware of what's going on. Song Jin wiped the sweat from Chi-Chi's forehead and said, "Chi-Chi, from today onwards, I will teach you internal martial arts. You need to learn light skills."
Ah.
Fu Chi-Chi turned her head to watch the 6 little ones practicing boxing. She escaped the boxing practice, but couldn't avoid learning light skills. Song Jin's expression darkened slightly. In the apocalypse, her low combat ability was the reason she couldn't fight back. He composed himself and calmly said, "Your magic skills should not be shown to others. You must keep them secret and use them quietly. Swords and knives are for fighting enemies, but light skills are the best for escaping." Seeing that Fu Chi-Chi was not convinced, Song Jin's lazy, magnetic voice sounded again. "Escape is the best strategy in the 36 strategies of Tangong. Chi-Chi, you have a good foundation. If you practice your light skills perfectly, when you face danger in the future, I will worry less. Chi-Chi, you are the elder sister.
You should set an example. Stop."
The feeling of true Songjin was too frightening. Her mind kept imagining true Songjin reciting scriptures like a monk. "Chi-Chi, today learn chess. Chi-Chi, today learn. Chi-Chi, I will test you." Fu Chi-Chi puffed her cheeks and pressed her tongue against her teeth. "Learn." With deep determination.
Ha!
Song Jin smiled at the corner of his lips, his smile so dazzling it made mountains and rivers fade, the sun and moon lose their light. His Chi-Chi still looked like that adorable girl from the end of the world, biting her pen whenever she studied. The village girls returning home were attracted by the laughter and froze in place. So beautiful, like a fairy. They were so jealous they wanted to eat Chi-Chi alive. A deadly glare was shot her way, and Chi-Chi shivered all over. Fu Chi-Chi thought, "The beauty is a troublemaker." Without giving her a moment to breathe, he immediately started teaching again. Song Jin deliberately looked serious and stern. "Although I lost my memory, I remember my martial arts techniques very clearly. The internal skill I will teach you is called Light Cloud, Elusive Sunday. It combines internal energy with agile leg movements, which is the key to performing it. You have divine magic, so practicing internal skills will be twice as effective. The difficult part is your leg technique, which requires daily, heavy practice to become as light as a swallow." Fu Chi-Chi put down the half-eaten pumpkin and caught the last part. "Starting today, every morning from 7 to 9, and every afternoon from 4 to 7, you must walk with weights on your legs." Her face fell completely. She really wanted to tell him she had a machine gun, a cannon, a tank,
Bombs.
What kind of light skills are these? If someone annoyed her, she'd just throw a bomb and them to bits. But in reality, "Oh my, Mom, Big Brother Tsong, True Songjin possesses her, and she doesn't dare to say even half of no. Starting from this day, she notices a strange phenomenon. Fu Qiqi, wearing a straw hat, has 2 stones tied to her legs, walking on foot. That little brat, possessed by a ghost, refuses to ride the carriage, jumping and running around for fun. Granny Hua scowled, looking darkly at Fu Qiqi ahead. Fu Qiqi walks while practicing light skills. She didn't expect herself to be a little martial arts genius. In just 3 days, she felt a true energy inside her. Whenever her right leg reaches its limit, she channels the true energy into her foot, making her lighter and more agile. Feng Xingfa, the eldest son of Fengli, walks over and says, Qiqi, maybe there's a misunderstanding with young Master Song. Should I help explain things to him? Everyone, curious, eavesdrops eagerly. Fu Qiqi blinks her cat-like eyes and softly says, Oh, thank you, Uncle Xingfa. I'm learning martial arts. Feng Xingfa is half convinced. Next to her, Fu Shimei sneers, learning martial arts with stones tied to your legs? She's definitely disliked by young Master Song and kicked out of the carriage. Fu Qiqi ignores her. Fu Kuanyin suddenly jumps out, crossing her arms proudly. She was kicked out by young Master Song. Look at her showing off. A woman rolls her eyes and says, I told you young Master Song, a divine person, can't be fooled by mice like her. He only has eyes for Fu Qiqi's family. Another woman secretly mocks, Qiqi, you need to have self-awareness. Your family has 3 orphans with no parents. Don't always trouble young Master Song. Find a chance to get a wooden cart so you can walk more easily in the future. She doesn't want to bother, but she's annoyed, like a fly. Fu Qiqi smiles cheerfully and says, Thank you, ladies, for your concern. But I don't want to change. Inside the carriage, Xiao Zhao Zhao, holding a small ice pack, sways her little head and pokes at Songjin's back with her tiny finger. Songjin turns his head, pats her little head, and asks, Worried about sister? Xiao Zhao Zhao hesitates, then nods seriously. Why does Big Brother Song make sister practice such hard martial arts? Songjin softly replies, Because she's your sister. There are too many bad people outside. Learning martial arts helps her protect you all. Xiao Zhao Zhao feels sad but understands. Next to her, Xiao Yanyan seems to understand but is unsure. She thinks for a moment, clenches her small fist, and says, I will learn martial arts well to protect sister. Xiao Yazi also waves her little fists and says, I want to learn martial arts too, to protect sister. Anyway, Xiao Yanyan believes whatever Xiao Yanyan says, so she wants to learn from her. 3 little radish heads were practicing boxing inside the carriage. Songjin chuckled softly. When he and Qiqi arrived in a different world, he didn't expect to become a kid leader and have to teach 6 little radish heads. Recently, the refugees started to gather fresh food little by little. Not much, just enough to fill their stomachs. People wouldn't starve anymore. The villagers of Sand Village were no exception. Luckily, they found small bags of fine rice, corn, and millet in the cracks of rocks. The luckiest was young Master Song, who found a big bag of top-quality rice and 2 dried rabbits. All the refugees watched Qiqi hopping at the front of the line, thinking about their plans. Hey, young Master Song, your carriage doesn't have a coachman. I am not talented, but I can drive horses, a man said, having heard the news from his wife. He ran to the carriage, bent over, and flattered him. The sunlight shone on Songjin's calm face, and he looked impatient to be disturbed. He lifted his eyelids and said, No need. The man was not giving up. Xiu, that mischievous boy, is from outside. He insists on following Qiqi. If you and Qiqi have argued, then using her people might not be suitable. Don't worry, my wife cooks very well. Everyone in the village knows it, and her dishes are the best. Xiu, who was holding the reins, turned to look. His eyes looked at the man as if he was a fool. They hadn't seen how Songjin looked at Qiqi, like a mother who was worried her precious child might melt in her mouth. Go away, big fool. Everyone knows that in good times, your wife only cooks 1 pot of food. Now that every grain can save lives, Don't ruin young Master Song's precious food. Another man pushed forward. Hey, young Master Song, I am good at cooking in the village. When I was young, I learned proper cooking in a restaurant. Before the first man could speak again, someone else climbed onto the carriage through the gap. A few women and men saw they were a step late and hurried forward, determined. Young Master Song, Annie here is the best at cooking. Young Master Song, look at me. The carriage was being pulled apart, and the horses in front couldn't move. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the table inside the carriage. Song Jin smiled faintly and said, My Chi-Chi, when have I ever argued with her? Everyone was stunned to hear that. Chi-Chi, who had just finished practicing, pouted and returned, glaring at the people around her with a big huff.
Today was a good day.
I see your luck has increased by 28 points compared to yesterday. Song Jin naturally pulled Chi-Chi into the carriage, handed her a water bag, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Everyone who saw this would say, he is like family. The crowd looked downcast and dispersed. Chi-Chi, with her pure and innocent cat-like eyes, said softly, Brother Song is so charming. Maybe he'll find a better girl and leave us siblings behind? Her tone was playful and slightly teasing. Song Jin pinched her little nose and said, You are naughty. You are my special girl. Behind them, Xiao Xiao, with his hands behind his back, sighed again. Young people don't listen to advice. How will my sister find a good husband in the future? When Aunt Shu and Mrs. Kwong whispered, she overheard them. Young Master Song is too close to Chi-Chi. She is already a young lady. She should know to be careful around men. Should we remind him? Yes, I worry about that. His behavior might affect Chi-Chi's marriage. Those who know understand he treats her like a sister, just like Yen Yen. But those who don't might misunderstand. I fear when I look into his eyes. Me too. Let's wait until we leave Suyen City safely and find a good time to remind him.
Sigh.
The little one sighed again. Outside, a group of villagers had no idea that in the days to come, some stubborn, thick-skinned people, trying to get some grain by flattering Chi-Chi and her brother, would go to great lengths to please them. But Chi-Chi paid no attention. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to a strange phenomenon. They encountered refugees from other counties who said they needed to worship the moon god to find food the next day. Thanks to the moon god's blessing, we left Su Yen City safely. The moon god plants fruits and grains every night for us to eat during the day. After some inquiries, they learned that one day, Song Jin and Chi-Chi were flying through the sky when a refugee, who was urinating at night, saw them. When this refugee reached a bush, he was stunned. During the day, the land was cracked and barren, but at night, it suddenly grew potatoes and other vegetables. Word spread quickly. Many people watched as Song Jin and Chi-Chi created crops and then left. Haha, Chi-Chi giggled inside the carriage, her face bright with happiness. To hide her identity, she had chosen a traditional white dress in her space. Under the moonlight, Brother Song flew with her, his clothes fluttering. He didn't look like a fairy. The children looked up, confused, watching Song Jin and Chi-Chi. With new food available, more bandits wanted to steal without working for it. The three villagers just fought off a group of bandits and won, but about 10 people were injured or killed. Luckily, Song Jin and Fu Chi-Chi helped, especially Fu Chi-Chi. Everyone now looks at her with new respect, surprised that she has only been practicing martial arts for a little over a month and can fight 3 bandits at once. Hua Posey was finally injured this time, with a cut on her back. She grumbled and cursed. You good-for-nothing girl, with such good fighting skills, you don't know how to protect your family. Instead, you're sneaking around behind their backs. Back in the snowy days, you should have been thrown into the ice hole. Everyone understood she was scolding Chi-Chi, but they didn't realize Song Jin was nearby, with a cold expression and a murderous aura. If you don't know how to speak properly, just keep your tongue still, he said sharply, like a bucket of cold water poured over her. Hua Posey's anger instantly cooled, and she realized she was just used to scolding. She didn't dare to provoke Chi-Chi now. Uncle Fu hesitated and said, I try to control my mother. She She just talks too much. I didn't mean anything bad. Seeing Songjin walk away, Hua Posi suddenly slapped Fu Xiaoshuang, her third daughter, across the face. You good-for-nothing girl, so careless. Do you want me to die from the pain? 7-year-old Fu Xiaoshuang held a blood-stained cloth, too scared to cry, looking helplessly at her father. Mother, Xiaoshuang is only 7.
Her wound is well bandaged.
Why are you hitting her? Uncle Fu, though a bit simple, loved his daughter deeply. Hua Posi, lying on the cart, reached out to hit someone but couldn't land a. She cursed loudly. This is outrageous. Unfilial children. You, old third, is it whose family stirring trouble? That who's just sitting there doing nothing, daring to order my son to turn against his mother? Just wait. When we get to Jiangnan Prefecture, I'll sell all 3 of you. Hua's wife said nothing, took her 2 daughters to the side, and sat on a clean stone. A gurgling sound came from the stomach of 4-year-old Fu Yindi. Hua's wife took out 2 small pumpkin sticks, giving one to each girl. The sensible Xiaoshuang fed her mother a piece, but Hua's wife shook her head.
Eat it.
Chi-Chi gave it to me. I still have some left. Hua Posi had long stopped sharing food with them. Thanks to the moon god's protection, she had hidden the food she found during the day away from Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi didn't mind. She baked everything and gave it back, always with extra water. The old lady said she wanted to sell her 3 daughters, and it looked serious. Chi-Chi knew she had to plan carefully. Far away from here, dozens of kilometers away, a soldier reported. General Shen, we're heading north, but still no sign of anyone. We've searched all along the way, but found nothing unusual, the soldier replied. Shen Kan licked the tip of his sword, his eyes cold and sinister. Capture all the people who have seen the 5th young master before, and question them one by one. He believed the suspect was hiding among the refugees. At the exit, he had sent soldiers to guard, and no unusual people were allowed in or out. As they moved further north, the land became barren and empty. Thieves couldn't hide there without food or water. Let's go. Shun Kan shouted sharply, and the sound of galloping horses rushed southward. At this moment, Suyan City borders Jiangnan Prefecture, the last county, Huai County. All checkpoints were heavily guarded, and the roads were completely closed. Soldiers kept arriving in Huai County, catching refugees who had seen the 5th young master. Blessed by the moon god, there was a faint hope of survival. But they had to face fierce bandits and constant interrogations by soldiers. Any mistake could cost them their lives. The refugees were anxious and scared. The villagers of San Village didn't yet realize the danger was close. The closer they got to the checkpoint, the more refugees and bandits they encountered. Conflicts kept happening, with crying and fighting every day. The refugees of San Village looked tense. They had seized a few bandit knives earlier, mostly held by men. The small group of bandits didn't dare attack them, and ordinary refugees kept their distance. Soon they noticed a problem. Everyone moved slowly. There was no sign of joy or urgency about leaving Suyan City. When asked, they learned that General Shen was hunting down and killing refugees, and heavy troops had sealed all the checkpoints. It turned out the young man in fine clothes they saw was the younger brother of King Yi. He was more pampered than a son. King Yi had issued a deadly order to find the culprit at all costs, even digging 3 feet underground, and to execute him with 1,000 cuts before the Tsongmi Jian tomb. The entire team panicked. Everyone in the village had seen the 5th young master. They had also seen those fierce soldiers, heartless killers who wielded large sickle swords and would kill anyone who disobeyed. The frightened group moved slowly, seeing bodies along the road, 1, 2, 5, and at most, over 20 in a pit. They could faintly hear distant howls, curses, and even people kneeling and praying. Everyone broke down. I don't want to die on this wild road before reaching Jiangnan Prefecture. Please, heaven, let us leave Suyan City. The stiff bodies, pools of black and red blood. It painfully pierced Fu Chi-Chi. The long-lost dull pain, chest tightness, and shortness of breath made her mental energy chaos inside her. Her pupils slowly dilated. Song Jin quickly stepped forward, holding Chi-Chi's hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Gradually, a few strands of mental power entered Chi-Chi's body. For a moment, Fu Chi-Chi's inner restlessness calmed, and she obediently nodded. Chi-Chi's emotional pain stemmed from her parents' death when she was only 6 or 7 years old. As a young girl, she hid alone in a mound of dirt for 5 days and nights. Everywhere around her were mass graves filled with bodies. This is also why, during the apocalypse, she didn't want Chi-Chi to get too much blood on her hands or see too much violence. Shiyu called Feng Lijing, Zhao Lijing, and Huang Lijing over, Song Jin said. He had already heard the distant sound of hooves and the chaos of violence. Shiyu quickly ran off and brought Feng Lijing over. Feng Lijing's eyes were red. Young Master Song, what should we do? The bandits have gone mad and those soldiers are like demons. Song Jin, General Shin's soldiers are tracking the refugees along the official road. We will take a mountain path instead and go to the border crossing to see what's happening. But there are fierce wolves in the mountains. Zhao Lijing looked at the endless, withered mountains. Hungry wolves, having not eaten for half a year, could smell human scent and blood just as easily. Feng Lijing, if we continue along the official road, we will encounter the head soldiers in less than half an hour. I agree with young Master Song's plan. Taking risks might still give us a chance to survive. Zhao Lijing anxiously tugged at his beard, frowning. All right, let's take the mountain path. Huang Lijing hesitated, unable to come up with a better idea, and nodded. The mountain trail was rugged and narrow. A cart could just pass through, but a carriage couldn't, so they abandoned the carriage frame and planned to carry their luggage on horseback. The villagers still wanted to make more carts from the carriage frame, but saw that young Master Song was riding a carriage, and when he returned, he was on horseback with 2 people. Everyone, so they had been hiding all along. Behind the village, there was high-quality agarwood, which could be sold for some silver if taken out. In fact, Fu Chi-Chi had stored it in her space. Luckily, they chose this familiar mountain trail. From afar, they could see a village hidden ahead. The approaching danger gave Chi-Chi endless motivation. During the day, she didn't need Songgij to urge her. She practiced martial arts on her own, even practicing an extra half-hour compared to usual. While training, she also carefully observed the surroundings. During rest breaks, while Song Jin was teaching the 6 young children martial arts, the men in the team didn't gather to chat or joke, but stood straight and listened attentively. After class and after finishing her training, Chi-Chi enjoyed Songgij massaging her legs while she used a zombie crystal to restore her energy. When the crystal turned to dust, Chi-Chi leaned in to whisper into Songgij's ear. Big brother Song, this place is getting closer to the Jiangnan prefecture. The air is becoming more humid. Then, I activated my special magic and discovered an underground dark river. My limited food supplies can only help some people. The king of the Y tribes blocked the roads, causing refugees to riot, loot, and fight, making the situation worse than now. I want to give the refugees here a little hope to survive. A humid, itchy feeling. Song Jin suddenly felt like a gentle spring breeze in March, making his body feel warm and tingly. He unconsciously softened his voice and asked, Chi-Chi, what is your plan? Fu Chi-Chi ignored the curious looks from the 3 little ones and moved closer, whispering, I want to bring water. If I can find a well, just one. Tonight, we'll look for abandoned wells, and I will use my magic to create a water channel. Bringing water is a big deal. Song Jin focused his mind, gently placing his hand on Chi-Chi's back, sensing her wood element powers. A warm current entered her body, flowing through her veins. Chi-Chi thought Song Dago was checking her inner strength and shyly said, Oh, my inner power is just starting to take root. I can only tiptoe over a few bushes. Song Jin didn't speak, quietly pondering. There are many wells connected to the underground dark river, but because of the drought, the water level drops or there's no water flow. Water is vital for life. The wood element naturally attracts water, as water and wood depend on each other. In the end of days, Chi-Chi's would power reached level 8, but now her strength has only recovered to level 3. She can break stones and create water channels, even if she's not strong enough yet. With his protection, she can try. Good, I'll protect you. Chi-Chi smiled sweetly. It felt so good. She never asked why he understood these things or where she learned her magic, but he always supported her wholeheartedly. Night like ink. Under Song Jin's careful guidance, they arrived at an abandoned village for rest. It was about an hour later. The whole wasteland was filled with snoring, and even the night watchman leaning against a stone had fallen asleep. Uncle Chu and Xiu held their large swords tightly, watching Song Jin leave with Chi-Chi. During the day, they had already surveyed the terrain. The village had 3 wells. Now, with water more precious than anything, the wells were well protected, covered with thick wooden boards and heavy stones. Song Jin moved the stones and boards away from the well opening. Chi-Chi knelt beside the stone well, glancing at the deep, dark water. A dampness hit her face. This well connected to the underground dark river. Song De, I'm starting now. Song Jin shone his flashlight and said, Good, I'll protect you. Chi-Chi took out a handful of zombie crystals. She knew her limits. Today, to draw water from the dark river, her power was not enough, so she needed to constantly replenish with crystals. Chi-Chi closed her eyes, holding a crystal in one hand and placing the other on the well's opening. After activating her wood-type special ability, a strong water ripple surrounded her body, slowly forming a transparent water pipe that entered the water well. The transparent water pipe found a tiny water outlet in the well and gradually explored downward, point by point. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. A dense layer of sweat appeared on Chi-Chi's forehead. The drought had lasted too long, and the distance from the underground river to the bottom of the well was farther than she expected. At 8 meters, she stopped. Her left hand had already changed the zombie crystal 3 times. Her ability was severely drained, and Chi-Chi's face turned pale. She was close to losing control. Song Jin frowned. Chi-Chi, rest for a while. After trying again for another 15 minutes, she still couldn't go beyond 8 meters. Chi-Chi had to give up, feeling very disappointed. Her once bright eyes, like stars, dimmed, and her long eyelashes drooped over her eyes. Chi-Chi fiddled with a pile of 2nd and 3rd level zombie crystals. Suddenly, she remembered there was a bag of zombie king crystals in her space. She threw all the 2nd and 3rd level crystals back and took out a large green crystal, as big as an emerald, glowing with a gentle light. Song Jin saw this and said no. A 3rd level ability, user refining a 10th level crystal could shatter their mental strength and risk explosion. It was too dangerous. Chi-Chi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Song Jin silently coughed and gave a reason. I can feel the powerful energy inside this gem. I'm worried your inner strength might go out of control. That was true. Chi-Chi pouted, having no choice but to put the crystal away. She thought if I don't, I might risk my life. She then took out a few more 4th and 5th level wood-type crystals. To support his words, Song Jin picked up a crystal, used his internal energy to check it, and said, it's usable. Chi-Chi tilted her head and used her internal energy to probe the crystal. She felt no reaction. Could it be that someone with deep inner strength has internal energy and abilities that work similarly? There was no time to investigate further. Chi-Chi placed her hand on the water well's opening again, and the transparent water pipe entered the well. 1 meter, 3 meters, 8 meters. Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy. She had gone past 8 meters. Suddenly, her face stiffened. Sweat broke out on her face, and her mental strength was stuck at 11 meters. She could already feel water flowing slowly, just a few centimeters from her mental energy. Song Jin saw the veins bulging on Chi-Chi's face, and her expression turned fierce. He shouted, Chi-Chi, stop. Chi-Chi stubbornly said, no, just 30 centimeters more. Song Jin sighed, placed his palm on her back, and used his internal energy combined with his ability to transfer energy into Chi-Chi's meridians. Chi-Chi suddenly felt a warm sensation all over her body, and her strength felt somewhat familiar. As she tried to think deeply, all her energy flowed into her palms. A faint bang came from deep within the water well, indicating the dark river had been opened, and water started rushing up. A cool, refreshing wave washed over her, making Chi-Chi feel energized. "Brother Song, it's done." Her voice was weak, and her small face looked pale like a broken porcelain doll, but her happiness could not be hidden. "Yes, Chi-Chi saved everyone," Song Jin said with a slight smile, taking out a cloth to wipe the sweat from Chi-Chi's face. In just half an hour, the water well stored water up to 5 meters deep. A bucket of water was drawn up, icy and refreshing, bringing joy to everyone. "Brother Song, I want to take a shower." Fortunately, she had a wood element ability, so she stayed clean during the journey, unlike other refugees who smelled bad. But now, she was covered in water. Song Jin's ears turned slightly red. "The water is cold. You just used your magic, so it's a good chance to practice. It's hot today. Good girl. I want to wash." Finally, she took out a large bath bucket from her space, and Song Jin helped add 3 buckets of water. Chi-Chi happily took a shower in a broken-down house. Song Jin dared not go too far, but whenever he got close, his heart pounded loudly. Feeling refreshed, Chi-Chi changed into a blue robe and blue pants, her hair loose as she came out. "Brother Song, you should go too. Your clothes are inside." Chi-Chi pushed her brother toward the water well. In his black clothes, Song Jin's cheeks looked slightly red, but he hurriedly carried water into the house, quickly washing himself clean and coming out as a handsome, young gentleman. The traditional robe in his space seemed made for him, tall and straight. "Really handsome. I wonder how Brother Song is doing now," she whispered softly. Song Jin heard her and realized she was thinking about him. Chi-Chi reopened the other 2 water outlets, and the well quickly filled up again. They had used a lot of water on the way here and distributed it everywhere, so their space's water was running low. They drained 2 more wells of fresh water in one go. Back at their resting place, Uncle Chu and Shiyu usually didn't ask much, but when they received the water Chi-Chi handed over, they were very surprised. "Don't worry, this time the water supply is enough. We emptied the village's water well, which cost Brother Song a lot of his inner strength. Luckily, it's connected to the dark river, so water came out." They both stared wide-eyed and drank the water eagerly. The 4 of them fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn, everyone woke up quietly, grabbing bamboo tubes and yawning as they collected dew from withered grass and leaves. No one spoke. The group was strangely silent, only the sound of footsteps on yellow leaves rustling. "Water." Suddenly, she let out a sharp scream, startling everyone so much that they almost dropped their bamboo cups. "The water is in the well." The morning light shone on Shiyu's upper body, which was wet. "There really is water. Shiyu is soaked all over now." Urgent footsteps hurried toward the water well. Inside the well, clear water rippled and nearly overflowed. Everyone covered their heads and cried. They hadn't seen such a large scene in almost a year. Water, pure and fresh. After the ceremony, everyone took turns drawing water to drink and satisfy their thirst. Suddenly, the abandoned village became lively, like during the New Year, with people washing, drying clothes, and even arguing or chatting happily. Everything was bright and joyful. After discussion, they decided to rest in this deserted village for a day to regain their strength. Nearby, they found more edible crops, enough to add to their food supplies, since they didn't know what the situation at the exit would be. Some village leaders took out a simple map to plan their route, estimating it would take 3 or 4 days to reach the exit at Shuyan City. The happy villagers didn't notice that Prince Song and Fu Chichi were missing. However, Fu Changhong noticed. At 5 in the afternoon, they finally returned. When Fu Chichi dismounted, she needed Prince Song's help, her face painted green, lips pale. For a moment, Fu Changhong had a ridiculous thought. Could the water well be related to Fu Chichi? Impossible. He shook his head vigorously, convinced it couldn't be. Inside a broken house, Fu Chichi leaned on Shiyu to sit down on a broken wooden chair. Song Jin hurriedly told them, "You two rest outside." Chi-Chi has overexerted herself practicing, and she needs to recover. Zhao Zhao and Yen Yen refused to leave, their small eyes full of worry. Chi-Chi smiled faintly. Be good.
Sister is fine. Just rest for a bit.
You should go help Brother Xiu prepare dinner.
I'm hungry. The two little ones obediently left.
Chi-Chi, next time don't try to be brave like today. Everyone has their own fate. You've already grown many crops and saved many people. Now you've broken 3 wells and used up all your energy. If enemies attack now, you'll be at a disadvantage. Song Jin looked at the stubborn little girl with helplessness. Chi-Chi slightly smiled and whispered, "It's all because of Brother Song. Once I rest and regain my strength, I'll be fine. Besides, it's partly my fault that everyone is trapped in this wasteland." Song Jin said seriously, "Everything happens for a reason. If it weren't for the Chui family, how could this disaster have happened to us? If that hidden young master from the 5 families doesn't die, you wouldn't know how many people might fall into his hands, be mistreated, or harmed." Thinking about those scenes of mistreatment and harm, Fu Chi-Chi suddenly felt a surge of anger and a tight chest.
I really wish I could send all the demons to.
Song Jin hugged Chi-Chi and sighed. Chi-Chi not only wants to save lives but also to uphold justice. Brother Song, Sister Chi-Chi, dinner is ready. Xiu peeked in. Okay, we're coming. Fu Chi-Chi adjusted herself, her face turning rosy again. On a broken wooden board, there was a big pot of wild meat stew with rabbit, brought out by Zhao Zhao from the cave. Chi-Chi, you eat so early. Oh, there's rabbit meat too. No wonder I heard Zhao Zhao caught a big rabbit. Did you stew it all?
A sharp voice sounded.
It was Zhang Chunyu, the niece of Aunt Kwang Bo, carrying washed wild vegetables, leaning in to look inside. Her eyes showed clear greed. Just in time, I was about to send some to Aunt Kwang. Fu Chi-Chi took out a wooden bowl filled with meat and handed it to her. Zhang Chunyu took the bowl, her eyes never leaving the clay pot. Little Zhao Zhao, with small, fierce eyes, said, "Brother Xiu, I'm hungry." Little Yazik is hungry too. Xiu, sensing the signal, picked up a large wooden bowl, scooped a big spoonful into it and repeated 5 times, sharing with 3 little ones. Seeing that only half the potatoes, wild vegetables, and a few pieces of meat remained in the pot, Fu Chi-Chi frowned slightly and asked softly, "Chunyu, are you going to eat here?" It was more like an invitation, but lacking warmth. And there wasn't much meat either. Zhang Chunyu twisted her waist, casually said thanks, and ran out. Fu Chi-Chi had never liked Zhang Chunyu. She was young but competitive and lazy. It was also because Aunt Kwang Bo's family had 2 teenage sons, and Uncle Kwang was tall and strong, a good worker. The family had 3 strong men, but only one capable woman, her, an outsider, was enjoying the benefits. When Zhang Chunyu walked away, little Zhao Zhao made a funny face at her, then poured the meat from the big bowl into the pot. Brother Xiaobo said that most of the meat sent to his house went into her mouth. Next time, I'll keep some meat and give it to Brother Debo and Xiaobo, but not to her. Xiao Zhao, holding a piece of meat, said, not giving her any. Fu Chi-Chi smiled at her. Little clever girl. Xiao Zhao giggled, hee, sister is eating meat. Brother Song is eating meat too. After calling everyone, she finally picked up her small bowl and started eating potatoes. Not far away, Fu Changhong couldn't resist his curiosity and secretly watched Fu Chi-Chi. He saw her face was normal, smiling and talking happily, which puzzled him. Just as he was about to look away, Zhang Chunyu, who had just come out, saw him. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to the alley in the distance. Fu Changhong nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. He walked to a broken house nearby, where he could hear Huapa scolding loudly inside. Where are they? All gone? Now the water pipes work, but no one is boiling a pot of porridge. Everyone is so useless. Mother, Kuan Yin just had her first period and doesn't feel well. Maybe Brother San's wife can cook today. Lazy people with no manners. Fu Changhong turned to look at his sister. She looked pale, holding her stomach, and frowned. The evening scene with Kuan Yin was exactly the same. Don't worry, your sister will be fine after drinking something hot, Cui Shi said, thinking that the eldest son was worried about his daughter. Fu Changhong nodded and headed straight toward the well. At a small fork in the road, seeing no one around, he turned into a small alley on the right. Zhang Chunyu was waiting for him there, looking shy. "Big brother Fu, you were waiting for me just now." Fu Changhong lied. "Yes, I didn't see Miss Zhang this evening." Zhang Chunyu's face flushed bright red, and her voice was sweet. "Yes, I went to pick wild vegetables. By the way, Big brother Fu, have you eaten dinner yet?" Fu Changhong looked at her calmly, holding back a trace of disdain in his eyes, but deliberately speaking with restraint. "Miss Zhang, don't worry. I haven't eaten yet." Zhang Chunyu took out a rabbit wrapped in dry leaves from her basket and handed it over, eyes full of expectation. "This is rabbit meat. Please try some, Big brother Fu." Fu Changhong skillfully took the rabbit in dry leaves from her hand, pretending to brush against her hand, then hid the rabbit in his sleeve. He softly said, "Thank you, Miss Zhang." He then asked, "Did you find the item?" Zhang Chunyu replied, "No. They are very cautious and won't let outsiders see their belongings. Also, I suspect the important items are in that big green bag of Lord Song. Look for an opportunity to search through it. Don't worry, Big brother Fu, I will find it for you." Zhang Chunyu looked longingly at him walking away, her face still flushed. However, she didn't see Fu Changhong turn his face with a grim expression, full of sneers in his eyes. A fool, easily manipulated, was now in his grasp. Unfortunately, even after nearly 10 days of trying to steal a bracelet or a key, she had seen no sign of them.
Chunyu?
"Come back for dinner." Mrs. Kwong stepped out of a broken house and saw her niece standing around the corner, smiling foolishly alone. Zhang Chunyu blushed and said, "Hey, we're here. Auntie, I just passed by Chi-Chi's house. They are eating, and they sent us some rabbit meat," Zhang Chunyu said, handing over half of the shrunk rabbit meat. Mrs. Kwong, trusting her, crushed the rabbit meat and tore the wild vegetables, then all poured into the boiling pumpkin pot. "Chi-Chi has some food and remembers to bring some for us. She has 8 mouths to feed, so next time, don't take more. The food we found should last us a while." Mrs. Kwong quickly served half a bowl of pumpkin porridge to each family member. Zhang Chunyu pouted and said indifferently, "Auntie, you've been taking care of her siblings. What's wrong with eating some meat?" "She should treat you as her mother," Mrs. Kwong replied. She looked at her niece, noting that normally she and Chi-Chi didn't get along well, but she wouldn't always pick on Chi-Chi. Recently, though, something strange was happening. Kwong Liha glanced at his cousin's daughter, who often stirred trouble, and said, "Eat your meal. Stop talking nonsense. Your aunt is raising us, and when we're old, our big and little brothers will take care of us. We don't rely on others." Zhang Chunyu, afraid of her uncle, kept quiet and drank her porridge silently. Young Master Fu had said that once they reached Jiangnan, he would propose to her. He was well-educated and would surely get a good position, so she would become a lady in charge. Who cared about the Kwong family? After eating a few more pieces of meat, Kwong Xiaobo stared at him rudely. Her aunt even said she should follow Kwong Xiaobo, but he was nowhere near as elegant as young Master Fu, clumsy and... Thinking this, Zhang Chunyu unconsciously mimicked the noble young ladies from the town, raising her pinky finger and biting into the pumpkin 4 or 5 times before swallowing. Opposite her, Kwong Xiaobo shivered. He suddenly remembered the matchmaker from the neighboring village, whose pretentious manner matched her current attitude perfectly. He was determined to convince his mother. He didn't want to marry Zhang Chunyu. The next day, at dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. They replenished the water supply, packed their belongings, and set out. The mountain path was quite unusual. Climbing through the woods led to the official road, which ran almost parallel to it. They had been worried about wolves, but saw none, only hearing howling and ghostly cries from the east at night. After 4 days of climbing mountains and crossing rocks, they were close to the checkpoint. In a few days, the weather suddenly changed, from scorching heat to cold autumn wind. They heard distant crying from the trees along the official road. Everyone dared not move forward. "Settle down. We will rest in the woods today." Feng Xingfa, following his father's orders, didn't dare to beat drums and shouted in rows. Several village elders and men gathered together, sighing and feeling helpless. When Lord Song returned, Feng Lijeng hurried over nervously, saying, "Young Master Song, you're back. We sent people to check, and there are at least 10,000 refugees, all crowded in the woods at the border. What should we do?" Song Jin had just finished inspecting with Chi. Groups of refugees, like ants, were everywhere, not just over 10,000 but probably around 30,000. The land within 3 kilometers was stripped bare by the refugees digging for food, and the air was filled with a foul smell. He and Chi worked hard nearby, planting over 20 fields of crops. Song Jin said, "There are about 30,000 refugees. The Yuong's people will open the gates sooner or later, or it will cause chaos and unrest among the people. You should settle them here and let the villagers find food nearby. We will observe for a day or 2. Feng Lijeng nodded, but his face was worried again about the arrest matter. "Young Master Song, we've only seen that hidden 5th young master. What do you suggest we do about arresting us?" Everyone understood the serious consequences of Song Jin killing nearly 10 of the hidden 5th young master's men, so they kept quiet about it. Song Jin looked into the distance with a deep gaze and said, "I heard that the person who killed the hidden 5th young master is skilled in using hidden weapons. Shenkan has no way to deal with it and is busy blocking the refugees and investigating. There are 30,000 people. It will take at least 10 days to check them all. We did not kill the so-called hidden 5th young master. When the gates are opened, we will tell the truth." Feng Lijeng nodded again, feeling that this was the only way now. Chi saw that Song Gij was being crowded by Feng Lijeng and others, so she returned to her horse, preferring to stay away from the crowd. From afar, she saw a figure sneaking and bending down, rummaging through a bundle on the ground. "What are you doing?"
Chi asked from behind.
Zhang Chunyu was startled and turned around, meeting Chi-Chi's clear eyes that seemed to see through him. He felt nervous and hurriedly looked for an excuse. "I saw Xiaoya's clothes were torn, so I helped him find them and sew them up. He's an orphan, and I feel sorry for him." Chi blinked and looked at the 3 empty bundles on the ground, clothes scattered everywhere, clearly tricking someone. She stared at him calmly and said, "I heard Uncle Kwang's clothes have had a tear at the hem for several days. If you have time, you might as well help the elders sew and pick some wild vegetables. Moreover, knowing this, you want to help Xiaoya sew his clothes." I thought she was going to steal something, but I didn't know. Zhang Chunyu felt a chill down her spine and shivered. "Chi, just joking. I'll go now." She hurriedly walked away. Chi frowned slightly and tidied her clothes. Who was she looking for? She had already searched her house 3 times. "Chi, sister, you're back," she said, carrying little Yazi. "Zhao found us a nest of bird eggs. I brought some back." Lin Sheng found a patch of wild onions and dug some. "We'll eat the eggs with the wild onions. Smells so good." Chi Fu took the small bag, which held more than 10 bird eggs. She added a few eggs from her space to make enough for everyone to enjoy. "Okay, we'll boil the eggs for dinner tonight." Looking at Zhang Chunyu's distant figure she warned, "Next time she comes over, be careful, she might steal something." She was annoyed. "She just came again? I'll tell Kwang Bo-nyang about it." Chi Fu shook her head. She hadn't found concrete proof, and Kwang Bo-nyang had been kind to her. After Zhang Chunyu left, she secretly signaled to Chang Chunhong from afar. Chang Chunhong pointed toward the hillside below. Zhang Chunyu shyly nodded. Soon, she was crouched among the bushes, waiting anxiously. "Hey, Chunyu, you're a big girl. Why are you squatting here to do your business?" Zhou Bapi saw someone lying down from afar and walked closer, sneering. It was Kwang's niece. Zhou Bapi immediately mocked her. Zhang Chunyu choked. Zhou Bapi was just a troublemaker, always spouting nonsense. Zhang Chunyu angrily said, "Aunt Shou likes to slander people. My leg cramps, I'm resting here."
"What are you looking at?"
Zhou Bapi had already seen her bag, bulging with something, and tried to it. She opened it and saw only a few wild vegetables, with some dirt still on them. Such a girl about to get married, acting lazy every day. It's a wonder Kwang Nyong still thinks you're special.
Puffed.
She cursed and walked away. Zhang Chunyu. Who's lazy? Zhou Bapi, the shameless one, is the laziest in Huazi village. Soon, Zhou Bapi politely greeted her. Oh, it's Uncle Fu. Don't go over there. Kwang's girl, the outsider, is squatting there. Don't let her cause trouble for you. Chang Chunhong politely replied, Thanks, Auntie. I'm just here to get some fresh air. I'll go back soon. No need to thank me. Just focus on your work, Zhou Bapi said, lowering her head to look for wild vegetables in her bag. Zhang Chunyu, hidden among the bushes, clenched her fists in frustration. After a while, Zhou Bapi walked away. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. She only let out a soft cry and made faint sounds of her upper body moving, blending together and making the blood rush in the listener's veins. Finally, Fu Changhong stopped his movements, closed his eyes, took deep breaths and released his hold on her upper body. Zhang Chunyu already knew about the private matters of the inner room. She was still but Fu Changhong's hot, iron-like body changes and his final suppressed low growl made it seem as if she was no longer pure. She carried a cloth bag filled with dried leaves. Along the way, she met people and thought she looked dirty, as if she had been digging wild vegetables. She walked with her hand over her chest and her head lowered, thinking about the embarrassing scene just now. Sometimes she felt ashamed. Other times she looked forward to marrying Fu Changhong and becoming a proud wife in charge. When she reached her resting place, she didn't notice and kept walking with her head down. Chunyu, you're back, An Kwang called her, glancing at her briefly, then lowered her head to cut and cook the dried wild vegetables that had been dried in the sun. The chopped wild vegetables were packed into a cloth bag for easy carrying. When hungry, she could take it out to eat. When there was enough water, she would put it into a pot to cook, making a delicious meal. In recent days, she had gathered quite a bit. Her family had already prepared 2 large cloth bags. Seeing her niece silent for a long time, Aunt Kwang looked up. Chunyu was hiding behind a tree, hurriedly fixing her messy hair, muddy all over, with 2 cuts on her body. What happened? Your shirt is torn? Oh, you're covered in dirt. Zhang Chunyu nervously explained. I fell. Aunt Kwang put down her knife, which had a hole in it, and helped her niece pick dried leaves from her hair, chattering. You're grown up now. Be careful where you step. This mountain area is full of villagers, but there are some with bad intentions. Next time, go wild vegetable picking with Debo and Xiaobo Auntie. You cut the vegetables. I'll do it myself. Feeling guilty, Zhang Chunyu dodged her aunt. Suddenly, she noticed her aunt staring at her neck, and she hurriedly covered it. I fell under the bushes and got scratched. Auntie, am I scarred? Her voice was anxious and frightened, trembling sharply. Her niece cared a lot about her appearance. It was just a thorn that scratched her, no wonder she was panicked. Aunt Kwang withdrew her suspicious gaze, thinking she had mistaken a bite mark. She laughed and comforted her. You're not scarred. I just saw that it's only a superficial scratch. Once it heals, new flesh will grow. Zhang Chunyu pouted with grievance, tears welling up at her eyes. Auntie, watch over me. I'll change my clothes. She looked around, but everyone was busy with their work. Kwang Bo Nyang stood beside her cart, holding up a cloth cover to hide her niece. Meanwhile, Fu Changhong, who was among the crowd, was very excited. Deep down, he didn't like Zhang Chunyu much. He only used her to secretly take back the bracelet and keys. But after leaving for a short while, he started to feel a bit of longing, especially for her body. Especially the idle men in front, talking about the woman in that hall with white skin and the girl in that building with. However, Chunyu said she searched her bag, but couldn't find her aunt's bracelet or keys. Could they be carried by Chi-Chi? Another day passed, and the situation outside remained serious. At the border, Juludao was called. Beyond Juludao, southward, was Jiangnan Prefecture, and there was also a waterway, the Wei River. The Wei River runs through Jiangnan Prefecture and Duanzhou, near Xi'an City. Where there is water, there is a way out. Now, that way is right in front of them, but the refugees are stuck here, feeling anxious and desperate. That day, over 200 refugees forcibly broke through Julu Dao and were all shot by Sun Quan's men. The news spread throughout the refugee camp. Everyone was shocked. How many more must they seal off? It's already August, soon late autumn, then winter. The weather will be cold and freezing. What can we do? God in heaven, they are trying to force us to die. May the moon goddess protect us, so we can still eat each day. But these cut off our only way out. The news reached the refugee group in Sand Village, and they were furious. Use explosives to a path. Let the refugees escape through Julu Dao. A strange fire rose in Fu Chi-chi's heart as she coldly said this. Song Jin squinted his black eyes, a cold light flashing through them. He calmly analyzed. Julu Dao has over 3,000 elite soldiers, armed with fine bows, arrows, and curved swords, all battle-hardened. If they force their way, it's a fight to the death. So, blowing a path with explosives might allow some refugees to escape, but Sun Quan will still hold back some. If they get desperate, Sun Quan and his men might openly kill the refugees, claiming to be fighting bandits. Most refugees are unarmed. Fu Chi-chi looked at the 6 children practicing martial arts in a row. Only Shiyu and Lin Sheng could fight. Her own family had a string of hungry little children.
Fu Chi-chi felt hopeless.
At lunchtime, the refugees, having only chewed a few wild vegetables, lost the desire to find more food. Why isn't there a punishment from the heavens, with lightning strikes to burn those to death?
Fang Li Zheng sped toward Yulu Dao.
Just then, Fu Chi-chi, who had jumped onto a tree branch to practice light skills, suddenly had a bright idea. She quickly jumped down from the treetop. Leaves on the treetops are falling softly as the wind shakes the branches, making me feel angry. I almost want to curse. When I look up, I see Fu Chi-chi jumping around like a clever monkey. I swallow my curse and glare at Fu Chi-chi, spitting a few times in frustration. Fu Chi-chi runs past a row of trees and jumps down to her resting spot. She quickly grabs Song Ji's arm. Sangge glances at her small hand and smiles. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Shiyu, watch those few people. Don't let them run around, Fu Chi-chi warns, pulling Sangge to the side. She listens carefully and sees no one nearby. She looks mischievous and says, Sangge, I have an idea to help the refugees leave Julu Dao.
Kanye feels curious.
He lifts her up and jumps onto a tree branch, giving her an encouraging look. Their breaths are close, and Fu Chi-chi, held in Song Ji's arms, has a slightly mischievous thought. But then she notices Song Ji's clear eyes and quickly pushes away any silly ideas. We can use the punishment from heaven to our advantage, she suggests. I heard Sun Quan is favored by the king of Yi. The king is ambitious and wants to conquer the world, but he also seeks fame, she continues. I have many bombs. We can hide them in different places and detonate them at the same time, making a loud noise to warn others. If we attack the common people, it would go against heaven's will. Heaven won't bless those who commit evil, she says confidently.
Kanye laughs softly.
Fu Chi-chi's idea matches his thoughts. He gently holds her small hand. Good idea. Let's do as Fu Chi-chi suggests. We'll act tonight, he agrees. Fu Chi-chi's face lights up with a smile. She takes out a timed bomb from her space and teaches Sangge how to read the numbers. Sangge, holding the familiar bomb, listens humbly and learns quickly. That night, 2 men in black move swiftly through the barren mountains like busy bees. They dig holes with hoes and bury bombs in 3 places. Fu Chi-chi also goes around refugee camps, planting crops like pumpkins, potatoes, and soybeans. Sangge stands like a guardian, watching carefully for any movement around him. By midnight, they hear hurried footsteps crushing dry leaves and branches. Sangge spins around, lifts Fu Chi-chi, and jumps onto a tree branch. They hold their breath. Soon, 2 dark figures rush past, carrying the smell of fresh blood. Then, there's the sound of clothes tearing through the air, more soldiers chasing after them, running fast. Follow. Quickly. The thieves are ahead. Their voices are strong and full of anger. Fu Qiqi, clutching Song Ji's waist, grips the tree trunk and glances around. Under the moonlight, she sees a familiar side face. Brother Song, is he a guard from the Hua family? Song Jin only cared for holding the small bundle in his arms, playing with Qiqi's blue hair. Hearing this, he glanced sideways and saw that the injured woman was indeed a guard from the Hua family. He looked unfriendly at the group of soldiers, recognizing them as bandits from Shun Kan's men. The two fleeing siblings, Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi, were exhausted. Xiang Xi's arm and chest were bleeding heavily, and he was leaning half his body on Xiang Yi. Xiang Xi's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xiang Yi, don't worry about me. You escape first. As long as you're alive, there's a chance to avenge me." Xiang Yi's eyes turned red with anger, and she spoke with a crying voice. "Senior sister Xiang Xi, you and everyone else are gone. How can I live alone? Anyway, the two of us sisters will die together. We won't be lonely on the road to the underworld." Xiang Xi spat out blood and said sadly, "All right, Xiang Yi, we've killed more than 10 of them. That should be enough. Today, even if we die, we will leave these stupid lives behind. As a thank you for the lady who took us in." "Good. Leave their lives behind." Xiang Yi nodded firmly. With a faint glimmer of hope, Xiang Xi, with his last breath, turned to the group of soldiers behind him. "Zhang Mi Jian deserves to die. Yes, we're the ones who killed him. The murder you found in the wilderness is us. That beast, no better than a pig or dog, has killed countless innocent people and assaulted many noble women. He deserves to die 100 or 1,000 times over." The soldiers behind them chased forward and surrounded the sisters tightly. The leader of the soldiers, Wu Zhuang, was tall and strong, always following Shin Kan. He was a proud and ruthless man. Wu Zhuang's face darkened. He spat on his palm, his large hand gripping his curved sword, veins bulging. He shouted angrily, "Women, you killed my family's 5th young master, and you dare curse him. I will take you to his grave and make you taste every torture in the world, let you wish for death, but can't die."
Charge.
"Capture them alive." "Got them. Tonight, let the brothers have some fun. I'll buy everyone drinks." The soldiers made lewd laughs. "Ha ha ha, look at these 2 young women. I bet a jar of wine she's still, eh? Go ahead, I don't need to bet. I can tell they're both virgins." Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi's eyes were bloodshot. They glared at the soldiers with hatred, wishing they could tear them apart, devour their flesh, drink their blood, smash their bones, their marrow, their skin, and pull out their hair. Talented enough to comfort innocent women harmed by their enemies. Late at night, the forest was dark and quiet. The faint moonlight reflected off the swords, giving a cold, eerie glow.
Charge.
Items Qi and Items E, fearless in the face of death, lunged forward with their swords. A fierce sword fight ensued. Items Qi struggled to stand, killing the last soldier, then coughed blood repeatedly before fainting and falling to the ground. Older sister Items Qi, Items E, with tears in her eyes, fought desperately against the enemies. Brother Song. Fu Qiqi bit her lip, her face clouded with worry. Song Jin looked down from above at the group of enemies, speaking calmly. "Qiqi, wait for me. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and deal with these beasts." Qiqi grabbed his sleeve, her bright eyes shining with determination. "Together, I want to try my strength." Song Jin smiled faintly, pleased with her courage, and nodded without hesitation. The two used light skills to leap from the tree branches and drew steel knives, stabbing at the soldiers behind them. Song Jin moved like lightning, killing one soldier instantly. Suddenly, they heard the sound of rushing wind behind them. The group of enemies turned to look and saw a man and a woman appear, especially the man, who was exceptionally handsome. He looked tough and not easy to mess with. Wu Zhuang narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Bold! General Shun under King Yi is here to arrest criminals. Who dares to interfere?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a cold blade. The handsome man appeared suddenly in front of him, moving so fast that Wu Zhuang couldn't see clearly. In a flash, a sharp steel knife sliced across Wu Zhuang's cheek. He didn't even feel pain, just a bloody from his brow to his mouth, blood pouring out. Wu Zhuang was left with only one eye, filled with shock. He was a master-level expert. In less than 10 moves, Wu Zhuang died. He was confused about the sudden appearance of the man and woman on the battlefield, but her sword kept swinging. Seizing the chance, she launched her deadly attack. Her only thought was, I must stop them. On the right, Fu Qiqi didn't use her special powers, but fought with her martial skills, swinging her curved blade against a soldier. After killing 2 soldiers, she was already gasping for breath. Finally, the last soldier fell under Song Jin's sword. He dropped her sword, tears streaming down her face as she held Item's chi, choking with emotion. Older sister Item's chi. Wait for me on the yellow spring road. As long as I'm alive, I will come back to kill some beasts and avenge you. You're holding her too tight. She's having trouble breathing, Fu Qiqi softly reminded her. The girl's voice was soft and clear, very pleasant to hear. Thank you, brave hero. Raised her tearful eyes to thank them. When she saw the young girl's gaze fall on Sister Xiangxi's face, she suddenly understood her meaning and quickly reached her finger towards Sister Xiang's nose. Sister Xiang is still alive. Exclaimed, crying loudly. Fu Qiqi blinked her cat-like eyes. Lay her flat. I'll check her wounds. Hesitated. Although she had saved her, she didn't know these two well. Fu Qiqi frowned thoughtfully. I know you.
Swish.
Immediately drew her long sword, looking alert at them. If we wanted to harm you, we wouldn't have saved you just now, Fu Qiqi said with a mix of tears and laughter. Looked at the pile of soldier corpses ahead and nodded in relief. She gently laid Sister Xiang's body flat and heard the girl instruct, light a fire for illumination. I am Qiqi. Glanced at Song Jin, who stood straight and cold, and suddenly decided not to ask him to gather firewood. The firelight illuminated the darkness. This woman named Qiqi took water, cloth strips, and medicinal powder from her waist pouch, which looked like a treasure chest. She carefully cleaned Sister Xiang's wound, then applied a dark medicinal liquid, followed by white medicinal powder, which worked wonders, stopping the bleeding quickly. Finally, she neatly bandaged the wound. Your vital energy is damaged. Rest is needed. The wound will take about 5 or 6 days to start healing, Fu Qiqi explained. She wanted to use her wood element ability to help her heal faster, but she couldn't do so openly in front of E. E nodded gratefully and shyly took a large pancake to bite into. Soon, Sister Xiang woke up. Seeing Fu Qiqi and Song Jin sitting by the fire, she realized they were the ones who joined the fight before she fainted. Her face lit up with joy. You are our benefactors. Thank you for saving us again. Fu Qiqi smiled sweetly. It seems we are destined to meet. Only then did E realize that the 2 brave fighters were the benefactors who had saved her and her sisters on the day their lady passed away. She hurriedly knelt down. Thank you, benefactors, for your repeated help. We apologize if we offended you earlier. Fu Qiqi waved her hand dismissively and asked, Why are you being chased? We haven't even figured out who is after you. Normally, it wouldn't be so quick to find out. Sister Xiang looked worried. We've been hiding our identities and moving from place to place. But somehow, a group of refugees we once saved recognized us and reported us to the people after us, which led to this danger. Fu Qiqi disliked ungrateful and treacherous people. She glanced at Song Dago and asked, What are your plans now? Sisters Xiang and E exchanged a quick look and reached a decision together. If Miss Qiqi doesn't mind, can we follow you? Fu Qiqi looked at Brother Song. Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi also looked at this young man, who seemed like a distant mountain flower, surrounded by a cold, aloof aura, keeping everyone at arm's length. Song Jin smiled affectionately at Qiqi. Qiqi, you decide. Oh no. Qiqi had a strange feeling. Brother Song was showing off his charm, declaring his dominance. Alright, now the four of us are like ants on the same rope. Find a hidden place to hide. If we plan to break out of Julu Dao, we will take you two with us. If plans change, Brother Tsong and I will take the younger siblings to hide deep in the mountains for a while. When the time comes, we will all gather and hide in the mountains. Xiang Xi wanted to warn that the mountains were full of wolves and tigers, but Shun Kan and his group faced dangers even greater than wolves and tigers. Okay, Miss Chi-Chi's arrangements are fine. The moonlight disappeared, and the sky turned slightly white. Shin Kan, who hadn't slept all night, walked out of the courtyard with a gloomy face. His eyes kept flickering all night, filled with bad premonitions. He summoned his guards and asked, "Where's Wu Zhuang? Didn't we say we already found the whereabouts of the Hor family?" Reporting to the general, Deputy Wu led over 20 brothers to chase after the Hor family, but they haven't returned all night, the guard replied. Shin Kan's expression suddenly turned fierce. There were experts among the remnants of the Hor family, and it seemed Wu Zhuang was caught in trouble. Go, have the skinny monkey send 200 brothers to assist Wu Zhuang. Yes, sir, the guard responded and left. Meanwhile, a few kilometers outside Julu Daoin, on a high hill, Chi-Chi had almost not slept all night. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared fixedly at the nearby mountain peaks. Song Jin carried Xiao Yan up the hill. As Chi-Chi's gaze stretched into the distance, she looked through the misty fog. Big sister, I want to go see the fireworks too. Xiao Zhao Zhao waved her arms excitedly. Chi-Chi scolded Brother Tsong with a glance. Why was he playing favorites? Only holding Xiao Yan, not taking Xiao Zhao Zhao. Song Jin looked at Xiao Zhao Zhao with a half-smile. Zhao Zhao dislikes me and won't let me hold her. Xiao Zhao Zhao rolled her eyes. Her big brother was always tattling, saying she disliked him and wanted her sister to hold her instead. Chi-Chi had no choice but to jump down and carry Xiao Zhao Zhao up. She looked back at Shi Yu and the others, still giving instructions. Shi Yu, I think the weather will change soon. Hold Xiao Yu tightly. She looked at the faint red light on the eastern horizon. The weather was good, and today was another hot, sunny day. How would the weather change? He rubbed the back of his head, confused, but still held Xiao Yu tightly. Meanwhile, at the inn, Shen's eyelids kept twitching. He watched the thin monkey lead over 200 people away before turning to go to the toilet. Some fool had broken the wooden squat, and he didn't know how many new pieces were replaced. He almost fell into the manure pit. Back in the dining hall, he had only taken a few sips of porridge when he saw a large moth, mixed with bits of hair, dirt, and rice, forming a disgusting lump that made him feel sick. After settling his chores, he left the yard. He staggered and fell against a wooden post under the corridor. There was a nail sticking out of the post. Luckily, he reacted quickly and only cut a small wound. Blood flowed from his eye corner down to his jaw. Today even water feels like it's stuck in my teeth, Sun muttered. Suddenly,
Boom.
A loud explosion sounded, as if the sky was collapsing. Shunsun jumped onto the watchtower and looked in shock. He saw a lonely hill on the left suddenly explode from the middle, splitting open with huge cracks. The cracks spread lightning fast in all directions, breaking many trees and rocks, causing slopes to collapse, and the hill to crumble layer by layer. In an instant, the sky filled with smoke and clouds, falling like rain of debris, as if the world was ending. Inside the village, groups of refugees shouted and ran. Earthquake! Run quickly!
Run.
Help! Soon, they realized something was wrong. The ground was solid, and the trees and bushes only swayed slightly. No, it's the mountain over at the relay station that collapsed. The stunned crowd didn't have time to look at the ruins. Then they saw the right side of the relay station.
Boom.
Loud rumbles continued, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and piles of rocks collapsed one after another. Suddenly, figures moved within the rubble, shouting. Broken trees and rocks crushed on the debris. Those soldiers who couldn't hide in time were killed instantly, turned to dust. It's the thin monkey.
Yicheng.
Fong Jian. Screams filled the air. Within moments, over 200 soldiers turned to dust. On the watchtower of the relay station, a group of people shouted helplessly in anger. Sun Sun's eyes were bloodshot and fierce. Several people, including Wu Zhong and the Thin Monkey, had known each other for a short time. They had been bandits, then joined the Zongjin, fighting side by side for nearly 7 or 8 years. Refugees scattered around were stunned and hadn't recovered. Suddenly, another loud explosion erupted in front of the relay station, destroying everything. Clouds of smoke blossomed in the sky, turning black as if revealing an abyss, with the power to destroy the world. In an instant, even the relay station trembled. Thick branches snapped and fell onto the roof, breaking tiles and bending beams. Windows shattered. Dust and small stones rained down, hitting the heads of the people inside. The entire relay station was filled with screams. The timid cook and servants hurriedly ran to hide. An arrow flew down and hit a cook girl. The others hiding nearby suddenly felt a cold chill on their backs and dared not move. Shunkin held his bow and looked grim. Anyone who runs will be killed on the spot. From the distance, cheerful laughter came from the woods.
Hihi. Fukiki smiled.
Her pure white face was bright with joy, like the sunrise at dawn, shining with colorful light. Songjin also smiled softly and gently. The 2 little ones in their arms initially looked scared but then grinned and laughed loudly. On the hillside, Shiyu covered Little Sprout's ears. Her face was blurry in the dappled shadows of the trees, but her smile was very bright. Familiar loud explosions and smoke filled the air. Today is a good day. Brother Song got up early and caught 2 wild chickens. We'll have extra food today, Fu Qiqi said loudly. Is sister happy? Xiao Zhaozhao asked, biting her finger lightly. Fu Qiqi replied, yes, today there's a surprise. Some bad people have been punished by heaven. Today, Fu Qiqi was cooking. She sharpened her knife and prepared to slaughter chickens and sheep. To avoid attracting villagers' attention with the smell, she chose a quiet spot. She killed 3 chickens and cut them into pieces. She chopped potatoes into chunks. She washed some spicy peppers and wild vegetables she gathered over the past few days. She heated oil in a pot, and it sizzled loudly. Meanwhile, Shiyu, along with Lin Sheng and Song Pan, dressed in ragged clothes, covered in dirt and blackened faces, moved through various refugee camps. When people discussed the mountain collapse, they cleverly added comments like divine punishment and the stone has writing. Many refugees knew about the stone with writing and had seen it with their own eyes. Rumors spread quickly. So, this is divine punishment, a warning to the Yuang. I know that the general who sealed Zhu Luidao is Shun Kan, a subordinate of Yuang. He can't catch the culprit and constantly troubles us unarmed refugees. Nearly 1,000 refugees have died at his hands. That dead man from King Mijian was said to be cruel and unjust, kidnapping women and killing civilians. Maybe there's no culprit, and it's just divine punishment? They've been besieging us, and winter is coming soon. They want innocent people to freeze to death in the mountains. Could it be the moon goddess's protection? We are lucky that the moon goddess descends every night, working hard to plant crops for us, so we won't starve. Moon goddess, if we escape and survive, I will build a long-lasting shrine for you and pray every night. A mysterious power made them instinctively submit. Everyone knelt on the ground with expressions of surprise, joy, and fear. They all fell flat, praying for the protection of the moon goddess. An hour later, the rumor reached the relay station. Shinkin was so angry he smashed 3 rooms. The soldiers were silent and fearful. However, the bandits, close friends of the skinny monkey and black-haired man, wanted to grab their swords and rush into the refugee camp to kill and take revenge. At this moment, soldiers returning from the ruins carried back 3 stones with the words divine punishment carved on them, placing them in the courtyard. They also brought scattered human bones, broken armor and cloth, broken swords and arrow fragments, covering the ground. Shun Kan came out with a dark face. He sat heavily on a large wooden chair, gripping his curved sword, stabbing the ground fiercely with a clanging sound. The invisible pressure made the air feel suffocating. After a while, Shunkan stood up, grinding his teeth and making a strange, man-eating laugh. He recited to the stone tablet, "Killing innocents without reason will invite divine punishment. Refugees are trapped in a quagmire. If pushed further, the king of the barbarians is not a wise ruler and cannot be supported. May the heavens bless the wise ruler, who will treat the people as his own children."
People.
Someone is spreading rumors and forging stone inscriptions using the landslide as a cover. It is a shame that is now pinned on him, disgraceful to the barbarian king, and has even cost the lives of his brothers. "General, we should open the Gu Lu Dao checkpoint and evacuate the refugees as soon as possible," said Jiang Wenshu, who wore a square scarf and was also Shen Kan's aide. He was a thin, middle-aged man, about 40 years old, a talented scholar who had been unlucky in his career. By chance, he was taken in by the barbarian king. Although Shen Kan was a general under the barbarian king, he was illiterate and often angered his colleagues. So, the king assigned Jiang Wenshu to assist him with official documents and affairs.
Bang!
Hearing this, Shen Kan's face darkened further, as if ink was dripping from his eyes. His gaze turned cold and fierce, stabbing behind him at the refugee camp. His hatred flared, and he punched the wall. The wall collapsed instantly, dust flying everywhere. He knew very well that he had to swallow this bitter loss, even if it meant biting the knife and bleeding. If word spread across the great realm, no talented person or hero would follow the prince, and his grand plans for the world could be ruined in his hands. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Fu Chichi served 2 dishes and a soup as the main course. The dishes were potatoes braised with chicken, wild mushroom chicken, and bird egg vegetable soup. The main food was a basket of golden, large flatbreads. Looking at a table full of delicious food, Xiao Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yazi happily clapped their hands, gazing eagerly at the big bowl of chicken pieces bubbling on top. "Happy New Year! Smells so good. It must be delicious." Gurgling sounds came from their stomachs. The two exchanged a glance, covering their mouths to hide their smiles as they giggled. Seeing this, Fu Chichi picked up 2 pieces of chicken and fed them to Xiao Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yazi. "Be good. Wait for Shiyu and the others." Xiao Zhao Zhao chewed the fragrant chicken and nodded. The aroma also drifted upward to the right, where a big and a small person were reading aloud. Smelling the food, little Yan Yan's stomach rumbled loudly. He looked up at Brother Tsong with a serious face, trying to hide his mischievous thoughts as he opened and closed his little mouth, reciting, "Yellow and black in the sky. The universe is vast. The sun and moon rise and set. The stars are arranged in the sky." Soon, 3 children, resembling little beggars, ran back from the woods. "Chi-Chi, sister, it's settled. Everyone is talking about it," they exclaimed excitedly after completing an important task. Fu Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. "Good. Now the refugees have a chance to leave the mountain. Go wash up, change your clothes, and get ready for dinner." Under a large tree nearby, Chi-Chi had already prepared 2 buckets of water, covered with cloth to form a circle. Shiyu looked at the clear water, shining brightly. "Don't waste water. We just need to wash our faces." Lin Sun and Songpin nodded. 2 big buckets of water could last 20 days.
Fukiki smiled.
"There's a cold pond in the mountain valley that's slowly flowing with water.
The pipes are enough."
The 3 trusted Chi-Chi and happily ran toward the black cloth covering. After washing up, they saw a table full of meat and tears welled up in their eyes. "I've never had such delicious food before," Lin Sun said tearfully, biting a small piece of chicken that Chi-Chi had given him. Tears mixed with chicken, but it still tasted wonderful. Across from them, Song Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. After observing for a while, he thought these 3 were tough and grateful. With proper training, they could be very useful in the future. "Keep practicing your skills. I see that Shiyu can already perform the Hunt Body Fist with some momentum. Also, Lin Sun, although your body is too thin, you are agile. So, the Hunt Body Fist hasn't reached its full potential yet. Don't overpractice. Focus on understanding the moves and strengthening your body." Later, when you practice lightness skills, it will be much easier. Songpan, same thing. Use the hunt body fist to build your body. Your strength is small, so your punches are not powerful, but your speed is fast. Later, focus on practicing blade techniques. I also saw wild boars in the deep mountains. Hunt one, and next time Chi-Chi will cook pork for you. He always boasted about catching chickens or rabbits, but he needed to prove himself with real effort this time. The three of them looked up together, tears in their eyes, following sister Chi-Chi and brother Tsang. Not only could they learn skills, but they also wanted to eat well and stay warm. Even though they were just siblings, it was the same. After hearing brother Tsang's encouragement and advice, the three of them cheered up like they had been injected with energy. They wiped their tears and quickly ate the food in their bowls. Chi-Chi felt a sense of genuine admiration for Tsang, and a faint, silly thought arose. I, too. Little Zhao Zhao bit her chopsticks. Though she didn't like brother Tsang being overly close to her sister, she admired his martial skills. She also wanted to learn skills so she could protect her sister in the future. Regarding her mischievous little sister-in-law, Tsang deliberately said, "You little one, you should practice horse stance every day to grow taller. You're so small, if enemies come, they could easily lift you with one finger." Little Zhao Zhao's big eyes widened. So frustrating. Big sister. Brother Tsang said, "I'm a little dwarf," Zhao Zhao complained fiercely. Watching their playful banter, Chi-Chi was happily watching. Seeing the little girl looking at her expectantly, waiting for her to decide, she smiled and said, "Brother Tsang is being kind to you. He's already made a small bow and arrow for you to learn archery." Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up, and her lips curved into a smile. Really? Tsang intentionally picked a piece of wild vegetable with his chopsticks and didn't answer her directly. Eat in silence. Don't talk at bedtime. Clearly, the meat earlier was more delicious, but for the sake of the small bow and arrow, Zhao Zhao pouted and chewed the vegetables in her bowl. At the station, there was a heated debate among the soldiers about whether to open several roads to release the refugees. "I think we should open just one road and carefully check everyone. It'll take 10 or 15 days, someone suggested. "No, that's not good. It might give others a reason to criticize and damage the prince's reputation," another argued. I can't swallow this. If I find out that the scheming set this up, I'll crush him with my fists." The arguing grew loud, giving Shun Kan a headache. He shouted at the guards at the door, "Go check the landslide situation. Do we have any clues? And have the brothers who sneaked in among the refugees been found?" The guard on the right bowed and replied, "Yes, I'll go check." After several rounds of fruitless discussion, everyone slumped down in various spots around the yard, losing their appetite for lunch. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, the soldiers sent out earlier returned one after another. A military officer saluted and reported, "General, at the landslide site, our men checked the 3 peaks and 3 heads twice. They dug 1 meter underground every 3 meters, but found no traps or suspicious objects." Everyone secretly wondered if it was just a coincidence that the mountain collapsed. Shun Kan, with a grim face and suppressing his anger, looked to the other side and asked, "What about you? Did you gain anything from mingling with the refugees?" The soldier glanced at the furious general and forced himself to answer, "10 of us disguised ourselves and infiltrated various camps. The information we got is mostly the same." He continued, "They say, divine punishment has happened twice before, just like this morning." Explosive sounds shook the sky and ground, destroying a band of bandits completely, leaving no bodies behind. We also learned that the refugees often gather pumpkins, soybeans, potatoes, and plenty of wild vegetables, which they say are blessings from the moon goddess. Furthermore, the refugees believe the mountain collapse was also divine protection. They speculate that the gods are the moon goddess herself, watching over them. The refugees plan to set up an altar to worship and pray.
Bang!
A teacup was thrown. The soldier didn't dare dodge. The shards cut a 4 or 5 centimeter across his forehead, and fresh blood gushed out. Shun Kan's veins bulged as he forced a cruel smile. "Moon goddess? The moon goddess gives me warmth in bed, but I find it disgusting. Where is this moon goddess? These superstitious refugees are just fooling themselves. Among the refugees, there must be fools hiding plenty of food. To get through the checkpoint, they pretended to gather grain and claimed it was a divine blessing. How could I be so easily deceived by such fools? The soldiers present echoed with cold sarcasm.
Exactly.
I don't believe it either. When my wife was kidnapped and by beasts, where was the divine help? I had to take my brothers and kill the culprits to avenge her. Haha, and about the moon goddess, I've killed nearly 300 people myself. Why hasn't she punished me? The soldiers still held some reverence for the gods. They had heard that just the day before, barren land suddenly sprouted fruits and vegetables. Such divine magic. Could it be the work of gods? Surely not something an ordinary person could do. Now, with the general furious, everyone dared not speak. But they were afraid of offending him, so they planned to pray tonight, asking the moon goddess for forgiveness. Sitting quietly aside, Jiang Wenshu, who had not spoken all along, thought for a moment, stroked his short beard and slowly said, "General Shin, I have an idea." Shin Kan's fierce eyes turned to him.
Speak.
Jiang Wenshu stood up, waving his folding fan slowly, and said, "Refugees here have only two options to escape from Suyan City. One is to our Duanzhou, and the other is Jiangnan Prefecture. Now, with war and chaos, who still has enough food to take in or welcome refugees? Refugees leaving this place still face hunger, thirst, and bandits from various areas robbing them. They are still in danger of being oppressed while fleeing. If they have a small official position or a place to stay, it would be like a trap for them." Shun Kan sneered, "No. Who wants this useless group?" Jiang Wenshu continued to wave his fan calmly. "General, listen to me. First, we can put up notices, offering rewards to anyone who reports the remnants of the Ho family or clues about the murder of the 5 young masters, allowing them to settle in Qixien with their families. The Wen family is one of the 3 major grain merchants in Dashuan. Now, the Wen family members are all living in Qixien. The prince is worried about how to manage the Wen family's grain supplies. The Wen family is known for kindness and charity, claiming a family that does good will have blessings. The refugees who provide these clues are just the ones they can take in. This plan is to avenge the 5 young masters and also to help the prince secure grain supplies. Second, for those who do not provide useful clues but can read and write or are skilled in martial arts after screening, they can be arranged to join the Duanzhou army camp. Among these people, if there are truly talented individuals, we might accept them. If not, at worst, they can be sent to Qixien. This plan is to clear the prince's name and promote goodness. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the yard grew very tense. They were a group of bandits, outlaws, mostly uneducated, simple-minded. Listening to Jiang Wenshu speak in a roundabout way, with official talk and strategies, they couldn't understand. But they all agreed on one thing. Nothing beats holding a big curved blade in your hand, killing a few people to scare others. Some sneered openly. Some looked at Jiang Wenshu with hostility, white-faced scholar, eating dry rice every day, writing a few words, and the prince still said he was doing a good job. They also sometimes advised the general, saying what he couldn't do, or what was against the rules. They had long wanted to get rid of him. Today was the perfect chance to cut Jiang Wenshu down and vent their anger. Shun Kan's face flickered with mood swings, looking irritable and cold, as if he might suddenly become violent. When the 5th round of the protest was over, everyone thought that Jiang Wenshu was being thrown into prison or punished. But instead, the general's face showed his usual proud and arrogant smile. No wonder everyone says scholars are clever. Jiang Wenshu's plan is good. Just do it. Someone, help Jiang Wenshu prepare the notice. The bandit soldiers, not to kill him? A few clever guards quickly brought out a desk, paper, ink, and inkstone from the study. Jiang Wenshu rolled up his sleeves and immediately started writing the notice on paper, with a young servant helping to copy about 10 copies. He looked at the stack of paper and ink. Jiang Wenshu usually disliked writing and ink, but now he saw these papers as treasures. Soon, More than 10 soldiers with curved swords posted the notices openly along the Jianan official road and refugee camps. Some literate scholars read out the content of the notices. Suddenly, there was a loud buzz of surprise. Can we leave tomorrow? Zhou is recruiting capable people? They even arranged housing and jobs? Really? Are the rumors false? Did the head soldier, who killed people earlier, disobey orders from King Yi and General Shen Kan and act on his own? The refugees looked at each other in disbelief. Gradually, some even started defending King Yi and General Shen Kan, praising their kindness. Among the refugees, there were brave men and righteous people. King Yi had always been violent, grabbing land and robbing people. As a general, Shen Kan was also notorious for his brutality. One of them said, "Bah, I saw with my own eyes that these soldiers kidnapped over 10 women. Just a few days ago, those women's bodies were thrown into pits, brutally murdered. Yes, a child from our village scared their horses, and a head soldier cut him in half with a sword." Talking about sad things, some refugees started crying immediately. At Wazi village and other refugee camps, from the nearby official road, cheers could be heard. Feng Lijing sent his eldest son and some strong men to check the situation. "Good news. Father, good news. We can leave at last. The gates will open tomorrow." Far away, Feng Xingfa happily shouted. "Really?" Feng Lijing rushed to his son, holding his arms tightly. The big man behind him couldn't hide his joy. "Uncle Feng, it's true." A group of refugees who had just gathered around jumped up and shouted. "We can finally leave the camp. Heaven help us. We are saved." This time, Fu Lao Er also went along quietly. He slipped through the lively crowd and approached his eldest son, speaking in a secretive tone. "Chang Hong." The notice also said that those who can read and fight well might be recruited into theEnzhou army.
Fu Changban frowned.
He had already heard that there were about 20,000 refugees trapped, and only 200 or 300 could read or fight. Picking talented people from the crowd was like counting on your fingers. Seeing his son's lack of interest, Fu Lao Er chuckled and kept a secret. Then he looked around and whispered close to his son, "But there's an easier way." The notice also said that if you know about the murder of Zhang Wuxiao, you can give useful clues and be directly settled inEnzhou, even given land. If you're talented, you might get a government position. Hearing this, Chang Hong's eyes lit up suddenly. "Father, you mean?" Fu Lao Er raised his chin proudly. "Yes, that. The one who killed Zhang Wuxiao's 10 experts. Isn't that a clue?"
Chang Gong nodded silently.
He looked up at the distant hill, the direction where Fu Qiqi's family was resting. No figures could be seen, only layers of withered leaves, carrying the chill of late autumn. After winter comes spring. Spring is the beginning of everything, the start of all things, and it's also the time for him to show his strength. Fu Lao Er grew more excited, imagining a scene where maids and servants danced around him, just like the old masters in town, living days of sipping tea and listening to music. "Son, I'm worried someone in our group has the same idea. We need to act first." Chang Hong's hand inside his sleeve clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, trying to stay calm. When his father kept pressing, he casually replied, "Father, let me think about it." Seeing his son hesitate, Fu Lao Er added fuel to the fire. "Son, don't think too much. That young master Song is very skilled, but can he really fight thousands of men? Whether he's caught or killed, it won't fall on us. Then we can follow General Shen and enjoy a good life, with no worries about food or clothing." He didn't know that Chang Hong wasn't really hesitating. His eyes showed a fierce determination. If he was going to do it, he would do it big. He always suspected that the one who killed Zhang Wuxiao was that young master Song. He needs to carefully choose his words and firmly place the blame on young master Song. In the past, he couldn't touch him at all, but now that the opportunity has come, he can use it to his advantage. His achievements won't be just a minor official position or a small piece of land. There is indeed someone with similar thoughts, and that is Huang Lijing. He has long resented young Master Song and Fu Qiqi for taking his power and damaging his reputation. He also remembers wanting to seize Fu Qiqi's family carriage, but didn't expect that now he has a better future and no one cares about a broken carriage. Huang Lijing is excitedly planning with his sons, discussing how to report the matter. Just as Feng Lijing, who had just left the crowd, was walking with his second son toward Fu Qiqi's resting place, he saw a group of children practicing martial arts from afar, looking very fierce. Good children. Young Master Tsang, Qiqi, Feng Lijing waved his pipe and called out, "Uncle Feng." Fu Qiqi put away his sword and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Feng left his son and hurried over, excitedly talking about the notice, especially that they would leave the city tomorrow. However, he didn't know that everything was part of young Master Tsang and Fu Qiqi's plan. Song Jin had already seen the notice, and with his light skills, he read it and flew back immediately. Seeing their calm expressions, Feng Lijing was a bit puzzled. Fu Qiqi quickly showed happiness. Great. We can finally leave Suyan City. Feng Lijing was about to remind him about lining up tomorrow, but Song Jin interrupted. Feng Lijing, we won't be traveling with the villagers. I previously killed nearly 10 of Zhang Mijian's guards, and I'm worried they might recognize me at the border. I don't want to cause trouble for the villagers. Secondly, even if we disguise ourselves, we still worry that someone from the village might gossip. You're only doing this to protect us. Don't worry, no one dares to say anything. Everyone understands. Feng Lijing nodded firmly. Before Feng Lijing and his son left, Song Da had already discussed the plan for leaving the city with her, and she didn't want any complications. Fu Qiqi said, "Grandpa Feng, just in case, we can't risk our lives. We've made up our minds. Tomorrow, Grandpa Feng, you and the others leave first and wait for us at the official road for half a day. The old saying about the ship of Wan Yan is true." "Fine, we'll follow your plan," Feng Lijing sighed. After Feng Lijing and his son walked away, Fu Qiqi went to another path to meet with Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi, planning to leave the city, disguised tomorrow. In just over a moment, Fu Qiqi returned with Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi. Xiang Xi had been injured for 2 days, but was now feeling better. 2 older sisters joined the team, and a group of young children became very excited. Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi listened to Miss Qiqi talk about her younger siblings at home. They didn't expect there to be 6 of them, which truly surprised both of them. At 6 p.m., the sun was setting, and autumn winds blew gently. Old Fu and his son, Fu Changhong, hid from the villagers and hurried to the village checkpoint. They dared not speak openly about the report to the soldiers at the gate, as these soldiers were known to be very rude. They thought the soldiers were just asking for favors to let them pass, and impatiently drove them away. "Go away. Our great General Rinshan will open the gate tomorrow, and you can leave then. Why aren't you lining up properly?" Just then, Jiang Wenshu passed by and immediately recognized Fu Changhong. He looked gentle and polite, even when facing the soldiers' rudeness. He couldn't help but walk over and ask, "What's the trouble?" "Sir Jiang Wenshu, this refugee has something important to see General Shen about. The general is busy now and can't see him." The soldier replied with a respectful bow. Fu Changhong saw that Jiang Wenshu was dressed in scholarly robes, holding a folding fan and wearing a feathered headpiece, just like a wise scholar. He looked at him with kindness, seeing this as a good opportunity. Fu Changhong gave a respectful student bow and said, "Greetings, sir. The student truly has something important to report related to the notice about the accusation." "I know a little about it." Jiang Wenshu's eyes brightened. This plan was just what he needed. It would prove his cleverness and make the rough soldiers respect him.
"Come."
"Let's go see the general." The soldier, seeing that they had something urgent, allowed them to enter. Unbeknownst to them, Guzhu, who was following behind in the crowd, turned pale and quickly ran back to the camp along a small path. It turned out that Guzhu and Guqingyang were hiding in the bushes, having a secret meeting. When they heard someone passing by, they lay on the ground, afraid to make a sound. But they recognized the voices of Old Fu and his son, and heard Old Fu excitedly talking about how they could enjoy good food and drink in the future. Hearing this, Guzhu felt something was wrong. He didn't care about unfinished business. He put on his pants, warned Guqingyang not to reveal their hiding spot, and hurried after Old Fu. To his surprise, he overheard something very important. Old Fu's family only had a pile of firewood and wolves. If it hadn't been for Old Fu's wife revealing Chi-Chi's whereabouts that day, young Master Song wouldn't have been killed. Now, they had the nerve to report young Master Song and Chi-Chi's family. This was trying to kill them and step on others to gain wealth and status. The four of them discussed their plan carefully. Afraid someone might recognize them, they decided to split into 3 groups to leave the checkpoint. Chi-Chi, along with the injured Xiang Xi, Yan Yan, and Zhao Zhao, disguised themselves as 2 different families. Item E, Xiu and the other 2, a family of 4, with a mother and 3 sons. Worried about the guards at the checkpoint, Song Jin plans to sneak into the agency. He has long targeted this. Among the refugees, 5 families are from the agency and are skilled in martial arts. He disguises himself as a middle-aged, about 40 years old, and if they suspect he has slight internal strength, he will be unremarkable. Chi-Chi takes out a bunch of household registration papers previously collected from a dead person, which now come in handy. All the clever ones quickly memorize names, addresses, and key details. Unfortunately, plans change unexpectedly, and a bigger crisis awaits them. Chi-Chi, run quickly. Guzhu uses all his strength. What should take over 2 minutes only takes a little over 1. Seeing Guzhu's panicked expression, Fu Chi-Chi asks, "What's going on?" Guzhu curses. The Fu family has been corrupted. Old Fu's son says you killed Zhang Mijian, and now they are reporting you at the Ju Lu Daoan. Chi-Chi's face changes drastically. Like a centipede that cannot die, the harm from the past still lingers. She softens this time. Into Song Jin's icy, cold eyes, a sense of pressure floods in from all directions. They are asking for death. Guzhu is deeply shaken. Young Master Song is so majestic. He has the aura of a king. If he weren't so attached to Guqingyang, he would have wanted to follow young Master Song. For Chi-Chi, kindness is repaid in kind. She quickly interrupts Guzhu's thoughts. Good Song wants to harm you, and Ma Shi. Be careful. At first, Guzhu looks ashamed, but once he reacts, his face darkens, and he nods heavily. When Guzhu returns, he's secretly from the side of the forest, holding a withered grass in his mouth, chats and brags with the idle men as if he's been there all along, seamlessly joining the conversation. Chi-Chi, run immediately. We'll go to the deep mountains to hide. Song Jin's eyes are deep and focused on the mountain peak. Chi-Chi feels bitter in her throat. The only plan now is a desperate gamble, because this is the only way out. Big Brother Song, people like Shen Kanjan are so cruel. I worry that Aunt Shu and Kwang Bo Nyang's family will be affected, and we won't be able to settle it. Song Jin calmly says, ask them if they want to escape with us. Xiu call Kwang Bo Nyang and Aunt Shu's family. Tell them to come for a meal, and when no one is watching, tell them to bring important belongings. Also, tell Grandpa Feng to line up tonight and leave the refugee camp early tomorrow. Xiu, only a year younger than Chi-Chi, understands everything. He looks serious and nods heavily, then runs toward the refugee camp. It is now around 6 in the evening. Everyone is gradually returning for dinner. Xiu quickly took both families away. At the camp, seeing Chu Kwang and Kwang's family happily leave, the villagers looked on with envy and sighed. Seventh Sister is a kind girl who remembers kindness. She's a bit plump, but she still remembers the Chu and Kwang families. When the Chu and Kwang families arrived, Fu Chi-Chi looked serious and said, Uncle Chu, Uncle Kwang, we must immediately escape to the deep mountains. Because old Fu's family reported us, in less than 20 minutes, Shun will come with people to catch us. Your 2 families are friends with my family. I'm worried the other side won't handle it well. My idea is that you stay with us and hide in the mountains until this is over, then we can think about other plans. Chu and Kwang families looked at each other, realizing the situation was very serious.
No.
We can't go into the mountains. We will die. There are fierce beasts in the mountains, shouted Zhang Chunyu with a sharp voice. Hearing that Fu's brother reported them, she wished she had wings to fly to him right now. She didn't want to risk dying with Fu Chi-Chi's family. Zhang Chunyu grabbed Kwang's mother's arm and begged desperately. "Auntie, we shouldn't leave the village with the others. There are over 30,000 refugees. If we blend into the crowd, no one will recognize us. Tomorrow, we can leave the village and settle in Jiangnan Prefecture. Once in the mountains, there's no way out. Auntie, don't forget, the He family are skilled hunters. Once in the mountains, they might never come out alive." Fu Qiqi knew this was a reckless move. Zhang Chunyu was right in one way. There are 30,000 refugees. How could they possibly find her and her family? Plus, she had potions and makeup tools in her space to change her appearance. But she didn't dare to take any risk, not even a tiny one. Her younger brother and sister were too small. She didn't want to leave them in others' hands. Even if they managed to escape the village, their small group of children would be too conspicuous. Rumor said that King Yi was cruel and violent. If he chased them to the ends of the earth, amidst the vast crowd, they would always be pursued, living a life of constant wandering. It would be better to hide in the mountains and think of other plans. Seeing Kwang's mother hesitate after hearing her niece's words, Fu Qiqi said, "Others might not survive, but we can. Auntie, uncle, trust me and brother Tsang. Moreover, Xiang Xi and Xiang Yi are skilled fighters. If there are fierce beasts, the four of us can fight them. You killed the guards of the fifth young master's secret residence, and now they're seeking revenge. If you have nowhere to go, it's understandable you're upset. We will definitely die if we go into the mountains. I don't want to die. I refuse to die." Zhang Chunyu's face was full of sharp anger as he shouted. Fu Qiqi took a deep breath, not wanting to waste even a second on a crazy person, as it would only increase the danger. "We've explored the deep mountains from afar. There's a narrow path called the Line of Sky, where one person can hold off 100. If we can escape into that narrow path, Shen Ken will never catch us." Time was tight. Uncle Chu and Aunt Chu discussed briefly and nodded immediately. Song Jin changed the clothes of a few young children, putting on long shirts and pants, hats and gloves. Everything was ready. Seeing the sky darkening and knowing it would be harder to travel, he urged, "Let's go." Kwang Liha, though quiet and reserved, was very sensible. Throughout the journey, he trusted Song Gongzi's skills completely. He decisively said, "We go together." There was no other choice. Zhang Chunyu could only reluctantly follow. Suddenly, Zhang Chunyu thought of a way to delay time and said sharply, "Our luggage is still at the camp. I'll go get it. It's too late. If we can hide successfully in the mountains, Brother Tsang can handle things when he comes down the mountain," Fu Qiqi replied impatiently. Zhang Chunyu's eyes turned red, and she felt helpless. Everyone moved lightly. Song Jin carried Yen Yen and chopped branches and vines with a large curved knife to clear the way. Uncle Kwang followed closely, cutting a few more. Then Uncle Chu carried Zhao Zhao, and Xiang Yi was at the back, cutting off the tail. Zhang Chunyu walked in front of Qiqi, dragging her feet. Qiqi saw this clearly. She was deliberately delaying, but she didn't know why. "This is a matter of escaping, not sightseeing," Qiqi said seriously for the first time, with a coldness that made others want to keep their distance. Aunt Kwang, walking ahead of her niece, also noticed something was wrong. She angrily glared at her niece. Zhang Chunyu's face stiffened, feeling a sense of panic. She feared she might never see Brother Fu again. But she had already become Brother Fu's person. 15 minutes earlier, Shen can listen to Fu Changhong's report, his eyes sharp with fierce anger. "Prepare the troops. Leave immediately. I want to see which expert dares to kill the personal guard of Zhang Wuxiao. If it's said that Xiao Wu's death has nothing to do with him, I won't believe it," he declared. The setting sun was sinking west, gradually turning gray, and an autumn wind blew strongly. At the Guanju Pass, a group of refugees huddled together, their necks all shrunk. Someone suddenly shouted, "The weather is changing." Suddenly, with a loud
Creak.
the gate of Guanju Pass was opened, and two soldiers came out shouting fiercely, "Step aside. Anyone blocking the way will be killed without mercy." The refugees looked blankly outside the gate. suddenly seeing dark clouds and fierce winds sweeping across the sky. Dust and smoke rose quickly, and through the haze, a dark group of cavalry appeared like sharp swords rushing forward.
Run.
The quick-thinking refugees panicked and started running. Those who couldn't escape were trampled by horses, injuring or even killing them. All that remained were cries of pain, tears, and the sound of hooves. General Shen, at the front of the cavalry, saw everything but did not react. His sharp eyes, cold as ice and filled with deadly intent, stared straight ahead, full of murderous energy.
Charge! Charge!
The entire cavalry force, full of power, galloped quickly northward. Near the roadside refugee camp, people heard the shouts and screams. They abandoned their luggage and hurried into the nearby woods to hide. This time, a rare group of logistics soldiers followed behind to help the injured and explain the situation. We found the person responsible for killing young Master Song. The general himself is leading the hunt. The crowd felt mixed emotions, some happy, some sad, unsure how to feel. Over 500 cavalry quickly rode past the resting camp above Wazi village, their horses tense and alert. The villagers, worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Lijing, who had been watching closely, saw the cavalry turn onto a side path toward Chi-Chi's resting place. His heart skipped a beat. No wonder Xiu had secretly told him they had hurried to the border to leave early. The villagers also saw that the fierce-looking soldiers were heading straight for Chi-Chi's home. Their hearts, which had just begun to relax, tensed up again. The area was silent and still. Soon, everyone understood what was happening. In less than half an incense stick's time, Fu Leoi, proud and confident, led 2 soldiers to take away his mother, father, wife, and children. Hua Pozi, as she left, smiled brightly like a blooming chrysanthemum and boasted, "My grandson is the one with promise. That stubborn girl should have been taken by heaven long ago." Suddenly, everyone realized that the Fu family had betrayed Master Song and Chi-Chi's family. They had thought Fu Changhong, the only promising son of the Fu family, was a man of integrity, but he was actually a sneaky traitor. Thanks to Master Song guiding us and fighting off the bandits, we arrived safely at the border. Chi-Chi is such a good girl. She always shares her harvest with us, without hiding anything. Yes, she even secretly watered my crops. Thanks to her water, my child is still alive. My family is the same. Chi-Chi secretly watered our fields too, but it's such a pity. How could someone be so heartless and hurt others? Such a villain. It's truly hateful how they act. There was no direct mention of old Fu's family, because nowadays people dared not offend them openly. However, in their words, there was clear disdain and sarcasm directed at old Fu's family. Soon after, the Huang family father and son returned with disappointed faces. Seeing the villagers' angry expressions, they remained silent, but their insults towards the second son and Fu Changhong were relentless. Feng Lijing was holding an empty pipe, lost in thought for a long time, then called his 4 sons. "Tell the villagers to pack their things immediately. Tonight, we'll stay at the border crossing on Jilu Road, aiming to leave early tomorrow morning." At this moment, the villagers were unsure what to do, but Feng Lijing was respected and experienced, and Guzhu was also persuading them. Everyone agreed and started packing. People from 2 other villages also began to pack their belongings one after another. More than 100 people carried torches and headed toward Jilu Road. The bandits and refugees hiding in various places were intimidated by the fierce-looking cavalry team today. No one tried to rob them along the way, and they smoothly reached the border crossing at Jilu Road. Because of the horse trampling incident earlier in the afternoon, the usually crowded border crossing was now completely empty. At this moment, Fu Chi-Chi and her group had just climbed a mountain about 5 kilometers high when they suddenly heard the sound of cavalry charging from the foot of the mountain, like a thunderous wave. Startled, they didn't expect the cavalry to catch up so quickly. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the moonlight rose. Shin Kan's sharp eyes saw a group of people on the mountain in the last glow of sunset, and he coldly ordered, "Surround them." Shoot arrows. Immediately, a rain of arrows flew through the air, whistling past.
Ah!
Aunt Chu, holding her 8-year-old son Chu Liangsong's hand, was caught by Ting Man's foot and almost hit by an arrow. She screamed in fright. The arrows were sharp, piercing through wood and flying into the back of Zhang Chunyu, who was terrified and screaming. Song Jin looked at the team with a cold expression and quickly ordered, Kwang Bo and Shiyu, open the way.
Aikeke, Olyanyan.
Everyone else follow in order. Xiang Yi, Chi-Chi, you stay with me to cover the rear and avoid arrows. And Zhang Chunyu, shut up. If you keep screaming, you'll be an easy target for the arrows. Okay. Chi-Chi handed her little yazi to Kwang Bo's wife, then leapt onto a nearby tree, drawing her steel knife to cut away the arrows flying toward her. Unaware, Zhang Chunyu was overjoyed, ignoring Song Gongzi's scolding. Her screams were deliberately loud, meant to attract the cavalry's arrows below. This was her chance. She no longer needed to run into the deep mountains with them. She could go find Brother Fu. She stood in place, watching the young master Song behind her, carrying Yi and Chi-Chi, blocking wave after wave of arrows. Perhaps they had a chance to escape. She looked at Zhao Zhao ahead and brightened her eyes. If she took Yan Yan or Zhao Zhao to find Brother Fu, maybe she could help him a little. Then Brother Fu might achieve great success. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Ignoring the prickly feeling on her skin, she ran to Aunt Chu and said she would help carry Zhao Zhao. Aunt Chu refused, worried she might drop Zhao Zhao because she was careless. After walking about 100 meters closer, she became anxious. If she kept going up, she might miss the chance to go down the mountain. Then she saw her aunt holding a small sprout. That's the one. She moved behind her aunt, looking at her beloved aunt, Zhang Chunyu. She felt nervous and hesitant, but thinking of Brother Fu, her mind was only filled with determination. Her voice trembled as she said, Aunt, there are many tree branches and thorn bushes ahead. Please help block them. I'll hold the small sprout and follow you. Kong Bunyang believed her niece wasn't trembling out of fear, but thought she was just nervous. In the bushes, she accidentally stepped into a thorny area. Okay, you hold a small sprout and stay close to me. Zhang Chunyu happily took the small sprout, holding it tightly. When Aunt Kong looked back, she couldn't help but feel emotional. When faced with danger, her niece had grown up and become sensible. The opportunity arrived. They reached with the foot of the mountain below. Under the moonlight, Zhang Chunyu glanced down at the steep, dark covered with wild grass, feeling a little scared. For Brother Fu, Zhang Chunyu made a firm decision. She hugged the small sprout tightly, jumped down and rolled straight down the Chunyu. Quick, grab the nearby tree trunk. Seeing her niece about to fall off the mountain, Aunt Kong shouted anxiously. Zhang Chunyu rolled down more than 20 meters. Ignoring the burning pain from the prickles, she got up and shouted, Help me. I am Fu Gongzi's fiancé. I am the whistleblower, Fu Gongzi's fiancé.
Manhwa.
Yen Yen Gij. A cry for help and a loud sob sounded together. Her daring move stunned both groups of people. Without thinking, Song Jin and Chi-Chi rushed toward Zhang Chunyu at high speed. Unexpectedly, Shun Kan, chasing from below, reacted just as quickly. He was the first to grab Zhang Chunyu and the small sprout she was holding. Dozens of cavalry behind Shun Kan also surrounded them. Song Jin and Fu Chi-Chi stopped in their tracks, both feeling a chilling coldness around them. Shun Kan threw Zhang Chunyu to the ground, grabbing Xiaoya's collar with one hand. Xiaoya looked helplessly at Sister Chi-Chi, her voice trembling from fear. The atmosphere froze. Everyone fell silent. Shun Kan licked his lips and, under the moonlight, looked at a man and a woman in the distance. He faintly felt that the man seemed familiar. He sneered and asked, Did you kill young Master Tsong? Chi-Chi's eyes were only on Xiaoya. The night wind was cold, and her voice was even colder, sharp like a blade. Zhang Chunyu, you deserve to die. Lying on the ground, clutching her stomach, Zhang Chunyu looked embarrassed and stiffened her face. Soon, She spat out a mouthful of blood, lifted her chin, and retaliated. Brother Fu is right. It was you who killed young Master Tsang. A follow-up attack. Chunyu, what nonsense are you talking? When did young Master Tsang leave the team? When did he kill young Master Tsang? Why are you suddenly lying? Kwang Bo Nyang was anxious. Zhang Chunyu couldn't see her aunt's face clearly, but she heard the concern hidden in her scolding. She clenched her teeth tightly and said nothing. On the mountain, Chu Shu and others kept running without stopping. Shunkin saw this but was not in a hurry. As long as he caught the man and woman in front, he believed the others would fall into his trap. A few moments passed. Shunkin saw that the man and woman ignored him completely. His grim hand waved, and hundreds of soldiers surrounded Chi-Chi and the man. Suddenly, shadows moved swiftly through the woods, like ghosts in the night. There were nearly 100 people in the woods getting closer, and the situation was urgent. Then, he heard Chi-Chi's tears falling. Song Jin's eyes grew cold, deep like a sea or abyss. He softly said, Chi-Chi, let's escape with the others first. Once we are safe, we will find a way to rescue Xiaoya. They are about to catch us and want to use Xiaoya as bait, but they won't hurt her. Chi-Chi felt a dull, suffocating pain again. Today, there was no choice, no way out, only the helpless feeling of being caught like fish. Okay, she whispered softly, like fog. She understood she couldn't delay, or everyone would be in danger. Finally, she glanced at the crying Xiaoya, and the three of them reluctantly turned away, fleeing up the mountain. As they passed Kwang Bo Nyang, they helped her along, using light skills to quickly move through the forest. Chi-Chi.
Aunt.
I'm sorry, Kwang Bo Nyang cried, tears streaming down her face. She was still in shock, unable to believe what she saw. Her niece was actually a traitor, trying to harm everyone. Chi-Chi responded quietly, her mood low. She focused on activating her internal energy to keep up with Tsang-Ge. 3 people turned and ran up the hillside, quickly disappearing from sight. He roared angrily, Chase. I want everyone caught at the checkpoint at dawn tomorrow, no exceptions. The soldiers, given the order to kill, quickened their steps, forming a tight net that spread darkness and oppression toward the fleeing Chi-Chi and others. A feeling like death's suffocation approached. The little children followed the adults closely, not daring to complain or tire. Behind them, the shouts and cries of the bandit soldiers grew louder and closer. Fukiki stood on a tree, watching the flickering flames in the forest. She silently said, Brother Tsang, they have many people and are led by torches. If they follow my escape route, they'll catch us in less than half an hour. You take them and run. I'll hold them back. Song Jin understood Chi-Chi. Even if he could fight his way out alone, he couldn't carry a dozen people to safety. Chi-Chi has a wood-based special power, and there are firearms in the space. She can protect herself easily. Song Jin hugged Chi-Chi and said, All right, but safety comes first. Don't act rashly. Wait for me, and we'll move together. Seeing her sister willing to stay behind alone, Xiao Zhao's face flooded with tears. Sister, you're not allowed to get hurt. I won't allow it. Yen, stubborn as ever, softly called out, Sister. Chi-Chi forced a smile and said, It's not a matter of life or death. With these people, they won't kill you, sister. At this moment, Aunt Chu and others didn't know what words to come for her. Since King Gongzi believed Chi-Chi could hold them back, they had no choice but to trust her ability. Song Jin issued the order, and everyone resumed their escape. Chi-Chi's palm touched the ground. Her pupils shrank slightly, a cold light flashed, and her eyes filled with killing intent. She saw the vines broken by Song Jin's clearing path slowly sprouting new leaves and tendrils, wrapping around the tree branches. Chi-Chi then found a thorn bush, changed its growth direction, and cultivated a thick patch of thorns, blocking the entire escape route for more than 10 meters. She slowly moved down the mountain, causing the plants along the way to grow and cover their trail. Chi-Chi's face turned paler and paler. After absorbing 3 level 5 zombie crystals, discarded energy, she continued to stimulate the plants in that direction, absorbing more energy. A patch of thorns contained deadwood. At this moment, the soldiers were only a few hundred meters behind Chi-Chi. She could clearly hear their curses and shouts. "Great General, look. The branches here were just trampled and cut. They're not far ahead. Haha, caged beasts, calling for help but no one responds. I want them to feel the approaching taste of death, little by little." Smirking coldly, Shun Kan's smile was as eerie as a predator's grin. Laughter echoed through the forest, like a soul nightmare from. It was very close. Fu Chi-Chi remained calm and quickly moved toward a nearby path, activating her wood element powers to cut through the trees with two large steel knives, creating a confusing escape route for everyone. "Who's there?" Shun Kan, skilled in combat, heard the sound of trees being cut. Fu Chi-Chi paused briefly, choosing a direction opposite to Song Jin and the others, and fled quickly. Shin Kan's sharp eyes caught a tiny figure slipping away.
Chase.
Shin Kan, dressed in armor, swiftly pursued, causing branches to loudly as he flew through the trees toward Chi-Chi's escape route. Fu Chi-Chi looked serious. She knew she couldn't defeat Shin Kan with force alone, so she quickly reached into her space pouch and drew out her weapons. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching from ahead, getting closer. She didn't expect enemies to be nearby, and she had accidentally entered an ambush. Hiding in a large tree, Fu Chi-Chi sweat nervously. She swiftly threw her hand into her space pouch and pulled out an automatic rifle, loading 50 rounds into it. The person closest to her was ahead. She quietly stared in the direction of the footsteps. They were getting closer. Chi-Chi estimated by sound that only one person was approaching, about 150 meters away. Her rifle's range was over 100 meters. It was dark, and although she had night vision goggles, the enemy's movements were strange and unpredictable. She planned to shoot at about 50 or 60 meters, aiming to hit the target like a sieve. 80 meters. 70 meters. Chi-Chi held her breath, pressed the trigger, and a bullet flew out. Suddenly, a pair of military boots appeared in her sight. She quickly lowered the trigger, heart pounding loudly in her chest. She shouted, "Brother Tsong, watch out." The bullet was only 2 centimeters from his right temple. The enemy narrowly avoided being hit, just grazing past and leaving a trace of blood. Chi-Chi threw her rifle into her space pouch and rushed toward the enemy. Seeing the wound, tears streamed down her face.
I'm fine.
"I dodged it, just a minor injury." "Shun Kan is coming. Let's go," Song Jin said with a faint smile, gently lifting the guilty Chi-Chi and flying in a chosen direction. They had only been gone for a short while when Shin Kan and his men arrived. He had been tracking the woman's scent, but suddenly lost her trail. He knelt on the ground, listening carefully, but couldn't find any clues. She has help. Shin Kan guessed she was rescued. Frustrated, Shun Kan ordered loudly, "Search the mountain. Send a signal. Have Chin Shin bring 1,000 men here. Today, I will catch them all." A soldier immediately climbed a large tree and set off a signal flare. Far at the foot of the mountain, soldiers saw a signal flare. 5 or 6 of them rode quickly to the relay station to send reinforcements. Ahead, Songjin hurried with Chi-Chi, catching up to Chu Shu and the others in about 15 minutes. When everyone saw that Chi-Chi was safe and unharmed, they all looked surprised and happy. "Chi-Chi, big sister. Chi-Chi sister." "I'm fine," said Chi-Chi calmly, with a lonely tone. Knowing that Chi-Chi was upset because Xiao Yazi was taken away, everyone's mood grew heavier. During a short rest, Chi-Chi made sure to see Tsonga's wound with her own eyes. Seeing it was just a surface injury, she used her wood element power to help it heal. In the quiet forest, strange animal sounds echoed around. The presence of many living people had already awakened the wild beasts deep in the mountains. "We can't stay long. Let's go," Songjin said, noticing Chi-Chi had regained some of her powers. Songjin reorganized the team into a long line, 2 people side by side, and they moved forward. They focused on traveling without saying much. Even Prince Song took out 3 glowing headpieces from his bag. Only Xiao Zhaozhao muttered that they were safety lamps. Thanks to Chi-Chi's plant cover, the noise of soldiers shouting and cursing faded away. But as they went deeper into the mountains, the dark, eerie atmosphere became more frightening, making everyone cautious. They even tried to control their breathing carefully. Songjin and Chi-Chi, having faced hundreds of dangers in the post-apocalyptic jungle, knew the habits of wild animals well and carefully avoided them. By late at night, everyone was exhausted. Their breathing was strained but kept quiet, almost like snoring. Songjin found a clearing under a large rock. Rest here.
We leave at dawn, he said.
Okay, everyone is too tired to go on. Let's eat first, someone replied. The cloudy sky hid the moon, and it was chilly. They built 2 small fires and sat around them. Chi-Chi took out a big bag of wild vegetable and egg pancakes, along with bamboo tubes of water, and shared with everyone. Because the Chu family and Kwang family didn't know they were fleeing, they only brought their important documents and silver, leaving everything else behind. During free time, Chi-Chi made many sturdy, multi-layered bags. The Chu family of 5 and the Kwang family of 4 each received one. Normally, everyone would praise Chi-Chi's embroidery skills, but now she looked indifferent, and no one dared to speak. After eating, Xiao Yanyan finally asked the question she had been holding back all along. Big sister, will Xiao Yazi come back? Chi-Chi hugged Yanyan and was silent for a moment before saying firmly, yes. Big sister will definitely rescue Xiao Yazi and bring him back. Little Rock was finally at peace. I overheard Sister Chi-Chi and her brother talking. Kwang Xiaobo looked upset and cursed. It's all because of Zhang Chunyu, that ungrateful woman. I knew she had problems, but mother still said she was good and wanted me to marry her. Look at her shamelessness. She's already involved with Fu Changhong. Kwang Bo Nyang felt extremely guilty. Kwang Li he let out a deep sigh, his expression complicated. Aunt Chu sat beside Kwang Bo Nyang. Sigh, I didn't expect Fu Changhong to be with Chun Yu. Didn't you notice any signs? Kwang Bo Nyang frowned tightly and recalled, no. If I had, I would have broken her leg long ago. Suddenly, Kwang Xiaobo thought of something. No, that's not right. A few days ago, I saw her passing things to Fu Changhong. Mother, you said I was slandering her reputation and even chased me with a shoe brush. But back then, they were already involved. Kwang Bo Nyang was silent, realizing this was true. Kwang Li he frowned and thought for a moment. Last night, she also went out. She changed clothes after half an hour and came back. I thought it was inconvenient for a girl, so I didn't ask much.
A girl going out like that?
Aunt Chu exclaimed. Did they sleep together? Kwang Bo Nyang's face turned pale and white, and she gritted her teeth. I'll pretend I never had this niece from now on. Everyone had noticed Kwang De Bo, who was hiding in the corner with his head bowed and a look of grief.
Sleep now.
Rest well, because tomorrow we need to find a new place to stay. Fu Chi-Chi's calm voice came, colder than usual. Everyone sighed again, calming their minds, sitting around the fire, squeezing close to sleep on the ground. Chi-Chi, don't worry, I'm here for you. Songjin pulled Chi-Chi onto her lap, took out a blanket, and wrapped the big and small ones together. Seeing everyone asleep, only Song Gongzi leaning against a stone, staring at the fire, said, Song Gongzi, you rest for an hour first. I'll keep watch.
All right.
Songjin checked around and saw no large predators, then nodded and closed her eyes to rest. The sky darkened to pale white, dawn broke, and everyone woke up. Fleeing again, deep in the mountain forest, they couldn't sleep peacefully. They ate a simple pancake and set out again. During the day, their vision was clear. Songjin took the telescope Chi-Chi handed her, stood on a tree branch, and surveyed the deep mountains. After planning a route, she said, we'll follow the original plan and escape through the one-line sky. There are wolf dens and tigers ahead. I found a route closest to the one-line sky that can avoid the predators. Songjin briefly explained the plan, then hung the telescope around her neck. A small, dark, delicate device. Could it really show where wolves and tigers were? Everyone was afraid to ask to see the new interesting items in Songjin's hands, but Xiao Xiao dared to request them. Fu Chi-Chi, The clever younger sister was curious and couldn't resist. She quickly said she had a few more items and reached into Song's backpack space to pull out a mini telescope, hanging it around her neck. After passing the mini telescope among everyone, they were all amazed by how magical it was. Now, Uncle Kwang and Uncle Chu both eagerly wanted to hold Xiao Xiao because the new telescope was so fascinating. From a distance, they saw a dark area and a green area clearly through the telescope, as if the trees and animals were right in front of them. When preparing to leave, Xiao Xiao, feeling a bit awkward, thought the telescope was a gift from Song. She happily ran to him and said, "Thank you, brother Song. But one thing doesn't mean another. You can't use this to bribe me or try to take my sister away." She spoke seriously like a little adult. Everyone burst into laughter. Even Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile. This was the first time since yesterday that anyone had laughed. Everyone was drunk, but she was the only one sober. Song Jin gently tapped the younger sister-in-law, who was only as tall as his waist. Even at a young age, she saw through his hidden bad intentions. Why didn't Chi-Chi notice anything? Could it be that his actions were not obvious enough? At the foot of the mountain, after searching all night, not a single person was found. Shunkin led 1,500 people, like a big net, searching the entire mountain. After 2 hours of searching, they still saw no sign of anyone. In the afternoon, Shinkan, frustrated, returned to the inn, threw down the reins, and ordered, "Go and bring all the villagers from Wazi village that Fu Changhong mentioned. I will question them myself." A soldier received the order and hurried out to find people. 15 minutes later, the soldier returned with the villagers, trembling and saying, "Great General, the villagers from Wazi village, Shirgu village, and Huanglu village left at 8 a.m. this morning. We checked the household registration and roster carefully and found no problems, so we let them go."
Bang!
Shunkin suddenly stood up, walked to the gate of the inn, and looked at the refugees, leaving one after another. He angrily kicked the gate open, smashing wood pieces onto the ground. "Chase them." "Yes, yes, yes, great general." Seeing the general on the verge of madness, the soldiers drew their swords and rode out in groups of 200 to pursue. The first group of villagers from the 3 villages, who left early in the morning, cried tears of joy and headed east, entering the territory of Jiangnan Prefecture. However, when choosing which route to continue their journey, they encountered disagreements. Huang Lijing saw that the Shuyan city was nearby. They were poor refugees, believing they were no longer in danger, and insisted on walking openly along the official road. Feng Lijing had a bad feeling. Last night, General Shun didn't return, which meant he probably didn't catch Chi-Chi and the others. He was worried that Fu Changhong had gone mad and reported everyone in the village who had contact with Chi-Chi's family. Therefore, Feng Lijing decided to take the small path. Zhao Lijing, though greedy and petty, understood that Huang Lijing was irresponsible. He planned to leave with Feng Lijing. When Zhao Lijing discussed this with the villagers, most agreed. Huang Li was disdainful and sneered, saying, "A bunch of cowards." Cowards? Isn't that what he was? Zhao Lijing looked back with contempt, thinking he might have misunderstood the word coward. The villagers from Wazi village and Shirgu village stumbled along the way toward their destination. Although Huanglu village wasn't captured by Shinkan's people, another group arrived first, took everything, and sold the villagers to work in the mines. But that's a story for later. At this moment, in the main hall of the relay station, Shinkan was reinterrogating old Fu's family and Zhang Chunyu, who had surrendered voluntarily. Shinkan looked at the kneeling refugees and was impressed by Fu Changhong, who kept his back straight, dared to look him in the eye, and responded clearly and confidently. Fu Changhong kept talking about what he hadn't finished yesterday, accusing Song Gongzi of being rebellious and unfilial, and calling him a wicked person who oppressed the refugees. He also mentioned his mother, who had gained the favor of the young master of Tsong, protected some, but was cut off by Chi-Chi. At this point, Cui Shi shook her empty sleeve. Shunkin glanced at her and silently pondered. Yesterday, this young man had reported that Song Gongzi had killed 5 young master's guards, witnessed by 200 or 300 refugees. This was confirmed last night. The man was skilled in martial arts, able to block hundreds of arrows with a few sword strikes, and likely capable of killing 5 young masters and their guards. Shun Can always felt he had seen that man before. He took out a hidden weapon, a bullet. Have you seen someone named Song use this kind of hidden weapon? A guard took the bullet and handed it to Fu Changhong. Fu Changhong examined the hidden weapon. Neither iron nor gold, with a yellowish hue, slightly heavy in his hand. He rubbed it repeatedly but found nothing. He apologized, saying, "General, I have never seen this kind of hidden weapon before. However, I noticed that Song Gongzi's everyday belongings are very exquisite and rare. It is understandable that possessing such a clever hidden weapon is not surprising." Shun Can picked up the document on the table that Fu family had severed ties over. He had good handwriting, and dozens of people could testify with names written clearly, even if only next to the thumbprint. However, he couldn't understand why the skilled martial artist and educated person surnamed Song would follow a village girl. Fu Changhong forced a nervous smile and said, "General, I overheard 2 young boys say that Mr. Song has lost his memory." As for the words "lost his memory," Shun Can didn't comment and coldly turned his gaze to Zhang Chunyu. "That little kid is just from the same village or an orphan. How do you know Fu Chichi will come to rescue him?" Zhang Chunyu no longer had the courage she showed yesterday. She almost fell when Shun Can's murderous look made her sway, but Fu Changhong quickly supported her and softly said, "Tell the truth." Zhang Chunyu, like a frightened bird, repeatedly emphasized, "General, Fu Chichi will come to save him. She loves him as if he were her own younger brother." Fu Changhong, having just experienced intimacy with Zhang Chunyu and now eager for more, helped by speaking up, "General, I can also vouch for this. As long as Fu Chichi hasn't left Suyan City, she will come to save Xiaoya." Shun Can narrowed his eyes, his brows sharp and cold. The little brat was quite cunning. If he hadn't left, could that thief still fly out of Suyan City? "Enough, you may leave now." The group sighed in relief. They saw the old Fu family members supporting each other as they left the courtyard. A nearby guard sneered and said, "General, this scholar is full of flaws. Since Fu Chichi doesn't care about family or gratitude, why would she save an orphan?" Shun Can elegantly picked up his teacup, drank it all, and subtly said, "What's the fuss? Just a bunch of refugees. If they dare to offend me, I'll deal with them with a single sword." Fu Changhong returned to a simple brick house arranged for soldiers. He comforted his family several times before heading straight to Jiang Wenshu's study. Inside, after a short rest, everyone calmed down. When Fu Kuanyun saw Zhang Chunyu, he was furious and mocked, "Always showing off how pretty you are, but look at you like a stray dog. You want to cling to my older brother? We don't want you." Zhang Chunyu bit her lip and pitifully called out to Cui Shi, "Annie, I and Big Brother Fu are truly in love. Because of our family's relationship, I didn't tell you." After a round of threats, Cui lost her spirit. She didn't look at Zhang Chunyu and, seeing her daughter covered in mud, said, "Kuan Yun, your older brother has already made a decision about this. Don't cause trouble. You are about the same height as Chunyu, so find her a piece of clothing to change into."
"No," Kui Kuan Yin screamed.
Cui weakly advised, "Be obedient. Give her that blue-gray dress. She is your brother's family, and dressing properly is also about your brother's reputation." Hearing that she was thinking of her grandson's reputation, Granny Huari gained her commanding attitude. "All right, find her a dress. In the days to come, you'll still rely on my grandson." Seeing Cui Kuan Yin refuse to move, Granny Hua angrily raised her arm to hit her. Cui Kuan Yin dodged and reluctantly threw a piece of clothing over. The good son and good grandson they spoke of were both tearful, sincerely thanking Jiang Wenshu, praising his passion and wisdom, occasionally showing a shy expression. This moved Jiang Wenshu to tears, recalling his youth when talent went unrecognized. For a moment, they considered each other confidants. At that moment, Jiang Wenshu said, "I still need an assistant for miscellaneous chores. Tomorrow I will go with the Grand General. You come and handle bookkeeping and inventory." Fu Changhong knelt suddenly, his lips moving but unable to speak due to emotion. After a moment, he pounded his chest and said, "Today, I am grateful for Master Zhong's kindness. One day, even if I give my life, I will repay your kindness today." Seeing Fu Changhong straighten his back and walk out the door, Jiang Wenshu sighed. His conduct is proper. This boy has a pure heart. Unbeknownst to him, his support today was only helping a treacherous wolf, leading to his wife and children losing their lives. On the mountain, with binoculars, Fu Qiqi and the others still faced a wolf pack attack, suffering minor injuries. The most serious was Kwang Debo, who had a piece of flesh bitten off his hand, blood flowing freely. He looked very gloomy. Kwang Bo Nyang held her arm wrapped like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, tears falling non-stop. After finally escaping from over 100 wolves, they encountered dozens of wild boars that were difficult to tame. Everyone was almost out of breath. Running like crazy, they finally reached the destination, the narrow sky, on the 4th afternoon. "Big sister, is this called the Towering Cloud?" "I can't see the top of the mountain," Xiao Zhao Zhao said, lifting her little head. Fu Qiqi smiled and gently rubbed her head. She was also amazed by the natural wonders of the world. 2 mountains stand close together, with exposed fault rocks barely a few feet apart. From a distance, only a thin line of blue sky is visible through the canyon. Wow, it's all made of stones. How many stones must there be?
Und que Marvel.
She is just a farmer woman. If not for this escape from hardship, she would have spent her whole life in Wazy village like her ancestors. Everyone climbs up to the edge of the rocky cliff. Inside the canyon, weeds grow wildly, revealing a dark, long alleyway with a faint patch of green far away. Seeing Brother Tsong has already gone ahead to explore, Chi-Chi takes a deep breath, her voice a little hoarse. "Everyone hold your big knives and sticks tightly, stay alert." One by one, they struggle to climb onto the pile of weeds and rocks. At the front, Song Jin uses a steel knife to scare away snakes and insects in the weeds, turning back repeatedly. Follow behind, be careful. 2 can walk side by side in wide areas, one at a time in narrow spots. The echo bounces inside the canyon walls. Only after entering do they realize the narrowest part of the sky is just over half a meter wide, and the wider part is only about 3 meters. "These weeds are taller than me."
"Ah,
"There's a snake," Kwang Xiaobo exclaims. "You're silly. Don't use your foot to step on it. Use your stick to scare the snake away," Kwang Bo scolds. Night falls, and fierce winds howl through the canyon, like night demons calling for souls. Chu Linger, who is timid, turns pale with fear. I'm scared. My legs are soft." Aunt Chu pretends to be brave, grabbing her daughter's arm tightly and squeezing. "Don't be afraid. Your mom is here." In truth, Aunt Chu's eyes are wide open, her body trembling constantly. She claims to comfort her daughter, but is also trying to boost her own courage. Inside the canyon, it's dark and gloomy, with stone walls on both sides, giving a suffocating sense of confinement. Little Zhao Zhao, however, is unusually excited, shouting, "I want Brother Tsong to carry me. I want to go first." This time, Fu Qiqi doesn't let her, giving her a sharp look. Zhao Zhao pouts. "Sister, bad." Fu Qiqi buries her head in her arms, ignoring her. What's that?" Kwang Xiaobo suddenly shouts in surprise. Fu Qiqi shines her flashlight toward Kwang Xiaobo's finger.
Hiss.
Everyone's faces change dramatically, and their legs go weak with fear. On the canyon wall, a dense swarm of bats hangs, half-closed eyes glaring with fierce intent. The bats are about the size of a fist, baring their sharp teeth as if challenging, arching their bodies, ready to attack at any moment. The fear is overwhelming, making everyone's scalp tingle. At the front, Song Jin looks coldly at the wall of bats. He had already noticed them but wanted to walk past quietly. Unfortunately, he was too late and disturbed the bats. Chi quickly pulls out her watch from her pocket. It's already 6:30 p.m. If they don't leave soon, they might have to spend the night inside the canyon. Yes, thousands of bats are flying at night, all rushing together, and everyone risks being overwhelmed. Song Jin uses his inner strength to suddenly release a strong aura, temporarily frightening the restless bats. Then he turns on the brightest light from the ceiling, illuminating the area. He quietly asks, "Chi-Chi, do you have any ropes?" Chi-Chi nods and pulls a rope from his backpack, which has space. Song Jin takes the rope, passes it back, and reminds everyone, "Hold the rope tightly, don't fall behind." Uncle Kwang and Uncle Chu hold the torches firmly. Seong-yi turns on the ceiling light to the maximum. Bats are afraid of light, so with the light on, they won't dare to move easily. Everyone stay calm. The rope is passed back, with each person holding a knot and someone at the front pulling, which adds a sense of safety. Kwang Daebo wipes sweat from his forehead. He just fell and his wound, already bandaged, has torn open again, bleeding out. "Big brother, your arm is bleeding?" Kwang Shabo helps Kwang Daebo and notices the wetness.
Yes.
Kwang Daebo doesn't want to say much. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly rushes out from the canyon wall, with glowing red eyes showing evil light, attacking Kwang Daebo. "Retreat. Everyone back." Song Jin's eyes sharpen. He leaps into the air, wielding a sharp steel blade to face the giant bat. Everyone looks up. A giant bat, taller than a person, is fighting Song Jin. Swish swish, two more bats, about the height of a person, dart out. One extends claws to attack Song Jin. The other its sharp wings, sweeping toward everyone, heading straight for Kwang Daebo. Chi-Chi smells the blood in the air. Her brother Kwang Daebo's wound has attracted the hidden giant bat. "Big brother Kwang, run." Seong-yi, take Kwang Daebo out first. Chi-Chi activates her special power, tiptoes, and moves to face the bat. A rushing, tide-like sound fills the air as countless bats wriggle on the wall. The giant bat is incredibly strong. After a dozen moves, Chi-Chi is no match. The giant bat disdainfully its wing, knocking Chi-Chi into the wall, causing her to fall to the ground. "Chi-Chi,
姐姐.
older sister." The fleeing crowd stops. Song Jin sees this and quickly swings his sword, cutting off one of the giant bat's wings. Chi-Chi crawls up from the ground, pulls out a pistol, and fires 3 shots.
Bang, bang, bang.
The giant bat falls to the ground. A swarm of countless bats rushes toward Chi-Chi, covering her like a terrifying black cloud. Song Jin's heart suddenly tightened. Leaving behind another giant bat, he moved like lightning into a thick cloud of black bats, wrapping his body around Chi-Chi and shouting loudly, "Run. Exit the canyon wall." With a forceful shout, everyone was awakened and started to run. Chi-Chi only heard countless squeaking sounds echoing in her ears, mingling with the tearing of clothes and the scratching of flesh. In an instant, the smell of blood filled the air. Song Jin was holding Chi-Chi tightly, using his body to block numerous tiny bats. "Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. I am here." The person in his arms trembled with fright. Song Jin took a deep breath and softly comforted her. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's mind went blank. Since arriving in this strange world, she had heard Brother Song say many times, "Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. I am here." This time it was especially moving. Brother Song was risking his life to protect her. Song Jin ignored the countless cuts from bat wings, gathering his internal energy, wielding his steel knife, and clearing a 1-meter space. Chi-Chi suddenly looked up, her pupils stark black and white, filled with red bloodshot veins, glaring at the countless bats. "Brother Song, I'll go." A automatic rifle appeared out of nowhere in Chi-Chi's hand, loaded with armor-piercing rounds. She pulled the trigger and fiercely shot at the densely packed bats. Bang!
Bang, bang, bang.
Gunfire erupted, and the bats were instantly pierced, falling to the ground in pieces, squealing painfully. Seeing his offspring dead and the sharp attack coming, the giant bat was also hit by a bullet and had to circle to the side, angrily squeaking. 80 rounds were fired, and Chi-Chi quickly reloaded and fired again with a fierce burst. One after another, the bats fell, covering the ground like black snow. A piercing scream, like a long howl, came from the giant bat as it looked up to the sky in grief. Suddenly, countless tiny bats seemed to receive a signal and retreated like a tide. The foul smell of blood in the air was suffocating. Song Jin's face was pale, with only a small amount of internal energy left. He carried Chi-Chi and leapt swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, retreating back to the canyon entrance. His body wobbled and collapsed. At this moment, the night was pitch black, the wind was gentle, and the lonely moon hung in the sky, adding a desolate atmosphere. Chi-Chi helped Brother Song steady himself, leaning against a tree trunk. Without a word, she stored his head-mounted flashlight in her space, took out another one, turned on the brightest light, and hung it on a withered branch nearby. The orange-red glow revealed a bloodied figure, his clothes torn into rags, with countless wounds bleeding continuously. Suddenly, all of his internal organs shifted position. He felt sharp pain and a fever. His eyes immediately became cloudy, like a fog. "Don't cry, I'm fine," Song Jin said, trying to smile at his young girl, but his smile was pale and weak. Earlier, more than 10 people had escaped and hidden behind a rock, following the instructions of the siblings from the Xiang family. When they heard the noise, everyone came out. Little Zhao Zhao saw that her sister was safe and was about to shout happily. Little Yan Yan covered Zhao Zhao's mouth quickly. "Brother Song, you're hurt." She then saw a blood-stained person under the tree. Her eyes widened in shock. She didn't want Brother Song to take her sister away, but she also didn't want him to die.
Tick-tock.
Zhao Zhao's heart tightened, and tears fell down her face. Everyone quietly gathered nearby, holding their breath. Chi-Chi saw that many people were surrounding him, which made it hard for her to treat her injuries. She put down her towel, adjusted her breathing, and tried to stay calm. She said softly, "Uncle Kwong, Uncle Chu, we will stay here overnight. Light the torches and find a safe place to rest." When everyone dispersed, Chi-Chi took out an umbrella to block their view and gathered the lantern light. Song Jin slightly raised his hand, wanting to wipe away her tears, but moving his wound made him hiss softly. He teased, "Little kitten, I'm fine. You should take care of your own wounds first." Chi-Chi's small face was very serious as she said sternly, "No talking." But her eyes were filled with tears. Trying to stop him from talking, she quickly stuffed a candy into Song Jin's mouth. Song Jin was speechless. Chi-Chi took a basin from her space, filled it with clean water, and used a towel to wash Song Jin's face. His handsome face was marked with several cuts, giving him a stern look. She carefully tore off the torn clothes on his body, exposing only his underwear. She caught sight of something and blushed shyly. But in a moment, her focus returned to cleaning his wounds, her movements gentle and careful. She avoided the sensitive areas, and her cheeks turned redder with each movement. Song Jin's mind shifted, and he half closed his eyes, smiling softly as he teased. Only a wife would take such care of her husband. Chi-Chi paused, puffed out her cheeks, and said seriously, "I'll explain to your future wife. Saving a life is a matter of great importance. I'm just doing my duty as a healer. Besides, Brother Song was injured while saving me." Song Jin's body stiffened slightly. Had he not made himself clear enough? As the battle grew fiercer, Song Jin's black eyes showed a hint of teasing. His throat moved as he asked, "You took everything off me. Do you not need to take responsibility for me?" Fu Chi-Chi stared blankly at Song Jin, squinting thoughtfully before saying seriously, "Big brother Song, I know how kind you are to us siblings. I see you as my real big brother, just like Zhao Zhao and Yan Yan. From now on, our family will follow Big Brother's lead." That phrase, "real big brother," shattered the feelings in Song Jin's heart, making them disappear like smoke. Song Jin, looking discouraged, frowned and closed his eyes. He didn't want to say anything more. Why is the path to winning his wife so difficult? In the end of world, he didn't allow any man to get close to Chi-Chi, nor did he have close female friends, so she wouldn't understand love. He didn't know that in the end of world, his usual serious and caring attitude, like a true big brother, had made Chi-Chi used to it, and she didn't even realize there was love involved. Seeing that Big Brother Song seemed unhappy, Fu Chi-Chi was confused. But she didn't slack off in her actions. The weather was getting colder, so she hurried to clean and disinfect the wounds. Then, using her wood element power, she carefully treated the numerous wounds on Songjin's body. It was clear to see that the wounds were closing bit by bit. To avoid detection, she left some wounds on his face, neck, and arms, then applied ointment. Chi-Chi gathered all the medicine packs and basins and stored them in her space, gritting her teeth in frustration. Those giant bats are so annoying. The internal injuries they caused will need days to recover. He needs to rest quietly. Songjin responded with a hum, still pondering whether he should buy some small stories so his little girl could open her heart. Behind a rock, Xiao Zhao Zhao, hiding with his hands behind his back, relaxed his brows but then knitted them again, whispering softly, "Why is sister so stupid?" I saw through it and understood. I knew Big Brother Song had bad intentions. He just wants to steal her sister. Chi-Chi helped Songjin change his clothes, then called Kwang Bo and Shu Shu to help him to a sheltered spot where the fire was already burning. Dinner was ready, a pot of mixed stew. Seeing water and everyone's faces cleaned up, Chi-Chi was surprised. Aunt Chu smiled and said, "Xiao Zhao Zhao has sharp ears. He said he heard water, so we went to check, and there really is a pond." Xiao Zhao Zhao raised his head, seeking praise. Chi-Chi gently kissed his forehead. After a simple dinner, Chi-Chi took out her medicine kit to rebandage Kwang De Bo's wounds. His arm was bloody and torn, with bits of flesh cleaned away to reveal a missing bone. She washed, medicated, and bandaged him without a word, his face dark and silent. Chi-Chi was puzzled. "Big Brother Kwang, rest well. Do not use your left hand for the next few days. It should heal in about half a month." Kwang De Bo nodded strangely, lowering his head, his expression unreadable. Over there, Xiang Yi was holding several powders and ointments given by Chi-Chi and had already changed Xiang Xi's dressing. Xiang Xi looked at her wound, which had scabbed over and was slightly itchy. "Chi-Chi, these medicines work well. The painkiller is better than Mafei-san and the wound medicine is better than Jinshang Yao." Jinshang Yao was the most familiar to Chi-Chi. The village Dr. Ling was quite skilled. During their escape, villagers used Ling's methods, collecting blue tail grass, plantain, and money grass to make medicine, which was applied to wounds to clear heat, reduce inflammation, and dissolve blood stasis. Modern medicine is naturally hundreds of times more advanced than ancient methods. Chi-Chi smiled and said, "That's pain relief ointment and anti-inflammatory medicine, Brother Song's." In short, everything from the space she produced, she kept close to Brother Song. Others only had minor injuries from falling, scrapes, and bruises. Chi-Chi poured some red flower oil and injury ointment into several porcelain bottles and handed them out for everyone to apply to their wounds. Suddenly, the smell of medicine filled the air. It also effectively drove away snakes and insects. The bugs attracted by the fire kept buzzing annoyingly, but once the medicine was applied, they vanished completely. Just in time for a good sleep, Aunt Chu smiled as she watched the swarm of bugs and moths. After everyone finished tidying up, it was already midnight. The autumn wind blew against the stones, making a whistling sound, and it grew colder. Originally, Chi-Chi wanted to take out clothes from the space for everyone, but after Zhang Chunyu's betrayal, she hesitated. Chi-Chi apologized. "Auntie, sister-in-law, I still have 5 pieces of cloth here, just enough for a blanket. Let's all share and get a good night's sleep. Don't worry. Let the men add more fire at night. They won't freeze." Aunt Chu and Sister Kwang quickly took the cloth, dividing the families into 2 groups of men and 1 of women. Everyone lay neatly, covered with cloth, and it was very warm. Most of all, they had been running for 4 days straight. The next morning, at dawn, Chi-Chi heard sounds and rubbed her forehead as she got up. She had used her supernatural power yesterday and didn't replenish her energy, so she slept very deeply. The autumn wind brushed her face, bringing a cool feeling. The climate here was different from the scorching sun below the mountain. 2 distinct zones. She stood up and looked around at the endless mountains, which still showed hints of green amid the yellowish landscape. Everyone was busy, picking wild vegetables, washing clothes, mending clothes, chopping wood. Chi-Chi, did I wake you up? Aunt Chu looked at Chi-Chi, then dabbed some oil on the needle she was holding, and continued speaking. Young Master Tsong said that because there are bats on the canyon wall, most wild animals don't dare come near here. Also, there is water and fish in the pond, so we should stay here for a month or two. That makes sense. Wild animals usually have territory awareness, and this place is surrounded by bats. Hey, where are Brother Tsong and Brother Kwang? The two seriously injured patients are running around everywhere. Chi-Chi looked around but didn't see them. Aunt Chu, happily sewing with her flying needles, said, "Haha, Zhao Zhao found a rabbit nest." Everyone is gathering around to watch the fun. They were talking about Kwang Dabo, who was arguing with Kwang Xiaobo. Xiaobo looked at his older brother in disbelief and said, "What do you mean I can't scold Zhang Chunyu in the future? She did something shameless, and now I can't say anything? Thanks to Chi-Chi and Brother Tsong protecting us, giving us food and water along the way. She's heartless, spreading lies, saying that Brother Tsong and Chi-Chi killed Song Mi-jian, and that's why we're being chased. She even took little Ya, who's only 3 years old." Kwang Dabo had been feeling very upset these days. His wound hurt. He was weak and helpless. Hearing Xiaobo's accusations, his head buzzed with a ringing noise. Xiaobo, angry, shouted, "Mother told her to marry me, and she didn't show any unwillingness. She even asked Mother for our family's gold hairpin. But secretly, she's sleeping with Fu Changhong. What do you call her? A shameless person. If I married her, I'd be wearing a green hat for life." "Shut up." Kwang Dabo, annoyed beyond measure, roared in frustration. Xiaobo kept scolding, but when his older brother scolded him, seeing his brother in pain, he circled around him and asked, "Big brother, are you okay? She's trying to harm all of us. Are you crazy for protecting me? A few days ago, you could have avoided that wolf bite because you weren't paying attention. Yesterday, when you crossed the canyon wall cave, you were distracted and fell, and the blood attracted bats." Kwang Dabo noticed his brother's strange look and quickly defended himself. "My cousin must be hiding something. Besides, the thing with Fu Changhong, it's just a guess. We can't be sure." Xiaobo's eyes widened suddenly, and he realized. Big brother has a crush on Zhang Chunyu. "Wake up, you fool." She shouted loudly for the soldiers, but clearly said she's Fu Changhong's fiancé. Xiaobo sneered. Kwang Dabo couldn't bear his brother's teasing and angrily said, "If it weren't for Fu Chi-Chi insisting on dragging us to escape to the mountains, our family would have already left Su Yen City with our cousin. None of these things would have happened. Now, trapped in the mountains, maybe one day wild animals will eat all the bones of the dead." The two brothers started a new round of arguing, unaware that behind a pile of rocks nearby, there was a big and a small person standing. Little Yen Yen stayed silent. Song Jin focused his mind. A faint dark glow appeared in his dark eyes, and he carried Yen Yen away. At the resting spot, Fu Chi-Chi took out a salt bag and threw a large bundle of thread to Aunt Chu, saying, "Auntie, cut all 5 bolts of cloth into clothes, making a top and pants for each person so we can move easily in the mountains. I still have a bag of salt, but the rest are just medicine." "Good, 5 bolts of cloth, enough for everyone to make a set, with some left over." Aunt Chu frowned worriedly. They didn't bring luggage, and Song Gongzi and Chi-Chi's belongings had already been emptied. Now, they were truly left with nothing. After organizing, Fu Chi-Chi started tidying up the resting area, picking up stones and throwing them aside, pulling out dry and overgrown grass, then sweeping the leaves and decayed foliage with a broom made from a branch. They cleared a space about 7 or 8 meters wide, just as the rabbit catchers returned. From afar, they saw Zhao Zhao and Shiyu, along with Aunt Chu's 2 sons, a group of 6, returning at dawn, the most eye-catching being the fat rabbits in their hands. "Wow, you caught a whole family of rabbits," Aunt Chu teased, seeing the proud expressions on the children. Little Zhao Zhao pouted proudly. "Yes, we are really good, we caught 8. Look at this place, there are plenty of prey. We can stay for a month or 2, and definitely survive." Kwang's brothers returned and Kwang Xiaobo, seeing the 8 fat rabbits, felt excited.
Ha!
There are fierce beasts all over the mountain. We won't last 3 days. We'll all die, Kwang Debo said sarcastically. Everyone stared blankly at Kwang Debo. He looked a little uncomfortable, plopping down on a grass mat Chi-Chi just made, with a dark face, silent, as if someone owed him 100 or 200,000. Kwang Xiaobo glared angrily at his older brother, then awkwardly smiled at everyone. He just argued with me, didn't win. So he's angry and talking nonsense. Only Tsong Jin and little Yen Yen, who had just returned, cast a faint glance at Kwang Debo. Fu Chi-Chi frowned slightly, feeling the awkward atmosphere, but she smiled. Xiu, go kill 2 rabbits. Ling Er just picked a lot of wild water celery by the pond, and we're going to cook a pot of rabbit meat with wild water celery. Okay. Wow, my sister said we are eating rabbit meat. The children, excited about the rabbit, ran happily toward the pond carrying the rabbits.
Slow down, slow down.
There's weeds and bugs. Xiu, you and Zhao Zhao be careful. Aunt Chu looked at the kids rushing like the wind and disappeared from sight. The energetic young boy. Fu Chi-Chi smiled, then turned her head to see Tsongjin, pulling Xiao Yan Yan aside. Both had their hair high, with their pant legs tucked into their boots. Their serious expressions looked exactly the same.
Ha!
She laughed out loud, making Brother Tsong look like Yan Yan's real older brother. Yan Yan, don't bother Brother Tsong. He's hurt. Let him rest well. Okay, sister. Brother Tsong and I are looking for a cave.
We found 3 big caves.
Before Yan Yan finished speaking, she scolded Songjin again. You're badly hurt and not resting properly. Why did you run so early in the morning? Songjin looked at his young girl, already acting like the head of the family, giving orders smoothly. He turned around and started giving instructions, all clear and organized. This feeling was very new. Songjin tilted his head slightly, his eyes as cold as snow, with a faint, charming smile that was a little confusing. Fu Chi-Chi was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly looked away. Suddenly, she remembered Yan Yan just mentioned the caves. She blinked her cat-like eyes and asked, "Did you find the caves?" No wonder Brother Tsong said his sister was a little forgetful. Yan Yan repeated, "Yes, Brother Tsong took me to find the caves. We used a telescope and found 3 caves near that big tree." Following Yan Yan's pointing finger, Fu Chi-Chi saw a tree over 100 meters tall. There are many natural caves formed by rocks here. The most level cave in this area is next to that tree. You can't see it from here because it's hidden by the tree's canopy, Songjin explained. Fu Chi-Chi was anxious to see the caves, but also worried about Brother Tsong's health. She pulled Songjin onto a stone to sit. Using her wood element powers, she checked his wounds. They were healing well, shallow cuts had started to grow new flesh, but a few deep scars still had cracks. Bats are poisonous, but Brother Tsong's body was strong, and no poison seemed to have entered. Even if he lost his memory, they couldn't figure out what it was. She continued, "If you say the caves are good, then they are good. After lunch, we'll clean up the caves. Once everything is settled, I want to go down the mountain to rescue little Yazzie." "Okay, I'll go down the mountain with you." Songjin's dark eyes flickered with determination, as if reminding them of the bad attack yesterday, which had shocked him so much that he felt like losing a piece of his heart. He thought it was time to settle some scores. Hearing the words going down the mountain, Kwang Debo sitting opposite lit up with interest and brightened his eyes. Chi-Chi watched Yan Yan practicing horse stance nearby, while Brother Tsong sat obediently beside, giving pointers. They stayed close and didn't run around, so she was satisfied and headed toward Kwang Bo and Chu Shu, who were chopping wood. In recent days, their bowls for eating were wrapped in leaves, and if they planned to stay for a while, they needed to prepare proper cooking utensils. "Kwang Bo, Chu Shu," Chi-Chi called as she jumped down the. "Be careful, the ground is full of sharp sticks that can poke you." Chu Shu stopped his knife. "Okay, I'll carry some wood up first. After breakfast, we'll move to the cave entrance to carve wooden bowls and buckets," Chi-Chi said, carrying a bundle of 5 sticks. Kwang Bo looked up happily. "Did we find the cave? That's great, a place to stay. I was thinking if we build a wooden house it would take at least 5 or 6 days." The area is cold, and the little kids can't handle it. Chi-Chi covered her face with the wood, then peeked out and said, Brother Song, I went to look early in the morning. Kwang Bo nodded with relief. Thanks to young Master Song. They finished preparing the rabbit meat, and Kwang Bo brought over the only ceramic pot filled with a big pot of stew. Aunt Chu had already set up a stone stove, placed the ceramic pot on it, and turned up the fire to cook. Once boiling, Chi-Chi skimmed off the foam with a spoon, and everyone's stomachs growled at the delicious smell of meat. Big sister, it smells so good, little Zhao Zhao said. Since there were many people, Chu Linger washed 2 bundles of water celery she had picked, tied them into 2 bunches, and carried them back. Mother, is it all cooked? Chu Linger asked Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu glanced around at the young men running back and forth, carrying wood. They were all tall enough to be considered grown-ups. All cooked. Just boil the greens briefly, then they're ready. If 1 pot isn't enough, we can hang some up. Greens cook quickly, so we can cook and eat as we go, Chi-Chi said, setting up a simple rack with 3 wooden sticks. That's good, Aunt Chu replied. Chi-Chi then said, Brother Xiaobo, go call Auntie and Xiang Ci to come back and have breakfast. Okay. Kwang Xiaobo ran toward the pond. As he approached, he saw his mother had already washed her clothes and was crouching with Xiang Ci, both staring at the water's edge, where Xiang Yi was. Mother! Kwang Xiaobo called out. Kwang Bo's mother, seeing her lively son, frowned and gently patted him down. She signaled him to stay quiet. Suddenly, there was a splash. Xiang Yi quickly stabbed her wooden stick into the water, pulled it out, and caught a fish weighing over 2 jin.
Fish.
Fish caught with a spear, Kwang Xiaobo said as he rolled up his pant leg, ready to go into the water. Kwang Bo's mother, feeling annoyed, pulled her son back. That's enough. Xiang Yi is skilled and has good eyesight. You fool, standing there for so long, you might not even catch a fish. Mother, you really are my real mother. Always teasing me. Kwang Xiaobo was annoyed and rolled his eyes skyward. Xiang Ci felt a bit envious of Kwang Bo's mother and son relationship. Before being taken in by the old guard, she was an orphan. Xiang Yi, we have 6 fish, enough for breakfast. To avoid everyone going hungry, let's go back early, Xiang Ci called out. Xiang Yi responded with a hum, then washed her face in the clear water of the pond, sat on a stone by the pond, and rinsed her feet with water from her trousers. Her skin was delicate and white. Kwang Xiaobo was usually carefree, but now he felt a little uncomfortable. He snatched the bundle of clean clothes from his mother's hand and ran back. Suddenly, his clothes were taken away, and Kwang Bo's mother paused briefly. Hey, you little rascal, slow down. Don't dirty your clothes. Got it, mother, Kwang Xiaobo said without looking back, waving the bundle of clothes. The 3 of them killed the 6 fish, cleaned them, and carried them back. Just then, the rabbit meat was ready, and a pot of vegetables was also cooked. Seeing the fish, Fu Chi-Chi was happy. Today is our mountain cave people's housewarming. We have fish, meat, and vegetables. They replaced the pot with another one, putting the cooked rabbit meat in, and added all 6 fish. Everyone enjoyed the meal, fragrant and festive like New Year. Even Kwang Bo's mother, who was usually cautious about food, stopped nagging after a few words. But only Kwang Debo felt out of place. No matter how tasty the fish and meat were, he chewed and found a bitter taste. The group reached the front of the cave, which was in a good spot, relatively flat, with 3 caves forming a triangle, close together. In front of the stone cave, among some bushes, there were 7 or 8 trees. 2 were cut down, leaving a space of about 10 square meters. Chi-Chi nodded happily, satisfied. But once inside the cave, the smell was terrible, and the place was messy with rocks and weeds, making everyone frown. Suddenly, Kwang Xiaobo jumped back, stepping on Xiang Yi's foot, and shouted nervously, "Ah, snake!" A 3-fingered colorful snake slithered out from in the rocks. Behind him, Xiang Yi calmly swung her sword, cutting the snake into 2, then slowly stepped back. Kwang Xiaobo looked a bit awkward and secretly glanced at Xiang Yi. Xiang Yi shot him a quick look, acting surprised and nervous, not like a real man. The others didn't notice their little secret, just staring at the webs and cracks in the cave, hearing occasional hissing sounds, feeling helpless. The smell of decay was strong, and inside the cave, there were likely many snakes, spiders, and other insects. The dark patches were probably the feces of fierce animals. No one knew which predators might return during the night. Kwang Bo worried. Kwang Bo's wife was disappointed. Can't we stay here? Camping outdoors was just as dangerous, and there was no shelter from the wind or rain. After much effort, they found a few caves, but they couldn't stay there. Everyone felt sad. Song Jin calmly said, "Don't worry, we can live here. We will pile wood inside the cave, start a fire, and burn for most of the day. This will scare away the snakes and bugs and help get rid of the bad smell." This was a basic survival skill in the wild during the end of the world. Fu Chichi agreed. Yes, burning fire not only disinfects but also clears the poisonous miasma inside the cave. Burn now. Start the fire now. Xiao Zhao Zhao waved her arms excitedly. Fu Chichi smiled. Always the clever one. Look at brother sitting so steadily on the tree. Stay with him, learn to read, and don't run around.
No.
Xiao Zhao shook her little head like a drum, proudly patting her chest. Brother said he wants to take the imperial exam, become a scholar, and bring peace to the world. I want to be a wandering hero in the future. No wonder Yen Yen kept pestering Brother Tsong to study. Fu Chichi watched the small girl sitting upright on the tree, reciting to herself. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Song Jin glanced at Xiao Zhao, his little sister-in-law. Then practice shooting arrows and strengthen your arms. Xiao Zhao grinned with her white teeth. Today, Brother Tsong seemed a bit more adorable. Everyone was busy gathering dead wood and throwing it into the cave. Fu Chichi chose a small tree, cleared a space, and let Xiao Zhao stay on the branch to practice her arm strength. With many people working together, they piled dead wood at the cave entrance in just 15 minutes and set it on fire. Instantly, the flames roared, turning the 3 caves bright red. They then took their knives and started clearing the bushes around the entrance, pulling out weeds. Kwang Xiaobo and a few young boys, including Xiu, went to the pond to find flat stones and place them at the cave entrance to mark a boundary. Animals, being intelligent, seemed to warn the snakes and insects that this place had a master. While Fu Chichi was busy chopping weeds, she suddenly heard a hissing sound behind her, making her spine turn cold with fear. She turned her head. Oh no! A large patch of colorful snakes was writhing and twisting as they moved outward. Snakes! So many snakes! Fu Chichi was so frightened she dropped her steel knife and, unsure of what to do, fell into Song Jin's arms. Song Jin quickly hugged her tightly. His girl was clever. She knew to throw herself onto him when in danger. Although they were 5 or 6 meters apart, Song Jin quickly picked up the person with a quick step. Everyone looked over and was so frightened they broke out in cold sweat. Around the cave entrance, dense snakes crawled everywhere. Probably. There are over 100, stammered Kwang Xiaobo, who had just picked up a stone and clutched it tightly, not daring to put it down, afraid of disturbing the writhing snakes. Coincidentally, next to him was Xiang Yi, who looked like a fool. This fool held the stone without feeling tired, but eventually, he looked like a snake, twisting his body awkwardly. Seeing this, she couldn't bear it and snatched the stone from his hand, throwing it on the ground. With his hand empty, he suddenly felt relieved. Kwang Xiaobo wiped his sweaty forehead and forced a bad-looking smile at Xiang Yi, saying, "Thanks." Xiang Yi coldly turned her head away. Luckily, young Master Tsong said to burn them. If they sleep inside, snakes might crawl onto them in the middle of the night, scaring them half to death. Everyone still felt scared. Chi-Chi's head was buried in Song Jin's arms, too frightened to look. She was miserable.
So scary.
Her cute, soft appearance made her look gentle. Song Jin chuckled softly, speaking very patiently. "Don't look. When the snakes run away, I'll call you." His big hand casually held Chi-Chi's dark hair, winding his fingers around it gently. Like a perfect couple, they attracted a few people's attention. Kwang De-bo's eyes narrowed, and he snorted softly, thinking to himself, good thing she's not shameless like her cousin. Kwang Bo-nyang and Chu Shun exchanged surprised glances. The last time young Master Tsong held Chi-Chi was because she was injured, but 15 minutes later, the snakes, centipedes, and various insects crawled out of sight. Ahem, Chi-Chi. The snakes are gone. Chu Shin looked up at the sky and called out. Chi-Chi sensed something unusual in Chu Shin's words and jumped down. She suddenly realized she had been staying in Big Brother Tsong's arms in front of everyone. Her face quickly turned red. The Tsong family regarded her as an adopted daughter. Real Big Brother Tsong had been used to holding her since she was young. During the apocalypse, no one found it strange. Before she was 13, whenever she was in danger, she would find Big Brother Tsong first. She never thought it was inappropriate. Today, she felt a bit embarrassed. Big Brother Tsong was from ancient times, and he wasn't really Big Brother Tsong. Big Brother Tsong, I'm just really afraid of snakes, Chi-Chi said, feeling it was necessary to explain, her eyes wide. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her appearance returned to a delicate, fragile girl. Her cheeks were small, her nose tiny, and her mouth small, looking very pure and beautiful. Song Jin's heart felt a little itchy. He looked at her with perfect patience, his dark eyes filled with gentle affection. Chi-Chi has a strange feeling that things are getting worse, so she sticks out her tongue and runs off to pick weeds. Xiang Xi looks at Miss Chi-Chi with some envy and feels a bit sad. Xiang Yi sits nearby and says, Sister Xiang Xi, don't worry. Brother Sherbin is a good person, and the stars and signs suggest he'll be fine. Just take care of yourself and wait for him. Xiang Xi forces a small smile and says softly, in troubled times, surviving is the greatest blessing. We shouldn't hope for a reunion too soon. Xiang Yi sighs, remembering when the enemy army broke through the city. In just a few days, many brothers and sisters from the agency either died or scattered. By 5 in the afternoon, the 3 caves are finally cleaned. Ju Yu, young Master Tsong, brings Yen Yen and Xiu to a cave. Fu Chi-Chi, she brings Zhao Zhao, her sister Xiang Jia, Aunt Chu, Madame Kwang, and Chu Ling heir to another cave. Kong Bo and Chu Shu each bring their sons to a 3rd cave. Everyone finally gets a peaceful night's sleep. As the sun sets and stars rise, the night begins to brighten faintly. Song Jin and Fu Chi-Chi say goodbye to everyone and head down the mountain. They go to rescue Xiao Yizi, knowing full well that Shin Can has set a trap, but they must bring Xiao Yizi back. Yen Yen and Zhao Zhao, 2 young children, stand on a rock, watching until they can no longer see their sister. Then they feel unhappy and go back to help pick weeds and stones. Meanwhile, Song Jin and Fu Chi-Chi secretly sneak back near the water pool, out of sight of others. They choose a few hidden spots about 400 to 500 meters downstream from the water pool. Chi-Chi uses her wood element powers to grow potatoes and yams. Since they're going down the mountain, it will take about 5 or 6 days for the round trip, maybe more if things get difficult. The potatoes and yams they grow will be used as food for everyone. Gradually, the roots and leaves of the plants turn from green to yellow and are ready to harvest. Chi-Chi withdraws her hand, calms her breath, and the yellow leaves drift in the wind. She then takes out some sweet potatoes from her space, and in a flash, grows a large patch of lush green plants. In ancient times, without sweet potatoes, their leaves are semicircular with pointed tips, different from other crops. Doesn't Brother Tsong find this curious? Chi-Chi quickly glances at Brother Tsong with a sly look, her eyes spinning. Song Jin smiles and asks the question Chi-Chi is eager to hear. What is this? I've never seen it before. Chi-Chi sighs and says, well, I have all kinds of crops in my treasure. This hard-looking thing that resembles yams is called sweet potato. Like potatoes, it can be eaten as a meal. You can eat it raw. Wanna try? The bright-eyed cat looked at Brother Tsong with a hint of teasing. Song Jin frowned slightly, took the sweet potato, broke it open, took a small bite, and pretended to be surprised. It tastes crispy and sweet, juicy and full of water, with a fresh fruit aroma. Yes, it can be eaten as fruit or snack, and also used as a vegetable for steaming, boiling, frying, or stir-frying. 7-7 said proudly. The key is that it is easy to grow in large quantities, hardy, and not demanding. After finding a suitable place to settle, she planned to plant a large area of sweet potatoes in the future. Meanwhile, Kwang Debo, who was secretly following behind, couldn't find the whereabouts of 7-7 and Song Jin anywhere. He held a large curved knife and was panicking. On this side, after partially hiding the crops, 7-7 and Song Jin quickly descended the mountain. Near the mountain entrance, 7-7 took out a telescope and looked ahead. Brother Song, there are many soldiers ambushed. The three-person teams are still searching for us. We need to find another way. Okay, I'll take you away. We can't let anyone discover we entered the narrow passage. Song Jin immediately used light skills to carry 7-7 and darted between the trees, silently turning to another mountain's foot. When they came out of the mountain, it was already the afternoon of the third day. The landscape was still barren and dusty. From afar, through the telescope, they could see scattered refugees, limping and supporting each other as they moved toward Jilu Road. A feeling of despair involuntarily made people feel sad. They recognized this place, which was about 10 kilometers from Jilu Road. Without horses, it would take about half a day to walk there. 7-7 took a deep breath, then took out the large space item and loudly said, "Brother Song, today I'll take you flying." Song Jin smiled and said, "Your light skills can only carry me about 100 meters." He looked down on her. 7-7 pouted and directly pulled out a cool motorcycle from her space, swung onto it, quickly put on a silver-gray helmet. Then she turned her head with a faint smile and tilted her head slightly. "Hop on, Brother Song." Her movements were smooth and confident, full of heroism.
Ha ha ha.
Song Jin burst out laughing, his dark eyes shimmering with a splash of sparkling light. His little girl wanted to race him across the wilderness of ancient times. He longed for it. Brother Song looked so handsome when he smiled. Like a top-tier godly, handsome man. Song Jin sat on the back of the motorcycle, took the silver-gray helmet 7-7 handed him. 7-7, which way should we go? Her answer was a loud boom. 7-7 stepped on the accelerator, and the wheels skidded on the ground, flying forward at high speed. Rushing through the wind, Song Jin felt his blood boiling. In this post-apocalyptic world, riding a motorcycle with 7-7 before she was 75, after she turned 16, meant she was growing up and gradually distancing herself from him. He tightly hugged Chi-Chi, enjoying the thrill of speed and excitement. Suddenly, he leaned close to Chi-Chi's ear and said, "Chi-Chi, I like this very much. I want to learn. Will you teach me next time?" Fu Chi-Chi noticed that Brother Song was unusually excited. Okay. On the official road, groups of scattered refugees suddenly saw two wheels carrying people who zoomed past like lightning. What's that? Never seen before? It can run? There are people on it, 2 of them. Hurry, let's seize it. It's faster than a horse-drawn carriage, and we can exchange it for a lot of grain. With bad intentions, the refugees chased after them, throwing stones at the motorcycle. The road was bumpy. Fu Chi-Chi drove only in 2nd gear. When the refugees threw stones, she shifted to 4th gear, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and smoke. The angry refugees, covered in dirt, looked up and saw that the shadows had disappeared. At the relay station, Shunkan had set up a trap waiting for their group to come rescue that little beast. But after 8 days, no sign of anyone. He began to doubt whether they had disguised themselves and left. So he took people and chased towards Jiangnan Prefecture and Duanzhou for a day each, but to no avail. Frustrated, he almost killed the old Fu family group with a knife, but Jiang Wenshu saved them. That night, at 2 a.m., there was no moon in the dark night. The entire relay station was filled with soldiers snoring. Song Jin and Fu Chi-Chi avoided the patrol soldiers, sneaked into the relay station, and crept along the wall to the servants' courtyard. Just as they jumped into the courtyard, suddenly, a door creaked open. One person came out first, then another. They seemed familiar with the place, and they directly turned into a closed alley on the west side. As they entered the dark alley, the man in front turned around and pulled the woman into his arms. The man eagerly lunged forward, biting her lips. They lost distance, leaning into each other, kissing. The woman was kissing, but the man was biting. During the biting, the man made short, fierce sounds. During the day, the soldiers kept staring at you here, or here, or here. With a slap, he pulled her collar to the right, slowly moving from her lips, cheeks, collarbone, downward. The woman, tightly held, gasped softly, "Brother Fu, be gentle. I will follow Aunt Chui tomorrow, wash the clothes, and go help in the kitchen." They pressed close, moving vigorously. Fu Chi-Chi's eyes widened like a cat, making barely audible sounds of disapproval. It was surprisingly easy to find out. It turned out to be Fu Changhong and Zhang Chunyu. Seeing Chi-Chi leaning forward, wanting to take another look, Song Jin's face darkened immediately. He covered her ears with both hands. "Don't look, don't listen." She really didn't want to see such a shocking scene live. She just wanted to see. Naturally.
Cough.
Chi-Chi excitedly lowered her voice and said, "This is a good chance. I'll take care of both of them. Let them become a pair of lovebirds after they die. Don't wake the guards. During the day, we can find out where Xiao Yazi is kept in the firewood shed. First, let's rescue Xiao Yazi, and then we can seek revenge." Song Jin listened to the heavy breathing from the alley in the distance, his face looking grim. Fu Chi-Chi obediently responded with It had been nearly 10 days since she last saw Xiao Yazi, and she didn't know if the little one was scared or not. Turning left and right, they reached a thatched hut filled with firewood. After searching for a while, they finally heard faint breathing, barely noticeable. Following the sound, they moved to a corner, dark and hidden, where a tiny figure was concealed. Chi-Chi was overjoyed and softly called, "Xiao Yazi?" The small shadow didn't move at all. "Xiao Yazi?" Still no response. Chi-Chi's heart fluttered with panic. She took out a flashlight and turned it on slightly, shining a beam of white light. In that instant, her entire body seemed to fall into an endless icy abyss, and her tears burst forth like a broken dam. Within the circle of white light lay a bloodied 3-year-old Xiao Yazi, barely alive, curled into a small ball like a torn cloth doll. His face was covered in blood, with clumps of unknown black fur stuck to it, making his features unrecognizable. Looking further down, the answer became clear. The tiny child was still clutching a dead, stinky rat in his left hand. The rat's body and legs were mostly eaten, with exposed bones and maggots writhing on the flesh. Song Jin held the stiff Xiao Yazi in his arms. His nose was no longer breathing. Only faint exhalations, no inhaling, signs that life was slipping away, nearing death. His face darkened. He used his internal energy to probe Xiao Yazi's heart. Only a dull, silent heart was found. After repeated checks, a faint heartbeat finally flickered weakly. "Chi-Chi, hurry. There's still a pulse." Trembling, Chi-Chi suddenly rushed forward, desperately activating her wood element healing powers to pour into Xiao Yazi's body. Tears mixed with her words as she softly called out, "Xiao Yazi, Sister Chi-Chi is here. Sister Chi-Chi has come to save you. Brother Tsong is here to save you too. Open your eyes and look at us. It was my fault, Xiao Yazi. I shouldn't have left you behind. I should have taken you away that day.
You answered me."
"Xiao Yazi, answer me." Song Jin silently pried open Xiao Yazi's hand, trying to throw away the dead rat. But he couldn't open it. Xiao Yazi's last strength was holding onto the rat, his only food. Song Jin struggled hard to slowly pry open the door. His left hand was already covered in tiny bites and cuts from rats. He suppressed his overwhelming anger and took out a water bottle from his bag. He soaked a piece of cloth and wiped the blood from his face and hands, revealing bruises and swelling. Next to him, Chi-Chi was fighting against death itself. After 15 minutes, she had used up all her wood element energy. Her face was pale as paper. She took out a bag of level 5 zombie crystals. 1, 2, 3. Until 5 crystals turned into dust. Only then did Chi-Chi's face look a little calmer. Despite that, sweat dripped down her face like rain. Song Jin took out a clean cloth to wipe her sweat. He used his inner strength to sense that Chi-Chi's wood element energy was slowly nourishing the dried and dying meridians of the small sprout. Chi-Chi, don't be anxious. The small sprout's body is already absorbing your energy, Song Jin softly comforted her. In the silent world, faint whispers could be heard. The small sprout's right arm bones were broken by someone alive. The small sprout was kicked many times all over his body. His ribs are dislocated, and there's water buildup inside his chest. No part of him is intact. He's only 3 years old. Why do they hate him? Why do they torment and torture such a little kid? The underworld is empty, and demons walk among us. That's what they are, right? If we had arrived a little earlier, just 15 minutes sooner, the small sprout would already be a cold corpse. It sounded like a response to Big Brother's song, or maybe just his own words. Chi-Chi suddenly raised her eyes, as if she had become a different person. Her eyes were like icy blades, sharp and cold, shooting out from her gaze. Big Brother's song. How can such a cruel demon like Shin can still command tens of thousands of troops? How can he be a general?
He must die.
Song Jin nodded. Yes. He must die. I will stand with you. More than 2 hours passed. Chi-Chi finally withdrew her hand. Little Sprout's face was still pale, but his body had a little warmth. Chi-Chi was afraid he would see her tears. She bit her lip, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. After gently wiping his body, she took out new clothes from her space to change him. Then she applied medicine to his wounds. Their lanterns shone brightly, attracting patrol soldiers. Who's there? A soldier shouted. Chi-Chi quickly put away the ointment, basin, towel, and other items into her space. She handed Song Jin a steel knife, while she herself held a gun in her right hand and a steel knife in her left. They had already entered the enemy camp. A fierce battle was unavoidable. Moreover, if she didn't take some advantage and leave today, the anger inside her would make her restless and extremely frustrated. After they finished packing, 5 soldiers appeared in their sight. The soldiers saw the 2 people and looked at them with hostility and coldness. Enemy attack! One soldier shouted. A loud cry broke the silence of the night, and noise erupted everywhere. In the alley, Fu Changhong and Zhang Chunyu, who had just blossomed again, were hugging each other at a critical moment. They were so frightened that they fainted. The 2 hurriedly separated and picked up their clothes from the ground to put on.
Ashu.
Shin Kan, lying in the backyard of the inn, kept twitching his eyelids and tossing and turning. He couldn't hold back and sneezed loudly. Today was really unlucky for him. His mother opened the door for him, and he was terribly unlucky. Who in the world secretly cursed him, causing him to go to the toilet and sneeze nonstop? He was so distracted that he almost fell into the pit. He supported himself with his hand and got a handful of mud. He felt so disgusted that he couldn't even eat dinner. Outside the courtyard, shouts startled him. He jumped up suddenly, grabbed his curved sword, and rushed out of the room. Where is the enemy attack? Great General, it's coming from the miscellaneous workers' courtyard. The guards on duty replied at the door. Let's go. Shin Kan, surrounded by others, headed toward the miscellaneous workers' courtyard. He saw 5 soldiers lying at the firewood storage, all killed by a sword. When his gaze moved to Song Jin's face, he was stunned for a moment. The carved face, deep black eyes like a bottomless abyss, tall posture, cold expression with a hint of fear, Shin Kan snapped back to reality. This noble and refined appearance, like a jade statue, could only belong to the eldest son of King Qin Yang, Yu Junxian, who had murdered his father. Who else could it be? The original Yu Junxian, who was sent by Qinzhou to hunt down and kill the old King Qin Yang, surprisingly, was hiding in the dry and barren city of Suyan. Strangely, Yu Junxian looked at him as if he were a stranger. Shin Kan tentatively called out, "You young master? When did you arrive in Suyan City?" Song Jin ignored him, half closed his eyes and looked at him coldly, with a dark chill surging inside. But when he heard the words Yu Junxian, his mind twitched painfully. Fu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Could Shen Can recognize his former older brother, Song De? The other soldiers were all shocked suddenly. Who in Xian hadn't heard of Yu Junxuan's name? The ruler, the teacher, the father. Killing his father was a deed despised by everyone and considered a rebellion against heaven. Shen Can suddenly remembered Fu Changhong saying that the Song family had lost their memory. It seemed they really had.
Ha ha ha.
The Song family. The Song family is good. His mouth curved into a bigger smile, his eyes filled with cruelty as he stared fixedly at the young Master Yu. Now, he was the new King Qinyang of Yuanyu and Qinzhou, but he was actually the legitimate second son of the old King Qinyang. He was the half-brother standing before him. If I take his head, not only can I avenge the fifth young master, but I can also exchange a batch of good weapons and grain from the original Qinzhou. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk it. Has no gates, but you insist on breaking through. Today, I will take your skulls as offerings to the fifth young master. That's just perfect. If I don't collect some interest today, I fear the heavens won't forgive me, Fu Qiqi said fiercely. Shen Can sneered and glanced disdainfully at the unremarkable village girl. Her appearance is spirited, her bones delicate. Suddenly enlightened, he asked, Our fifth young master just asked you to keep him company, and you're still unwilling?
Swish.
A cold blade swung toward his face. Shen Can quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the steel knife. His internal strength was strong. No wonder he was a martial artist and scholar of the same generation. Archers, prepare. Song Jin's eyes were icy, like shards of ice. He suddenly leapt into the air, a wave of blades swirling fiercely toward Shin Can. Shin Can had no choice but to raise his curved sword to defend himself. The approaching archers, rushing in a swarm, shot arrows wildly. Up, down, left, right, but none hit their target. They couldn't aim at the man fighting the general. So you came to save this little brat.
Attack.
Help the general cut off their heads and offer them to the fifth young master. Another group of fierce soldiers surged forward, each glaring fiercely at the men fighting in the middle. Their eyes seemed ready to devour them alive. Those with knives and swords rushed in.
Suddenly, boom.
An explosion erupted among the crowd, billowing black smoke that obscured the view. The ground trembled slightly. From the smoke came coughing sounds as the thick fumes choked their throats, and sizzling screams as sparks from the explosion landed on them. The soldiers at the back, who had just roared, were coughing madly from the smoke. They coughed and quickly fled to the sides, still being scorched by flying sparks, crying out in pain. Luckily, they escaped the smoke cloud. The smoke dispersed quickly. The screams in the scene lasted only a few moments. 5 or 6 soldiers were instantly turned into charcoal, dying completely. Are they dead? The soldiers, feeling the burns on their bodies and hands, large blisters caused by the sparks, gnashed their teeth and stopped crying out in pain, staring in disbelief at what had happened. Shun Can, fighting in the air, heard the explosion and froze in place, jumping down to the ground. His arm was cut, blood spurting out. He covered his arm, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the 10 guards lying in rows, pupils trembling violently. He spat. Divine punishment. Was it you who caused this? Song Jin landed gracefully, sweeping a cold glance around him, neither admitting nor denying anything. Just after putting on his clothes, Fu Changhong hurried over, holding his arm which was burned and blistered by sparks from the fire, his face pale and ghostly, unable to hide the dark gray shadows beneath his eyes. It turns out that the so-called divine punishment was caused by them. A wave of jealous anger burned fiercely in his heart, almost destroying him completely. Was it just because he was the daughter of the lady of the house? She was a goddess-like figure, but her eldest uncle, a rustic village man, had dishonored her. Even Fu Qiqi, born later, learned things 3 times faster than him. Now, could she still get the treasure that could shake mountains? Fu Qiqi, who had just hidden behind a pile of firewood, stood up with little Yazi in her arms. She took a few steps forward, peered at her masterpiece. 6 people dead, dozens wounded. The funniest part was a row of archers, only their eyes, red from smoke, still moving around. Her mood improved slightly as she widened her eyes kindly to help him understand. Don't talk nonsense. I only have a tiny amount of gunpowder, enough to kill about 10 people at once. But it can't shake mountains or cause earthquakes. The innocent young girl, with clear eyes, almost convinced him in an instant. Humph, a rustic village girl with such courage. Such a heaven-defying treasure. I doubt you have many on you, Shunkan sneered, eyeing her cloth bag. Fu Chichi licked her tongue and said seriously, "Oh, then, do you want me to give you a few more tiny pieces of gunpowder?" Her tone was soft and gentle, but it made all the soldiers step back silently, afraid she might drop the black pearl-like objects, 4 or 5 of them, on the ground by accident.
You.
Shin Kan's face turned pale with anger, his sharp eyes scanning repeatedly. He couldn't tell how much gunpowder she had or how much she was talking about. Come, surround her. Not even a single vine should get in. Shun Kan's scarlet eyes turned back to Songjin, sneering. A murderer of his own father, the rebellious heir of you. Like a stray dog, hiding everywhere, now only able to rely on a rustic village girl and some tricks from the martial world for help. Yu's rebellious heir who murdered his father, Fu Chichi muttered to herself. Songda Ji's surname was Yu. Songjin's expression was calm, but carried a formidable aura that warned against offense. He sneered, I've heard that General Shen is the top commander under King Yi, commanding 30,000 soldiers. But in my hands, he won't last 20 moves. His words were full of dominance. Shun Kan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped into the crowd behind him, furious. Shoot arrows. Aim for vital points. I want that woman to suffer a fate worse than death. I'll personally send the Yu heir home, exchanging him for grain and swords. A new batch of archers drew their bows, arrows ready, shining with a faint silver glow, aimed at the 2 of them. Before the arrow was shot, Fu Chichi moved even faster. 2 small, round, miniature bombs exploded among the crowd, creating a black flower, accompanied by screams of pain. All the soldiers panicked and scattered in different directions. When the smoke cleared, there were 2 large groups of blackened, charred bodies. This time, even Shinkan was sprayed with soot all over his face. She doesn't have many bombs left. Surround her. The soldiers moved forward cautiously, step by step, filled with fear. Fu Chichi stood beside Brother Tsong, handed little Yadzer over, and took out a small bag from her cloth pouch. Inside were tiny black balls, miniature bombs, at least dozens of them. The soldiers froze in place. In the darkness, both sides were at a standstill. Only the soldiers' torches flickered with crackling sounds. Ingham. Songjin looked toward the small Yadzer in his arms, who had just opened his eyes. The small Yadzer raised a hand but couldn't lift it. Songjin wanted to smile, but his face wouldn't move. He wanted to speak, but couldn't make a sound. Soon, Songjin noticed something was wrong and whispered softly, Chichi Xiaoyazik is awake. Something's off. Fu Chichi's eyes brightened instantly, and a mist of tears filled her eyes.
Xiaoyazi.
Seeing Chichi Xiaoyazik's eyes shone even brighter, and he could only blink. Xiaoyazi, Chichi Jija, and Songguga will take you home. Fu Chichi gently wiped her tears and looked at the small, crowded station surrounded by hundreds of people. She smiled and said, if you don't want to die, come on up. Shun Kan, threatened, quickly thought. No matter what, he had to keep the 2 of them. He couldn't act openly inside the station, so he had to leave. He didn't believe that the 2 could escape the pursuit of 3,000 soldiers on foot. He whispered to a soldier nearby, giving him a secret order. 2 soldiers quickly ran toward the dark-clad group. Fu Chichi held a small black bomb in her right hand, grabbed 3 with her left, and led the way. Songjin carried Xiaoyazi behind her. As they moved forward, the soldiers automatically stepped aside in fear, staring fixedly at the black bombs in Fu Chichi's hand. Near the gate of the service yard, Fu Chichi paused, recalling the large scene from half an hour ago. Seeing her stop, the soldiers' hearts pounded with anxiety. They hoped these two troublemakers would leave quickly, as one black bomb could mean their death. Fu Chichi searched the crowd, and the soldiers broke out in cold sweat. Finally, she spotted Fu Changhong's figure. Under the flickering firelight, he looked surprisingly neat, his face clean, dressed in a blue robe without patches. Perhaps the recent exertion had made his clothes wrinkled, but he looked fine. Next to her stood an old scholar wearing a feathered cap. Seeing Fu Changhong tremble unexpectedly, he grimaced and protected Fu Changhong behind him. Indeed, a biting snake does not call out. Those climbing to power step over others. Fu Changhong seemed to have gained a minor official position at the station. As the notice said, those who report crimes with merit can be rewarded with official titles. She originally planned to include Fu Changhong on her revenge list, but although he was skilled, he had not caused anyone's death. Today, she decided to cut him down first. There was also a figure secretly shrinking back behind a dark tower-like soldier, afraid Fu Chichi would see him, glancing around suspiciously. It's Fu Er. Fu Chichi's sharp eyes flicked over him and coldly said, Fu Er.
Fu Changgong.
Long ago, when you and the flower woman schemed to sell us siblings, I should have made you pay with blood. I just didn't want my hands to be stained with your blood, and I cared about my reputation. But my soft-heartedness was a joke in the end. Old Fu frowned and sighed. Fu Er hunched his back stiffly, afraid to move. Fu Changhong also dared not respond. When he met Fu Chichi's piercing gaze, he felt a strange fear and slightly turned his face away. At this moment, he dared not provoke her. Nonsense, you. The flower woman, who had suddenly appeared, heard her insulting her beloved grandson, her heart's flesh, and instinctively started to curse. Fu Chichi suddenly kicked a stone, which flew in a parabola toward the flower woman. The soldiers saw a dark mass falling and panicked, fleeing in all directions.
Run.
Hurry. After a while, no explosion was heard. It turned out a stone had hit the flower woman's forehead steadily, causing half her face to be covered in flowers. She was so shocked her heart trembled. She suddenly remembered that this little brat had learned martial arts and was skilled. All her dirty words and curses choked back into her throat. She dared not utter a single word. Shin Kan, unaware of when he had left, had taken a team away from the scene and was quickly changing armor in the courtyard. Song Jin saw two more groups of archers leaving and knew Shin Kan had been eager to arrest them to find out who murdered Song Mi-jian. He wouldn't give up easily. He must be planning a backup. He softly said, Chi-Chi, I must leave quickly, or trouble will follow. Fine, I'll take a few lives. Fu Chi-Chi quickly handed 3 explosive balls to Song Jin, then took out a pistol from her bag, coldly aiming at Fu Er. Everyone was still unaware of what it was. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Old Fu opened his mouth wide, staring at the blood on his chest, and collapsed straight down. A tall soldier standing beside Old Fu covered his chest, looking frightened, patting his chest, and then chuckling foolishly at Fu Chi-Chi. Old Fu shouted sadly. Fu Changhong was stunned. Before everyone could react, Fu Chi-Chi aimed her pistol at Fu Changhong and fired again. Just as Fu Changhong opened his eyes wide, thinking his life was about to end, Old Fu threw himself onto Fu Changhong. The bullet hit Old Fu's back, and blood burst out like a flower. All the soldiers gasped again. The general said they suspected one of the killers of the young master was using a hidden weapon. Could it be the hidden weapon in Fu Chi-Chi's hand? Someone quick ran out to report to the general. Old Head, Hua Posey, bleeding from her forehead, crawled to Old Fu's side, crying. Help me up. Old Fu coughed out blood and told his grandson. Shaking with fear, Fu Changhong helped Old Fu up, cleverly hiding his own fear by standing behind his grandfather. The injuries to his grandfather and his father's death couldn't hide his inner panic. Old Fu saw Fu Chi-Chi, still moving her hand with the object in it. He used all his strength and shouted, Your father is not my child. Fu Chi-Chi, about to shoot again, paused. Her words also surprised the others in the old Fu family. Fu Changhong's eyes flashed with great joy, seeing a chance for survival. Fu Qiqi carried a ball of explosive and stepped closer, with a rare mocking expression. You're about to die, and you still try to blame my father? At least my father is your son. Truly, a cowardly bunch. With each step she took forward, the soldiers retreated a step, their eyes fixed on the explosive ball in her hand. Old Fu's heart was heavy. His cloudy eyes looked into the distance for a moment before tremblingly saying, Qiqi, we owe you an apology. I beg you, please, in consideration of how I raised your father, spare their lives. I will trade my life and old Tu's for yours. Let bygones be bygones. What kind of soap opera story was this? Was his own father really not old Fu's biological son? Fu Qiqi frowned slightly. Who is my father's family? Old Fu looked at her with pleading eyes and said, he was found in Pi Temple. When I found Xing En, he was only 6 or 7 months old, like a little cat. His servant was barely alive, and before I could learn about Xing En's background, he was gone. 77. Please have mercy on this old body. Your father has been gone for several months. I truly cared for him and raised him as my own son. I beg you, leave us a way to survive. The Broken Evil Temple is located on the outskirts of Suyan City, at the foot of Pingji Peak. I hope to visit again someday. Fu Qiqi glanced at Big Brother Tsong, the holding little sprout. Time was short, and she couldn't think too long. After a few moments of thought, she said, let him live, and cut off one of his legs. Consider it repayment for how you raised my father. As she finished speaking, she suddenly shot an arrow, hitting Fu Changhong's left leg. Fu Changhong's face turned pale and blue, his curled-up left leg twitched painfully. The feeling of suffocation from near death made him afraid to show any impatience. His wish fulfilled, old Fu tremblingly reached out to touch his grandson, but countless words seemed to form in his mind. In the end, he closed his eyes and passed away. Old man, why did you leave me alone? We faced many bandits, fled through hardships, and endured so much. We were about to enjoy our lives, and you just left. Granny Hua cried out. Fu Qiqi slowly turned around, searching among the crowd for Zhang Chunyu's figure. She saw no women in the courtyard. From far away to near, the sounds of armor clashing, swords and spears ringing, grew louder. The footsteps were hurried and fierce. Song Jin's heart tightened. He picked up Qiqi and hurried outside. All people, retreat from here. Everyone quickly get out. Capture and kill the murderer of young Master Wu. From afar, shouts reached the station soldiers. The enemy ran east. Chase quickly. The soldiers shouted. Shin Kan, clad in armor, fully armed, with a grim face, rushed in and out again. Archers, prepare. Shoot the chaos arrows. Cavalry, prepare. Pursue. Leave no one alive, no matter what. Anyone disobeying orders will be treated as a traitor. Initially, everyone hesitated because of the explosives in Fu Qiqi's hands, but once the military orders came, they hurriedly increased their speed, chasing after the enemy. Lunge with a knife, raise with a knife. Both lead to death. But for the traitors, their crimes affected their families, and they lost more than just their heads. Fu Qiqi and her companion, having jumped out of the station, saw the pursuing soldiers far behind, heading toward Shin Kan. They activated their strange powers and threw 3 explosive balls in that direction.
Boom, boom, boom.
Amid screams of pain, Shin Kan's voice was the loudest. As they turned to leave, Fu Qiqi looked back. The explosions killed 20 or 30 soldiers, but unfortunately, Shin Kan covered his eyes and survived. After seeing the countless cavalry chasing behind, Fu Qiqi's light skills were only average, relying mainly on her mental powers. Brother Tsong's light skills were strong, but over time, he couldn't keep up with the cavalry. Brother Tsong, let's ride the motorcycle to escape, she said. Okay. To the official road, he replied. Song Jin stepped lightly and sped toward the official road. As soon as he landed, Qiqi took out a motorcycle from her space. After they both got on, she turned on a small nightlight. With a loud roar, they headed north along the official road to escape. They pushed the motorcycle into fourth gear. After just half an hour, the cavalry behind couldn't see any sign of them. "We should find a dense forest first to check on little Yaz's condition," Chi-Chi said as the motorcycle jolted in the dark night, giving instructions for their route. Song Jin thought for a moment and said, "The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Let's go back to that land where we first went up the mountain and hide at the bottom of the cliff."
Good.
"I still have some good stuff in my treasure. Camping outdoors doesn't scare me," Chi-Chi said confidently. They shifted to second gear to reduce noise. The motorcycle's roar was loud, like a big fire moving quickly through the night, attracting attention even in the silent darkness. Most refugees stayed overnight along the official road. Startled, some brave refugees asked loudly, "Who are you? What are you?" Chi-Chi found it amusing and thought about the simple moon shrine near the refugee settlement. She suddenly had an idea. "We are messengers sent by the moon goddess to help refugees. We come to stop those who bully them and save them from hunger and disaster. In 10 days, 12 blessed places will emerge, filled with fruits and vegetables to help everyone in need." After shouting, Chi-Chi felt very satisfied. Suddenly, the refugees all knelt down with great reverence, praying earnestly. "Finally, the old man and my grandson are saved. We are so grateful to the moon goddess. Heaven has not abandoned us, the mortals. The gods are watching, and the moon goddess is above. Please bless us with a safe place to live." From afar, Chi-Chi listened to their prayers. Her joyful mood vanished instantly, replaced by darkness in her eyes, matching the black night. In the chaos of war and fire, corpses littered the land. Where could there be peace? Song Jin was also lost in thought. As a man of great virtue, he believed in maintaining righteousness and doing good deeds. In this end of days, his family and ordinary people entrusted him with the responsibility to ensure humanity's survival. He wanted to lead the various supernatural teams to build homes, fight zombies, gather supplies, and cultivate the land. But in the end, he couldn't protect his little girl. Transcending to a different world, drowning in a sea of 3,000, only taking a ladle, what he desires is only his little girl from home. In chaotic times, one person's strength is so weak. He needs followers. Silently, the two walk for about an hour and a half, reaching the bottom of the cliff. Only then does Chi-Chi feel a bit better. She takes out a large lantern and hangs it on a tree, then pulls out a big tent and 2 chairs from her space. She hands one chair to Song Jin and tells him to sit. "Song Jin, you hold Xiao Yazi, I will set up the tent." "That's good. I will first treat Xiao Yazi's injuries. The tent needs to be supported with iron pipes and set up. Brother Song, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me." After briefly explaining how to set up the tent, Chi-Chi hugs Xiao Yazi tightly, uses her wood elemental power to check his injuries 3 times, confirming they are the same as before. Lost in thought, Chi-Chi doesn't notice that Song Jin is very skilled, quickly setting up iron chains, erecting the tent, and anchoring it into the dry soil by tying ropes to nearby trees. Seeing Chi-Chi frowning, he picks up a pile of firewood nearby and starts a fire next to the tent. Song Jin pulls Chi-Chi to sit by the fire, asking, "How is Xiao Yazi's body?" Chi-Chi's brows furrow slightly. "You said Xiao Yazi woke up, opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, and couldn't move his arms when he tried to stretch them. But his throat and left arm are fine." Thinking of how Chi-Chi was carried back to the Song family and afraid to go into dark places, her room was always brightly lit at night. Her father hired a psychologist to help her recover, and she gradually healed after turning 10. Chi-Chi also recalls her childhood situation and considers, "When Xiao Yazi wakes up tomorrow, I will try again. If the situation remains the same, it might be a psychological issue." She fears Brother Song might not understand what a psychological illness is, so she explains gently. When someone faces extreme despair, it can cause emotional trauma, leading the body to shut down certain functions. Song Jin nods, not wanting to discuss this further, afraid it might bring back bad memories for Chi-Chi. Looking back now, since adulthood, he and Chi-Chi often spend time alone but rarely talk heart to heart. If traced carefully, it was probably when his mother arranged a blind date for him when he was 19 and Chi-Chi started to distance herself from him. She was only 13 then. After turning 18 and becoming an adult, she joined his core elemental team, which was a hierarchical relationship, and she never crossed any boundaries. Brother Song? Chi-Chi calls softly twice. Hearing her gentle voice, he smiles faintly and takes the bun and milk she offers. 7-7 saw Brother Song smile with gentle warmth, but there was a hint of emotion she couldn't understand. Her heart fluttered, and she looked away, opening a box of milk and pouring it into a pot to stir. Only their breaths remained in the air, the atmosphere strangely warm, so warm that she could feel her heartbeat. Fu Chi-Chi looked for a topic. I heated the milk to feed Xiaoya. Song Jin took a bite of his bun, his gaze a bit dreamy. Okay. It wasn't her illusion. Brother Song's eyes seemed different. Fu Chi-Chi tilted her clear, cat-like eyes. Today, Shun said your name is Yu Junxian. Does Brother Song remember anything? At first, the name Yu Junxian sounds familiar, like I've heard it before. But my earliest memory is only that day I saw you in the cave. I think I might really have a connection to Yu Junxian. The sword, knife, and fist techniques I know all have a military camp influence, and I am very familiar with military strategy. Song Jin was completely open with Chi-Chi, without hiding any secrets. When he first arrived in this body, he appeared in that forest, hearing 4 or 5 gunshots that sounded strangely familiar. He followed the sound to find them. He saw a skinny, yellow-haired girl, with the same tone and speech as Qingqing, holding a special steel knife that Qingqing often used in the apocalypse. He recognized immediately. She was Qingqing, the girl he desperately searched for in the fire. That was Chi-Chi, at this moment. Afterward, Song Jin desperately tried to understand his original identity, but his soul felt torn apart with pain. Seeing Brother Song clutching his head in pain, Fu Chi-Chi's heart also ached. She reached out to smooth the furrowed brow. Don't think about it. Anyway, you are our Brother Song. We are family for life. Whoever dares to bully you, our family will stand up. We'll fight them until they fall apart. Softly and sweetly, she added a lifetime. Yes, we'll be together for a lifetime. Song Jin's dark eyes lit up, brightening the night. He was so happy that even the distant mountains, gradually brightening, looked delicate and charming. Overall, he felt very comfortable inside. After eating a simple meal, one person carried Xiaoya, and the other fed her warm milk. Time was peaceful, washing away worldly troubles, hidden among countless waters. After they finished, the sky was painted with fiery clouds like a burning sunset. It was already late. Chi-Chi covered her mouth and blew a playful kiss, not stopping. Song Jin cautiously looked around, then calmed his breath and used his inner strength to sense within a kilometer. Chi-Chi chuckled softly and said, Big Brother Song, don't worry. The tent is a dull yellow color, blending in with the dry land and leaves. From afar, it looks normal. Plus, the cliff bottom here is very hidden, so most people won't come down. The two of them, along with little Yazi, lay inside the tent and fell into deep sleep, with only the sound of 2 fans blowing. At dawn, the station was in chaos because of the explosive balls Chi-Chi had used yesterday. Shin-Kan, whose right eye was wrapped in a white cloth, only had one eye left, and he stared tightly at 3 identical small weapons bullets on a plate on the table. One was taken from Wu Xiao's body earlier, and the other 2 from Fu's father and son. After thinking for a moment, Shun-Kan calmed down from his previous impatience. He blamed himself for being too careless. As a noble son of King Qin-Yang, he shouldn't have been so easily captured. Send a message to the prince, saying we found the culprit. It was Yu Junxian from beyond Qinzhou who led people. Please advise, Your Highness. Continue the search and chase. Don't miss any suspicious persons. At dawn, the cavalry returned and reported about the messenger of the moon goddess. Chun Fan, you lead people to watch this matter and see who is causing trouble. Yes, General. 2 guards received the orders and left the room. Chun Fan then gathered about 20 men, disguised themselves, and planned to blend in with refugees in the wilderness. Shen Ken arranged military affairs, his face grim, and walked out of the courtyard. He climbed the watchtower, his scarlet eye examining the dense forest behind the barren mountains. Clouds and mist shrouded the mountains, and it was unclear where Yu Junxian and Qi had fled. Thinking carefully, a few months ago, after Yu Junxian killed his father and disappeared from beyond Qinzhou, he had gone into hiding. Perhaps Yu Junxian was rescued by martial arts experts, as rumors say many secret sects in the martial world practice strange arts like magic or stealth. Even the Xianyue Temple, where he once registered, was said to have powerful masters hidden in its main hall, practicing unusual techniques. Nearby, in the miscellaneous service yard, Fu Changhong knelt on 2 grass mats, his face eerily calm. A dozen of Fu's relatives knelt beside him, crying and cursing loudly, mainly cursing Qi. When Shun Can heard Qi's name, he looked over. Fu Changhong also saw General Shen's gaze and, thinking quickly, wiped away tears he hadn't shed before, then loudly cried, "Father, you worked hard all your life, facing the earth and sky, just to earn a few coins from the land and send me to school, so I could bring honor to our family. I studied diligently, and the teacher said I was close to passing the imperial exam. But now everything is gone, my master, the exams, everything. I don't know what the future holds. Fortunately, General Shun has given us a meal and allowed us to stay a few days. My grandson has understood now. As long as the great general and Jiang Wenshu need me, I will do my best to serve loyally and honor my family. If there is a chance, Grandpa, Dad, I will stand firm to protect our family and lead us to find a good livelihood, to live well. I will wait for peace to come and take the exams to succeed." The others in the old Fu family looked confused, watching Fu Changhong, who seemed to be the main figure. Isn't crying a woman's thing? Men should also shout to the heavens to show their resolve. Shun Can turned his gaze back, thoughtful. He took the deer-skin water mushroom handed by a guard, drank it all in one gulp, then jumped down from the watchtower. All the mountain passes nearby are closely monitored. Also, after Fu Changhong finishes the funeral, tell him to help Jiang Wenshu well. Yes, General, the guard looked surprised. Why did the general specifically mention Fu Changhong? Fu Changhong looked at the empty watchtower, the act finished. He waited to see what the general would do next. He coldly said, "Now, in these chaotic times and with the weather hot, Uncle San, Uncle Da, we will bury Grandpa and Dad this afternoon." Fu Laosen stayed up all night, his eyes red and dark circles under them. He usually had no ideas, but after hearing his nephew's words, he nodded. Next to him, Huang Manzi hesitated a few times before sadly nodding. He was lost in thought, unable to understand his big nephew. He wanted to take his family to find his older brother. Below the cliff, Fu Qi and another person slept until 3 p.m., then slowly woke up. They looked at each other first, then their eyes met, sparkling with ripples and mist. Song Jin rested his chin, looking at the young, white face with interest. After a month of nurturing, it was starting to show some baby fat. Carefully, it resembled the end-of-world face by 3 or 4 points. In his mind, he imagined adult Qi, nourished by wood element powers, with icy skin and graceful figure, often attracting many men's attention. That's why he kept her hidden carefully. The girl opposite, Qi, was staring blankly at his intense gaze. Her head buzzed, and her face quickly flushed. She shyly hid her slightly flirtatious thoughts, feeling a bit embarrassed. Big Brother Song's handsome face was too attractive. No wonder women in the end-of-world aristocracy admired him. "We'll stay here for a few days. Yesterday, I mentioned the 12 blessed lands. I need to visit each one," Song Jin said with a faint smile, his voice deep and calm. "Yes, I'll follow Qi's arrangements," he replied. Listening to his tempting voice, Qi left a sentence and ran out of the tent to prepare dinner. Song Jin chuckled happily. During the day, the remaining soldiers were still actively searching everywhere. Meanwhile, Fuqiqi and her companions worked tirelessly day and night, sleeping during the day and moving through forests at night, growing a large amount of fruits and vegetables. When they encountered ponds or wells connected to underground rivers, Chi-Chi used her wood element abilities to draw water from the dark river. Repeatedly doing this consumed a lot of zombie crystal stones, but her wood element power increased by 1 level, reaching level 4. Her lightness skill also improved rapidly. Shinken looked at a pile of fresh pumpkin vines, cucumber vines, soybean vines, Chinese cabbage, potatoes, and other vegetables, still covered in fresh soil and tender flower buds. He was stunned for a long time. This was not something ordinary magicians could do. Could it be that the moon goddess truly exists here? He immediately ordered someone to send the fresh fruits and vegetables, along with a letter, to the Yuang mansion in Duanzhou, Songqing. 3 days had passed. At the foot of the cliff, Fuqiqi was hiding and sobbing quietly. Tears suddenly burst from her eyes. She was heartbroken but dared not make a sound. Xiao Yazi finally woke up, speechless, with her arms unable to move and trembling even to walk. As she had guessed, this was a psychological trauma caused by despair. When she was 5 or 6 years old, she hid beside a grave for 5 days and 5 nights, constantly seeing people throw corpses into nearby pits. Occasionally, a lone zombie would come over, grabbing a broken arm or leg, chewing and swallowing. The cracking sounds were like a call to souls. God knows how scared and hopeless she felt. But Xiao Yazi, just over 3 years old, had been beaten, starved, and neglected. How could she survive 8 days in such despair? She carefully approached Sister Chi-Chi, her pale face silently shedding tears, yet she still reached out to wipe away Sister Chi-Chi's tears. She raised her arms several times, but couldn't succeed. Song Jin held both of them in his arms and gently said, "Chi-Chi, don't be sad. Luckily, Xiao Yazi is here. Luckily, we are all alive. Don't cry. If you cry, Xiao Yazi will cry with you. It's not good for her to heal." Song Jin knew that Chi-Chi was not only worried about Xiao Yazi, but also recalling her own dark past. After hearing Song Ji's words, Fuqiqi softly said, "Chi-Chi, call me sister, and I will treat you like Yen Yen, taking care of you until you grow up. If I learn good skills, I will definitely cure you." Xiao Yazi didn't understand completely, but she knew that Sister Chi-Chi and brother Yen Yen were the best people to her besides her grandmother. The letter and vegetables sent by Shun can also arrived safely at the Yuang mansion. The king of Yi was furious because the refugees leaving Su Yen City were spreading rumors of divine punishment everywhere. Ridiculous. Those vying to be the ruler of the world, aiming for emperor status, there are only about 10 of them. Which gods are favoring them, claiming I am not the true leader? Who is the real leader then? King Yi's eyes were sharp, and he sneered. We haven't yet found the falsehoods in Shun Kan's reports. Tell me, how can we break this situation now? Everyone in the room sat quietly, as if dead. One of the officials suddenly clapped and said happily, "Your Highness, this is great news. Truly excellent." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the prince to be so optimistic when the king was so angry. Could he be out of his mind? In recent years, King Yi had become calmer. Instead of reacting with immediate anger, he looked beneath his eyes at the rising frustration and asked softly, "Master He, what are your thoughts?" He stood up and bowed respectfully, "Your Highness, since the great Xia fell into chaos, the land has been divided and the various lords are fighting for control. Who can get the gods' approval to decide who is the true leader? Coincidentally, Your Highness is now alone. Why not make this matter solid? Admit that your previous actions were not appropriate, and now, with divine guidance, you will understand the way of a true leader. Use this autumn wind and let the common people spread the word. Why worry about other lords supporting you or talented people joining you? Most importantly, the gods recognize you, and the people recognize you." Brilliant. This plan is excellent. The steward Wang, quick to react, shouted excitedly, "Your Highness, those who achieve dominance always follow the will of the people. Now, the people's support is right in front of us. Think carefully. What better reason is there than divine will? Prince Zongfengyu, the eldest son of King Yi, wanted to express his opinion and was about to stand up, but a middle-aged man behind him tugged at his sleeve. Be patient. The other princes saw he was silent and also held their tongues. Besides King Yi's sons, the others were key officials and strategists. Many were clever and hoped to help him someday sit on the throne, aiming for titles and honors. But they were not reckless. Everyone fell into deep thought, weighing the chances of this plan. Currently, the strongest faction was the princes, which included 5 groups. There was also the Prince Yu from Huainan, the Ping family from Songling, Feng Chongqiu from Minjiang, and the Nangong family from Lindu. The most advantageous in terms of timing and location was the Nangong family from Lindu. The strongest military force belonged to the Ping family from Songling. The most scholarly and talented was Prince Yu from Huainan. If we shout slogans too early, we might attract criticism and be attacked by others, Lian Lao expressed his doubt. Our rivals snorted coldly. We took the lead and gained influence. Our Duanzhou is strong enough. We have nothing to fear. We just happen to have reclaimed our territory. Another person, with a serious face, rolled his eyes at him and then respectfully addressed the prince. Our Duanzhou has the smallest territory. Now, we have a chance to compete because of Bazhen City, known for its salt, which can exchange grain, weapons, and horses. But in the end, our territory is too small, only 2 cities and 8 counties. The Qi County is considered part of Duanzhou, but it actually belongs to half of Shimu County. The Wen family is there, but we can't do anything about it. A military officer said we have money, so we can use marriage alliances and trade of grain and weapons to cooperate. A civil official replied, that makes sense, but we worry about losing our status and being unable to speak for ourselves. Amid the arguing officials, King Yi quickly understood the underlying interests and laughed loudly. At this moment, report. General Shen urgently sends news. A guard shouted outside the hall. Happy with a good plan, King Yi was pleased and loudly ordered, send the message. 3 soldiers hurried in, recognized as Shen's men. Prince, the general has sent a letter. The contents are in this basket. One soldier handed the letter to Yi Wang's personal attendant. The officials and strategists looked at the vegetables and fruits covered in dirt, feeling confused, unsure what Shen's true intentions were. All I hear is that he's thirsty. It turns out Shen was thoughtful and sent fresh cucumbers, said a rough soldier, picking up a cucumber, wiping it on his sleeve twice, and then putting it in his mouth. Smells good. Tastes great. Juicy and refreshing. Everyone unconsciously swallowed, looking at the fresh produce. Now it was late autumn, with frost, and the remaining fruits and vegetables were misshapen and ugly. Shen was considerate. Yi Wang, who had read half the letter, slammed the table and laughed strangely and wildly. Yu Junxian, the traitor who betrayed his homeland and murdered his father, was the one you killed, my younger brother. Send a message to Qin Yang Wang, the new ruler of Liyuan, and tell him that Yu Junxian is hiding in Xian City. I am waiting for his reward. Yu Junxian, no matter how many martial experts you have, I won't let you survive this winter. Yes, the personal attendant took the order. Zongfengyu and others nearby exchanged knowing smiles. Luckily, the person was dead. If he hadn't died, when the future king ascended, the throne would likely pass to his 5th uncle. Yuan continued reading the letter, frowning. After reading, he threw one of the letters to someone nearby, then squatted in front of a basket to pick out fruits, examining them carefully. Everyone was confused. Why is the prince interested in common items? Moon goddess? Will there be fruits and vegetables in a few days? A blessed land? After reading the letter, everyone's eyes were full of questions. This sounds like a fairy tale, like a folk story, not believable. Feeling sleepy, someone sent a pillow. Coincidentally, there was a good reputation. After some lively discussion, 2 messages spread from the Yi Wang residence. 1. Prince Yi will personally go to Ju Lu Dao to hold a sacrificial ceremony, honor the gods, and thank the moon goddess. 2. He is widely recruiting talented people from all over the world to help establish the country. The notice reads, I, the king, reflect on myself and have received the divine order to follow the way of a wise ruler, respect the heavens, honor the ancestors, work diligently, and love the people. I will treat the people like my children, accept good advice, and serve with self-discipline. Starting today in Duanzhou, I will fight across the land, follow divine will, and invite heroes from all over. Meanwhile, Fu Qiqi had already finished what she called that Night the Moon Goddess envoy mission, dealing with the 12 blessed lands. She had almost run into the people from the Shun faction several times. That day, after harvesting potatoes, Qiqi giggled and said, "Brother Tsong, Xiaya has taken the medicine and should wake up tomorrow. Shall we visit the station? Maybe the storeroom or something." Song Jin's dark eyes caught a small paw sticking out of his sleeve, and he whispered with a smile, "Little cat, but we must not disturb Shin Kan and others." The last escape was safe because they didn't know the full situation. Now, Shunkan had set up defenses everywhere, preparing tung oil and rockets to prevent them. The station wasn't far from here. Both covered their faces, suppressed their breath, and sneaked past 3 patrols and 5 posts, climbing over the wall into the back storeroom of the station. What's funny is, today, someone was inside the storeroom, an old acquaintance. Fu Changhong, eager for power, had finally made his way into the official ranks, becoming a minor clerk, jokingly called Fu Clerk. He was still in his mourning period, but he was a passionate young man, just starting to indulge in pleasures, often thinking about inappropriate things, especially with a lively woman nearby. Thanks to convenient work, the two hid in the warehouse and, after a reckless romp, they made plans to meet again today. When Fu Qiqi and Song Jin heard heavy breathing inside, they didn't understand what was happening. Qiqi peeked through torn paper on the window, under the faint candlelight, on a large mat with a big bed and a white sheet. Before she could look away, she saw a man's large hand slap down on a hillock. A woman was moaning. Qiqi recognized the person was someone she knew, and she also encountered a needle-related incident. She couldn't help but curse at her mind, the first words of her new world. What the heck? Song Jin's eyes turned cold. He turned Qiqi's little head and held her tightly, not letting her look around freely. Qiqi, in his arms, finally reacted and looked very uncomfortable. How could she be looking at others?
Slap.
She pouted and said angrily, I didn't mean to look, I didn't see clearly." Song Jin noticed Qiqi's cheeks turning red and her annoyed expression. He chuckled softly.
Suddenly,
Qiqi's face turned even redder. She heard warm breath near her ear, making her heart beat faster and her small chest rise and fall. Inside the room, lively sounds of activity and loud slaps could be heard, along with the noise of hands clapping. Qiqi thought to herself, she never expected that the seemingly upright Fu Changhong had such a mischievous side. Last time, she didn't cause trouble, but this time, she was determined to do something. Just as Song Jin was about to cover Qiqi's ears, she spoke up. Ahem, I promised old Fu to spare him for now. If he dies at someone else's hands, it's not my fault. Her voice was soft, sweet, and clear. Song Jin's initial thought was to end Fu Changhong's life, but seeing Qiqi wanting to play, he asked in a low voice, What's your idea? Qiqi tiptoed and whispered softly. Half an hour later, the two of them left smoothly. When they reached the bottom of the cliff, it was already past 4 in the morning. Before going to sleep, Qiqi kept thinking that finally, the troublemaker Fu Changhong was out of her life. But unfortunately, weeds never die easily. Spring wins again, and they grow back. The next day, the head chef went to fetch supplies. When the warehouse steward opened the door, both were stunned. In just one night, the warehouse was completely empty. They broke out in cold sweat. The head chef dared not believe it and rushed inside, but accidentally tripped and fell forward. Suddenly, a big mouth bit something. The thing grunted, snapped back, and bit again. There was also something wet and hot. It smelled of garlic mixed with a foul odor. Zhang Chunyu's eyes widened, and he let out a scream that shook the heavens and earth. The head chef jumped up, clutching his chest, shouting loudly, My innocence. My first kiss. I haven't even married yet. Both of them screamed repeatedly, making quite a fuss. This woke up another person on the ground. Fu Changhong touched his sore neck and suddenly sat up straight. The cloth sheets draped over them slipped down, revealing a white expanse.
Ah!
My eyes. The head chef jumped and ran out of the warehouse. The warehouse steward wanted to take a closer look, but, seeing Fu Changhong's fierce expression, he hesitated, then left reluctantly. He mumbled as he walked away, "Such a mess. And so big. My wife at home only has a little bit of bird meat, and she keeps urging me to pay the taxes. I spit on her." 15 minutes later, in the main hall, Fu Changhong kneels on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing, blood flowing everywhere. "Great General, I only spoke a few words with Chunyu in the courtyard, then suddenly lost consciousness. When I woke up, most of the people are soldiers or rough folk." Hearing this, some mock and laugh. Hee, waking up, then doing that. It's so satisfying. Fu Changhong dares not reply and coughs heavily. "Please, Great General, understand. I have studied Confucian teaching since I was young. How could I do such shameful things within my grandfather's and father's filial duty? All that grain, cloth, and supplies in the warehouse. How could I move them without disturbing others? I've thought carefully. The only people who could be guilty are young Master Tsong and Fu Chichi. No one else." Shun can remain silent, touches his already blind left eye, and sneers with a cold, sinister smile. Yu Junxian has managed to gather many martial artists from the rivers and lakes, and he even emptied his warehouse. He then calls in the warehouse steward and the head chef for questioning. The head chef, looking disgusted, kneels far away from Fu Changhong and the others, speaking. "Great General, I haven't even married yet and she wants to." His face turns red with anger. Zhang Chunyu is speechless, looking like a fool. How could she possibly like him? "Li Si, we're leaving the camp. Brother will take you to the red tent to see the new world." A soldier, seemingly familiar with Li Si and also familiar with the Great General, says. Li Si covers a certain part and shakes his head like a waving drum, saying, "My mother said no. I have to give it to the new wife."
Ha ha ha.
Laughter erupts. Shin curses a few people and questions the two, repeating what Fu Changhong said. "Fu Changhong, you're reasonable, but the warehouse is a key place. You two were in the warehouse all night yesterday. You were the last to leave after registering the items. The warehouse holds 3,000 people's supplies, enough for nearly 5 days. If it's gone, it's gone. Do you understand your guilt?" Shun asks coldly. Fu Changhong makes a tough decision, pulls out a soldier's curved dagger, stomps on it, and breaks a finger with his left hand. Blood splashes to the ground. "General, I have nothing else but my body. I am willing to try to repay what I've done today with a finger." Fu Changhong stands straight, enduring great pain to reply. Zhang Chunyu, following Fu Changhong's instructions, sees her beloved cut off a finger. Her face turns pale, and her body trembles with cold. She doesn't know what fate awaits her. Other soldiers, upon seeing this, felt an inexplicable fondness for the young scholar. After all, he only slept with one woman, which was not a big deal. Since the warehouse had plenty of grain, it was unlikely that he, a lowly scholar with no background, was the thief. Everyone began to plead for him. Shun said, "All right, since Zhang Hong admits his punishment, this crime will be temporarily recorded. He can be cleared of it once he proves his merit in the future." However, Zhang Chunyu, as a careless servant causing chaos in the camp, is to be punished by being sent to the first-class red tent. Fu Changhong, do you have any objections? The red tent in the camp was like a traveling brothel, with the first-class red tent reserved for high-ranking soldiers. The second-class red tent was for those with achievements. The third-class red tents lined up, and everyone had a share. Fu Changhong understood this was a test from the general. If he passed, he would have a chance to seek a higher position. "I have no objections." Zhang Chunyu, pale and hearing his sentence as if it were death, fainted in a grand swoon. Over the past few days, he had developed some feelings for Zhang Chunyu. Fu Changhong, clutching his bleeding finger, looked grim, like a venomous snake hiding its poison. Fuchichi, it must be you. It's you who planned this against me. The more helpless I am now, the more severe your punishment will be in the future. In Julu Road, now that there was water and food, animals from the deep mountains gradually started to come out. Many refugees had taken over abandoned villages, waiting for winter to pass. The larger villages organized defenses, sending people to guard the blessed land. They carefully tended to the land, hoping for a good harvest. Every day, new conflicts arose, fighting over water and grain.
Fukiki sighed.
This chaotic society revealed human nature's worst side. She could only plant scattered crops in remote places and hide clothes and fabrics in secret spots, giving hope to the weak refugees. Most of the cloth and supplies from the relay station had already been taken. The only regret was that Fu Chonghong was not executed. Meanwhile, assassins sent by King Qin were rushing over on fast horses. Yu Juanshuan's former secret guards also quietly arrived. Di Wang from Duanzhou, who was coming to perform a sacrifice, along with various groups, heard that the blessed land was granted by the moon goddess, and all headed toward Jilu Road. Meanwhile, Quang Debo, who had been secretly following Fu Chichi down the mountain, was quite lucky. He found the mark Fu Chichi had left along the way. Because Song Jin occasionally used his internal power to scare off wild beasts, there were no attacks. He stumbled down the mountain, but was delayed at the mountain's exit, arriving 3 days after Fu Chichi and the others. He fainted from hunger upon reaching the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, he encountered a kind girl from the Zhao family, who fed him some crushed wild grass. Quang Debo woke up. To repay the Zhao family, Quang Debo took her group to a deserted village called Yinlin Village, where water was first drawn. The Zhao family saw that this young man not only led them to endless clean water, but also always found food crops. They said he had strong martial skills at home. He was a free worker and a long-term meal ticket. Mrs. Zhao was very good at this. She claimed she was saving him, and her daughter had lost her innocence, so she threw herself at him. The shy girl from the tea shop, confused and passive, became his wife. Quang Debo looked at his new wife. She was thin, quiet, and often looked down without speaking, but her eyes were cold and a bit scary. He hadn't yet understood why the Zhao family kept calling him savior and was using moral pressure to turn him into their free laborer. When Fu Chichi and her companion heard the villagers talking, they said the king of Yi was coming to the Ju Lu Dao to worship the gods. Song Jin was worried that martial experts might come, so they planned to stay a few days in the hidden Yinlin village until Xiaoya's health recovered, then return to the mountains. Yinlin village was 2 or 3 days' journey from Ju Lu Dao. Even riding fast, it would take more than a day. One windy, dark night, she rode her beloved little motorcycle across the wilderness. They stopped for a rest halfway and arrived at Yinlin village just before 11 a.m. Entering the village, Fu Chichi wanted to find the brick house she stayed in that day. She headed south but suddenly saw someone ahead. A tall refugee, looking like a beggar, turned his head. His beard was scruffy, hair full of dirt and streaks, clothes torn into rags, holding a bunch of wild roots and vegetables. When he saw strangers, he nervously ran away but then suddenly stopped and turned around blankly. Fu Chichi was stunned. In the next moment, she saw the bearded man's eyes light up like he saw his own mother, tears welling up. Chichi. After a moment, Fu Chichi recognized him, Quang Debo. Before he could come closer, a middle-aged woman darted out from the side. Oh, what a handsome young man, such a lively little girl. Are these new clothes? Brand new. No smell at all. No, wait, is that meat smell? Like pork? Did you eat pork? She sniffed eagerly, looking at Chi-Chi, soft and gentle, then reached out to grab Chi-Chi's bag and start to look inside. Fu Chi-Chi subtly stepped back to see clearly. The middle-aged woman had a sharp forehead, pale eyebrows, drooping eyes, thin lips, and yellow teeth. She looked calculating and greedy. Mrs. Zhao also wanted to step forward but was scared off by Song Jin's cold, intimidating expression. Still, she couldn't help but examine the two of them from head to toe, like inspecting goods. They looked wealthy. Look at that on the way to escape hardship. Everything is packed so neatly. Mrs. Zhao has a thick skin and a big smile like a sunflower. Her oversized patched coat sways as she moves, like she's performing on stage. Are you relatives of my son-in-law Kwang? It's like the water has washed away the Dragon King's temple. Families no longer recognize each other. My husband's family name is Zhao.
Please call me Aunt Zhao.
Oh, look, you resemble my son-in-law a bit. Could you be his younger sister-in-law or cousin? Another rough person, like a scoundrel, makes 7-7 dislike him. She looks at Kwang Dabo. Big brother Kwang, when did you get married? Kwang Dabo finds it hard to answer. I don't know either. Mrs. Zhao looks displeased when she hears this. She's trying to push her rich relatives away, but it's impossible. Oh, son-in-law Kwang, you can't just turn your back on us. If it weren't for our girl, you'd have been dead 10 days ago, Mrs. Zhao says with a frown. Kwang Dabo isn't good at talking, so he rubs the wild vegetable roots in his arms and looks longingly at 7-7. Song Jin speaks up. 7-7, let's settle down first. Xiaoya has woken up. She's probably hungry. Only then does Kwang Dabo see Xiaoya sitting in Song Jin's basket. Xiaoya, you're back. Kwang Dabo is really happy. Xiaoya shyly smiles and then shrinks back, hiding in the basket. Mrs. Zhao glances at the little girl's features. She looks ordinary, and with her sharp eyes, she's definitely not a noble's child. When Fu 7-7 and the others reach the small brickyard gate, they notice someone secretly watching them. 7-7 tilts her head and sees a thin, scruffy girl. Her gaze is cold at first, then quickly becomes dull and a little scared. Mrs. Zhao's eyes brighten.
Kayan.
You little brat, come over and meet your new family's young sister-in-law. This is the first time meeting the family, so you should give a proper greeting. Young sister-in-law, it doesn't matter what you do, just give her some meat. Or, at least a bag of corn would do. She stares hard at their baskets and cloth bags, rubbing her hands back and forth. She's decided that once she gets her basket open, she'll grab some good stuff. Fu 7-7 blinks. Aren't you just talking nonsense? I'm not from Kwang's family, and Kwang's marriage is a big deal. Without Kwang Bo Nyang's approval, nothing counts, she says. Kwang Dabo, go take a bath first. You smell terrible. Once you're clean, come eat with us at noon. Mrs. Zhao is stunned. She looks at the girl, who's like a dough ball, and starts talking rapidly, full of energy. Kwang Dabo. Mrs. Zhao shouts loudly when she sees Kwang Dabo run off after leaving the wild vegetables. People no longer see Corinne anymore. Hiding behind the wall, the usually dull and expressionless Miss Cha Yan's eyes brightened. All right, my savior is here. I am finally leaving the suffering. The room was full of dead leaves, spider webs covered the beams, and a strong smell of decay filled the air. This place was dirtier than camping in a tent. Unfortunately, there was someone outside. Chi quickly tidied up her room, laid down a mat, and placed Xiaoyazi on it. She managed to find a wooden toy in the space and handed it to him. At the door, Song Jin had already boiled 2 buckets of water, lit a fire, and filled a clay pot with boiling water, which was bubbling loudly. Chi came out, took some rice from the space, washed it and poured it into the pot. She added half a dried rabbit and 2 slices of. Soon, the smell of meat filled the room.
Bang, bang, bang.
There was urgent knocking at the door. Chi opened it to see a bunch of black heads, 7 or 8 men and women. Father Zhao said nervously, I told you, the Kwang family doesn't follow proper manners. First night here, and you're already inviting us for a family meal. Zhao wiped his mouth and drooled. The meat smells so good. Everyone around swallowed hard. Zhao hesitated and said, Dad, she's really pretty. The Kwang family hasn't given a dowry yet. Why not marry her to me? Father Zhao nodded. All right. 2 families exchanging daughters, and no one will pick the gifts. Zhao Xiaoxing said, Dad, I like that handsome young man. You can't always favor second brother and ignore my marriage. Father Zhao pondered for a moment, then said, Fine, I'll talk to the Kwang family. The best match. 2 families becoming close. Even in hard times, how could our family marry a village girl from the fields? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxing was unhappy about her future husband.
Dad.
That young man is more handsome than the little general. He's not just a village girl. After being bitten by a mad dog, Chi-Chi suddenly felt rabies toxins spreading through her body, attacking her internal organs. She was furious. Without hesitation, she kicked the stone pillar at the door, which rolled about 10 meters away. Then she crossed her arms and arrogantly said, "A bunch of sick-minded people want to fight? Come on, let's do it together." Her commanding presence made it impossible for anyone to challenge her. The Zhao family members felt a cold chill and swallowed hard, trembling. Inside the courtyard, Song Jin's smile couldn't stop. From the moment she left her familiar villagers, Chi-Chi increasingly revealed her true nature, without hiding anything. Father Zhao is actually a minor official in the guardhouse, experienced and worldly. He continues to scare and threaten. "Young girl, you are too young and rude. Where is Lord Kuang? Can your family tolerate you acting so boldly? When you become a bride at our house, you'll have to listen to our master." Fu Chichi responds with a cold laugh. Father Zhao, not convinced, kicks a stone pillar hard. The pillar stands firm. He kicks again, feeling a numbness in his thigh, and exclaims in pain. A woman steps forward to help him. Is it serious? It's swollen. Everyone sees it, and it looks like a big bun. They become a little afraid. Fu Chichi narrows her eyes and lazily says, "Get lost." Just then, Kuang Debo comes back after a bath. The Zhao family rushes forward to grab him. Thinking of the suffering he endured over the past 10 days, Kuang Debo quickly runs into the yard. Fu Chichi quickly closes the gate. The Zhao family members leave angrily. Brother Song. After greeting him, Kuang Debo looks at the big pot of meat porridge boiling over the fire. His stomach growls loudly from hunger. Hearing the noise, Fu Chichi glances at him. In just 10 days, he has become very thin. The Zhao family, a bunch of vampires, look much cleaner now. It's clear they've taken advantage of him. Feeling embarrassed under Chi-Chi's gaze, Kuang Debo explains, I went down the mountain and fainted from hunger. They saved me. I was just trying to repay their kindness. Bah, it was I who saved you, Fu Chichi retorts. A head appears at the east wall, stretching out its neck to shout.
Fukiki frowns.
The Zhao family member is Xiao wife Kayan. Suddenly, Kayan remembers something happy and joyfully jumps over the wall. Her thin figure slides down along the tree trunk beside the wall. She is agile and good at climbing. Song Jin narrows his cold eyes, a chill spreading from him. There is hostility. Kayan's smile stiffens, and she nervously moves closer to Chi-Chi.
Fukiki remains expressionless.
Kayan awkwardly looks at the two, thinking that the man is too strong and scary. She then kneels down with a thud in front of Chi-Chi. My name is Ji Kayan. I have no parents, only an older brother. He is in the Guard Army of Jiangzhou Huai County and the other 2 counties. 2 years ago, during a campaign, I was left with an old servant to take care of me. The Zhao family members are also my servants. Unfortunately, the Zhao family is ruthless and treacherous, and they murdered the head steward's family. Luckily, I was clever and escaped death. I pretended to be foolish and kept praying to find my brother and thank them properly. That's how I survived. She explained her background clearly. This series of actions left Kuang Debo stunned. He had been staying with Kayan for 10 days, always keeping his head down, unable to say more than 10 words.
You.
Kayan rolled her eyes and said impatiently, Who are you? I'm not surnamed Zhao. If you want a wife, go find one in the Zhao family. I have strong muscles, but I won't serve as a servant for anyone like you. Fu Chichi. Kayan giggled happily. I can fight. I can defeat 2 men. Fu Chichi. She was amazed inside. Kayan continued to flatter and recommend herself. Miss, I can serve as your maid. I promise I won't cause trouble. Fu Chichi. Chichi looked at Song Dage. Song Jin coldly glanced at Kayan, holding a wooden spoon and stirring the bubbling porridge in the pot, round and round. Kayan's heart also fluttered up and down. She was good at judging people. This young master's aura was much stronger than her brother's. The legendary noble bearing, like a dragon and phoenix, with them, her life would be safe. She was tired of pretending to be crazy in front of the Zhao family, always worried she might be sold someday. Since you're the sister of the guard general, can you read and write? Then write a deed of sale, Song Jin said calmly. Taking advantage of the chaos, she thought she was a noble lady. How could she really become a servant? Kayan hesitated slightly.
What?
Miss G said she wants me to be her maid, but is she just fooling around, trying to escape herself? If so, Miss G, please leave. Song Jin saw through her intentions and said sharply. Kayan hit her dead end. If she left the Zhao family alone, in this chaotic time, she might lose her life before seeing her brother again. Many noble ladies ended up as bandits' wives or in brothels. She let out a long sigh and made her decision, speaking sadly. I, Kayan, have a few requests. First, I won't be anyone's concubine. Second, I only want to stay by the young lady's side, not serve others. Third, please don't sell me. I hope you can agree. But, Song Jin said indifferently. Kayan bowed respectfully, more serious than before. Song Yen, I have seen the young lady. Chi-Chi blinked her cat-like eyes, holding a piece of paper filled with traditional Chinese characters about selling herself as a maid, then looked at the stubborn Kayan. Since she heard she could fight, having one more person around was fine. Get up. We're just about to eat. After eating, change your clothes. A smell of oily, meaty aroma drifted out. Kayan swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. She covered her chest, her eyes shining with excitement. She had just found her master. There was food to eat and new clothes to wear. Is this the legendary idea of clinging to someone powerful? The faint dissatisfaction she felt just now was already gone.
Hey,
I'll serve the porridge. Tia Yen replied confidently, only heaven knows, as she hadn't eaten refined rice for over a year. White, fragrant, and sweet. She neatly served 4 bowls of porridge, but being considerate, she only filled her own bowl halfway, with little porridge and plenty of broth. Chi-Chi picked up a spoon, scooped a large piece of meat and some rice porridge, and handed it to Song Yan's bowl. Don't worry, following us, you won't go hungry. A tear dropped into the bowl, and Tia Yen softly nodded, not wanting others to see she was crying. Kwang Dabo saw how quiet Xiao Yizi was, and as he ate the meat porridge that Chi-Chi fed him, he asked, Is Xiao Yizi sick? Thanks to Zhang Chunyu, she went hungry for 8 or 9 days, with no good meat on her body. Her hand and shoulder were crushed, and her ribs shifted. If we had been half a quarter of an hour later, she would have gone to the underworld. Yes, she received good medicine, but she's still mute, and her arms can't move. Chi-Chi spoke lightly, but her eyes were cold and sharp, frightening in their intensity. Kwang Dabo felt a pang in his heart. Indeed, this was not something his cousin would do kindly. He looked at Xiao Yizi with pity. The wooden bowl was placed near his mouth, and as he ate the porridge, he asked the question he most wanted to know. Then, what about my cousin? Chi-Chi thought that her cousin and cousin's wife would eventually be family, and she told the truth honestly. Zhang Chunyu was punished by General Shin and sent to the Red Tent. He didn't understand what the Red Tent was. Tian explained, it's a military brothel. Kwang Dabo was stunned and lost in thought. Song Jin looked at him faintly and added coldly, she was involved with Fu Changhong, caught in the act, and broke military rules. Kwang Dabo's eyes reddened, and he couldn't believe it. Tian, curious, wondered if it was a love triangle, no, a love square? Poor Kwang Dahan, with a green patch over his head in the future. The Zhao family returned to their house, all angry. Usually they ate twice a day, but it wasn't mealtime yet. When they smelled the meat, their stomachs couldn't resist.
Dayan.
Make some wild vegetable porridge.
Dayan.
Where did that reckless girl go? The greedy Zhao family came to steal at night, but Song Jin kicked each one out with a single kick. The Zhao family members covered their heads, crying in pain, realizing they'd kicked a hard stone. After 3 days, Xiaoya's dislocated ribs were carefully massaged and treated with wood elemental healing abilities for nearly 10 days. Today, her ribs finally returned to their proper place. However, her fractured arm and broken tendons still needed at least a level 6 healing ability to recover fully. This trip back to the mountain included 2 new people, making it difficult to retrieve items from the space. Chi-Chi found some items in her space, filled 3 large jars, and asked Song to go to pretend to carry them out from outside. Before leaving, Chi-Chi pointed to 3 baskets. These are blankets, clothes, and shoes we stole from the army camp after the soldiers abandoned it. We are taking them all back together. Tian's expression changed as she threw a heavy basket to Kwang Dabo. Dabo, still dazed from sleeping in the rain with others, took the basket without much thought, no longer worried about finding Zhang Chunyu at the checkpoint. He realized his own strength was weak. He couldn't even compete with the Zhao family, so how could he join the army? That day, the Zhao family saw the 3 of them were finally leaving and sighed in relief. "Miss, young Master Song, wait for me." Tian put down her basket and approached the Zhao family. She smiled politely, giving a very proper noble lady's bow. "Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 years. I am very grateful." The Zhao family hadn't seen Tian for a few days and only later learned she had entered this courtyard. They couldn't quite understand Kwang's family's intentions, but Tian was usually gentle, so they worried she might be controlled by Kwang's family. Seeing her dressed in new clothes and her hair neatly combed, they couldn't help feeling jealous. Mr. Zhao respectfully said, "Miss, you're too polite. Taking care of you is our duty. Now, during this hard time, we've found a good family for you. It's also a way to show we've done our part for the young master." Tian's smile remained calm as she stepped forward and took Mrs. Zhao's arm. Mrs. Zhao, thinking she was being friendly, asked sharply, "You're leaving? Does Kwang's family have plenty of food? And new clothes?" "They noted." Mrs. Zhao looked around and pulled her aside, half coaxing, half persuading. "I'll tell you, if you've figured out where Kwang's family lives, remember to let us know. We'll send someone to help you. Once a girl is married out, without her family support, she might be bullied to death." Tian nodded silently, still dull. Mrs. Zhao looked at the baskets full of items with envy and continued to coax her. "I see your baskets are full. Tell Kwang's family to leave half for us. We can hold on for 10 days or so until you send someone to pick you up." Tian smiled, glancing sharply at her arm where she was pulled painfully, and looked at Mrs. Zhao with bright eyes. "Oh, you really think I'm a dull girl? At this point, who are you trying to fool?" Mrs. Zhao was startled and froze in place. Tian sneered, "I am a proper noble lady, yet you treat me like a servant girl. My family's wealth of tens of thousands of silver taels has been taken by you servants." Mrs. Zhao stared fixedly at Tian's face and her cold, shining eyes, as if she saw the lady dowager. "You little brat, I." The pair of eyes facing her grew colder, and Madame Zhao kept retreating. Knowing she was scared, Cha Yan scoffed disdainfully, smiling brightly, and reached out as if to gently hold her arm. As she pushed and pulled, Cha Yan saw the torn cloth rope hanging around Madame Zhao's neck. This was her family's ancestral green jade bracelet. She gently tugged at the black rope around her neck. Madame Zhao felt cold and wanted to pull it back, but when she saw Cha Yan's eyes, she dared not. Cha Yan smiled and forcefully pulled downward, bit by bit. Madame Zhao was thin, and the rope pressed painfully against her bones. She begged, "Take it off, I want to remove it." Cha Yan smiled. "I can't understand, even in my dreams. My family is the master, and you are servants, but we've always treated you kindly. My brother just left, and now you're plotting against our family's property. How you took this bracelet, I must get it back." Madame Zhao remembered Cha Yan's desperate pleas in the past, shivering with cold sweat, her face pale. She struggled hard to break free. The Zhao family heard the screams and wanted to rush over. Fu Chi blocked the way, watching the delicate girl holding a cold, long steel knife. They all hesitated. They only saw Madame Zhao's neck turn red from the rope, which was finally torn. Cha Yan pulled out the bracelet wrapped in black cloth, peeling off layer after layer, revealing a bright green bracelet that fit her thin little arm perfectly. She happily brushed it a few times. Not bad, it's well protected. Madame Zhao tried to run, but Chayan grabbed her again and pulled a small cloth bag from her sleeve, tossing the rings, earrings, hairpins, and other items to Chi-Chi. Then Chayan stared directly at the steward. Is the deed to my house and shop something I'm searching for, or are you going to willingly hand it over? All day, she had been hunting eagles, but unexpectedly, an eagle pecked her eye. Turns out, this stubborn girl had been pretending all along. Madame Zhao's father slowly exhaled, looked at the 3 cold steel knives, and turned back to the dilapidated yard. He dug out a wooden box from the dirt. As he handed it over, his hands trembled with visible veins. Oh, I love watching you all look like this. Hate me, but can't beat me, Chayan said happily, snatching it away. The Zhao family watched eagerly, their hearts cold and empty, as cold as thin clothes in the coldest winter, with holes letting the icy wind in. All their good days and possessions were gone. Nothing left. When the Zhao family thought that Kayan was leaving, they saw her turn around and return to the courtyard. She pulled out a wooden stick from the threshold and, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, swung it at Zhaoda. Strong women are not weak. Do you think I'm a sick cat? If I weren't looking for my brother's clues, I'd have run away 100 times already. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat, always trying to take advantage of me. I'll beat you to death, you beast. Always talking about kindness and morality, stealing my family's money, bullying me, and making me into a servant. Fu Chi-Chi's eyes widened. The more she looked at Kayan, the more she liked her. She was definitely good at doing bad things. Kayan took care of each member of the Zhao family one by one, fighting fiercely until they were crying out in pain and bleeding. Then she confidently threw down her stick. That feels good. Fu Chi-Chi licked her lips and praised, not bad. Song Jin also rarely cast a look of approval. Kayan giggled and obediently followed the young lady with her basket. All that was left was a mess of Zhao family members crying and cursing the heavens for their misfortune, complaining about the unfair world. But they dared not say a word about the Ji family or criticize Kayan. After Fu Chi-Chi and her group successfully reached the mountain, Fu Changhong took the injured Shen Kan and others to Hidden Forest Village. The people had already run away, leaving no trace. Shen Kan, furious, knocked over several earthen brick houses. Following the principle that enemies of enemies are friends, Fu Changhong suggested bringing the Zhao family along. The wheel of fate was strange. The Fu family and Zhao family got entangled, and they first encountered the former master, General Ji. Rumors and false accusations added to Fu Chi-Chi's troubles. Fu Chi-Chi and her group, who had left more than 12 blessed places for refugees, safely returned to the mountain. The refugees, grateful for the moon god's blessing, spontaneously built a simple shrine next to a 100-year-old water well. It was very simple, just 2 wooden frames with a thatched roof. No one knew who carved a rough stone statue of a flying maiden with peaceful eyes and flowing white ribbons. Later generations commented, during the Great Xian Chaos, the world was in turmoil, with wars blazing everywhere. In the north, there was a city called Su Yan. In the 5th year of Qingwu, a rare celestial phenomenon occurred, an intense red sun, drought, and no rain. The heavens' displeasure caused the people to panic. They scattered and lost each other, migrating south during the hot summer. From spring to winter, a year passed. They heard that in the local area, a sudden flood caused many to drown, but the blessed land was everywhere, bestowed by the moon god. Since then, the once silent Su Yan city, at the turn of late autumn and early winter, began to have life again because of the continuous underground water source in the local area. Markets for exchanging goods appeared. When all the groups arrived at Jilu Road, simple wooden and thatched houses sprang up everywhere. But hidden in the dark, the refugee who had been stranded there was turned upside down, yet Yu Junxian was nowhere to be seen. As promised, King Yi held a grand sacrificial ceremony called the Divine Offering, worshipping the great Emperor Haotian who rules the heavens. Originally, they planned to worship the moon goddess, but some argued that she was just one of many gods. King Yi wanted the throne, the imperial lineage, and worshipped Emperor Haotian. In just a few words, they changed the plan on the spot. Anyway, King Yi often did strange things, so this was nothing new. After the divine ceremony, King Yi arranged 3 days of charity, giving out porridge and grain. The refugees were very grateful. For a moment, King Yi's reputation soared. Just as King Yi was dreaming of returning to Duanzhou, King Qi, who controlled the Jiangnan prefecture area, led 20,000 troops to attack. The two sides fought at the Wei River. The battle lasted only 2 days, then a new group of soldiers arrived. It was General Huifeng from Luo Yuanbian City, the eldest daughter's husband of the old Qinyang king and brother-in-law to Yu Junxian. He had heard that Yu Junxian was in Suyan City at Jilu Road, and that the current Qinyang king had sent many assassins there. Yu Junxuan's eldest sister, Princess Feng Yao, couldn't sit still. She and her husband took 10,000 troops and headed to Suyan City, just in time to meet King Qi, who was planning to attack King Yi. The two sides quickly formed an alliance. King Yi was blocked from returning to Duanzhou. Below the mountain, news broke the sky, and the people on the mountain were shaken and unable to stay calm for a long time. Old Fu was not the child of the Fu family. Zhang Chunyu was forced into a. Fu Changhong's leg was broken. Unfortunately, he didn't die. Song Mijian was killed by Prince Zong and Fu Qiqi. Poor little Yazi became mute and lost her arm. Everyone took turns holding little Yazi, silently comforting her. She was only 3 years old, yet she had suffered such cruelty. They were all beasts. Because of the mistake made by her niece, Lady Kuang was so angry she almost burst. She looked at her eldest son, who looked like a gatekeeper, and grabbed a broom, chasing Kuang Debo all over the mountain and hitting him hard. Soon, angry shouts and curses echoed through the mountains, like a fierce tiger roaring. "You fool, you didn't even say a word before disappearing." We're anxious, searching everywhere, climbing mountains and crossing fields. We've looked for miles along the mountain trail, but not a single corpse. You ungrateful brat. Your mother thought a beast had eaten you. I cried for 5 days straight. To find your broken thing, look at your brother, his was burned by a wild boar. Lying on the grass, Kuang Xiaobo, feeling sleepy from sunbathing, suddenly twitched and pressed down on his wound.
Ouch.
My goodness, I told you not to talk about this. Don't mention it.
Fool.
Xiang Yibai, who was practicing archery, rolled his eyes. Kuang Xiaobo turned his head and saw Xiang Yib, looking strange. He stammered, Why are you here? Go away, I'm just sunbathing my wound. I've seen it before, you got bitten by a wild boar and I was the one who found you and carried you back. Xiang Yib adjusted his bow, pulled the string tight, and shot an arrow at the target on a tree stump, hitting the bullseye. Chi-Chi girl gave her this bow and arrow. Xiang Yib was very happy, probably took a fine weapon from Shun Kan's collection. Seeing Kuang Xiaobo staring blankly, he sneered, Your whole body is black and dull, but yours is quite white. Kuang Xiaobo's face turned red and his neck thickened, not sure if he was angry or embarrassed.
You.
Before leaving, Xiang Yib didn't forget to add, tall and strong, but just tall, no brains. Even a wild boar can outsmart you, and you're not as clever as Shiyu and the others. Weak chicken. Kuang Xiaobo was furious this time, grumbling with hidden anger, but his gaze was fixed on a certain chicken. He was mighty and grand, not weak at all. When Kuang Debo returned, his clothes were torn into strips. His injured arm, which hadn't healed fully, was now covered in dirt and dried blood from being enslaved by the Zhao family for over 10 days. It itched terribly at night, making sleep impossible. Meeting Chi-Chi again, she carefully cut open the skin, cleaned the wound, and applied anti-inflammatory medicine. It gradually started to get better. Today, her mother also drained a blood clot from his arm. Without at least 10 days, it wouldn't heal. Kuang Xiaobo gloated. Serves him right. For a woman who flirts around, he's even willing to risk his life. Kuang Debo looked at his brothers covered in herbs, his expression complicated. He sighed and entered the cave, feeling a bit lost. Meanwhile, Fu Qiqi was pulled by Zhao Zhao to visit each cave. After half a month apart, the caves had changed a lot. Thick dry grass was covered with woven mats and straw sandals, all neatly arranged. There were cups, bowls, chopsticks made of bamboo. Everything was in place. Even outside the cave near the kitchen, a pile of dry firewood was stacked neatly, reaching a height of a person. After the tour, Zhao Zhao proudly took out a pair of crooked straw sandals. "I found the vines myself and made a pair of straw sandals for sister," she said proudly, with no embarrassment about how ugly they looked. Fu Qiqi pinched Zhao Zhao's little nose. "Oh, my little Zhao Zhao is so capable. She can make shoes for sister. Starting tomorrow, she'll learn to sew and do needlework." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao immediately made a bitter face. She loved playing with knives and spears, but she didn't like reading, writing, or embroidery. Aunt Chu took out a piece of indigo cloth and saw that little Zhao Zhao looked unhappy, so she deliberately smiled and said, "Just in time, Qiqi brought back more than 10 pieces of fabric. It's late autumn now, and the weather is cold. I'll teach you how to make clothes. Come on, Zhao Zhao, help Auntie spread out the fabric." Zhao Zhao pouted and picked up a corner of the cloth, pulling it stiffly. Aunt Chu chuckled happily. "Look at this little girl. She works quickly." She was busy too, holding a wooden stick to measure distances and mark the fabric. Zhao Zhao sniffed and wanted to run away, but now she felt too shy to leave. Tian was a girl who paid attention to her work. She immediately picked up scissors and cut along the marks, slicing the fabric neatly and smoothly. "Wow, Tian is really skillful," Aunt Chu said happily, seeing how well she cut, without a single mistake. "Her embroidery must be excellent." Tian smiled softly. "My family only has me and my brother. Usually I make all the clothes at home." Qiqi hesitated. "And a bunch of servants." Seeing Zhao Zhao pouting all the time, Qiqi tried to coax her. "People who practice martial arts go through a lot of clothes. If you go out and your clothes get torn, it's so embarrassing. Look at Tian, she can make clothes, shoot arrows, and fight." Zhao Zhao tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said skeptically, "She's too skinny. Can she really pull a bow and shoot arrows?" Tian chuckled. "I can ride horses and shoot arrows a little. But my strongest skills are climbing trees, crawling through dog holes, and sneaking around the streets. I can grab a handful of soot from the kitchen and smear it on my face, so even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. I do some bad things, and most people can't catch me." Aunt Chu looked at her, and then at Qiqi. "Isn't she a noble girl? Or is she a wild kid?" Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up as she looked at her sister. Eager to learn. So cool. Qiqi coughed lightly. "Well, besides crawling through dog holes, I guess I could learn a few things. If we want to climb walls, we should be like Brother Song, with light and graceful skills. So handsome." She remembered the first time she crawled through a dog hole and was caught by Brother Song, who had the hole sealed overnight. In the yard, there was a mutated dog that looked at her coldly for many days. Yes, light skills are the coolest. Unfortunately, no one taught me the secret techniques when I was young. It's not hard. I can make the dog's mother's family, the Zhao family, bully me." Tian said with a pout. "Dog's mother's family? Huh." Aunt Chu paused, twitched, and then looked at Qiqi again. Qiqi blinked and responded, confirming that this housekeeper girl was a fake and shoddy product. At this moment, Aunt Kwong finished tidying up her eldest son and walked in feeling refreshed. A newcomer had arrived on the mountain, and she greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Look at this yellow, sparse hair. He's hungry. Don't worry, once you're here, we're family. Yesterday, we found a new patch of potatoes and eggs, dug 5 big baskets. No one will go hungry." Tian politely smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt. Thank you all for taking care of me." Aunt Kwong looked surprised. Did she just mistake her for someone else? So sensible and polite. Aunt Kwong continued chatting. "He's about the same height as Qiqi. How old is he? Is there a marriage arrangement? Tell me what kind of person you like. I'll help you arrange it." Tian looked annoyed. I thank you. You brought up what I just discussed with your eldest son." Fu Qiqi said, Tian, I've been arranged to marry someone far away. Tian rolled her eyes and said sadly, Miss, I am your loyal servant. The drama queen was unmistakable. Fu Chi raised an eyebrow. Seeing Tian about to cry, and Kwang thought for a moment and then sighed. There's chaos outside, and people don't know what will happen. Forget it, just accept it. Aunt will find someone honest and caring, like my eldest son. Fu Chi couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Tian looked grim. Soon, the sisters from the Xing family returned. A room full of women, each cut 2 sets of outer shirts and inner linings from fabric, preparing to make convenient tops and pants. Unfortunately, they lacked cotton. Chi thought she'd need to find Songgij to explain why she had to go down the mountain, bringing back a few bags of cotton, at least enough to make a coat for each person and a quilt for 2. Outside, the autumn wind grew colder, blowing the trees loudly. This winter would be very cold. The sun set. Songjin walked ahead with his hands behind his back, each step measured exactly, no more, no less. Behind him, 3 young boys and 2 little children formed a line, mimicking Songgij's steady pace. Chi, just finished thinking, saw Songjin and happily ran to him. She looked up. Big brother Song, I want to talk to you. Good. Only a few hours apart, and she was already full of him. Songjin slightly smiled and said gently, Wait for me. But when he turned around and looked coldly at the group of young boys, he said sharply, Shiyu, step forward. Yes. Led everyone in practicing the whole body boxing. Half an hour. Understood. The 5 boys responded in unison, spacing themselves out in order.
Aya. Aya.
They threw punches and kicks with vigor, looking fierce and powerful. Fu Chi paused for a moment, then went out for just an hour. Has she changed? Songjin waved his arm to signal Fu Chi to hold his hand. Feeling embarrassed, Fu Chi glanced around and met her Aunt Chu's teasing eyes. She whispered softly, This isn't down the mountain anymore. No one around, so I can hold your hand freely. Songjin moved closer, smiling with his eyes. Seeing her nervousness, he wanted to tease her. Down the mountain is better. We can hold hands casually and even share a tent. Fu Chi blinked, her cheeks turning slightly pink and white, with a faint glow. Big Brother Song said some bold words. Out in the wilderness, it's not love but necessity, just to take care of little Yazi. Her young girl's face is shy. They walk side by side, with Songjin deliberately leading to a less crowded place. Xiao just jumped into the boxing practice team and saw her sister and big brother Song getting closer and closer, pouting. This is too much. They're shoulder to shoulder. Behind them, Cha Yen whispered mischievously. Is there something going on? Xiao tilted her head. What does that mean?
Is it what I think?
Yen coldly looked at Cha Yen and calmly said, That's our big brother. Then scolded her sister. You didn't study well, and became blind. Cha Yen shrank her neck, copying Song Gongzi's cool expression perfectly. The distant voices drifted over intermittently. I've decided to start devil training from tomorrow to turn them into brave young soldiers. I thought of the same plan with Big Brother Song. I came to find you because of this. Thinking of something, Fu Chi swallowed and softly said, Big Brother Song, when he was Yu Junxian, he must have been a great general. If Big Brother Song regains his memory, does he have to go back? Songjin watched the girl's tender, white face tense with nervousness. His heart fluttered. He stepped closer, wrapping his hands around Chi-Chi's shoulders. His throat moved, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Fool, no matter when, I will never leave you. His deep, dark eyes were like the night, alluring. His gaze was hot, almost feeling like he was indulging in mischief. Fu Chi slightly turned her face away, ignoring her pounding heart. Yes, I already told Yen and Zhao. You are our big brother. How can big brother abandon his younger siblings?
But
she was drifting off topic. Was her signal not strong enough? Songjin's chest rose and fell, his voice deep. After a moment of calming himself, he suppressed his rising emotions.
No rush.
He would use all his patience to make Chi-Chi open her heart and willingly fall into his arms. Time to focus on the main matter. Chi-Chi took out her phone from her space and handed it to Songjin. I used it 3 times, but you never asked what it was. I know Brother Song always cares for me and doesn't want anyone to notice the clues. I didn't expect that the Yuang's people could bring back the hidden Mi Jian's body and find the bullets. Songjin looked directly at her. Yes, you called it a pistol. You asked me to keep it a secret when I swore an oath. The poison I fed you is sweet, and Chi-Chi always trusted me.
Ah,
That was just sugar beans. Chi-Chi shyly looked away. She just couldn't bear to hurt Songjin's face at that moment. Later, Songjin's name was fake, but this person was her real older brother, so she couldn't run away. Chi-Chi took out a bag of pistols from her space and said, I want to teach Brother Song and Zhao Zhao Yanyan to shoot. You can also call it a hidden weapon. She took a bag with 5 or 6 Type 82 pistols. Songjin's brow twitched slightly, wanting a more comfortable one. Chi-Chi has many hidden weapons? Will you give me one? The word give was said with a heavy tone, as if it carried special meaning. And there was a low, teasing voice. Yes, enough for us. Chi-Chi didn't dare say she had several arms depots, afraid it would scare him. If she gave it to Brother Song, she couldn't just give any Type 82 pistol. She searched her mind and thought of the Desert Eagle, also called the hunting pistol or hunting artifact. It has a range of 100 meters, and with an extended barrel, it can reach over 200 meters. The pistol looked fierce but beautiful, with a silver steel body and a handle wrapped in smooth black rubber. The silver and black colors looked deep like a sea, perfectly matching Brother Song's temperament. This pistol was also Songjin's favorite. She found this rare pistol years ago in a hidden warehouse 1,000 meters underwater at a firearms company during the apocalypse. She had kept it secretly, planning to give it as a birthday gift to Songjin when he turned 28. Now, separated by different worlds, she had no chance. Chi-Chi puffed her cheeks and sighed softly before taking out a gun. Brother Song, this hidden weapon is called the Desert Eagle. I give it to you. It comes with a matching magazine and bullets. When you run out of bullets, just ask me for more. She handed everything over in one go. Seeing the gun, Songjin's eyes lit up. It was a semi-automatic Desert Eagle, the heavy metal style he liked. He took the pistol and examined it carefully. It was probably made of high-chromium molybdenum alloy steel, with 7 rounds per magazine. It was more precise than other Desert Eagles, with an extended barrel for longer range. He didn't expect Chi-Chi to hide such a secret. The design is unique and small, but quite heavy. He awkwardly learned to load the magazine, pulled the bolt, and was about to test the feel of the gun. Suddenly, a shiny handle caught his eye, with the character Song engraved on the right side. The writing is elegant and smooth, as if it has been polished by many years of use. This is a special gift from Chi-Chi. It was prepared for a long time. A huge surprise flooded over him like the sea, filling his chest, then spilling to his throat, spreading with each breath. Even the breeze blowing now seemed full of longing. He smiled, his eyes full of gentle light. In his view, only Chi-Chi's small figure remained in the world. Chi-Chi, I really like it. I've never liked anything this much before. He said each word carefully. He liked this gun?
yes. Right?
Chi-Chi suddenly felt a little breathless, unable to hold back, and this feeling made her heart race, so fast it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Just then, Xiao Zhao Zhao ran over, carrying Xiao Shuang. Sister. Time to eat. She pushed herself between the two. Growing up, girls leave home early. Xiao Zhao Zhao tugged at her sister's dress, looking worried. Sister, you're 15 now, in the dark, no lights.
Ah,
That sentence was incomplete. What does being 15 have to do with anything? The little girl sounded so old-fashioned. Fu Chi-Chi picked up her sister and went back to the cave. Her sister-in-law was becoming harder to fool, and Songjin felt a headache coming on. After dinner, Fu Chi-Chi cleared her throat softly, speaking on behalf of Brother Song. She looked around with her cat-like eyes, straightened up, and looked quite serious. I and Brother Song are wanted. I think everywhere that King E controls has our wanted posters. They won't stop until they catch us. Chi-Chi paused briefly before continuing. I heard the fighting outside is even fiercer now, with soldiers killing without mercy. Our group of 10 is rushing into the chaos. Not enough people to cut down. It's more terrifying than fleeing from famine. We've been planning to go to Jiangnan Prefecture. The Qi Wang there also wants to fight for the world, recruiting soldiers everywhere. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone looked serious. Fu Chi-Chi said, I discussed with Brother Song. Since it's winter now, we plan to stay hidden in the mountains, fill our stomachs, and practice martial arts.
To protect ourselves.
Aunt Chu looked at her daughter, who was tidying up dishes, with concern. I understand, Auntie. You want to learn how to fight. But the potatoes and soybeans we have will only last a month or so. Looking at the weather, snow will come soon. We don't have enough blankets or coats. When it gets really cold, we might have to stay inside the cave. Yes, if we stay inside, we should take advantage of the warm weather to store more food and prepare firewood. Probably, there isn't enough time to practice martial arts. Lady Kwang nodded in agreement. Shi Yu and the others looked at Brother Song and Sister Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, feeling a bit proud, said, We stole from Shun Kan's warehouse, and we hid the remaining cotton and weapons at the foot of the mountain. Once I and Brother Song carry them back, Lady Bo and Auntie can make jackets. They have plenty of supplies in their space. Everyone's eyes lit up. Good. We will listen to Brother Song. Song Jin looked cold and announced the plan. I will work with Xiang Ci and Xiang Yi to teach everyone how to set up formations and fight enemies. Every day, from 6 to 8 in the morning, we will train together. At 8, we have breakfast and rest. From 9 to 12, we will gather wild vegetables, hunt, and make clothes. From 2 in the afternoon to 9 at night, we will practice personal martial arts and archery. To prevent the big soldiers from chopping heads, bandits from robbing, and to survive in chaotic times. We only have 4 or 5 months, but we must train a sharp team capable of fighting hundreds of soldiers and individual skills strong enough to break through 20 or 30 bandits' encirclement. Everyone nodded in agreement. Inside, a fiery spirit seemed to flow through them.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
Xiao Zhao Zhao waved her little fists. This eager, hot-blooded girl was back. Song Jin shot her a cold look. Still, the younger brother-in-law was steady, standing straight and looking ahead. Chi-Chi quickly pulled Xiao Zhao Zhao into her arms, holding her close. Stop causing trouble. Listen to Brother Song's arrangements. Song Jin continued. Shiyu, you 3 have built a good foundation recently. Starting tomorrow, in personal martial arts, Shiyu will practice boxing and swordsmanship. Lin Sheng will practice sword skills. Song Pan should spend more time on light skills and the rest of the time practicing swordsmanship. Zhao Zhao and Yen will follow Chi-Chi. Besides archery and sword techniques, they will also practice hidden weapons. Kwang Xiaobo will focus on boxing because of his strength, and Kwangda Bo will practice knife techniques. Lady Bo and Auntie, I will teach Xiang Ci a simple set of fighting techniques. He will teach you every day. Practice hard for 10 or so moves, and in 4 or 5 months you'll see results. Seeing everyone getting their names called, Cha Yen became anxious. What about me? Song Jin took the bamboo cup handed by Chi-Chi and took a sip. Your Ji family is known for being warriors. Don't you have family sword techniques or spear skills? Cha Yen looked disappointed. When she was young, she wanted to learn martial arts, but was locked in the courtyard by her mother. She sneaked through a dog hole to the training grounds and secretly learned some moves. When she grew older, her brother saw her genuine interest and secretly taught her some. She looked sad and said, I only learned a few moves, but not enough. You already have a good foundation. You don't need to learn other styles. Just practice diligently and solidify your family martial arts. Defeating enemies aims to be flexible and smooth. You practice every day with everyone and see if that set matches your martial skills, Song Jin analyzed indifferently. Cha Yen eagerly rubbed his fists, finally able to fight openly and legitimately. Inside the warm room at Qin Yongwang's residence in Liyuan, several people were discussing matters. The old Qin Yongwang's wife, lying half-reclined on the noble consort's bed, closed her eyes and gently brushed her painted nails with a small jade brush. The feathered brush, embedded with fine soft feathers, was used to shape swan-like necks, a small ornament favored by noble ladies in winter. A guard knelt on the ground, reporting, "We received a message by a pigeon and found traces of that person in the deep mountains. Our undercover guards and assassins are pursuing him." The old Qin Yongwang's wife opened her eyes slightly, squinting and sneering with sarcasm, like a stray dog, only able to hide in the mountains to escape. "Haha, Yu Junxian only has this much skill, yet dares to boast at me. He's a legitimate son, so what? What a joke. Order them to capture him alive." On that day, he murdered his father. Many old generals and officials saw it with their own eyes. They fought alongside the old lord in battles, brothers in life and death. We won't forgive him. At that time, I will publicly sentence him to death in front of 20,000 people in Liyuan, on the city tower. Let him see how the citizens he protected for 7 or 8 years despise and curse him. Let him see how the soldiers who once treated him like a nephew or brother now abandon him, treating him like a rat in the street. Moreover, the Hu family in Bian City claims this matter is a trick.
Several pairs of eyes saw it clearly that day.
Bian City is part of our Liyuan army, and they refuse to obey our rule. This is rebellion. The old Qin Yongwang's wife clenched her green jade feather brush sharply and said fiercely, "Mother, what you said is right. When the time comes, I will personally execute him, cut off Yu Junxian's head with my own hands and hang it on the city gate," said the young man wearing a crown on his throne, about 11 or 12 years old, excitedly clapping his hands. This was Qin Yongwang Yu Qingqian. "Qianer, I've told you many times. These rough tasks should be handled by the servants and attendants. You should follow the teacher to learn strategies, military tactics, and governance. When your father was your age, he was already capable of managing city affairs on his own." The excited old Qin Yongwang's wife threw aside the green jade feather brush, calming herself, and affectionately lectured, "Master Hua told me that these days, you go out every day to shoot arrows and ride horses. You haven't written a single word of essays or strategies. After lunch, go to the study and write your essays." King Qin Yong, Yu Qingqian, snorted impatiently, "Old fool. Complaining again. There are many advisors in the palace, and I am using them efficiently. I have to write every day, which is very annoying. Besides, isn't there a second uncle?" A middle-aged man at the lower end, Lord Yushan, smiled and said, "Exactly. Qian is 11 years old, at the age of playing. We are far from the capital, with 3 cities and 15 counties. We can't burden Qian with everything. He will learn slowly, no need to rush. While we're still able to move, we should be more patient." Old Queen Qinyang looked at the two of them, smiling and scolding. "You uncle and nephew are so close. I feel unnecessary."
"Fine.
You should learn more from second uncle in your free time." She then turned serious, glaring at Li Yan, and said sternly, "But today, you cannot go to the training ground again. Your martial skills are already excellent among children your age, but you are still the heir of the original ruler and need to learn governance. Go to the study this afternoon, and do not run around." "Yes, mother." Bored, Qin Yang King Yu Qingqian left feeling unhappy, heading toward the study. When he left, old Queen Qin Yang signaled to a middle-aged maid nearby. The maid nodded slightly and spoke to a few waiting maids. "Everyone, step back. The old queen and the scholar have important matters to discuss." The maids filed out one after another. The old maid gently closed the door and stayed outside. Old Queen Qin Yang slowly approached Lord Yushan, smiling softly. She leaned her waist and sat on his lap, extending her legs slightly onto the soft couch, showing charm. She moved closer to Yu Yongbo's ear, blowing softly, and coquettishly said, "You can't spoil Qian. He's already 11 and has won several battles. He commands 20,000 soldiers. You need to teach him, help him control those old generals." If he always relies on you to make decisions, when will he grow up? In an instant, the dignified old queen transformed into a flirtatious woman, showing off her charm. Yu Yongbo, who could handle this, tightly embraced the beautiful woman, holding her passionately. Qian is my biological son. Of course, I will help him. But he's still young and can't control the old generals yet. Rest assured, after I personally teach him for 4 or 5 years, he'll be capable and will make decisions himself. Old Queen Qin Yang's delicate hand slipped from his collar and bit his earlobe, whispering, I trust you. This time, for the hunt, let Fan Zhong personally bring the prisoner back. Her lips moved softly, breathless, but her eyes flashed with cunning. Yu Fanzhong is the eldest son of Yu Shanbo, also known as Yu Langjun. He is highly educated and is considered an ideal candidate for marriage among the noble ladies of Li Yuan. Yu Shanbo was feeling restless and itchy, making a sound of frustration. He moved his hand faster and leaned down, biting roughly. Fool. I agree with you. There's no need to be jealous. Fanzhong is smart and talented, all thanks to his uncle's good teaching. Such a mess, but that's better. The two fell onto the bed, their figures overlapping. The ground trembled as if the mountains were shaking. In the garden, Qin Yang Wang Yu Qing Qian walked angrily, muttering as he went, a bunch of scholars who waste time. Who has time to learn their old-fashioned talk? Besides, Yu Jun Xian, that beast, will soon be caught. No one can threaten my position anymore. In his anger, he kicked over a large jar filled with lotus flowers, smashing it to pieces. Several goldfish, about 10 centimeters long, jumped on the ground. They danced happily, seemingly mocking him. Yu Qingqian curled his lips, raised his foot, and with a fierce stomp, crunch, crunch, he crushed the small goldfish on the ground. Behind a cluster of rose bushes, a gray servant heard the noise, picked up an empty wooden bucket, and quietly walked toward the archway, always keeping his head down. After walking for a while, he turned into a bamboo forest and saw a young boy practicing swordsmanship. The boy saw him, put away his sword, and approached. Any news? The gray servant whispered. Yes. They found the whereabouts of the young master. He is still in Jiludao's deep mountains, and more people are being sent to continue the search. The boy frowned. Good. I will send someone to inform the elder sister. The gray servant added, as you suspected, this time the Central Secretariat Minister. He hasn't come out again. Humph. He said that after the meeting that day, everyone left, but the Central Secretariat Minister didn't appear for a long time. It wasn't until nightfall that he finally came out, looking exhausted. The boy's face was cold, hiding his resentment. Now that she's in charge of the house, she's becoming more and more reckless. Cheaters and adulterers. Young master, speak softly, lest there be ears listening. I understand. You go back. I will handle the rest. Time in the mountains passes quickly. Winter has gone, and the new year is approaching. Below Jiawei Mountain, beside the Wei River, inside a command tent, a graceful and beautiful woman read a letter with a cold expression. My brother Xian has been forced here by that wicked woman. It's infuriating. Huifeng gently embraced his wife. My brother-in-law is skilled in martial arts and will surely turn danger into safety. Our people have already entered Jilu-Dao disguised as refugees. If they encounter suspicious individuals, they will deal with them as they come. Currently, the situation is tense, and it's not safe to go deep into the mountains for fear of causing trouble for my younger brother. Princess Changlan sighed deeply, saying, Yes, I will wait here for Brother Xian. Once he leaves the mountain, he will definitely head to the Jiangnan prefecture. A fierce look appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she did not let it fall. In June, she suddenly received urgent news that her father had passed away. Soon after, another urgent message arrived, claiming that her younger brother Xian had killed their father. Everyone could suspect someone might try to assassinate the king, but how could her brother Xian betray his own father? All parties involved in the investigation of Lord Yu Xian, also known as Song Jin, who is leading a young troop, were fighting wolves and racing bats deep in the mountains. Throughout the forest, Loud roars echoed daily, and sometimes children's high-pitched screams could be heard. In the blink of an eye, winter passed and spring arrived, marking the 6th year of Chungwu. Spring. All things come back to life. Next to Ju Lu Road, on a nearby mountain, outside a cave, Sister Chu was busy flipping dried sweet potatoes and various dried meats, smiling as she looked at the scattered meat on the ground. Look at the weather. They should be back by noon tomorrow. Next to her, Aunt Kwong adjusted her needlework basket, leaning forward habitually to glance at the cliff entrance of the one-line sky gorge, but saw no sign of anyone. Her face showed worry as she said, "They've been out training for about 10 days. They should be back soon. They've been fighting fierce beasts every day, so they'll probably smell terrible when they return, like dead fish." After a year, everyone has grown taller. The new spring clothes are ready, and they'll be perfect to wear tomorrow. Then she gave a disapproving look at Kwang Debo, who was nearby twisting ropes. He's truly disliked by everyone, even dogs avoid him. No one knew what was wrong with him, sometimes asking if there was any way to redeem his niece Chunyu, or how to visit the military camp. He had been beaten 3 times by the head of the household with a stick. He became honest, but didn't practice martial arts well. Song Gongzi had even expelled him from the team. Life is full of debts to pay. Aunt Kwong gently touched the small sprouts, helping her with thread, her quiet nature making her speak little, looking innocent and pitiful. Chi said she had a psychological disorder. Fortunately, she didn't know where Chi learned her medical skills, but after a winter of treatment, little Yaza's arm finally regained strength. She didn't realize that Chi had absorbed the essence of herbs from the forest, found a ginseng field, and through intense training, restored her wood element energy to level 5, repairing her meridians and fractured bones. The meat we brought back is almost dried. It's ready to be packed. Aunt Shu finished flipping the meat, picked up a piece of dried meat, and tasted it, firm and fragrant. She then stuffed another piece into little Yadza's mouth. Aunt Kwong glanced at the tightly packed dried meat, red in color, looking quite tempting. All right, the meat has been dried in the sun. Tomorrow we will pick wild vegetables and cook them to dry. Also, Chi said she wants to plant sweet potatoes. Is it time to transplant them now? This morning I checked the pumpkin seeds we planted. The birds come every day to dig them up, and more than 20 seedlings have sprouted. Even the chili seeds have produced dozens of seedlings. Aunt Shu works quickly and is quite impatient. She said directly, "It's still early today. I've dried the meat, so today we will plant 2 rows of seedlings." Chi has been talking about wanting to eat pumpkin tips. In just a few days, she might be able to enjoy them.
Mom.
A tiger. Suddenly, a loud cry interrupted the 2 women chatting. Mrs. Kwong heard her son's loud voice, dropped her sewing basket, and quickly stood up. On the mountain path, a group of young soldiers was walking toward them, full of energy and bravery. The most noticeable were a few carrying a large tiger, which weighed over 100 kilograms. Seeing their family members, everyone smiled and ran over, covering their ears. "Oh my, what a big tiger." Mrs. Kwong was so frightened she took a few steps back and shouted. Aunt Chu looked up and turned pale. She immediately picked up little Yenzi, sitting on the ground, covered his eyes, and trembled. "It's so tragic. Is this the one we often see through the telescope?" "Yes, it is." Xiao Zhao, with a bag on her back and a bow and arrow at her waist, proudly tugged at the tiger's paw and boasted, "Mrs. Kwong, Auntie, don't be afraid. My sister's hidden weapon struck it dead in one move. The skin is intact, with not even a hole." Kwang Debo was also frightened. He dropped half of the rope he was holding and almost shook with fear. When he heard it was a dead animal, he wanted to go over and look, but no one called him, and he felt too shy to approach. Behind them, Fu Chi and Song Jin, dressed in neat, clean combat clothes, looked calm and relaxed, in stark contrast to the others, who were covered in blood. Recently, Song Ge said they would pack up and leave the mountain soon. Chi looked at the lush green mountains, her face heavy with regret. "If the killers hadn't found us here, I'd want to stay hidden for a few more years.
Food, water, clothes.
We have all that. We also have family and neighbors. We could also clear some land near the pond, build stone walls around it, and grow rice, wheat, sweet potatoes, and vegetables. Such good days are hard to find. The countless supplies in the space could feed a city for a year?
2 years?
Maybe longer. Why go down to the mountain and live on the edge, risking everything? Does 7-7 want to live a rural life? Song Jin saw the excited boys walking away and casually pulled 7-7's small hand into his sleeve, asking softly. Fu 7-7 glanced at her claws, calmly pinched herself, and tried to pull away, but was held tight by iron palms. Big Brother Song always liked to play such childish games, thinking it was exercise for Xiaoya. Zhao Zhao wants to explore the world. Yan Yan wants to make achievements. Men have ambitions everywhere, and Big Brother Song also wants to travel around. As for me, I just want to stay in one small piece of land, grow vegetables and flowers, raise dogs, and wait for you to come home. Song Jin smiled gently. I'll stay with you. Let them go explore. Make achievements? Hold high positions and wield power? Whoever wants to go, let them go. As a leader of one of China's 4 major bases, he understands the true meaning behind it. It's about responsibility and duty, heavy like shackles, layer upon layer. Hearing this, Fu 7-7's beautiful cat-like eyes narrowed. Okay, after we go down the mountain, we'll find a safe place, far away from Duanzhou, far away from that ghostly Li Yuan. So they can't find us. Big Brother Song had long said he didn't want to recover his memories. The person in charge of Li Yuan was probably a madman, sending several groups of people, more capable than the Yuan's men. They finally reached the deep mountains and confirmed that Li Yuan had hired a mercenary organization from the martial world to hunt down Big Brother Song for his head. One group after another, and their skills kept improving. There was no choice but to move to a new location. Yes, we'll work the land together, plant vegetables. Song Jin looked far into the layered mountains, thinking this was a good place. He thought that far from here, they could find a beautiful mountain and water area to raise children and build a home with 7-7. In the past, during the apocalypse, whenever 7-7 went to the experimental fields to grow medicinal herbs and grains, he always wanted to find a reason to go with her. But the base was too busy, and he was overwhelmed with work. Now, finally having the chance to live a peaceful rural life with 7-7, he felt it was his dream come true. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. Coming down the mountain again brought new hardships. After parting, when they met again, everything had changed. In just 15 minutes of walking, they actually took twice that long. When they returned to the cave, a fire was already burning on the ground, boiling water, and several large buckets were filled with hot water. Uncle Kwang and Uncle Chu were carefully peeling tiger skins, bit by bit. The children hadn't even washed yet, all gathered around, watching intently. Everyone stinks to high heaven. All of you listen up. Line up for a bath. Fu 7-7 walked over calmly and said coldly. After a winter, Fu Chichi's face became more determined and confident. Everyone was swept by a cold light. The young boys immediately stopped joking, stood upright, pulled in their stomachs, straightened their chests, and steadied themselves. After a set of movements, they looked straight ahead and loudly answered, yes. Then, Xiu led one team, Kwang Xiaobo led another, and they went to wash and change clothes. Aunt Chu watched happily as the 2 older boys, Liang Ping and Liang Song, walked straight and proper. Their serious appearance looked much more heroic than Fu Changhong the scholar.
Ugh.
What a shame. How could she think of that cursed, ungrateful person? Fu Chichi didn't understand why Aunt Chu suddenly spat fiercely, as if angry. Could killing a tiger really follow such strict rules? Is this the ritual of killing a tiger? Chichi asked, taking a few steps forward. Miss, I'll do it. Tian stepped in, as the loyal first servant of the young lady, always ready to lead by example. Tian followed behind the girl, always close, mostly rushing ahead herself. She also witnessed the birth of a swordsmanship master. Chi-Chi's sword skills were poor at first, swinging the sword incorrectly. But after just 4 or 5 months of hard practice, she could fight the young master Song for 60 or 70 moves. Light and quick, with sharp sword moves. And with archery, she couldn't even pull the bow properly at first, but now she hits every target. A genius in martial arts, emerging suddenly. From then on, her admiration for her master was endless, like the yellow river flowing endlessly. She often sighed, feeling lucky to have chosen such a wise master. But she was dreaming too far. She refocused and found that Tian was quite ceremonial. She stood a meter from the tiger, feet together, bent down, opened her mouth, and made a sound.
Ah, spit.
With a twist of her voice, like playing the arrow on a bridge.
Ontke.
Xiang Ci and Xiang Yi.
Fukiki.
Big embarrassment. Afraid everyone would copy her, Aunt Chu covered half her face and changed the subject. Today, we'll eat fresh tiger meat. We're learning from the nobleman in the county, eating rare delicacies. Fu Chi patted the tiger's head with a bang, making a loud sound. Tiger bones are good stuff. When boiled into a paste, we keep some. When spirits are low, drinking a little helps. It makes people energetic. Too bad there's no wine. If we soaked some jars of wine with tiger bones, drinking it in winter would be better than ginseng for strengthening the body. Once the tiger was skinned, it was just a dead cat. Aunt Kwang also imitated Chi-Chi by patting a large piece of meat. That's great. We'll make the paste. Kwang's uncles cut the tiger meat into sections, scattering on the grass. Fu Chi-Chi crouched below, picking up a wooden bucket. As she bent over, the tiger meat in her hand occasionally disappeared into thin air, secretly stored in her space. Someone tugged at her sleeve. Feeling guilty, Fu Chi-Chi turned her face and met a pair of clear, small eyes, those of Xiao Yazi. During winter, whenever she had free time, she helped Xiao Yazi with arm rehabilitation exercises. Because of this, he was very close to her and Yen Yen, thinking she was playing with him. Yen Yengerga finished his bath. He's practicing calligraphy under the big stone. Go find him and learn to recognize characters, Fu Chi-Chi said, gently rubbing her small face like soft tofu with her elbow. Xiao Yazi stared at Chi-Chi's hand with confusion. Not only could her hand produce pills out of thin air, but it also seemed to make meat disappear. Fu Chi-Chi squinted and smiled. Sure. This is our little secret. No one can tell. Hearing secret, Xiao Yazi quieted down and also smiled, obediently going to find Gergov to learn characters. In their sneaky actions, she had hidden 1/5 of the tiger meat and bones. The clean tiger meat weighed 23 jin to eat, while the rest, salted by Aunt Chu and Aunt Kwang, was prepared to be dried and stored as dried meat. When I chopped the meat, I estimated it was over 200 jin. Now, these few pieces of pure meat are less than 150 jin, Uncle Chu said, lifting each bucket to check the weight. Ahem. Fu Chi-Chi quickened her steps to leave. Chi-Chi, it's for soaking in wine. Add a few ginseng roots. I love drinking it. Song Jin suddenly appeared beside her, ghostly and unpredictable.
Fukiki blushed.
Of course, Song Dage knew she had wine. Last year, on New Year's Eve, she took out a bottle of red wine from her space, climbed a tree, and secretly drank. She was so tipsy she staggered and was caught by Song Dage. He said she rambled all night, but after days of thinking, she couldn't remember what she said drunk. The worst part was, the next morning, she woke up hugging Song Dage's neck and sleeping in his arms all night, talking about how shy she felt. 10 days later, it was February. On the other side of the narrow Sky Canyon wall, coincidentally, was the Wei River. In good years, Xiang Ci often traveled with escorts, familiar with the terrain. She used a telescope to observe the opposite bank of the river. Upstream was Dingzhou's Qi County, downstream was Jiangnan Prefecture's Jiawei Mountain. After discussing, they had already decided to cross the narrow sky, go down the mountain, and directly cross the Wei River toward Jiawei Mountain in Jiangnan Prefecture. Early in the morning, they packed a large cloth bag with tiger skins, more than a dozen ginseng roots, dozens of wolf pelts, and hundreds of rabbit skins, tying it with multiple vine ropes onto a 2-tire cart. On the other side, dried meat, dried wild vegetables, dried sweet potatoes, and potato flour were packed into bags and tied onto another cart. 2 small carts made from 4 truck tires are very useful. Young Master Tsang, the thing you found by the river is really helpful. It's a pity I and old Kwang have been guarding it for 5 days without any gain. Uncle Chu clenched his teeth, pressed his leg the bundle, tightened the rope, and tied the last knot. Chio Chi-Chi, initially nervous and twisting her fingers, saw the cat's eyes curve at the corners and calmly said, "Finding things depends on luck." Kwang Xiaobo, on the other side, cut the remaining vine rope and threw it to his mother. Wanting to test if it was steady, he kicked it hard with his foot, then leaned back and fell onto Xiang Yi. "Chicken." Xiang Yi, sensing the situation, sneered quietly as she passed by, then kicked the big backside in front of her. Kwang Xiaobo covered his backside, turned his head, grimaced, and wanted to retort. Kwang Bo Nyang saw this and slapped him. "You little brat, bullying Xiang Yi again." Xiang Yi stepped forward, steadied Kwang Bo Nyang, and smiled provocatively. Kwang Xiaobo snorted, pushed a cart forward, and soon sped toward the cliff at the edge of the sky. A few boys picked up knives and bows, slung their bags, and hurriedly followed. "Brother Xiaobo, wait for me. I want to pull the cart with you." Zhao Zhao was anxious. Chio Chi-Chi patiently comforted the excited little ones, helped them tie their pants, tidy their hair, then let them go. Xiang Xi and others, worried about the safety of the little ones, also took their luggage and followed. Seeing most people have dispersed, she turned her head and saw Uncle Chu and Kwang De Bo at the cave entrance, hesitating to close it. She entered the cave and saw Aunt Chu and Kwang Bo Nyang again, reluctantly touching the blankets, pulling at their cotton-padded jackets, even lifting and carrying the wooden bucket a few times. "Mother, Auntie, don't worry. We will find a safe place and start over," Chio Chi-Chi comforted. Aunt Chu wiped her tears. "This is how it is. After fighting for years, fleeing for months, living in constant fear. Finally, we had a few peaceful months, but now we have to run again." They spoke and then went back to the vegetable garden, pulling up tender pumpkin seedlings, chili seedlings, and greens. The plants were thriving. The vine trellises they built had grown several feet in just a few days, lush and green. "The pursuers are coming again. Staying here isn't safe. Let's go," murmured Kwang Bo Nyang. The 2 women, feeling sad, walked together toward the edge of the sky. Meanwhile, Kwang Bo and his group had already sealed the mountain cave, where they stored their belongings with wooden planks and piled stones outside to block it. "If there is a chance, we can still come back to avoid trouble." A group of over 10 people smoothly passed through a narrow canyon. The giant bat and thousands of bats in the canyon were mistaken by the young group as a trial ground. After fighting repeatedly for several months, they had no choice but to move away. Once they left, the birds and animals hiding in the woods, haystacks, bushes, and dirt piles scattered everywhere, and everyone cheered happily.
Wow.
"We can finally show ourselves. This was so hard, so fierce. I barely escaped with my life after dozens of arrows. Those humans are so cunning and cruel." Animals gathered in groups on rocks, watching the fierce humans they mentioned. The mountain looked peaceful for the first time in a while. Even the small birds dared to perch on the tiger's head and pick at its fur. The obedient little rabbit lay quietly at the wolf's feet, squinting. Along the way, Kwang Debo deliberately walked ahead, head held high, coughing now and then. He had spent over a month clearing this mountain trail, but no one paid attention to him. He felt frustrated. Everyone successfully descended the mountain. They had prepared 2 wooden boats at the riverbank, removing 4 tires from the carts and tying them to the boats to increase buoyancy. The 2 boats were naturally found by Tsang Deji and Chi-Chi from the space. After resting for a day, they moved their supplies onto the boats in the morning. 2 teams boarded the boats, paddling slowly across the river. A gust of wind blew, and Kwang Xiaobo clumsily bumped into Xiang Yi, who was rowing behind him. "Don't sit so close. Move to the side," Xiang Yi scolded. Kwang Xiaobo widened his eyes, facing the deadly glare, and weakly said, "The boat is so small, I can't move." Feeling his own weakness, he raised his voice slightly. Xiangyi reached out and grabbed a chunk of flesh at his waist, twisting it twice. Huang Xiaobo clenched his teeth and didn't dare to shout out loud. This woman was too fierce. Behind Xiangyi, Xiang Xi chuckled softly. The two often argued because of their fiery tempers, and they would fight every day. Hearing the laughter, Huang Xiaobo didn't even dare to grunt in protest, feeling very wronged. On the shore, among the soldiers hiding in a broken earth house, one sharp-eyed soldier raised a hammer and slammed it on the ground, rushing over. "Great General, is someone crossing the river? Could it be that Shunkin is trying to trap us from behind?" "Idiot, there are fewer than 20 people. That's not enough to warm up the general, let alone surround us," sneered the nearby guards. Huifeng was leading an ambush, planning to pass through the Yuan army and disguise himself to meet his brother-in-law at Jilu Road. He heard that several assassins had not been stopped, which made his wife very anxious, to the point she couldn't even eat porridge. She had a large blister on her mouth. Less than a month after returning to Bian City, she went back to the camp. Huifeng's narrow eyes were deep and fierce, showing a ruthless look. He calmly said, "Hold your ground. Let's see how Shin Kan and his people act." Across from them, the Yuan's hidden army also noticed something strange in the river. An officer stood up and drew his sword, saying, "Archers, get ready." This must be a trick by Qishan trying to secretly attack us. No way. Soldiers climbed onto the wall, aiming their bows at the riverbank. Song Jin, Fu Qiqi, and others who had just landed sensed something was wrong. Even the air above was eerily quiet. "Be careful." Huang Bo and Chu Shu bent over, tying the wooden boat's ropes to stones on the riverbank. After others jumped down from the boat, they drew their swords and looked around. There are young women, and they look really pretty. The front line of the hidden army, seeing a group of teenagers and women, rubbed their eyes in disbelief and said, "They really are women. Their waists are very slim, and their hips are big. Very beautiful. Some are even stunning." "Stop. Don't scare the young women." Hearing the 4 beautiful women, everyone responded enthusiastically, raising their spirits with a slightly lecherous air. They ignored the fact that there were only about 10 of them holding swords. Under the officer's command, everyone put away their bows and arrows, then jumped down from the wall and grass piles. "Let's go." Over 100 people headed toward the riverbank, whistling and exchanging knowing smiles as they moved. From a distance, they saw hundreds of soldiers suddenly emerge from the farmhouse. Everyone's bodies tensed up. "Form up." Song Jin saw clearly that although their equipment was old, it included bows, arrows, swords, and shields, all marked with an eagle head, indicating they were the Iwang's hidden army. Using binoculars, he saw no soldiers, meaning they had been hiding there all along. Shiyu, Huang Xiaobo, and others quickly formed a triangle. Meanwhile, women like Cha Yen and Chi-Chi pulled their bows taut, aiming at the approaching enemies. The enemies drew closer. Huifeng and others hiding behind a broken-down house saw everything from afar, mostly women, teenagers, and children. Loud, lewd laughter echoed across the riverbank. Hearing this, everyone blushed, and their necks turned red. They were furious and cursed loudly. These people can't keep their belts fastened. These women and girls are in danger. Their goal is to cross to the other side and take a detour to Jilu Road. It's better not to cause trouble or delay time. Huifeng tilted his chin, his eyes flashing with intensity. "Here's our chance. If we relax now, we might miss it. Let's find a way to get through. Everyone prepare." "Yes," a group of over 30 people replied softly. They could only silently mourn for the women and girls. By the riverbank, the hidden soldiers approached, their eyes brightening, even saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. "Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Boss, that young woman in blue is yours. We'll handle the others. Ha ha ha. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to go first. Hee hee, I won't compete with you. I want that woman." Yes, yes, I want the other one. Shiyu and others were furious, their eyes like wolves, green and fierce, wishing they could tear apart the rude men.
Fukiki remained calm.
Her peaceful months in the deep mountains hadn't made her forget that war is cruel and beasts run wild. Moreover, they were under Shin Kan's command. Lustful,
Cruel.
lawless. Aunt Shu looked at the crowd across the river. Though she was scared at first and trembling, hearing their lewd words made her furious. Her forehead was about to burst with anger as she spat at them. Kayan was hot-tempered. She had endured 2 years under the Zhao family's control, hiding her true strength. But her temper hadn't changed. When she had free time, she often wandered in the marketplace, trying to find news about her brother. Seeing this group now, she felt like pulling out a little bird and waving it in the wind. Disgusting. She couldn't bear it. Bird, do you respect me? Y'all are a bunch of animals born from maggots. Your mother gave birth to you, and you wonder why you're not in a dung pit? No, wait. Maybe you were born in a dung pit. While others drink milk, you eat manure. No wonder after eating so much filth, you have such ugly mouths. You're just a bunch of inhumane beasts. Ugh, all of you with your big butts should be sent to the chicken farm. There are plenty of women to take care of you. Kayan crossed her arms and puffed out her chest, spewing foul language. She had learned all this from the marketplace women, and thugs. Every phrase different and colorful.
Fukiki.
She didn't expect Kayan's eloquence to be so good. Tonight, she decided to reward her with a big chicken leg. Everyone was stunned. Although they were holding back anger and had cursed these beasts countless times in their hearts, they didn't dare speak it out loud, especially not with such intensity. Wearing a mask, Song Jin frowned slightly, almost unnoticed. Suddenly, he had a new plan. Tian suited being a rough servant girl, a close maid to Chi-Chi, but not her. Too crude. The soldiers from the hidden family army across the way looked confused, staring at Tian with her striking and elegant appearance. Everyone was still stunned. Did she really just curse like that? After a moment, the captain laughed loudly. That's spicy. I want her for myself. He pointed at Chi-Chi, but he preferred a girl who was obedient like a little rabbit. Seeing the leader happy choosing a girl, her face showed some dirt and greenish marks, but she looked pure. Her big eyes, like water, seemed to speak. When everyone's eyes turned to Tian, they smiled knowingly. She was spicy and fun, playing the game with excitement. Not far away, in a ditch, Horfeng and others were sneaking forward, stunned by Tian's shouting. Her clear girl's voice was full of rough words. Horfeng squinted and signaled to the others to stop. They crawled on the ground like big, stopping when the general gave a secret signal. Horfeng climbed up the hill and looked out. On the bank, 2 sides faced each other. The numbers showed the strength was uneven. The hidden family army of the Yuan was overwhelmingly strong, crushing the others.
Huh?
The dozen or so people were farmers in simple clothes, with some roughness from the countryside, belted shirts, protective cuffs, very straightforward. Looking closer, they seemed more relaxed, like rolled-up pant legs. Farmers? Farmers' wives? Girls? Little kids? Babies? Refugees fleeing hardship? Master, will you help later? A personal guard, knowing the master's interest, asked. Horfeng nodded quietly, but then he caught sight of a masked man standing out among the crowd. He was tall and straight. Does he look familiar? Suddenly, the masked man's eyes turned cold. He drew a long sword and rushed in front of the laughing captain, striking with a sword flower. Blood splattered from the captain's arm. In just 3 moves, the masked man deliberately wounded him, each strike causing cuts on the arm, thigh, and face, blood flowing freely. The captain looked terrified at the masked man, holding his sword in front of him. Such oppressive power. A gentle breeze lifted his dark hair, revealing a carved jawline. He asked in fear, "Who are you?" Song Jin's expression was cold, his dark eyes deep like a sea. He said icy, "How dare you insult my girl? You seek death." That's it. A streak of blood shot into the sky like a rainbow. The captain's head was severed, and he was dead. Horfong watched the masked man from afar, rubbing his forehead and deep in thought, feeling that the voice sounded very familiar. "Master, do you have a headache?" a nearby guard asked. Horfong coldly glanced at him. Below the riverbank, the soldiers of the Zong family army hadn't reacted yet. When they saw their leader dead, they quickly drew their swords and charged forward. "Capture alive. Let the general judge." Shiyu and others were already full of excitement, gripping their swords tightly, raising their hands to stab at the soldiers' chests. The riverbank was filled with fighting. Swords clashed, and drops of blood stained the ground. Song Jin calmly took a small sprout from Kwang Bo-nyang's hand and softly said, "Everyone, go practice your skills." Aunt Chu and Kwang Bo-nyang, full of passion and reckless courage, rushed out, wielding large knives and attacking the soldiers. It looked chaotic, but there was skill and strategy behind their moves. Song Jin didn't let Zhao Zhao and Yen Yen join the fight. Zhao Zhao, full of energy, shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill them all! How dare they bully my sister? Fight him! Beat him up!" Seeing her brother, Yin Sheng, get hurt, she stomped her foot and jumped onto a large rock, shouting, "Son of a turtle, it's time to die. How dare you cut my brother Yin Sheng? Stab his eyes. Poke his." Unexpectedly, this group, seemingly rural folk, were actually experts. The resisting soldiers were already crying out in pain, while the girl kept shouting recklessly. Being teased by a young girl, some soldiers, frustrated, raised their curved knives and tried to cut her. Finally, the opportunity arrived. Xiao Zhao Zhao held her tiny sword, extremely excited. "Master, that girl? Should we save her?" On the hillside, a bunch of over 30 kiwi fruits suddenly appeared. Someone hurriedly said, Horfong saw the murderous intent in the girl's eyes, and beside her, the masked man who seemed like a carefree hermit, calmly said, "Don't rush." Sure enough, by the river, a curved blade whistled through the air, rustling Xiao Zhao Zhao's hair. In an instant, Xiao Zhao Zhao slipped past the soldiers, turned her hand, and stabbed into a soldier's back, drawing blood with her small sword. "So exciting!" Xiao Zhao Zhao stepped back, raised her wrist, and stabbed another soldier's shoulder. A scream echoed. Seeing her sister in danger, Xiao Yan had already drawn a similar tiny sword and fiercely stabbed at another soldier wielding a curved blade, hitting him in the forehead. Meanwhile, Shiyu and others fought fiercely, showing the reckless spirit of fighting bats, wolves, and wild boars, cutting arms, thighs, and more. Overall, the scene was extremely bloody. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing that the situation was not good, the family army abandoned their armor and weapons and tried to hide. On the way to escape, they were quickly pulled back by Shiyu and others. The fighting finally stopped, leaving only soldiers crying and screaming in pain. When Xiang Xiai put away his sword and calmed down, he was shocked by the scene of corpses and broken limbs on the ground. Fu Qiqi rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache, and said, "Xiu, Song Pan, Lin Sheng, Kwang Xiaobo, Zhao Zhao, and Cha Yan, all of you calm down. They are not wild beasts." She called out each person's name to criticize them. Cha Yan chuckled and said, "We're used to killing fierce beasts every day, so we couldn't control ourselves." Shiyu and the others agreed, saying yes. Hua Feng's subordinates had already been shocked by the brutal way the others fought and killed. Even those experienced in battle couldn't face such cruel slaughter. Where did those primitive cave people come from? Yuang's people are enemies, and everyone understood this clearly. After finishing the fight, only a pile of bodies remained. "Master, shall we go?" a guard asked Horfong nearby. Someone's breath was strong. A few people suddenly swooped in, and Songjin quickly appeared in front of Horfong and others. Horfong happily jumped up the hill. "We are enemies of Yuang." Songjin saw that the other person meant no harm, nodded, then turned around and was already at the riverbank. Such amazing light skills. Could it be that they are those hidden masters who have come out of hiding? The guard's eyes sparkled as he praised. Horfong didn't expect that the powerful-looking masked man, after just a glance, would leave so quickly. Little Zhao Zhao saw Song Deji's calm expression and was still excited. Not bad guys? No need to kill them all. Song Jin's deep eyes looked at her. Wash off the blood on you. It's dirty. Don't hold Chi-Chi. Little Zhao Zhao pouted and held her sister's arm. That's my sister. I love her. Song Jin simply grabbed her by the neck and took her to the river. Wash it clean. Little Zhao Zhao scooped some mud and rubbed it on her hands, repeatedly scrubbing the blood. She muttered angrily. Bad guys. Song De-go is a bad guy. He wants to kidnap my sister. Cha-yen had always been curious why little Zhao Zhao often said that Song Gongzi wanted to take her sister away. She had good intuition and had long seen that Song Gongzi's feelings for her family's girl were unusual, full of affection. Zhao Zhao, how do you know that Song Gongzi wants to kidnap your sister? Little Zhao Zhao stirred the river water. Her cheeks puffed up. There's no reason. I just know. She didn't see the look in Song Deji's eyes when he looked at her sister. Like a flower lady guarding her meat, always watching, always thinking about her. General, someone is coming. Hua Fengning looked into the distance and saw a group of cavalry approaching. Oh no, those strange people by the river are running toward Jiamal Mountain. Hua Feng took a deep breath and shouted a warning. Downstream is not safe. Quickly hide. The remaining riders are coming from downstream. Song Jin heard this and jumped onto a high ground. Sure enough, about 30 cavalrymen were rushing toward this place. This is a battlefield. Go back into the river, follow the riverbank upstream, and hide somewhere hidden, Hua Feng said, feeling a strange fondness for the masked man. Song Jin nodded respectfully in thanks. Go back into the river.
Splash.
A dozen people quickly jumped onto a wooden boat and paddled hard upstream. Master, what about us? A personal guard asked Hua Feng. Hua Feng spat and said, over 100 people are dead. Shen Ken will definitely pursue us. Turn back and hide in the cave. About 30 people, like moles, ran back to a shabby earthen house. They crawled behind a small bush. Meanwhile, Shen Kan, upon hearing the signal from the cavalry, had just crawled out of a cesspit, washed himself, and put on armor. He personally sent people to beat his close guards with 20 sticks before finally arriving late. Every time he dealt with the cesspit, he inexplicably ran into bad luck. Indeed, he reported that over 100 people had died. His cesspit illness was something he caught last year when he met the villain Yu Junxian. 3 times he encountered him, and each time, he clashed with the cesspit. Could it be that he came? No, according to the people from the original place, that villain was still hiding deep in the mountains and forests. By the time his forehead was pounding with anxiety and he arrived, he saw a bright red riverbank, scattered with severed limbs and arms, and even the blood flowing from the corpses was still warm.
And
all of them were his own people. He didn't see a single enemy's finger or any sign of them. Shin Kan's eyes filled with blood-red rage, and his murderous aura burst out. His clenched fists made a creaking sound, sending chills down everyone's spine. Search! Chase! He roared furiously. Meanwhile, 2 wooden boats, under the light skills of Song Jin and Fu Chichi, had already drifted 20 kilometers away. They were hidden at the foot of a mountain, concealed by the lush green forest along the riverbank. Song Jin stood in the treetops by the river, holding a telescope, frowning and looking into the distance. Shunkin is coming, and he's brought many people. We can't go downstream. Fu Chichi really wanted to throw a tank and grab a machine gun, storming Shin Ken's camp to vent her anger. Every time hope seemed within reach, he blocked it. Kwang Debo, who was often marginalized, had a bad habit of zoning out and daydreaming about space. He asked a foolish question: why not go downstream along the opposite bank of the river? Daughter Kwang scolded him all day, feeling itchy. Fool, didn't you hear? This isn't a battlefield. Shen Kan and King Chi are fighting, and we're just a bunch of living people standing in the river, being used as targets? Are you good looking? Will the bow and arrow not shoot you? They don't have boats to block you? She asked 3 times, but Kwang Debo remained silent. However, he heard the keyword Shunken and stammered, that. That's Shin Kan's army, and Spring Rain's younger sister. Is she here too? Smack. A heavy slap landed on Kwang Daebo's face. You fool. I thought she was dead, and you still mention her every day. Aren't you tired of it? Kwang Bo Nyang yelled like a fierce monkey. Seeing him bow his head and stay silent, she stroked her pounding chest and muttered, her biological sister. Her biological sister. Fu Chi couldn't help but want to laugh. In the apocalypse, the matriarchs shouting at unruly children who can't learn powers looked just like this. With no way out, they could only go with the flow and plan to cross into Dingzhou's Shiqian County later. They traveled upstream for half a day. The further they went, the more surrounded by mountains, and they still hadn't reached the riverbank. Song Jin and Fu Chi, who were good at lightness skills, slipped onto the shore and walked along the official road several times. They saw refugees and merchant caravans. The news from the scouts was that there were checkpoints everywhere checking travel permits. So, their group decided it was safer to continue by water. They heard from the escorting merchant caravan that ahead in Shiqian County, there was a place called Wen Family Shore. If you had the skills, you could find boats there, pay silver, and get ashore without asking about your origins or where you came from. On the third day, they saw Wen Family Shore through binoculars, bustling with people. They found a flat, relatively empty spot near the shore and prepared to stay overnight there. Tomorrow, they would disguise themselves and go ashore. The next day, as the sky turned faintly white, everyone got up for breakfast. Fu Chi loved to cook. In spring, wild vegetables sprouted everywhere. She picked a few bitter greens, blanched in hot water, chopped into pieces, mixed with chili, salt, and cooked shredded meat, then stirred together and served in 3 large wooden bowls. It was crisp and refreshing. For staple food, they made a porridge from dried wild vegetables and potatoes, adding a bowl of salted fish. It was sticky, salty, and delicious. After breakfast, they suddenly saw dark clouds rolling in, and a few spring thunderclaps exploded in the sky. Oh my, it's finally going to rain, Kwang Bo Nyang said happily. It's raining. It's really going to rain. Even Kwang, a simple man who usually worked quietly, looked at his wife with a smile that stretched from ear to ear. The hardship of having no water is well understood by them. When people leave their hometowns, their lives become as cheap as dust. If it weren't for the drought, they wouldn't have fled from the Wu Yen city village, wandering without a home. Fu Chi saw everyone looking happy. Although it was still cold due to the late winter cold spell, they couldn't afford to catch a cold. She urged, rain is coming soon. Let's hurry and set off, rowing to Wen's shore to find a safe rain shelter. That's right. At this time, catching a cold from the wind is dangerous, and medicine is hard to find. Aunt Chu quickly packed the washed wooden trays into a cloth bag. They also packed the clay pots and fire extinguishers, and everyone started working. Soon, everyone changed into clean, proper clothes and boarded the wooden boat, heading to Wen's shore. As soon as she sat at the front of the boat, Fu Chi felt her heart pounding wildly and felt very uncomfortable. She closed her eyes and pressed her hand over her chest. Chi, what's wrong? Song Jin saw her face turn pale. The sky was dark, and distant thunder could be heard faintly, signaling an approaching heavy rain. Near the shore, various boats of different sizes were coming and going, about 20 or 30, all rushing to unload their cargo. Fu Chi and the others were a bit stunned. The busy scene was a stark contrast to the barren refugee land, as if it was a peaceful, prosperous time. Xiang Xi explained to everyone. In the past, the Wen family was one of the 3 major grain merchants of Dexian. They didn't just deal in grain. They also had 5 trading companies selling cloth, wine, and other goods, all thriving. Their trade routes were 2, one along the official mountain roads and the other by water. The Wen family relied heavily on water routes, controlling 2 fleets of ships, using river transport and mountain roads to connect and do business all over the north and south. They built a large business empire.
So,
How much grain and silver does their family have? Kwang Xiaobo exclaimed, amazed. They used 5 or 6 ships daily to transport grain. Goodness, That must be a huge amount of rice and millet. Xiangyi rolled her eyes at him. You're useless. Huang Xiaobo wanted to argue, but Xiangyi had been a bodyguard and had seen a lot. If he spoke back, it would make him look inexperienced as a man. He could only snort in reply. While everyone was chatting casually, Fu Qiqi kept closing her eyes now and then. Her unease grew stronger. She clenched a zombie crystal stone, absorbed its energy to adjust her internal breath, and finally managed to calm herself. The two wooden boats cleverly blended into the line of ships, unremarkable because many black ships of similar size were nearby. The most eye-catching was the ornate boat in front, which drew many gazes. It was divided into 2 levels. The lower and upper decks had similar layouts. The front featured a delicate pavilion with flying eaves and intricate decorations, while the back had about 4 small rooms. The colorful carved railings at the stern of the boat echo the carvings of vines on the cabin and the prow. Surrounding the boat are relief carvings of auspicious clouds and playful birds, painted with gold and silver, adding a sense of wealth and elegance to the entire vessel. On the second-floor railing, a graceful woman with a fair face leans, wearing a crown of gold and red gemstones. With matching ruby pendants, her charming eyes slightly narrowed as she waves a red jade fan. Where is the Wen family? Didn't they say when Zixian would return today? She impatiently frowns. It's about to rain. Princess, please go inside. We've found young Master Wen and are calling for you, a middle-aged man with a thin voice and no beard says. Princess Yanyan suddenly slaps her fan on the railing and commands arrogantly, it's too stuffy inside. Search everywhere. If you can't find him, jump into the water to look.
Yes.
The attendants quickly scatter along the second-floor railing, checking the nearby boats and homes. Suddenly, the steward, a clean-shaven man, calls out, Princess. Look, it's that young man, the handsome one I told you about. Yanyan Princess follows his finger and sees Song Jin standing at the bow of the boat, with a noble demeanor, tall and graceful. Good build. Strong and healthy. Definitely a good match. From her experience in hunting for men, especially those skilled in martial arts, she knows that if their appearance and posture are this excellent, they are top tier. Her eyebrows lift with delight as she licks her lips playfully and says, Really? He's wearing a mask. How can I recognize him? The steward happily runs over to her, excited, and says, Princess, look. The 2 children sitting there are the ones I wanted to buy and send to Yixiang Pavilion. They weren't this good-looking then, pale and thin. But I have a sharp eye. Their bone structure is excellent. It's worth raising them. Princess Yanyan waves her fan and laughs softly. Not just worth it, just this delicate little face. When they grow up, they'll be among the top 12 beauties of Yixiang Pavilion. The steward, smiling like a seasoned madam, responds, Yes, Princess, your eyesight is excellent. Yanyan Princess flutters like a butterfly, walking toward the bow of the boat, speaking boldly and freely. Turn around. Head over there.
Row the boat to that side.
She points at the boats where Song Jin and others are. Yes, ma'am. 2 groups of boatmen receive the order and quickly line up to head toward the boats docked behind. Clear the way. No matter what happens, don't stop. Steward shouts. Move back. Back off. Someone's hitting another boat.
Run. Bang. Boom.
A boat, unable to avoid in time, capsizes directly into the river. Suddenly, the river water floated up with dried fruits, cloth, baskets, snacks, men, women, and girls, mixed with crying and wailing. No matter how they cried out, no one dared to curse. A 2-story painted boat, dressed in fine clothes, clearly belonged to someone powerful, someone they couldn't afford to offend. They could only cry with red eyes, hitting the water in despair. Oh heavens! Our dried fruits, the ones we were supposed to deliver today, are gone. How can we repay this? There are over 50 taels of silver worth of cloth here. Hurry, fish it out. They're trying to take it away. My fragrant wood. Who? Someone help me stop it. It's too late. Quickly, pick up the children. That boat is coming again. A storm is coming. The tide is rising. First, save the people. Everyone lend a hand. Dark clouds gathered densely, fierce winds blew, and from the distant mountains, thunder roared loudly across the sky. The river surged wildly, with wave after wave crashing. The normally slow-moving water turned into a raging torrent, pounding the boats fiercely. In an instant, the goods on the water disappeared with a swift current. The merchants on the river were hopeless. All their goods were gone. Are they coming for us? Tian shouted out the group's doubts. Fuqiqi and Songjin exchanged glances, recognizing the middle-aged steward with a pale face and no beard. He was the Hu steward who had wanted to buy Zhao Zhao and Yen Yen that day. Fuqiqi gritted her teeth and said, "He's an acquaintance, but also an enemy." Everyone looked serious, clutching their swords tightly. They hadn't even reached the shore when they encountered their enemy. Songjin warned everyone cautiously, "Let's quickly retreat and head toward the less crowded bushes over there."
Good.
The river was too fast. Leaving the riverbank, the area was full of scorched stones. Everyone struggled to row away. The painted boat ahead was still crashing recklessly. A man holding goods cried loudly as he was hit, blood splattering on the water. "Master!"
Dad!
Nearby, a young boy cried out while holding a woman. Seeing this, the merchants in the water abandoned their goods, dog-paddling desperately to the sides. Another young boy was hit by a boat and fainted, sinking into the river. The little one,
The child.
a big man shouted sadly, turning to swim toward the boat. But he was grabbed by several merchants nearby. "Brother, you can't go. If you go, you'll add another life to the count."
No.
"That's my child. My boy is only 10 years old. My Gongzi." The man in the water screamed wildly, frantic. The dark sky and dark river water shrouded the entire scene in darkness, with occasional lightning illuminating the sky. The entire riverbank and river surface were filled with cries, shouts, and calls for help. Only the group on the painted boat was laughing loudly and happily, dressed beautifully. Fuqiqi clenched her long sword tightly, her eyes red with sadness. A deep, unspoken sorrow, chest tightness, and suffocating pain were slowly eating away at her. "Chichi." Songjin held her cold hands. "We can't save so many people."
Fuqiqi nodded weakly.
Hearing the noise, the Wen family arrived with a wooden raft, rescuing villagers from the water and retrieving goods. Soon, a long flash of lightning appeared on the horizon, followed by a loud thunderclap overhead. Heavy rain poured down like the sky was collapsing. Clatter. Before the storm, Princess Yen Yen on the painted boat, surrounded by people, returned to her cabin. At that moment, she opened the window and winked at Songjin. Fuqiqi hugged her little Yazi and Zhao Zhao tightly, staring fiercely at Princess Yen Yen. Seeing the rain soaking the elegant masked man standing tall, revealing his long legs, narrow waist, and broad shoulders, she looked at him with a mixture of admiration and concern. He exuded an alluring aura, as if waiting for a gentle touch. Her eyes, full of affection, eagerly said, "Order everyone. Tonight I will hold my wedding night on the painted boat." "Yes. Once the rain stops, I will go buy the necessary items." When encountering such a stunning person, the princess's wedding night often happened more than 10 times a year, and everyone knew what supplies were needed. Finally, they approached Fuqiqi's 2 wooden boats. Princess Yen Yen waved her fan excitedly, lowered the deck, and welcomed the young master aboard. As the deck was being set up on the boat, she suddenly slashed it with a sword. "Rebel!" Steward who was furious. This time, unlike the day with only 7 or 8 guards, for attendants accompanied the princess. Steward who snorted coldly, glancing at Fuqiqi, soaked like a drenched chicken, and said gloomily, "Miss, we meet again. I knew you and your siblings would eventually fall into my hands." Fuqiqi slowly raised her head. Rain washed away the dirt and greenish smudges on her face, revealing a delicate, white face like jade and mist. Her eyes, like talking cats, shimmered with the colors of autumn water and mountain scenery. If you ignored her icy, sharp aura, she seemed pure and ethereal, like a fairy from another world. steward who gasped sharply, eyes wide as copper bells. It had only been half a year, but she had become this stunning. In that moment, everyone on the painted boat held their breath and stared in awe. Silver. Bright, shiny silver. In Ishyong Pavilion, I have 12 flower leaders. From today onward, the Lotus Pavilion changes hands, and she is the true Lotus Mistress. Princess Yenyen's eyes filled with surprise. She didn't expect that after coming to Duanzhou, she would have such a gain.
Swish.
A dozen people on 2 wooden boats drew their swords, cold rain pounding down on them. They looked angrily at Princess Yenyen. Everyone had already heard Xian Xi's explanation. Ishyong Pavilion belongs to Lord Liu of Jiangzhou. He is a royal family member, but he is no longer in the royal lineage. He is the last generation to inherit the throne. Princess Yenyen was usually not titled, but because she had contributed beautiful women early on, she was specially made a princess. Now, with war raging, Lord Liu doesn't care for power or official positions. He doesn't care who sits on the throne. Throughout his life, he only cared about 2 things: yellow and white objects and handsome men and beautiful women. So, in Jiangzhou, he only does business of a fleshly nature, earning money from the lowest classes. His eldest daughter, Princess Yenyen, learned from her father and liked men, raising many lovers. Seeing the rain getting heavier, Princess Yenyen already regarded everyone on the boat as mere possessions. She loudly ordered, "The rain won't stop soon. Don't ruin my groom. Bring him up here." She also pointed to Fuqiqi. "Little flower must be carefully raised. Don't hurt her skin.
Take her first to the side room."
Tian, with her fiery temper, could tolerate her uncle, but not her aunt. She wiped the rain from her face and cursed, pointing her knife at Princess Yenyen. "You woman, who's always spreading her legs and being ridden by thousands, dare to talk big. Just being near you makes me worry I might catch some disease.
You're always thinking about men.
No wonder I heard you've kept hundreds of men.
Don't keep them.
I'll show you a place full of men. That red tent in the military camp suits you perfectly. As the saying goes, fate is sealed." Princess Yenyen's final destiny was indeed sold by Fuqiqi to the enemy camp. At this moment, Princess Yenyen had never been insulted like this before. She trembled with anger, her face turning pale. She shouted loudly, All of you, come here. Capture them all. I personally give them men." Swish, swish. In the dark storm, 2 groups clashed, lightning flashing, revealing gleaming blades. After instructing Aunt Chu and Aunt Kwang to watch over the children, Fuqiqi grabbed her sword and leapt onto the ship's deck. Landing, she spun around and stood behind a servant. Suddenly, Chi-Chi stabbed the servant's back fiercely with her sword, then pulled it out. The nearby sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. The servant clutched his chest, but after a moment, he collapsed to the ground, defeated. A person, unwilling to die with eyes closed. Fuqiqi kicked the scattered swords off the servant and aimed at the second-floor window. "Be careful."
"Princess."
Princess Yenyen looked in disbelief at the ship's armor. She was a skilled swordswoman. Fuqiqi met her gaze and smiled slightly. Princess Yenyen covered her face, almost injured by the sword, and awkwardly turned away, her eyes shifting to Songjin. With a swift move, the masked handsome man had already killed 3 servants.
Today was a bad day.
Half an hour had passed. Princess Yenyen saw that more than half of the servants had died. She quickly hid her shock, then seemed to think of something, showing disdain and shouting, "Please, the guards, help us."
Whoosh.
4 figures shot out from the first and second floors, all dressed in black. They had strong internal energy, experts. Songjin and Fuqiqi saw this, and each faced 2 of them. They fought for over 10 moves. The 4 guards looked at the 2 of them with some respect, surprised they were holding their own so easily. Princess Yenyen also saw this. She looked at the 2 women and 4 children on the wooden boat and came up with a plan. She called one of her personal guards and whispered a few words. 5 guards jumped down from the second floor, avoiding the fight, tiptoed onto a big tree by the riverbank, and ran toward the boat. During the fight, Xiang Ci reacted quickly and shouted, "They want to capture Auntie and them." But it was already too late. The 5 guards had already taken the 8-year-old boy Chu Liangsong and the little girl from the Chu family. Auntie Chu and Lady Kuang were injured, blood flowing out, quickly washed away by the rain, but they fought fiercely, swinging their knives at the guards. These guards protected Princess Yan closely and were much better fighters than ordinary servants. They hadn't succeeded in capturing anyone. Instead, they had already been stabbed many times in the back and arms. Meanwhile, little Zhao Zhao and little Yan, tiny children, waved their mini swords and skillfully dodged the guards trying to catch them. At this moment, Xiang Ci and Xiang Yi arrived just in time, their swords cold and sharp, slicing through the rain to strike one guard. Xiang Ci saw something strange in the servant's hand and shouted, "Little girl." Song Jin and Fu Qiqi turned around and saw the trembling little girl who had been taken by the guard, foaming at the mouth. They were shocked inside. Both hurriedly moved. A man and a woman approached with swords drawn. They were the 2 most powerful people among this group. The 5 guards looked at each other, decided to retreat while they could, and hurriedly carried the children back to the painted boat. Fu Qiqi and Song Jin chased after the boat, just as 4 more black-clad figures caught up. The 2 sides fought on the 2nd floor of the painted boat, but soon the 2nd floor was destroyed, with broken wood chips and broken sticks flying wildly in the storm. Fu Qiqi's eyes never left Zaiwaiatzi. She was anxious and worried. Zaiwaiatzi seemed lifeless, closing her eyes, only occasionally spitting out foam from her mouth. She was having a seizure. The rain grew heavier, water rushing down, and the wind howled fiercely. Seeing the 1st floor about to be destroyed, and with nowhere to hide in the storm, Princess Yan became anxious. She shouted at the dozen or so boatmen who had curled up, "Quick, row the boat. Head back to shore." When they didn't move, she grabbed a knife, pressed it against one person's neck, and kicked him into the Wei River. Seeing one person dead, the remaining boatmen trembled and desperately rowed toward the shore. Amidst the fighting, the battered and broken painted boat also started drifting toward the shore. Princess Yan, protected by a few guards, hid in a corner. She slowly regained her senses, her pupils dilated, and through the rain, she stared intently at Fu Qiqi and Song Jin. That man was too strong. 2 of the guards had already been injured. If they succeeded, she would lose her life in Duanzhou. She had to escape from them. Suddenly, she made a new discovery. Both of their gazes kept falling on the small child held by a guard nearby. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with determination, and she shouted excitedly, "Quick! Throw the 2 children into the river." The guards understood the princess's meaning. They threw the children far away. Everyone froze. They watched as Xiaoliang Song and Zaiwaiatzi arced through the air and fell into the rushing Wei River. Liang Song, Zaiwaiatzi, Song Jin and Fu Qiqi's hearts jumped. They both darted away, with Song Jin catching Liang Song and passing him to Qiqi, then jumping into the river to try to catch Zaiwaiatzi. A strong wind and big wave hit Zaiwaiatzi, tossing her farther away. Fu Qiqi returned to the wooden boat, jumped onto a large tree on the shore, and saw their figures growing smaller in the rain. She shouted anxiously, "Brother Song, Zaiwaiatzi." But only the sound of the storm responded. For a long time, only a black remained. Song Jin, in the water, used his spiritual power to quickly swim towards Zaiwaiatzi. After many back and forths, he finally caught her. He struggled to swim toward the shore. At that moment, another big wave hit them, slamming them onto a rock. Bang! Their heads collided, and a long-lost feeling of soul-shattering pain tore through him. He was pulled in different directions, suffering intense pain. Just before closing his eyes for the last time, Song Jin activated all his spiritual energy and threw Zaiwaiatzi onto the shore. He then rolled into the river, disappearing without a trace. A large boat repeatedly rescued drowning merchants and servants in the storm. Slowly, they reached the area where Fu Qiqi and the others were. The servant from the Wen family stood at the bow of the boat and shouted, "Young master, is anyone still there?" Dai Li wore a raincoat, holding an umbrella, and stepped out, looking toward the big tree. Under the dark, cold rain, there was a group of children and women. With eyebrows stained by rain and hands covered in fresh blood, they looked like the end of the world, lonely and brave, fighting to survive. Many years later, she still remembered this scene in the pouring rain, a moment that deeply touched her and left a strong impression. The servants following Wen Zixian looked at the injured women and children with pity. Wen Zixian hurriedly said, "Lower the deck and help them onto the boat." "Yes, young master." The Wen family servants carefully lowered the deck, placing it on the two wooden boats of Fu Qiqi. Xiang Xi held tightly to Xiao Yanyan and whispered, "Qiqi, these are Wen's boats." Fu Qiqi nodded, jumped down from the big tree, and carried Xiao Zhaozhao. She looked at the turbulent river with moist eyes, her teeth clenched and mouth wide open, as if swallowing everything, swallowing her big brother and little Yadzer. Seeing they hadn't gotten on the boat yet, Wen Zixian frowned slightly, waiting for the delicate girl to make arrangements. His tone was sharp as he said, "They are all injured. And so many children. Don't be stubborn. Get on the boat quickly." Fu Qiqi coldly shot a glance at Wen Zixian and told everyone, "Bring your luggage and get on the boat." Kuang Bo and Shu Shu took down their luggage, and Xiu and others carried a few bags each onto the deck. Most of them were injured and struggled to carry their luggage. The Wen family servants came down to help, taking their bags and helping them onto the boat, then into the cabin. After everyone had boarded, Fu Qiqi was the last to carry Xiao Zhaozhao onto the boat. She brushed past Wen Zixian and said calmly, "Don't pity us. We are all alive." The word alive was spoken with emphasis. This was her hope for her big brother and little Yazu. They will definitely survive. Xiao Zhaozhao suddenly broke down, leaning on her sister's shoulder, tears falling down her face. Wen Zixian felt a sting in his eyes and suddenly remembered the disheveled, somewhat wild Princess Yan Yan on the shore, along with her severely injured guards. Could they be the same group fighting with them? Wen Zixian called a servant over and quietly instructed, "Go ask Princess Yan Yan's guards what happened." The group in the nearby house looked indifferent, probably unable to get any information. "Yes," the servant replied. He turned around to pour hot water and handed out towels to everyone to wipe off the rain. Seeing her sister, there was a frightening silence. Xiao Zhaozhao leaned beside her sister, wanting to call out, "Jie." Don't be afraid." Her voice was like mist. Fu Qiqi's expression remained cold as she wiped the rain from Xiao Zhaozhao's face and hair, then called for tea. The cloth bundle for clothes is a rainproof cover. You can borrow a place from the Wen family, so everyone can change clothes. Ti Yan's eyes were red as she sniffed softly and replied, That wicked princess, Yan Yan, was struck by lightning. Next time I see her, I'll deal with her first and then kill her." Ti Yan turned around, cursing angrily. As she cursed, she started crying. Princess Yan Yan's attendants were very skilled. They couldn't be killed all at once. Soon, Ti Yan returned with a borrowed empty house from the Wen family. She led everyone to change into clean clothes one by one. The Wen family brought medicine for injuries. Fu Qiqi calmly treated everyone's wounds. While applying medicine, she used her wood element healing magic to gradually heal internal and hidden injuries. Only Xiao Zhaozhao and Xiao Yanyan knew her sister's secret. Seeing her face turn pale little by little, they disagreed. "Jie, 你要留点力气." Fu Qiqi gently stroked their faces with her hands and said, "姐姐知道自己会照顾好自己." Kuang Xiaobo, who was receiving treatment, looked up to swallow the tears in his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Qiqi, don't bother about me. I'll find someone from the Wen family to help clean my wounds." Fu Qiqi was firm and refused to accept. "I'll do it." Kuang Xiaobo saw her insistence and remembered what his mother said. With the uncertain fate of Gongzi Tsang and Xiao Yazi, Qiqi was overwhelmed with grief, feeling heartbroken. He kept silent and, unable to hold back, also shed tears. In the next room, there were two sounds of clicking. Diji said, "Young master, everyone has cried, except for that most beautiful woman. She didn't shed a single tear." Qiu Jian, dressed in pure white and spotless, with deep, calm eyes, looked at Fu Qiqi through the window for a long time before saying, "This woman has a strong will." Several women were badly injured, with torn skin and exposed bones. She quickly stitched their wounds and applied medicine, but it wasn't enough. Aunt Chu stretched out her arm, stitched up a wound with a grim and frightening look, and blood kept seeping out. Qiu Aunt cleaned the blood and applied more medicine, which worked well, stopping the bleeding quickly. Seeing Chi-Chi's cold and indifferent expression, this injury must have gone deep. She lifted her skirt slightly, wiped her tears, and sighed deeply. Where can life be peaceful? At the main house of the Wen family, Wen Zixian, who had just changed into new clothes, heard about the medicine delivery. Her mind briefly flashed a picture of Chi-Chi's delicate, jade-like face. She then swung her sleeve and snorted, walking toward the side room at the end.
Bang!
She kicked open the door. Qiu Runbai, calm and relaxed, was enjoying tea and watching the rain. He glanced over and saw Wen Xiong looking frantic. He said softly, "Have some tea. The freshly brewed jasmine tea can help calm your anger." "Don't talk nonsense. Lord Qiu, you're like a fairy, aren't you? Seeing a beautiful and pitiful woman, did you fall for her? I've brought 6 bottles of excellent medicine, as if it's nothing." Wen Zixian looked at Qiu Runbai's serene expression and said sarcastically. Then, he leaned forward in a rather roguish way. Qiu Runbai raised his elegant fan to his chin, unbothered, and said, "Doing good deeds is commendable, Wen Xiong. Those people are indeed pitiful, especially some women and children with serious knife wounds."
Cough.
Wen Zixian suddenly realized his behavior was a bit reckless. He sat back like a nobleman, picked up his tea, and took a few sips before saying, "I think they must have fought with Princess Yan Yan and her group.
I don't know why.
From her appearance, she's probably just trying to protect herself and her people, maybe even fighting back." He guessed quite accurately. Nearby, Diji said disdainfully when Xianzi, "You're so rude and crude." When Zixian plucked a tea leaf from his cup, looking nonchalant. "Does Diji think he's better than me? Everyone in Dashuan knows I, Wen Zixian, am charming, handsome, and a free spirit." Diji moved closer to his young master, trying to keep a close watch, worried he might tarnish his reputation. Tiangon pushed open the door and smiled. "When Xianzi is here too." "Young master, that girl's surname is Fu. She's not an ordinary person. She's borrowing the kitchen on your family's boat to cook." When Zixian looked out at the pouring rain, they were only 15 minutes from the shore. Cooking? Qiu Runbai also felt confused. Listening to her words and actions, they must have lost some people, and their lives were uncertain. She was deeply saddened, and her suppressed crying never stopped. Is she in the mood to cook? Inside the kitchen, Xiao Yanyan squatted silently in front of the stove, adding firewood, occasionally glancing at her quick and skillful sister. Fu Qiqi borrowed a bag of fine rice from the Wen family, pouring it all into a large pot. She also added a small bag of soybeans, a full bag of dried meat, and enough water. She kept stirring and flipping the ingredients. After boiling for 15 minutes, the house was filled with a fragrant aroma. This pot was used for big meals when they left the boat. Cooking this large pot meant enough food for over 20 people. The porridge on the stove was bubbling and thickening. Chi-Chi then asked a servant from the Wen family to help move it aside. She quickly cleaned another large and used iron pot, poured in oil, and heated it until sizzling. Then she added chopped wild boar meat, stirring repeatedly to release its aroma. Once the wild boar meat was fragrant, she poured in a large plate of soaked wild vegetables. She stirred and fried them together, then covered the pot to cook thoroughly. Seeing this girl, as cold as ice, using quite a bit of oil carelessly, the Wen family cook didn't dare to say anything. Chi-Chi felt an inexplicable feeling inside her, a blockage in her chest. It was stuffy and sluggish, making her chest uncomfortable. She just wanted to find something to do. Chi-Chi rummaged through various corners of the kitchen and found a bunch of white radishes and potatoes. She picked 3 radishes, washed them, sliced into strips, and stir-fried them. When she was about to wash the potatoes, she found there was no water. "Bring water here." The Wen family cook dared not refuse and ran straight to the water storage room, bringing back 2 buckets. Chi-Chi washed several potatoes, sliced them, and cooked a big pot of potato and mutton stew. It still wasn't enough. Her internal frustration grew again, and even her veins on her hands bulged. She felt restless and irritable. Chi-Chi tried her best to suppress it and asked coldly, "Are there any other vegetables?" That suffocating sense of oppression made her feel breathless. The Wen cook hurriedly nodded. Yes, a few ducks and a large piece of lamb. Chi-Chi looked at him quietly. The Wen cook's eyes widened, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't understand. After a moment, he finally realized.
Yes.
Get the vegetables. He quickly opened the cabinet, took out 2 slaughtered ducks and a large piece of lamb. Chi-Chi took the duck meat, chopped it into large pieces, and then cut the remaining 10 or so large radishes into halves. One portion was for stewing duck, and the other for stewing lamb. What? Is Miss Fu possessed? She keeps cooking like this? What kind of obsession is this? Wen Zixian picked up a folding fan and went to the kitchen, looking confused at Chi-Chi. She stood expressionless, holding a kitchen knife, stomping on the lamb meat, making sharp cracking sounds. The lamb meat seemed to line up neatly, stomping in perfect rhythm. Her fierce attitude was like that of a person venting anger. Each time she brought down the knife, Wen Zixian's heart trembled. "She's releasing her anger," Bai Qiujiang, who followed, said quietly with a frown. Hearing the noise at the door, Fu Chi-Chi turned her head to look at the crowd gathered outside. She said nothing, raising her knife coldly and circling around. Then she continued chopping vegetables. Her normally lively eyes were now filled with dark stormy clouds, carrying a fierce aura. Diji swallowed hard. That's too scary. Our sister uses rice, meat, oil, and vegetables from here. We will pay for everything, Xiao Zhao Zhao, standing behind a group of people, overheard the servants of the Wen family talking.
Huh?
When Zixian and Bai Qiujiang turned around and saw a delicate little girl with her hands behind her back, speaking very seriously. "Is she your sister? Related? The little fire-starting kid inside, is she your twin?" When Zixian hadn't fully understood the relationship among these people. Xiao Zhaozhao lowered her eyelashes and replied softly, then turned and left. Even her small figure exuded a sense of loneliness and sadness like that of an adult.